veteran fishermen who go shellfishing know full well that this black reef has long been barren. Yet you insisted on reaching your bare hand into that crevice right in front of thousands of netizens mocking your fake stunt. The live stream was flooded with sarcastic comments calling it a scripted act, and everyone was convinced you were a clown. You turned a deaf ear to it all, staring intently at the golden prompt flashing frantically on your retina frowny face ultimate blue crab king. Worth 8,888 yuan. You violently thrust your hand into the dark crevice. The next second, a giant crab claw clamped down fiercely on your forearm. Blood gushed out instantly, but you laughed maniacally, roared, and strained with all your might, yanking a 10-year-old blue crab king as big as a wash basin and flailing its claws wildly out of the water. When this massive crab, radiating a fierce, oppressive presence, slammed into the camera, the 3,000 black and pink fans fell instantly silent. After a brief lull, the comment stream was completely flooded with frenzied, trembling "holy shit" messages. Chapter 1. Fired. Dumped life hits rock bottom. Jason Carter, you're fired. Supervisor Wang Hao tossed a termination letter onto the desk. He leaned back in his office chair, crossed his arms over his stomach, and looked down on Jason Carter with disdain. Jason Carter's head buzzed. He stared at the bold, black characters reading "Notice of Termination" on the letter, feeling as if the world were spinning. The air conditioning in the office was blasting, sending a chill through his skin. Why? Jason Carter's voice was slightly hoarse. Why? Wang Hao sounded as if he'd heard a joke. The company doesn't keep dead weight. Your performance last quarter was the worst in the entire department. Is that reason enough? Failed to meet performance targets? Jason Carter jerked his head up and clenched his fists. Didn't you say the Blue Ocean strategy proposal I submitted last month was very creative? How did it suddenly become your own achievement, and you even took the bonus at the company-wide meeting? He had pulled several all-nighters to put together that proposal, handing it over to his supervisor with high hopes, only to have it outright plagiarized. Wang Hao showed not a trace of remorse. Instead, he laughed out loud. Jason Carter, you're too young. In the corporate world, whoever delivers results is the winner. Your proposal was good, but unfortunately, in your hands, it was just a piece of scrap paper. In my hands, it turned into a bonus. He stood up, walked around the desk to face Jason Carter, and patted him on the shoulder. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, you're just useless. Now, pack your things and get out. That's plagiarism. Jason Carter couldn't hold back any longer and roughly shook off Wang Hao's hand. Watch your language. Wang Hao's expression darkened. He took a step back, adjusted his tie, and said coldly, "Security." 2 security guards immediately walked in, one on each side, and grabbed Jason Carter by the arms. Escort him out. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively with disgust. Colleagues at nearby desks cast glances his way, some sympathetic, some gloating, but most indifferent. No one spoke up for him. That was the reality. Jason Carter stopped struggling. He knew it was pointless. Supported by the 2 security guards, he passed his desk piled high with files without even being allowed to gather his personal belongings. Just like that, he was thrown out of the company. The summer sun was blinding. Standing outside the office building, Jason Carter looked back at the towering office tower. The glare reflecting off the glass curtain wall made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. His cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Jason Carter? This is Su Tong Loan. We're reminding you that your 3,000 yuan bill for this month is overdue. If you don't repay it, we'll take legal action and contact your family and friends. A cold male voice said on the other end of the line. A debt collection call. Jason Carter's vision went dark, and he could barely stay on his feet. He hung up, pulled up his contacts, and his finger paused on a familiar name, Summer Moss. She was his girlfriend, his only support in this city. He needed her, even if it was just a few words of comfort. He dialed the number, and it rang for a long time before someone picked up. Hello, Jason Carter. What is it? I'm busy right now. Summer Moss's voice sounded a bit impatient. Summer, I got fired from my job. Jason Carter's voice trembled slightly. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Where are you? Let us meet up at the usual cafe. Summer Moss's tone betrayed no emotion. Half an hour later, Jason Carter was sitting at a window table in the cafe. He was still wearing the cheap suit he'd worn to work. His tie askew, he looked a mess. Summer Moss walked in through the door, her makeup flawlessly applied, wearing a beautiful dress and carrying a brand new Prada bag. She walked straight over and sat down across from Jason Carter, casually placing the designer bag on the table. Jason Carter reached out to take her hand, but she pulled away. Jason Carter, let us break up, Summer Moss said bluntly, her tone calm. Jason Carter's heart sank as he looked at her. What did you say? Just because I got fired. It's not entirely because of that. Summer Moss stirred the coffee in front of her, glancing at the designer bag as a complex smile played on her lips. See this bag? 20,000. That's 2 months' salary for you. Someone gave it to me and I really like it. Jason Carter, you can't give me the life I want. The life I want? Jason Carter laughed self-deprecatingly. Then have you forgotten our promise? You said that once we saved up enough money, we'd go back to my hometown, open a little beachside inn, and watch the tides rise and fall every day. That had once been their plan for the future, and it was also the goal Jason Carter had been striving toward. Summer Moss looked up at him with a pitying gaze. That look hurt more than any words could. Jason Carter, don't be so naive. Love doesn't put food on the table, she said, enunciating each word carefully. I'm 24 years old now. I don't want to keep cramming into a rented room of just a few square meters anymore. I don't want to squeeze onto the subway to save a few dozen yuan on a taxi fare. And I certainly don't want to look at things I like without even having the courage to step into the store. Jason Carter was completely at a loss for words. He looked at the woman before him, familiar yet strange, and felt like a fool. It turned out that everything he cherished was nothing but a joke in her eyes. A red Porsche sports car pulled up in front of the cafe and honked its horn. Summer Moss stood up, smoothed out the hem of her skirt, and gave Jason Carter one last look. He's here to pick me up. Jason Carter, you'd better take care of yourself. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back, getting into the passenger seat of the sports car. The door slammed shut, the sports car roared to life and sped away. Jason Carter sat there for a long time, so long that his coffee had gone completely cold. He pulled out his phone. His Alipay balance read 213.5 yuan. That was all the money he had left. He lost his job, lost his love, and was now deep in debt. This bustling city, with its dazzling lights and constant stream of traffic, had no place that belonged to him. He had to get out of here. Jason Carter stood up, walked out of the cafe, and wandered the streets like a man without a soul. Eventually, he stopped in front of the ticket window at the train station. Where to? The ticket agent asked expressionlessly. Seacliff Village. Jason Carter named the hometown he hadn't returned to in a long time. There's no direct train. You can only get a slow train to Ningong, 180 yuan. That's the one. Jason Carter used the last of his money to buy the cheapest slow train ticket. Sitting in the swaying train car, the air was a mix of instant noodle smell and sweat. Outside the window, the city lights were gradually left behind, growing ever more distant. That bustling world no longer had anything to do with him. Jason Carter leaned against the cold train window, staring at his own pale face reflected in the glass. Chapter 2. Activating the divine beachcombing treasure system. The green-painted local train clattered along all night, finally arriving at its terminus Ningong as dawn broke. Carrying a tattered backpack, Jason Carter followed the crowd out of the station. A salty, damp sea breeze carrying the scent of fish swept over him, bringing relief to his lungs, long accustomed to city exhaust, but leaving his mind even more unsettled. To get from Ningong to Seacliff Village, he had to transfer to a rural bus, one that ran only 3 times a day. The bus jolted along the bumpy road. The buildings outside the window grew fewer and fewer, gradually giving way to vast salt flats and fish rafts. These familiar sights pulled Jason Carter's thoughts back to several years ago. Back then, he'd also taken this very bus to leave home, his heart set on making it big in the big city. Before leaving, he'd even patted his chest and promised his grandfather, who had come to see him off, that he would definitely make something of himself and bring him to the city to live a life of comfort. Now, Jason Carter was back, but he'd returned with his tail between his legs. A little over an hour later, the bus came to a stop under the gnarled banyan tree at the entrance to Seacliff Village. Jason Carter got off and looked out at the dilapidated village before him. Moss covered the corners of the grayish-white old houses. Fishing nets were drying at every doorstep, and the air was thick with the scent of the sea. Jason Carter took a deep breath and walked with heavy steps toward the old family home he remembered. The old house looked just as it always had. The courtyard wall was somewhat weathered, and the red paint on the wooden door had faded, but the yard was kept very clean. A tall, slender figure was mending a fishing net in the yard. It was none other than his grandfather, David Carter. Hearing footsteps, David Carter looked up. His wrinkled face showed a moment of surprise. Then he asked joyfully, "Young Jason, why have you come back? You didn't even call ahead." Jason Carter looked at the wrinkles carved into his grandfather's face by the sea breeze, and at those worried eyes. A pang of sadness welled up inside him, and the words he prepared got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. "What's wrong? Did something upset you out there?" David Carter set down his work and stood up, his gaze seeming to see right through him. No. Jason Carter forced a smile that looked worse than a cry, averting his gaze from his grandfather. "The company gave me time off, so I came back to see you." The lie was obvious. David Carter gave him a deep look but didn't press further. He just sighed, brushed the dust off his grandson's clothes and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You've been traveling all night, you must be hungry, right? Wait here, Grandpa's going to make your favorite seafood noodles." With that, he turned and headed into the kitchen. Jason Carter stood in the courtyard, watching his grandfather as slightly stooped back. His eyes stung, and tears nearly fell. He knew his grandfather had seen right through him, but hadn't called him out on it, choosing the simple way to spare his feelings. Soon, a steaming bowl of seafood noodles was set on the table. The noodles were hand-rolled, the broth simmered from small fish and shrimp shells, topped with a few freshly caught shrimp and snow-white fish fillets, and sprinkled with a handful of green scallion greens. Tasted just like he remembered. Jason Carter buried his head in the bowl and ate heartily. The scalding broth flowed down his throat into his stomach, chasing away the chill he felt these past few days. But this warmth only made him feel even more uneasy. After finishing his meal, Jason Carter made up an excuse about wanting to take a walk by the sea and left the house as if fleeing. He needed to find a place to be alone for a while. The black rocky beach at Seacliff Village was where he played since childhood. Black rocks were scattered everywhere, smooth and treacherous from being pounded by the waves. Jason Carter walked aimlessly, letting the sea breeze tousle his hair. The familiar sound of the waves, the familiar scenery. Once upon a time, Jason Carter had stood here, pointing to the distant ocean and saying to Summer Moss, "Once we've saved up enough money, we'll build a house here, open an inn, and watch the tides rise and fall every day." Summer Moss had smiled and leaned into his arms, saying, "Sure, I'll wait for that day." Now those words still ring in his ears, yet she has already gone off to the world of the wealthy. Promises, dreams, the future all have become a joke. Jason Carter felt a tightness in his chest that made it hard to breathe. He walked faster and faster, venturing further and further off the beaten path, completely oblivious to the slippery moss beneath his feet. Suddenly, his foot slipped. "Ah!" Jason Carter let out a startled cry as he lost his balance and fell backward. He plunged into a large pool formed by the rising tide, and to make matters worse, the back of his head slammed hard against an underwater rock as he fell. A searing pain shot through him, and Jason Carter's vision went black as he lost consciousness. Icy seawater surged in from all directions, frantically pouring into his mouth and nose. An intense feeling of suffocation jolted him awake from his unconsciousness. "Cough, help!" Jason Carter tried to shout for help, but the moment he opened his mouth, more seawater flooded in. He struggled feebly in the water as his consciousness began to fade. Is this it? Is this how I'm going to die? It was like some kind of joke. Fired from his job, dumped by his girlfriend, and now drowning in a puddle right outside his own front door. No, he couldn't die like this. He hadn't given his grandfather a good life yet. He hadn't proven himself to those who looked down on him. He couldn't die such a pathetic death. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, an intense will to survive erupted from the depths of Jason Carter's soul. Just then, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang out directly inside his head. Ding! Detected the host's intense will to survive. Mental fluctuations have reached the critical threshold, meeting the binding conditions. Divine Beachcombing treasure system, activating, 10%, 50%, 100%. Activation successful. Binding system, binding successful. Host, Jason Carter. As the mechanical voice faded, a warm current appeared out of nowhere, instantly coursing through Jason Carter's entire body. Wherever the warm current flowed, his failing lungs came back to life, the pain from his head injury vanished, and his cold body regained sensation and strength. Cough, cough, cough. Jason Carter snapped his eyes open, instantly wide awake. He mustered immense strength, scrambling out of the pool with his arms and legs, then collapsed onto the wet rocks, gasping for breath. Jason Carter was trembling all over. He had finally survived. Was that just now a hallucination? Jason Carter shook his still dazed head and prepared to stand up. The next second, his entire body froze. In his field of vision, a translucent blue data panel was floating silently before his eyes. Host: Jason Carter. Level: LV.10100. System energy: 1010 restores 1 point per hour. Function: basic detection range: 10 meters around the host. Initiation mission: start your first live stream and find a treasure worth at least 1,000 yuan. Jason Carter blinked hard and waved his hand in front of his eyes, but he couldn't feel anything. Yet the panel remained crystal clear in his field of vision. Divine Beachcombing treasure system. It was all real. After enduring the darkest day of his life, good fortune finally seemed to have arrived. Jason Carter stood frozen for a long moment, then, unable to contain himself any longer, let out a loud roar across the empty beach. Ah! His voice echoed across the beach, startling a flock of seabirds foraging for food. Jason Carter smiled, and as he smiled, tears began to stream down his face. They were tears of hope, finally found. From this day forward, his life, Jason Carter's life, would never be the same. Chapter 3. Starting as the Blue Crab King. Are you telling me this is a script? Jason Carter slumped onto the wet rocks, and as the sea breeze blew, he shivered all over. He looked down at himself. He was soaked through and a complete mess. He quickly scrambled to his feet and staggered home. You're back? How do you get so wet? His grandfather, David Carter, was tidying up in the yard. Seeing how bedraggled he looked, he furrowed his brow. It's nothing, Grandpa. I just slipped by accident at the beach, Jason Carter mumbled, avoiding his grandfather's gaze. You're a grown man, and you're still so clumsy. Go take a hot shower right away, change into some clean clothes, and don't catch a cold. David Carter nagged as he handed him a dry towel. Jason Carter took the towel, gave himself a quick wipe, and dashed into the bathroom. Hot water poured down from above, driving the chill from his body. He closed his eyes, and that high-tech blue panel reappeared before him. Host: Jason Carter. Level: LV.10100. System energy: 910 restores 1 point per hour. Function: basic detection range: 10 meters around the host. Initiation mission: start your first live stream and find a treasure worth at least 1,000 yuan. It wasn't a hallucination. The system had just saved his life, consuming 1 point of energy. Initiation mission: a live stream, and he has to find a treasure worth 1,000 yuan? Jason Carter's heart was pounding. Money. Money was exactly what he needed most right now. That 3,000 yuan quick loan collection calls could reach his grandfather at any moment. He dared not imagine how his grandfather, who had lived frugally his whole life, would react if he found out his grandson was deep in debt. He had to get his hands on some cash. After taking a shower, Jason Carter changed into a clean pair of shorts and a t-shirt. He rummaged through every nook and cranny of his room until he finally found his phone. He turned it on, connected to his home Wi-Fi, and his fingers were trembling slightly. He downloaded the hottest live streaming platform of the moment, Shark Live. After registering and completing real name verification, he had his very own live streaming room. Looking at the simple interface on the screen, Jason Carter took a deep breath. His future was about to begin right here. Live stream. Shellfish gathering, see the real deal. He gave his live stream a title. His grandfather had appeared in the doorway at some point, watching him fiddle with his phone. Curiously, he asked, "Young Jason, what are you up to?" "Grandpa, I'm getting ready to do a live stream. I'll broadcast my beach foraging online to show city folks what it's like," Jason Carter explained. "Oh, that's what young people are into these days." David Carter nodded. Without asking any further questions, he turned and fetched a small red bucket and an iron rake from the corner of the room. "If you're going, you'd better hurry. The tide's coming in soon. Here's your gear." "Thanks, Dad." Jason Carter grabbed the bucket and the rake, took his old phone, and headed back to the black rocky beach at the village entrance. He found a relatively flat rock, propped up his phone with a few small stones, adjusted the angle, and tapped the Start Live Stream button. The live stream feed wobbled a few times before finally stabilizing. The screen showed dark, rugged rocks, the gray, hazy ocean in the distance, and a young man wearing baggy shorts and carrying a small red bucket. Right after he went live, the chat room was empty. Jason Carter didn't mind. All his attention was focused on the status dashboard in his field of view. Activate basic scan, he silently recited to himself. Ding! Basic scanning activated. Consumes 1 energy point per minute. Immediately, the world before Jason Carter's eyes changed. A pale blue halo enveloped the 10-meter radius around him. Most of the area was a featureless gray, but a few spots glowed with a faint white light. This looks promising. Just then, the first viewer finally joined the stream. The comment stream lit up. Bystander, whoa! A new streamer? That title's pretty bold. Soon, 7 or 8 more people trickled in, likely all drawn by the title. Keyboard warrior. Haha. Is this the place? It's pitch black, you can't even see a single seashell. What kind of skill could there possibly be? Peanut gallery. Where's the streamer? Why aren't they moving? Are they lagging or something? I love gossip. This video quality takes me back 10 years. Are you using a Nokia streamer? Ha ha ha. The chat was filled with mockery and sarcasm. Jason Carter had no time to pay them any mind. He'd already locked onto the white speck closest to him. Carrying his bucket, he strode quickly toward it. It was an unremarkable patch of sand, sandwiched between a few rocks. Keyboard warrior. It's moving. The actoress in position. I love gossip. I bet there's a script buried underneath that says, "There's an oyster here." Jason Carter wasn't in the mood for small talk. He crouched down and dug vigorously twice with the metal rake in his hand right where the white speck was. Clunk! A palm-sized object with a grayish-black shell was unearthed. Whoa! There really is something here. Jason Carter picked it up and waved it in front of the camera. Lucky break, first catch of the day. A wild black gold abalone, pretty decent size. It'd fetch 100 or 2 on the market. He talked about luck, but deep down he knew it was all thanks to the system. The live stream's chat went silent for a second. Bystander, holy crap, is that really an abalone? Keyboard warrior. Pfft, just luck. You can stumble upon 1 or 2 in a place like this every now and then, nothing special. Go ahead and find another one if you can. Jason Carter smiled faintly, ignoring them completely, his gaze already locked onto a second light spot. He continued forward, circling around a massive reef and arriving beside a shallow pool. Just then, at the far end of his field of vision, an incredibly dazzling, almost golden light suddenly flared up. At the same moment, the system's alert blared in his mind. Ding! Warning! A top-grade blue king crab detected 5 meters below the reef ahead, over 10 years old. Estimated value, 8,888 yuan. 8,888. Jason Carter's breathing instantly quickened. The initiation mission was in the bag. Pretending to be nonchalant, he ignored the ordinary light spots worth 100 or 2 yuan and strode straight toward the golden one. This move immediately gave the trolls in the livestream a new target for their attacks. Keyboard warrior. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. He walked right past it. He didn't see the conch shell in the puddle. The script's been exposed. I love gossip. This actor is terrible, he can't even see a prop right at his feet. The director isn't getting any chicken drumsticks tonight. Bystander B, let us wrap this up. Just another actor. Jason Carter paid no attention, his eyes were fixed only on the golden arrow, which led him to a rock about half the size of a tabletop. This is the spot. He repositioned his phone at a new angle, making sure the camera was focused on him. Then, he tossed aside the metal rake and began clearing away the gravel and sand from the edge of the rock by hand. Keyboard warrior. He started digging. Check it out, guys. Classic moment. I'll bet 50 cents there's a Boston lobster buried down there that he bought in advance. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. Jason Carter paid no attention, he cleared out the crevice and found it pitch black inside, he couldn't see a thing. What to do? He suddenly remembered a folk remedy his grandfather had taught him when he was a kid. Jason Carter picked up a small stone and began tapping it rhythmically against the other side of the rock. Thump, 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 thump. This strange behavior amused the viewers in the livestream even more. Peanut gallery. What's he doing? Summoning a spirit? Performing an exorcism? But in the very next second, a massive, dark blue crab claw suddenly shot out of the crevice. The claw was covered in menacing protrusions, and just the exposed part alone was thicker than Jason Carter's wrist. Immediately afterward, a colossal creature slowly crawled out of the crevice. Its entire body was a deep blue-black. Its shell was as wide as a washbasin. It had 8 long, thick, powerful legs, and its 2 giant claws snapped open and shut, exuding a fierce, menacing aura. In that instant, the live stream's chat completely froze. The screen fell into dead silence. Jason Carter's pupils also contracted sharply. What a massive beast. Now's the time. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward and, with all his might, pinned the Blue Crab King's back to the ground. SSSSH. The Blue Crab King struggled violently. The giant claw that hadn't been fully pinned swung out suddenly and clamped down hard on Jason Carter's forearm. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, and Jason Carter let out a muffled groan. But he didn't let go. Instead, he clenched his teeth, braced his knee against the crab's shell, and used his other hand to pry the giant claw open with all his might. Blood trickled down his arm. This battle between man and giant crab was captured in stunning realism by the camera on that battered cell phone, playing out before the eyes of all the viewers. "Lift it up for me," Jason Carter roared, suddenly straining his core, and finally lifted the massive Blue Crab King entirely off the ground, hoisting it high above his head. He was panting heavily, his arms drenched in blood, yet a faint smile played on his face. He shouted hoarsely into the camera, "See that? That's what I call skill." When the Blue Crab King, as big as a washbasin and still wildly flailing its massive claws, appeared in full view on camera, the live stream chat, which had been silent for a full half-minute, was finally broken by a single comment. Bystander, "Holy shit." Immediately afterward, countless similar comments instantly flooded the entire screen. Keyboard Warrior, "Holy shit." Peanut Gallery, "Holy shit. I love gossip. I'm fucking speechless. Is that a crab? That's Godzilla, right? Bro, don't kill me. The streamer is awesome. Sorry, I got a little too loud just now." Bystander B, "My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the stream. Ding. Initiation mission progress 1-2 complete. Reputation plus 100. Hearing the prompt in his head, Jason Carter grinned and threw the Blue Crab King, which was still struggling fiercely hard, into the little red bucket beside him. Chapter 4. You call this beachcombing? Inside the little red bucket, the Blue Crab King, as big as a washbasin, kept swinging its massive claws, making click-clack sounds in defiance. Jason Carter grinned. The wound on his arm stung like fire, but he felt absolutely thrilled inside. Screw getting fired. Screw breaking up. I've got a system now. Ding. Initiation mission progress 1-2 complete. Reputation plus 100. Level LV. 1,100,100. Can level up. Huh? I can actually level up? Jason Carter's interest was piqued, but he didn't rush to investigate. He glanced at his phone. The screen of that old device was so cluttered with live chat comments and gift effects that it was practically freezing up. The viewership in the live stream had skyrocketed from single digits to over 3,000, and it was still rising rapidly. Bro, don't kill me. I take back what I said. Streamer, I'm getting down on my knees and bowing to you. Bang, bang, bang. I love gossip. This isn't just seaside foraging. It's a dimension-shattering assault. Is the Sea Dragon King your relative or something? Keyboard Warrior. Streamer, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you scripted. I'm the real clown here. The users who had been shouting the loudest earlier were now the first to apologize, even sending a few small gifts to show their sincerity. The gift effect for an airplane slowly floated across the screen. Shark Prince sent 1 airplane. Streamer, you're awesome. That crab was next level. Will you be streaming tomorrow? I followed you. 1 airplane gift is worth 100 yuan, enough to cover his food expenses for the past half-month. Jason Carter was over the moon when he saw the money in his account, but he kept a calm expression on his face. He faced the camera, flashed a row of white teeth, and said with a smile, "Thanks, guys, for the gifts and follows. It's no big deal, everyone. Take a seat." The viewers' comments immediately changed. "Wow, the streamer is so handsome. What a show-off, I'll give him full marks.
Iye fun.
Now that's a true master." Jason Carter used his uninjured hand to tear off a corner of his t-shirt and casually wrapped it around the wound on his arm a few times. The blood quickly soaked through the cloth, but the pain actually made him feel more alert. He glanced at the status dashboard. He had 5 energy points left. He couldn't waste it. Guys, that was just the appetizer. Jason Carter pointed at the king blue crab still struggling in the bucket, then panned the camera toward the surrounding rocks. The tide hasn't fully come in yet, so I'll take you on another tour to see if we can snag some snacks to go with our drinks. His casual remark perked up the viewers in the livestream chat. More? Jason Carter activated the System S scan. In his field of view, that white speck he ignored earlier was still glowing in a nearby puddle. He carried the bucket and strolled over, all the while chatting away. Look at the way these reefs are arranged, he said, speaking eloquently to the camera and putting on an air of seasoned expertise. The current comes from over there, gets slowed down by that big rock, and a lot of small creatures get washed into this pool and settle here. My grandpa called this dragon spitting pearls. It's a surefire spot for good finds. The viewers in the live stream were completely captivated. I love gossip. Holy crap. Is that even a thing? Learn something new. Bystander A. I don't get it, but it sounds impressive. Is the streamer not only lucky but also this skilled? Keyboard warrior. Oh man. I feel like the streamer just rubbed my IQ in the dirt. As he spoke, Jason Carter had already walked to the edge of the puddle. He crouched down and casually raked the glowing spot with his metal rake. With a clatter, the mud and sand were turned over, and 7 or 8 large sea snails, each about the size of a fist and covered in spiral patterns, rolled out with a gurgling sound, along with a wild oyster as big as a face. Each one was large and plump, all top-notch. Jason Carter picked them up one by one and tossed them into the bucket, muttering to himself, "Not bad luck, they're all pretty big. I'll blanch them tonight and serve them with mustard soy sauce." The sound of him smacking his lips came through the phone's microphone, clear as day to every viewer. The live stream went absolutely wild. When other people go shellfishing, they dig for ages and can't even find a crab the size of a coin. Look at this streamer, he takes a couple of casual steps and stumbles upon the good stuff. Now, with just a quick scoop, he's got another pile of giant conch. Is this even beachcombing? It's clearly like picking vegetables in your own backyard. Bro, don't kill me. Streamer, stop talking. My drool is already dripping onto my keyboard. Peanut gallery. I hereby declare that, starting today, you are my sea god. I love gossip. Followers have broken 5,000. Streamer, you've gone viral. Watching his rapidly rising popularity and the screen filled with 666 comments, Jason Carter knew he'd made the right bet. He glanced at the sky. The tide had already risen quite a bit, and staying any longer would be dangerous. Alright guys, that's it for today. The tide's coming in, we've got to get out of here fast. Jason Carter picked up his heavy little red bucket and waved it at the camera. Not a bad haul. The live chat immediately erupted in a chorus of groans. No way, streamer. I'm not done watching yet. Stream for 5 more minutes. I'll send you a rocket. Jason Carter smiled, knowing it was time to drop the real teaser. I can't stream today, but tomorrow will be even more exciting, he said, deliberately keeping them in suspense. What's on tomorrow? Will you be back here? Tomorrow, huh? Jason Carter pointed the camera at the majestic blue king crab in the bucket and said, "First thing tomorrow morning, I'm taking this guy to the seafood market in Eastport City. We'll get a live appraisal to see just how much it's worth. If you guys want to watch, hit that follow button. See you in the live stream tomorrow at 8 a.m. Bystander, holy crap. He's going to the market to sell it? I'm all in on this. Keyboard warrior. Gotta watch this. I'll bet 10,000 this thing's definitely worth over 10,000. Peanut gallery. I can't wait to see the looks on those fishmongers' faces when they see this crab. Ha ha ha. It's gonna be a show." The viewers' curiosity was thoroughly piqued. For them, catching a treasure was one thing, but watching that treasure turn into cash and seeing the shock on others' faces, that was the real thrill. Just as he was about to click the end stream button, a golden comment slowly floated across the screen. Behind the commenter's ID was a tag that read, "Shark Live Verified. Top quality shore fishing streamer. Seacliff Village Brother Victor. A lucky newcomer, hope it's not a setup." The moment that comment appeared, the live stream fell into an eerie silence for a split second. Some local viewers recognized the ID. Huh? Brother Victor's here. Brother Victor is watching his stream too? Jason Carter furrowed his brow slightly. He'd heard of Seacliff Village Brother Victor. He was a somewhat well-known beachcomber in their area, with tens of thousands of followers on the Shark platform. He was always bragging in his streams about being Seacliff Village's #1 beachcomber, treating the beaches around the village as his own territory. That sounded polite, but in reality it was questioning whether he was faking it. It seemed his own popularity was getting in someone else's way. Jason Carter curled the corner of his mouth, finding it somewhat amusing. An ordinary person who didn't even have a system dared to act all high and mighty in front of him. He didn't argue with the other person in the livestream that would be too beneath him. He simply waved at the camera as if he hadn't seen the comment. Alright, guys, see you tomorrow. With that, he decisively ended the stream. The screen went dark, and the world finally fell silent. Jason Carter let out a long sigh and looked down at his phone. The stream dashboard showed that in just 1 hour, he gained 8,342 followers and received gifts worth 1,258 yuan. After deducting the platform's cut, he still net over 600 yuan. Add to that the king blue crab worth over 8,000 yuan, plus that pile of conch and oysters. In just one short afternoon, his life had completely turned around. Jason Carter carried the bucket, feeling the stinging pain in his arms and the heavy weight of the giant crab inside. He couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. He walked toward home, facing the setting sun. As for that so-called brother Victor, if he just mind his own business, that be one thing, but if he insists on causing trouble, Jason Carter's gaze turned cold. He didn't mind letting the other guy know who was really in charge of these waters. Chapter 5: The Priceless King Crab and the Family Secret Manual. By the time Jason Carter returned home carrying the heavy red bucket, dusk had already fallen. A dim incandescent light shone in the yard. His grandfather, David Carter, was sitting on a small stool, puffing on his pipe, one puff at a time. Through the smoke, the expression on his deeply wrinkled face was indistinguishable. When he saw Jason Carter return, David Carter finally stubbed out his pipe and stood up. "You're back? Why so late? That cut on your hand, are you okay?" His gaze fell on the makeshift bandage and the oozing bloodstain on Jason Carter's arm. "I'm fine, old man. Just a minor scratch," Jason Carter said with a smile as he held out the bucket. "Look what I caught. I got pinched by accident, but it was worth it." "What on earth could V pinched you?" David Carter muttered, glancing nonchalantly into the bucket. The next second, his voice trailed off. Under the light, a blue king crab as big as a washbasin was sprawled across the bottom of the bucket, its two massive claws opening and closing. David Carter's expression froze. He snatched the bucket, held it up to the light, his eyes wide with shock. He'd even forgotten to breathe. This. As a seasoned fisherman, David Carter could tell at a glance just how substantial this crab was. He'd never even heard of such a massive, high-quality specimen turning up in the tidal flats of Seacliff Village. David Carter reached out with a slightly trembling hand, intending to touch the crab's shell, but snatched it back abruptly. "Young Jason, you," David Carter snapped his head up, his gaze fixed sharply on Jason Carter, his voice cracking. "Tell Grandpa the truth. Where on earth did you get this thing?" Jason Carter had been prepared for this. Facing his grandfather's interrogation, he smiled. Instead of answering directly, he asked in return, "Grandpa, don't you remember? When I was little, you told me a story about a Dragon King's cave at the easternmost tip of the Black Reef in our village. You said the cave rarely reveals itself only during the year's biggest astronomical tide. When the tide recedes the farthest, does the entrance appear for a brief moment, and that it's home to the Crab King and his generals. I saw that the tide had receded especially low today, so I ran over to the spot you mentioned to try my luck." He blamed it all on the story Grandpa himself had once told. David Carter listened, completely dumbfounded. Dragon King's cave? Crab kings and generals? He seemed to recall telling his young grandson such tall tales just to amuse the child. But now, this very real blue crab king was right in front of him. Could all that nonsense passed down by the older generations actually be true? He looked at his grandson, then down at the giant crab in the bucket, his mind in a whirl. Seeing his grandfather waver, Jason Carter quickly added, "I thought you were pulling my leg, but I never expected it to be real. The entrance is right under a big rock. You'd never see it if you weren't paying attention. I had to keep tapping it with a rock for ages before this guy finally came out. That it took a lot of effort to catch it when my arm got pinched." David Carter was completely shaken. All those ancient legends about this ocean suddenly came into sharp focus. Right. There really is a story like that. He slapped his thigh hard. The doubt on his face vanished, replaced by excitement and pride. "Way to go, kid. How do you have such a good memory? I thought you'd forgotten all about it. And you actually found it." Grandpa's face flushed with excitement, and his gaze toward Jason Carter was filled with approval and affection. "Ha ha ha. My grandson, David Carter, you're really something. Jason Carter breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, put on a modest expression and added, It's all thanks to your great teaching, Grandpa. I'm planning to take it into town tomorrow to sell it and do a live stream while I'm at it. Grandpa, why don't you teach me a few more of those family secrets? I'll share them with the townspeople during the live stream. They'll definitely love it. Of course. David Carter's enthusiasm soared at the suggestion. He stood up straight, hands clasped behind his back. Remember this, look to the southeast in the morning, look to the northwest in the evening. That's how to read the weather by the clouds. A sky like fish scales means, even if it doesn't rain, the wind will be wild. That describes the appearance of the clouds and also what kind of rock crevices octopuses like to hide in, what kind of sand you can dig up king clams from. There are plenty of these tricks. Grandpa enthusiastically passed on a lifetime of experience, while Jason Carter nodded repeatedly, committing every one of these valuable camouflage tips to memory. For dinner, the grandfather and grandson blanched conch and oysters, served with soy sauce and mustard, and enjoyed their meal immensely. The king blue crab was kept in a large basin, ready to fetch a good price the next day. After dinner, Grandpa went over to the neighbor's house to brag about his grandson's catch. Jason Carter finally had some time to himself. He returned to his room, closed the door, gathered his thoughts, and opened the status dashboard. Host, Jason Carter. Level, LV.1 100. Ready to level up. Reputation points, 100. System, level up. Ding. Experience points are maxed out. Do you want to spend 100 reputation points to level up? Yes. Leveling up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've reached LV. 2. Experience, 1000. System energy cap increased to 2020. Intermediate detection. Detection range expanded to 30 meters around the host. New feature unlocked. Item information analysis. Consume a small amount of energy to perform a detailed analysis of specified non-living items. Done. The detection range has tripled, and he has gained the item information analysis feature. This new feature came at just the right time. Tomorrow at the seafood market, he'll be able to see right through the quality, age, and origin of all the seafood. He suppressed his excitement and shifted his gaze to another corner of the panel. Current side quest list. Auxiliary mission, the resentment of Seacliff Village. Mission description. Local streamer Seacliff Village brother Victor has taken a personal dislike to you, and a scandal targeting you is brewing. Mission objective. In the next confrontation, thoroughly defeat Victor Hall and ruin his reputation. Mission reward. Depending on completion rate, you'll receive 500 reputation points, with a chance to obtain special items. Victor Hall? A cold smile tugged at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. He originally planned to quietly sell the crabs and pay off his debt, but since the other guy was determined to walk right into his trap, he wouldn't hold back. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the pitch-black night and the sound of the waves in the distance. His gaze hardened. Tomorrow, the Eastport City Seafood Market was bound to be anything but quiet. Chapter 6. 500? Who do you think you're looking down on? Just as dawn was breaking, Jason Carter woke up. As soon as he woke up, Jason Carter rushed out to the yard to check on the blue king crab in the basin. The big guy was still full of energy, swinging his 2 huge claws back and forth in the water, looking quite restless. Young Jason, up so early? Grandpa David Carter was up too, tending to his prized fishing gear. Yeah, Grandpa, I've got to head into town today to sell this guy. Jason Carter pointed to the blue king crab in the basin. David Carter nodded and brought out a foam cooler with an oxygen pump from the house. Use this to pack it. Don't let it die on the way. It's worthless if it's dead. David Carter pulled a few crumpled bills from his pocket and slipped them into Jason Carter's hand. Buy yourself something to eat on the way. Jason Carter didn't refuse and took the money. Grandpa, I'll be back. After breakfast, Jason Carter carefully placed the Blue Crab King in the foam box and boarded the first bus from the village to the city. At 8 a.m. sharp, Jason Carter arrived at the entrance of the Eastport City Seafood Trading Center. This was Eastport City, a renowned seafood distribution hub for the surrounding region. The air was thick with the salty, fishy smell, and the hubbub of hawkers' cries, the rumble of tires, and the clatter of unloading cargo blended into a chaotic din. Jason Carter took a deep breath, found an open corner, set up his old phone, and started his live stream. Over 8,000 fans who had been waiting in the live stream chat flooded in instantly. Yes here. Yes here. The streamer S finally arrived. I didn't even eat breakfast. I've been waiting to see today's big show. Hurry up. Show everyone that Godzilla. Jason Carter smiled and greeted his viewers, then pointed the camera at the foam box. He opened the lid, and the giant blue king crab reappeared before everyone. Even though they'd already seen it once, the chat was still filled with gasps of amazement. Alright guys, the challenge begins. Today's goal is to turn this into cash. Jason Carter closed the box, picked it up, and walked into the market. Jason Carter activated the system's upgraded intermediate detection and item information analysis. In an instant, the world before his eyes changed once again. Within a 30-meter radius, the seafood on every stall glowed with different hues in his eyes. Most were a plain white, a few were the green typical of high-quality goods, and occasionally blue specks of light flashed by. When Jason Carter's gaze landed on a piece of seafood, an information box popped up. Item: yellow croaker. Source: farmed. Freshness: 85% chilled for 2 days. Market fair price: 180 yuan jin. Item: Boston lobster. Source: imported from Canada. Freshness: 95% live. Market fair price: 130 yuan jin. Jason Carter clenched his fist. This item information analysis feature was practically made for the seafood market. With it, none of the shady dealings here could be hidden. Jason Carter composed himself and walked up to a large stall. The vendor was a bald, heavy-set man who was sitting with his legs crossed, playing on his phone. The stall was piled high with seafood. Several items were glowing green and looked to be of good quality. "Sir, are you buying?" Jason Carter asked politely. The bald, heavy-set man didn't even lift his eyes, just letting out a lazy Jason Carter opened the foam box, revealing the king blue crab. Several customers nearby who were picking out seafood were immediately drawn to it, letting out a series of gasps. Good grief, a blue crab this big? How many years must it have taken to grow this big? Only then did the bald, heavy-set man reluctantly put down his phone and glance over. When he saw the size and quality of the blue crab king, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly gave way to a look of disdain. He eyed Jason Carter up and down, dressed in cheap clothes and holding a beat-up phone for a live stream, clearly just a young kid who didn't know the business. "It's not bad, but it's way too big, hard to sell." He curled his lip and held up 5 fingers. "This much? 500? Jason Carter asked. "What else? Were you expecting 5,000? The bald, chubby man chuckled and picked up his phone again. "If you're selling it, put it down. If not, get out of here, don't block my business." His attitude instantly set the live stream ablaze. "I love gossip. Holy shit. 500? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Keyboard warrior. Rip off. Total rip off. This shop owner's heart must be black. Bro, don't kill me. Streamer. Don't sell it to him. This jerk is clearly taking advantage of you." Jason Carter, however, actually smiled. In a voice only he could hear, he said to the system, "Analyze the biggest grouper on his stall. Item: Wild Eastern Star Grouper. Origin: South China Sea. Freshness: 65% chilled for over 5 days, soaked in chemical solution to enhance color. Market fair price: 400 yuan jin. Standard quality: this fish is approximately 50 yuan jin." Jason Carter curled the corner of his mouth. Just as he suspected something was off. Jason Carter didn't call him out on the spot. He simply shook his head at the bald, fat man, closed the crate and walked away. "Pfft, cheapskate." The bald, fat man spat contemptuously. As he walked away, Jason Carter calmly addressed his live stream audience. "Guys, don't get upset. This is the first hurdle at the seafood market. It's called treating people differently based on who they are." He saw that I'm young and live streaming, so he assumed I'm an influencer desperate for fame, using props to grab attention, or that I simply don't understand the market. That's why he drove the price down as low as possible. He was betting that I was in a hurry for cash or wouldn't have the nerve to walk away, so I'd eventually have to accept his offer. His analysis was both calm and professional, and the agitated mood in the live stream eased considerably. The comments were now filled with admiration. "The streamer is so calm. I've learned a lot. I had no idea there were so many tricks of the trade." Jason Carter walked over to the second stall. The vendor was a man as skinny as a monkey who had witnessed the entire exchange with the bald, fat guy earlier. As soon as Jason Carter approached, he pretended to greet him warmly. "Hey kid. Don't listen to that fat guy, he doesn't know his stuff. Come on, let me take a look. Jason Carter opened the box again. Wow, what a fine piece. The monkey-faced man feigned admiration, then changed the subject. Too bad high-end hotels don't accept this kind of wild game these days. They find it too much of a hassle to handle and already have their regular suppliers. Stuff like this is only for us small-time buyers to keep for ourselves. Hear us the deal. I'll offer a bit more than that fat guy, 800. Let us be friends. I love gossip. Puffed. One plays the good cop, the other the bad cop. Huh. Do they think we're idiots? Bystander. These guys are so sneaky they've already rigged this. Jason Carter's gaze swept over the monkey-faced man's stall, and a fish that was bright red all over and looked fresh caught his eye. Item: red grouper dyed. Source: farmed. Freshness: 70% colored with the carcinogenic dye, red powder. Market fair price: 30 yuan Jean. Jason Carter's expression darkened. He shook his head and, still without saying a word, prepared to walk away. Hey kid! The monkey-faced man grabbed Jason Carter's arm. 800 is plenty. Take a look around, no one in this market will offer a higher price than me. His words were brimming with confidence, even carrying a hint of threat. Jason Carter stopped in his tracks, glanced back at him, and said indifferently, Boss, this fish is way too red. Be careful not to stain your hands. With that, he walked away without looking back. The monkey-faced man's face went pale in an instant, his outstretched hand froze mid-air. His eyes filled with terror and disbelief. How could he know? Although the viewers in the livestream were confused by this scene, they all sensed that something was off. What did the streamer mean by that? There's more to it than meets the eye. Look at that shop owner's expression, he looks like he has seen a ghost. Jason Carter didn't explain. He knew that sometimes it's best to leave things unsaid. Over the next half hour, he asked at 4 or 5 more stalls. The result was the same. As if they'd all colluded, none of the vendors offered more than 1,000 yuan, and their words were laced with sarcasm and disdain. The entire seafood market seemed to have colluded to gang up on him, the outsider. Jason Carter stood in the middle of the market aisle, holding his styrofoam box, saying nothing. Viewership in his livestream had skyrocketed to 15,000 thanks to this one-man raid on a shady market drama. The audience was outraged, frantically flooding the chat with messages to voice their support for him. But Jason Carter knew full well that viewership was fleeting. If he didn't sell that crab today, he wouldn't complete his initiation mission, and his online persona would crumble. To the stall owners, his silence meant he was at a loss. Kid, done window shopping? 300 yuan, are you selling it or not? If you don't sell it now, it won't be worth a penny once it's dead. The bald, heavy-set man from earlier shouted at him from a distance, drawing a wave of laughter. Jason Carter looked up and stared at him calmly, saying nothing, but his mind was racing. The system's valuation of 8,888 yuan confirmed the item's value. These ordinary vendors didn't recognize its worth, or rather, they couldn't afford ingredients of this caliber. He needed to find a buyer who truly knew its worth and could afford it. Jason Carter's gaze swept past the noisy, ordinary stalls toward the deepest recesses of the market. There were several shops with distinctly different decor, clean facades bearing signs like XX Premium Seafood and exclusively for hotels. That was where he needed to go. Chapter 7. You call yourself Brother Victor? Public humiliation. The fat stall owner's rant drew a burst of laughter amid the clamor of the market. Several nearby vendors eyed Jason Carter with a, let us see how this plays out, look, waiting to see how he'd handle the situation, eye in their eyes. This kid was about to bow to reality any moment now. Either he'd sell that rare crab at a bargain price and become a laughingstock in the trade, or he'd slink away with his bucket, having wasted a whole day, and the crab might even die on the way. Either way, they found the whole situation quite amusing. However, Jason Carter's reaction caught them off guard. He didn't get angry, didn't argue, and didn't even spare the fat man a second glance. He simply turned around calmly, hoisted the styrofoam box filled with hope, and set off toward the deeper reaches of the market. Amid the surrounding snickers, his back remained straight. Huh, he's putting on quite a show. Let us see how far he gets the shops inside R&T for someone like him. The murmurs behind him weren't loud, but Jason Carter heard every word clearly. Fuck that. He sneered inwardly, not slowing his pace. Just as he was about to leave the retail section, a burly figure suddenly darted out from the side, flanked by several henchmen, blocking his path. The man had dark skin and a stocky build, wearing a tight black tank top that highlighted his bulging muscles. A gaudy gold chain dangled from his neck, and a dragon tattoo stretched across his arm. His entire presence exuded an aura of someone best not to mess with. Jason Carter stopped in his tracks. The live stream camera faithfully captured the entire scene. I love gossip. Holy crap, what is going on? The mob? Bystander? This guy looks so menacing. Streamer. Run. Jason Carter raised an eyebrow. He recognized this person. Or rather, he recognized this username. Seacliff Village Brother Victor. The guy who been making snide remarks in his livestream yesterday. He actually tracked down the real person today. What a coincidence. He been worrying about the lack of progress on the auxiliary mission. In Jason Carter's mind, the mission panel for auxiliary mission, the resentment of Seacliff Village seemed to light up for a moment. Victor Hall, aka Seacliff Village Brother Victor, didn't he even give Jason Carter a chance to speak. He stepped forward and, in a booming voice, bellowed at Jason Carter and all the onlookers around them. Hey, isn't this that newbie streamer who shot to fame overnight? His words were dripping with sarcasm. What's the matter? Can't sell your crabs? I told you ages ago that stuff of yours is just a prop. Can't keep up the act anymore. Can you? Victor Hall jutted out his thick finger, nearly poking Jason Carter in the face, then turned to the crowd to stir up a commotion. Everyone, come take a look. This is the guy who went live online yesterday, claiming he caught a crab this big on the beach here in Seacliff Village and fooled over 8,000 followers. He thinks we're all idiots. A king crab of this caliber. Forget Seacliff Village. You wouldn't find one like this in all of Eastport City for years. He bought this prop in advance just to put on a show and grab attention. Victor Hall's voice was loud and booming, highly effective at stirring up the crowd. The vendors and customers who had been watching the spectacle perked up the moment they heard this. So it was an industry feud, or even a scam bust. This was way more interesting than just doing business. The crowd quickly gathered around, pointing and whispering at Jason Carter, their suspicious glances growing more and more intense. I knew it. No one's that lucky. So it was all an act after all. These kids today will do anything to get famous. Brother Victor's been a veteran streamer around here. He's definitely right. In an instant, almost everyone believed Victor Hall's words. Back in the livestream chat, Jason Carter's fans immediately panicked. Bro, don't kill me. Bullshit. We saw the streamer catch it with our own eyes. Keyboard warrior. Who is this guy? Is he just jealous? Can't stand seeing others do well? Shark Prince, Brother Victor, right? I know who you are. Aren't you the one who streams digging for sandworms every day but can't even catch 3 or 2 liang after digging for ages? If you're not good at it, don't come out here and make a fool of yourself. Unfortunately, Victor Hall couldn't see these comments. He only noticed that Jason Carter hadn't said a single word the entire time, so he assumed he'd hit a nerve and made him feel guilty. The smug look on Victor Hall's face grew even broader. Leaning almost right up against Jason Carter's face, he continued to bellow, Kid, out of words? I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Let me tell you, that Seacliff Village property is our locals' bread and butter, not something an out-of-town con artist like you can just come in and exploit. After saying that, he deliberately shoved Jason Carter's shoulder. Jason Carter didn't budge an inch. He just stared quietly at Victor Hall, his gaze as if he were watching a monkey jumping around. Only after the other man had finally finished yelling did he speak slowly, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for everyone around to hear. Finished. Victor Hall froze for a moment. If you're finished, it's my turn. Jason Carter didn't look at him again. Instead, in full view of everyone, he crouched down and slowly opened the lid of the foam box. He reached in and plunged his hand directly into the box. The next second, amid a collective gasp, he pulled the blue king crab out bare-handed. The giant crab was clearly enraged by the earlier jostling the moment it broke the surface. Its 2 massive claws thicker than an adult man's wrist began swinging wildly, their clack-clack sound ringing out clearly. One of its massive claws snapped violently toward Jason Carter's wrist. Ah! A timid woman screamed. Jason Carter flipped his wrist instead of retreating. He moved in, using a clever angle to make the crab's claw snap into empty air with a click. At the same time, the fingers of his other hand precisely locked into the joint of the claw, immobilizing it instantly. The entire move was crisp, clean, and highly skillful. This was more convincing than any words could be. That lively, ferocious energy, that powerful struggle. If this were a prop, The prop maker's craftsmanship would be truly incredible. Victor Hall's expression changed instantly. Jason Carter held up the giant crab, which was still struggling for its life, and brought it close to Victor Hall's face, a hint of amusement on his face. "Brother Victor, right? You're saying this is a prop? Here, feel it. See if this claw pricks your hand." Victor Hall instinctively took a step back, startled by the massive crab claws, his face alternating between pale and red. Jason Carter chuckled softly, pulled the crab back toward him, then addressed the crowd around him and his livestream camera, shouting, "If this is a prop, then Brother Victor, you rolling around in the mud every day, live streaming for hours without even digging up a few sandworms, is that performance art?" Ah! Someone in the crowd couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Immediately, the laughter spread like wildfire, filling the air. "Ha ha ha ha! That guy is so mean. Performance art? Damn, that is spot on. Now I remember I've watched that Brother Victor's livestream. It really is ha 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 ha." Victor Hall's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. Jason Carter's remark not only proved his point but also hit right where it hurt. As a beach foraging streamer, his Achilles heel was his lack of skill. He often went half a day without a catch, forced to fill the airtime with bragging and hype. Now, Jason Carter had exposed that very weakness right in front of tens of thousands of live viewers and everyone in the marketplace. The chat was going wild. "I love gossip. Ha 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 ha. Performance art. That's brilliant. That streamer's got a silver tongue. Bro, don't kill me. Awesome. So awesome. I just love seeing these incompetent, loudmouth idiots get publicly humiliated. Keyboard warrior. I'm a fan now. This streamer isn't just skilled, he's got a sharp tongue too." Victor Hall stood amid the crowd's laughter, feeling all eyes pinned on him. His face was bright red as he pointed at Jason Carter, unable to form a complete sentence for what felt like an eternity. You little don't get too cocky." In the end, he could only squeeze out this feeble remark through gritted teeth. "Cocky?" Jason Carter placed the blue king crab back into the foam box, closed the lid, stood up, and patted the water droplets off his hands. He looked straight at Victor Hall. The amusement in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold stare. "I'm simply stating a fact. And by the way, the sea off Seacliff Village doesn't belong to your family. The ocean belongs to everyone, and it only provides for those who are prepared and capable. You aren't qualified yet." With that, Jason Carter paid no further attention to this opponent who had become a laughingstock. He picked up the box and walked straight through the path the crowd had automatically parted to make, heading toward the select seafood shops deep within the market. Victor Hall was left standing alone, clenching his fists with a look of hatred in his eyes, like a venomous snake whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 8. "Boss, your employee is trying to kick me out." Jason Carter carried the box, weaving through the crowd that parted automatically for him. Behind him was Victor Hall's face, flushed a deep liver brown, and the unmasked mockery of those around him. In the livestream chat, comments kept flooding in, all cheering him on. "I love gossip. Ha ha ha. That was so satisfying." The streamer's final line, "You're not even worthy," was so cathartic. Keyboard warrior. Brother Victor? He has a dead tiger now, Eddie. His face is all swollen from the slap. "Bro, don't kill me. Starting today, I'm Brother Jason's die-hard fan." Jason Carter didn't let it get to him. The panel for auxiliary mission, the grudge of Seacliff Village, flashed through his mind. Victor Hall's venomous glare made it clear this wasn't over yet. But he didn't care. A yapping dog would quiet down with just a single kick. He had more important things to do right now. Jason Carter made his way through the retail district toward the deepest part of the market. Felt like another world here. The floor was clean, and the air was free of the fishy stench. Only a faint, salty sea breeze lingered. The storefronts were made of stone and glass, brightly lit, with various temperature-controlled tanks and oxygen-generating equipment inside. This was where high-end business was conducted. Jason Carter's gaze settled on the largest shop, whose black sign bore 4 large characters, written in sweeping calligraphy, "Yunding Pavilion." He silently repeated to himself, "Analyze. Yunding Pavilion Fine Seafood Department." Background: direct supply point for the 5-star Yunding Pavilion Hotel in Eastport City, specializing in top-tier, rare seafood. Reputation: 98%. This was the place. Jason Carter, carrying his foam cooler, strode purposefully toward it. Before he even reached the entrance, A young clerk in the store's uniform, his hair slicked back, hurried out to greet him, his face bearing a professional, forced smile, though his eyes were filled with scrutiny and impatience. The clerk's gaze swept over Jason Carter's faded t-shirt and worn sweatpants, finally settling on his mud-stained cooler, and he gave a barely perceptible frown. "Hello, sir. We're a direct supplier to the hotel and don't sell to the general public. If you'd like to buy seafood, there are plenty of vendors in the retail area up ahead." His tone was polite, but the message was clear. "This isn't the place for you, get out of here." The live stream instantly erupted into chaos. Bystander, damn, another snob looking down on people. Keyboard warrior. Are these people all cut from the same mold? Judging by how someone's dressed. Huh? Jason Carter, however, smiled and said calmly, "I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell." Sell things? The young clerk looked as if he'd heard a joke, sizing him up from head to toe, no longer bothering to hide the contempt on his face. "We only accept top-tier goods here, things like 30-year-old yellow croaker and half-meter-long lobsters. That box of yours? Let us just forget it." As he spoke, he held out his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Don't block the doorway. Our boss is making the rounds inside today, you wouldn't want to disturb him, would you?" At that, the viewers in the live stream were completely incensed. "Bro, don't kill me. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Streamer, smash that crab in his face and show him what top-tier goods really mean." Jason Carter didn't lose his temper. He simply steadied himself, completely ignoring the clerk, and raised his voice toward the store interior. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried well, clearly reaching inside the store. "This wild blue crab king is only for those who know its true value." That single statement made the young clerk, who had been about to push him out, freeze in his tracks. It also caused a slightly plump middle-aged man inside the store, who had been talking to someone, to stop mid-sentence. The middle-aged man was about 45 or 46 years old, slightly plump, with a kind face. He wore a hand-sewn, dark blue Chinese-style jacket with button loops, and a glossy string of agarwood beads wrapped around his wrist. He was clearly no ordinary person. He turned at the sound, his brow initially furrowing slightly in annoyance at the commotion at the door. But when his gaze swept past the clerk and landed on the foam box at Jason Carter's feet and the massive, bluish-black crab claw peeking out from between the box's cracks, his expression changed instantly. His eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief, which eventually gave way to excitement and a fiery gleam. "Xiao Lu, stop." The middle-aged man spoke, his voice gentle yet carrying an air of authority. The clerk named Xiao Lu shuddered, whipped his head around, and upon seeing his boss's expression, turned pale with fear. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou." The middle-aged man, addressed as Mr. Zhou, waved his hand, signaling for him to step back. He took a few steps forward, walking straight toward Jason Carter. At that moment, the entire market fell silent. The surrounding vendors, who had been watching the spectacle, were all stunned. They recognized this middle-aged man, Wyatt Coleman, the big boss of Cloud Peak Pavilion. He was a leading figure in the entire Eastport City restaurant industry. How could he have come out in person and be walking toward that penniless kid? In the distance, Victor Hall, who hadn't left yet, saw this scene and felt a sharp twitch in his facial muscles. Wyatt Coleman paid no heed to the stares of those around him in his eyes. There was only Jason Carter and that foam box. He walked up to Jason Carter, a friendly smile on his face, but his tone was serious. "Young man, would you mind if I took a look at your goods?" Jason Carter nodded, crouched down, and opened the lid of the box. When the king blue crab was fully exposed to the air, Wyatt Coleman's pupils suddenly contracted. A perfect build, top-notch quality, and that fierce vitality. He didn't reach out immediately, but instead turned to the stunned assistant standing beside him and said, "Go get my gloves and the digital scale." Soon, the assistant respectfully presented a pair of pristine white silk gloves and a precision digital scale. Wyatt Coleman slowly slipped on the gloves. His demeanor suggested he wasn't merely examining a crab, but rather appraising a precious antique. He reached out cautiously, tapped the crab's shell lightly, listened to the crisp, resonant echo, and nodded. He then turned the crab over to examine the plumpness of its abdomen, and the look of satisfaction in his eyes deepened. "What a fine crab!" he exclaimed sincerely. "Look at that green back, snow-white belly, and golden claws. Its appearance is flawless. Judging by the wear on the joints and the thickness of the shell, this crab is at least 10 years old." His expert commentary was clearly transmitted to every viewer through Jason Carter's livestream. The live chat fell completely silent. The comments section, which had been bustling moments ago, was now completely blank. Everyone was stunned by this sudden display of expertise. "Young man, if I may ask, where in the ocean was this crab caught?" Wyatt Coleman looked up and asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Seacliff Village, Black Reef Beach," Jason Carter replied calmly. "Seacliff Village?" Wyatt Coleman paused in surprise, then burst out laughing. "That's interesting. Everyone says that Tidal Flat's been fished dry, but I never expected to find such a gem there. It seems the ocean really does favor those with a special connection." He carefully placed the blue king crab on the digital scale. When a string of bright red numbers popped up, a wave of uncontrollable gasps once again rippled through the crowd. 2.68 kilograms. Over 5 jin and 3 liang. A blue crab weighing over 5 jin. This was beyond the comprehension of many in the crowd. Wyatt Coleman nodded with satisfaction. He took off his gloves and looked intently at Jason Carter, his face betraying his undisguised admiration. He admired not only this priceless crab, but even more so the young man standing before him. In the face of all the earlier challenges, this young man had remained neither servile nor arrogant. That kind of composure was even rarer than this crab. "Young man," Wyatt Coleman's smile turned sincere, "name your price." Chapter 9. The 8,800 crab stuns the crowd. "Young man, name your price." Wyatt Coleman's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the crowd. All eyes turned to Jason Carter. "Name a price? How much?" The vendors, who had previously been willing to offer only a few hundred, craned their necks, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. They didn't think this kid had any clout if he asked for too much. He'd offend Wyatt Coleman if he asked for too little. He'd just look like a fool. The 15,000 viewers in the livestream were also on the edge of their seats. Keyboard warrior. Here it comes. The most thrilling part is here. I love gossip. Don't chicken out, streamer. Name a high price. This thing's worth at least 5 figures. Bystander. Don't go giving him bad advice. What if you scare the big shot away? Jason Carter stood in the center of the crowd, feeling all eyes on him. In the past, he might have panicked, but now he just took a deep breath and steadied his nerves. Name a price? How the hell am I supposed to know how much to ask for? He recalled the valuation the system had given him, 8,888 yuan. Should he just quote that number? No, that doesn't sound like something a young man from a fishing village would say. It's too polished and would raise suspicion. Jason Carter quickly ran through the options in his head. Wyatt Coleman, standing before him, was well-dressed and ran a shop in the prime location. He was clearly a big shot. When dealing with someone like this, it's best to let him make the decision. Jason Carter looked up, met Wyatt Coleman's gaze, and flashed an honest smile. "Mr. Zhou, you're the expert. I'm just a guy who goes to the beach to catch food. I don't know anything about this stuff." He scratched his head and continued, looking a bit embarrassed. "Whatever you think it's worth, that's what it's worth. I trust you." Wyatt Coleman was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. His gaze toward Jason Carter filled with a touch of admiration. This young man was interesting. "All right, I won't take advantage of you just because you're new." Wyatt Coleman nodded with a smile, cutting to the chase. He held out his palm and added 3 fingers. "The quality and size of this crab are among the best I've seen in my 20-plus years in the business. I'll give you this amount." He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. 8,888. The moment that number was uttered, everyone around them was stunned. The room fell silent. Everyone's mouths hung open in disbelief. The bald, heavyset man who previously offered 500 dropped his cell phone onto the floor with a clatter he hadn't even noticed. The gaunt-faced man who said he'd pay 800 just to make friends had his mouth wide open. Xiao Lu, who had stopped Jason Carter, was deathly pale, his legs going weak. Had he just let a deal worth nearly 10,000 slip away? In the distance, Victor Hall's face was ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his flesh, his body trembling slightly with jealousy. 8,888. Even after streaming hard for a whole month and paying the platform's cut, he wouldn't make that much. Why does this kid have such incredible luck? The scene was deathly silent, but Jason Carter's livestream was going wild. "I love gossip. Holy shit. 8,800. Did I hear that right? Bro, don't kill me. Awesome. So awesome. Did you guys see the looks on those vendors' faces? Like they just eaten shit. Keyboard warrior. What a slap in the face. Yes, slapping everyone in the face with that money. Shark Prince. Brother Jason. You're the man. Guys, start sending gifts. In an instant, the screen was flooded with gift effects, causing the stream to lag. Wyatt Coleman was pleased with the reaction around him. Smiling, he told his assistant, "Go get me 9,000 in cash." The assistant immediately ran into the store. Jason Carter's heart was racing, but he tried his best to appear calm on the surface. "Mr. Zhou, we agreed on 8,888. The extra is just a gesture of friendship." Wyatt Coleman waved his hand and said with a smile, 8,900 for good luck. Soon, the assistant came out carrying a stack of brand new 100 yuan bills and respectfully handed it to Wyatt Coleman. Wyatt Coleman took the stack, pulled out one bill, and then personally handed the remaining 89 bills to Jason Carter. "Young man, count them." Jason Carter looked at the stack of bills, then glanced at Wyatt Coleman's smiling face and reached out to take it. The stack was thick and felt somewhat heavy. The moment his fingers touched the money, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Initiation mission. Launch your first live stream and find a treasure worth at least 1,000 yuan. Completed. Final cash out amount, 8,900 yuan, exceeding the mission target by 790%. Mission rating, perfect. Mission rewards being dispersed. Reward 1, plus 1,000 experience points. Level up to LV 3. Reward 2, plus 1,000 reputation points. Reward 3, unlocked new feature, danger alert. Reward 4, obtained a special item, Tear of the Sea God, Basic X1. The barrage of system notifications left Jason Carter's mind spinning a bit, but his face remained expressionless. He folded the money in half and stuffed it into the pocket of his faded jeans. The pocket immediately bulged. Wyatt Coleman smiled as he pulled out a business card and handed it to Jason Carter. "My name is Wyatt Coleman from Cloud Peak Pavilion. Kid, here's my personal number." He patted Jason Carter on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Next time you've got goods like this, don't bother coming to the market, just give me a call, and I'll send someone to pick it up. I guarantee a fair price." Jason Carter took the business card and nodded, "Sure thing." The transaction was settled. Wyatt Coleman's assistant carefully carried the giant blue crab into the store. Jason Carter smiled at the live stream camera. "Guys, mission accomplished." He didn't say much else, just slowly panned the camera across the surrounding vendors, finally resting it on Victor Hall's contorted face. Then he ended the live stream. With the entire market watching, Jason Carter shoved his hands into his pockets, tucking away his first earnings and the business card, and turned to leave. Chapter 10. Just made his first fortune, only to be slammed all over the internet? Jason Carter walked out of the seafood market, the warm afternoon sun beating down on him. He wasn't in a hurry to go home. He reached into his pocket and ran his fingers back and forth over the thick wad of cash. 8,900 yuan. The edges of the bills were a bit rough against his skin, but they felt very real. Just yesterday, he was a guy who could barely afford a bus ticket and was being driven nearly mad by debt collection calls. Today, through his own efforts and the system, he legitimately earned his first big score. This feeling was fucking awesome. Jason Carter didn't take public transportation back to the village. Instead, he grabbed a shared bike on the street and rode along at a leisurely pace. He had to pay off his most urgent debt first. Soon, he found a bank's 24-hour self-service area on the corner. As he pushed open the door and the cool air from the air conditioner hit him, his excitement finally began to subside. Walking up to the ATM, Jason Carter pulled out the stack of cash, thought for a moment, and withdrew 4,000 yuan. He counted the bills and deposited them. Watching his bank card balance on the screen jump from a paltry 33.5 yuan to 4,033.5 yuan, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and opened the Sutong Dai app, which he absolutely hated. He found the repayment page and entered the amount, 3,000 yuan. He deliberately didn't pay it off in full. He needed to keep this credit line open. He tapped, confirm, pay. A few seconds later, a text message popped up. "Dear user, your bank card ending in XXXX has successfully processed a repayment of 3,000 yuan. Jason Carter looked at the message and finally broke into a genuinely happy smile. The debt collection calls would never reach his grandfather again. He felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With the remaining 4,900 yuan in cash tucked away, Jason Carter walked out of the bank and boarded the bus back to the village. When he got home, his grandfather, David Carter, was humming a tune as he carefully wiped down a glass fish tank, preparing a new home for his grandson's next treasure. Seeing Jason Carter return, he asked with a smile, "How did it go? How much did you sell it for?" "Not bad," Jason Carter replied, not wanting to shock his grandfather with the exact amount. He pulled out the remaining stack of bills, took out 900 yuan, and handed it to him. "Grandpa, here's 1,000 yuan. Take this and buy yourself something nice to eat," David Carter said. "I don't want to keep it for yourself." But his hand obediently took the money, and the wrinkles on his face stretched into a broad smile. After seeing his grandfather off, Jason Carter returned to his room, closed the door, and the first thing he did was open the Shark Live backend. Just one glance was enough to make his heart skip a beat. Total followers, 38,451. New followers today, 30,109. Total live stream earnings, 4,582 yuan. This is crazy. The numbers have gone completely wild. It had only been a few hours, yet his follower count had more than quadrupled, and even his gift earnings had soared to over 4,000 yuan. It seemed that after he went offline, the recording of him selling crabs had gone completely viral on the platform. He took a deep breath and opened the Eastport City local forum. Sure enough, the titles of the most popular posts were all about him. #breaking. A sky-high-priced king blue crab spotted at the East Sea Seafood Market sold for nearly 9,000 yuan. Photos and video included. Hashtag technical analysis thread. Is that new streamer named Jason Carter a genius or just following a script? Hashtag I was there as a bystander, I can vouch. The buyer is Wyatt Coleman, owner of Cloud Peak Pavilion. He is definitely not an actor. Hashtag. The comments section was a chaotic free-for-all. Most people were in awe and envious, hailing him as the new god of shore fishing. But there were plenty of skeptics, too. "I don't buy it, this is definitely a publicity stunt. Who gets that lucky?" Exactly. That Wyatt Coleman might just be a plant hired by his company to put on a show. Just wait and see anyone who gets famous through a script like this one last a month. Jason Carter scrolled through the comments one by one, his face expressionless. He had expected this all along. That's just human nature. When you can't have something yourself, you hope others' success is fake too. He kept scrolling until a post in bold red caught his eye. "Smoking gun, exposing scam streamer Jason Carter." The full script behind the sky-high-priced Blue Crab King. The poster SID was none other than Seacliff Village brother Victor. Here it comes. Jason Carter's gaze turned cold as he clicked on the post. The post twisted black into white. In it, Victor Hall portrayed himself as a hero who stood up for justice and wasn't afraid to make enemies. He claimed he'd long seen through Jason Carter's scam that the King Blue Crab was a prop Jason Carter had bought from out of town, and that the so-called Cloud Peak Pavilion owner, Wyatt Coleman, was an actor hired by Jason Carter's company. To make his claims more credible, he posted a screenshot from an online store taken from who knows where showing the prop crab, along with a photo of Wyatt Coleman attending a business event. He declared with great conviction, "If they're hiring such a big-name actor, this production must have cost a pretty penny." Finally, feigning heartbreak, he concluded, "Guys, I, Victor Hall, have been around Seacliff Village for so many years, and what I can't stand the most are these scammers who deceive fans. They're polluting our pristine community. I'm putting it out there today. I'm at loggerheads with these scripted influencers. I hope everyone keeps their eyes open and doesn't get fooled." The post was highly inflammatory, and sure enough, a large crowd of Victor Hall's fans and bystanders gathered in the comments. "Support brother Victor. Expose this fraud. I knew it. How could something this ridiculous be real? It's definitely scripted. Jason Carter, get out of the live streaming world. Give us back our clean beachcombing community." The online flame war had already begun. Jason Carter looked at the insults on the screen, but instead of getting angry, he smiled. "Idiots. You think you can crush me with public opinion? You have no idea what you're up against." Just then, the cold, mechanical system alert sounded in his mind once more. Ding. Detection. Resentment toward Seacliff Village has escalated. Auxiliary mission update. Victor Hall has launched a full-scale online smear campaign against you, causing a negative impact on your reputation. Mission objective changed. In your next direct confrontation, utterly crush Victor Hall in an indisputable manner, ruin his reputation, and turn it into the cornerstone of your own reputation. Jason Carter closed the forum page, a cold glint in his eyes. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. He opened the status dashboard, his gaze settling on the new item he just acquired. Item: Tear of the Sea God Basic. Effect: Consumable. Can be used in a designated body of water to significantly increase its abundance of resources for a short period, attracting specific types of marine life to gather there. The corners of Jason Carter's mouth turned up slightly. Chapter 11. Trading a shotgun for a cannon. Just wait until tomorrow. Jason Carter closed the forum. The murderous intent in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of amusement. Victor Hall, just a clown. Arguing with him online was a complete waste of time, and it lowered his own standards. To deal with someone like that, he had to use facts to trample his meager self-respect underfoot, time and time again until it was crushed. However, Victor Hall's post did remind him of one thing. Script? Props? The reason these doubts spread wasn't just because the trolls loved to be snarky, it was mainly because the video quality from his crappy phone was so terrible. The footage was blurry, choppy, and the audio had static. With video quality like that, even if he actually caught a dragon, it would look like a loach on camera, giving the haters the perfect excuse. With subpar equipment, nothing went smoothly. It was time to upgrade his gear. Jason Carter glanced at the over 1,000 yuan he just deposited into his bank account, then felt the stack of 3,900 yuan in cash in his pocket, still smelling of fresh ink. Yesterday, he couldn't even come up with 300 yuan. Today, he was already able to make plans for his future. There was no point in getting upset over a guy who was still floundering in the mud. He stood up and walked out of the room. Grandpa, I'm heading out to town to pick up a few things. Go ahead. Be careful on your way. Grandpa David Carter was humming a tune as he carefully scrubbed the large basin he'd gotten in exchange for the blue crab king with a toothbrush, treating it like a precious treasure. Jason Carter smiled, turned, and headed out the door, boarding the bus to town. This town just outside Eastport City wasn't very big, but it had all the shops you'd expect. Jason Carter knew exactly what he was looking for and headed straight for the town's largest electronics store. As soon as he walked in, a uniformed sales associate approached him. "Hello, sir. What are you looking for?" "Cell phones," Jason Carter replied bluntly. The sales clerk's gaze swept over him, a t-shirt washed to a pale shade, old jeans, and a pair of open-toed canvas shoes. He was clearly from a nearby village, and the warmth on her face instantly faded by half. "We have models in every price range. What's your budget?" She pointed to a row of phones priced at 1,000 yuan behind the counter, her tone somewhat dismissive. Jason Carter ignored her and walked straight to the flagship phone display at the far end of the store, his gaze settling on the latest Huawei flagship model. It featured a curved screen, a star ring rear camera module, and a body that shimmered with a luxurious sheen under the lights. "That one, bring it out so I can take a look." The saleswoman froze for a moment, thinking she'd misheard. That phone was priced at 6,999 yuan, more than her monthly salary. "Sir, are you sure you want this one?" "Yes." Jason Carter nodded. Another male sales clerk who looked more experienced walked over. He glanced at Jason Carter, then at his determined gaze, and replied with a smile, "Sure, sir. I'll get it for you right away." He deftly retrieved the new phone and handed it to Jason Carter. Jason Carter held the phone in his hand, the cool metal frame, the smooth glass back. He turned it on, the screen lit up, and the crisp display and smooth operation were worlds apart from his old clunker, which might as well have been a brick. This was the one. "How's the water resistance on this phone?" Jason Carter asked. "It's IP68 rated. Theoretically, it can withstand being submerged in 1.5 meters of water for half an hour, and it's completely fine with everyday splashes," the male sales associate explained professionally. "That's not enough." Jason Carter shook his head. "I'll be using it at the beach a lot. I'll need to go in the water." He glanced over at the accessories section again. "Give me one of those professional diving cases. And that handheld gimbal stabilizer, I'll take one of those too. A lighting kit for nighttime live streams. I'll need that as well. A power bank, the one with the highest capacity." As Jason Carter checked off item after item, the female sales clerk standing beside him was practically speechless with astonishment. This wasn't some poor kid from the countryside. He was clearly a big spender here to go on a shopping spree. The male sales clerk's smile grew even broader as he deftly gathered every item Jason Carter had requested. Sir, that comes to 8,300 yuan. I'll round it down to 8,288 for good luck. Jason Carter didn't even bat an eye. He pulled the stack of cash from his pocket, counted out 4,300, then took out his phone and scanned the QR code to pay the remaining 3,988. As the payment confirmation tone rang out, Jason Carter walked out of the electronics store carrying a huge bag of loot. Under the female sales clerk's gaze a mix of shock and regret. Back home, Jason Carter locked himself in his room and began fiddling with his new gear. The brand new Warwick phone, encased in a sturdy professional diving case and mounted on a handheld stabilizer, instantly gave off a professional vibe. He opened the Shark Live app and logged into his account. His follower count had already surpassed the 50,000 mark, and his private messages and comment section were both filled with 99 plus. There were simply too many to keep up with. His supporters and haters were locked in a heated argument. Victor Hall's post had been pushed to the top of the trending list, with more and more bandwagon jumping haters piling on below. Don't believe a word of it, that crab looks like plastic to me. Exactly. If that kid can find a second treasure, I'll do a handstand and eat my own poop on live stream. Can't wait to see this streamer crash and burn. He definitely won't dare to stream again. Dare not stream again? Jason Carter laughed. He clicked the post update button in the dashboard, skipped the small talk, and typed 2 lines. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., live stream starts on time. After a moment's thought, he added one more line. Upgraded gear, HD live stream, I'll show you the real deal. Then, using his new phone, he snapped a photo of the full set of gear he just bought and hit send. As soon as the post went live, the comments and shares exploded. Bro, don't kill me. Holy shit, brother Jason is back. And he has upgraded his gear. He is getting serious now. Shark Prince. Huawei flagship plus waterproof case plus gimbal. Professional. So professional. Brother Jason is clearly turning live streaming into a full-fledged career. I love gossip. My expectations are through the roof. 7 p.m. tomorrow night, my alarm is already set. Of course, haters and trolls immediately flooded in as well. Keyboard warrior. Haha. Spend all the money you made on gear just to look the part. Huh? The more you do this, the more it shows you're nervous. Victor Hall. Die-hard fan. Keep putting on the show. I'll see what you pull out tomorrow. Don't let me catch you without even a conch shell. Bystander B. You've hyped this up so much, if you don't catch something on par with the Blue Crab King tomorrow, let us see how you'll save face. Jason Carter glanced at the polarized comments and nonchalantly turned off his phone. That's exactly the reaction he was after. Controversy equals buzz. Tomorrow, he'll use a live stream to send all his supporters into a frenzy and shut up all the doubters. He opened the status dashboard, his gaze landing on the item icon for Tears of the Sea God. Effect. Consumable. Can be used in a designated body of water to significantly increase its abundance of marine life for a short period, attracting specific types of marine creatures. If he is gonna play, he might as well go all out. Chapter 12. Trading a shotgun for a cannon facing a deep-sea colossus right from the start. At 7 p.m., as dusk fell, the coastal reefs grew dark. The sea breeze carried a salty, damp air, blowing in gusts. The waves crashed against the reefs, producing a rumbling roar. Jason Carter stood on a flat reef, calmly assembling the new gear he just bought that day. His Huawei flagship phone slid securely into the waterproof case. With a click, the case locked shut, and he attached the handheld gimbal stabilizer. The originally slim and lightweight phone was instantly transformed into professional filming equipment. Jason Carter opened the Shark Live app and looked at his ID. Brother Jason takes you to the shore. The live stream title was still the same as yesterday's. Upgraded gear, HD live stream, I'll show you the real deal. The number of followers in the back end had already risen to over 53,000. He took a deep breath and tapped the Start Live Stream button. The screen lit up, and the live stream began. The footage this time was completely different from last time. It was frighteningly clear. With the gimbal, the camera remained incredibly steady. The flagship phone's camera had exceptional light sensitivity. The nighttime rocks and the white waves crashing in the distance were all captured in crystal clear detail. You could even see the splashing water droplets. Here it comes. The stream is live. Holy crap. Look at that picture quality. Brother Jason, you didn't just switch phones, you switched to a TV station's camera. Didn't you? This clarity, this stability. Love it. Love it. It's like night and day compared to yesterday. Fans who had been waiting for a long time flooded in instantly, and the comment stream was immediately flooded with exclamations of amazement. Of course, the haters and trolls showed up right on time, too. Keyboard warrior. Haha, here he goes again. What good is fancy gear? Where are you gonna pull that plastic crab from today? Victor Hall superfan. Guys, watch closely, the actoress about to take his place and start looking for the prop he buried yesterday. Bystander B. Let us call it a day. He.S. just a phony trying to impress people with his gear. Jason Carter completely ignored this jumble of chaotic comments. The louder these people shouted, the harder their faces would be slapped later. Jason Carter smiled at the camera, his voice coming through clearly via the new equipment, no more static like before. Welcome, everyone, to my live stream. Today we're changing locations to see what new discoveries we can make. His voice was calm yet exuded confidence, instantly putting his worried fans at ease. Jason Carter didn't rush off instead. He spun around in place with his equipment. The camera smoothly panned across the surroundings, giving all viewers a complete view of this unfamiliar reef. Take a look, everyone. I rarely come to this spot myself. The reef structure here is more complex, the currents are stronger, and it's significantly more dangerous than yesterday's Black Reef. His professional commentary, paired with the high-definition footage, instantly energized the atmosphere in the livestream. However, his mind was on something else entirely. This was the place. Since hardly anyone ever came here, it was the perfect spot to use that thing. Pretending to survey the terrain, he slipped unnoticed behind a large rock at the water's edge, right in the camera's blind spot. System, activate Tears of the Sea God, he silently chanted in his mind. Ding. Do you wish to consume the special item, Tears of the Sea God Basic? Confirm use. Set the range to a fan-shaped area 50 meters ahead, targeting valuable bottom-dwelling fish. Command received. Tears of the Sea God has been activated. Jason Carter felt the glass bead-like item in his pocket grow slightly warm, then vanish as a warm current. He emerged from behind the rock without giving anything away, pretending he'd just been checking the non-slip soles of his shoes. Perfect. The preparations are complete. Now it's time to see the results. He raised his equipment again and began walking slowly along the coastline, all the while keeping his mouth busy. In weather like this, with the wind coming from the north, the waves drive the fish schools south toward the inner bay. So we need to walk against the wind to intercept the fish on their way home. These words were half true, half false. Half were the old-school methods his grandfather taught him, and half were made up on the spot. Anyway, as long as he ended up finding something, whatever he said would be right. The comments in the livestream were now split into two camps. His fans were listening with great interest. Learned something new. I had no idea there were so many tricks to beachcombing. Brother Jason really knows his stuff, no wonder, since he grew up by the sea. Meanwhile, his haters were going wild with mockery. He's making it up, he's spinning another tall tale. He's been walking for nearly 10 minutes and hasn't he even seen a single piece of kelp. All he does is brag. Jason Carter paid them no mind at all. His full attention was on the status dashboard in his field of view. Just as he walked to a corner formed by 3 rocks, a previously gray area on the system's detection interface suddenly began to glow faintly. First came a few scattered blue dots, indicating some valuable seafood. Immediately afterward, right in the middle of these blue dots, a massive purple-gold orb of light suddenly burst open. That glow was several times brighter than yesterday's blue king crab. At the same time, a series of system alerts rang out in his mind. Ding! Tears of the Sea God. Effect triggered. High-energy life signs detected. Warning! An ultra-rare target, a dragon grouper, has been detected 30 meters ahead, in a crevice 3 meters below the surface. Species: giant dragon grouper. Age: estimated at over 15 years. Length: approximately 1 meter. Condition: healthy, extremely aggressive. Estimated value: 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat. Yesterday's king blue crab, worth 8,800 yuan, had already given him a taste of sudden wealth. Today's catch was worth more than double that. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His face remained expressionless, and he even deliberately slowed his pace. He couldn't rush it, he had to play the part all the way through. He stopped, aimed his camera at a puddle at his feet, and used a metal rake to dig out a few starfish and hermit crabs. Look, These little critters may not be worth much, but their presence shows that the ecosystem in these waters is healthy. With small fish and shrimp around, that's what attracts the big fish. He spouted this nonsense with a straight face, laying the groundwork for his next move. His haters immediately pounced on the opportunity. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You've been walking for ages and all you found were a few lousy starfish. Equipment worth tens of thousands. Just to film this? You're quite the character streamer. Big fish. My foot, I see a big idiot. Jason Carter watched the live chat comments, grinning to himself. Let them rant, the louder they shout, the harder their faces will be slapped later. He tossed the starfish aside, stood up, and cast a seemingly casual glance toward the area marked by the system in the distance. All right, warm-up's over. The current over there looks interesting. Let us go check it out. His tone was flat as he set off, walking straight toward the purple light orb worth 20,000 yuan. As soon as he started walking, the haters in the livestream immediately sensed trouble. Soon, he arrived at the location marked by the system. It was a deep water area where several massive reefs formed a semi-enclosed pool. The water was deep and dark green. The system's arrow was pointing at the submerged portion of a massive rock in the center of the pool. There, a pitch-black crevice opened up. Guys, do you see that crevice? Jason Carter adjusted his stabilizer, slowly zoomed in with the camera, and simultaneously turned on his newly purchased high-intensity floodlight. A beam of light instantly pierced the water's surface, illuminating the scene below. Through the high-definition lens, all viewers in the live stream could clearly see a massive crevice about 3 meters below the surface, dark and menacing, like a giant mouth. The crevice was pitch black, its depths invisible occasionally. A few small fish would circle the opening only to be sucked inside in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Watching this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The number of comments in the live stream had mysteriously dropped. Is there something in there? That's so scary, it looks like a monstrous mouth. Even the most vocal haters were a bit unsure at that moment. Jason Carter's lips curled into a slight smile. He adjusted the angle of the floodlight so that the beam shone diagonally into the crevice. Just as the light swept across the opening, everyone saw a huge black shadow flash deep inside the crevice. The shadow appeared for less than a second, but that head was terrifyingly huge. Holy shit! What the hell is that? I saw it. It's huge. It's definitely a giant fish. After less than a second of silence, the live stream instantly exploded. Jason Carter's heart was in his throat. He knew the show was about to begin. Chapter 13. Outwitting the 100-gene Fish King. The whole internet is in shock. The live stream went quiet for a moment, then completely exploded. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What is that? A fish? How could it be that big? I saw it. It's definitely a fish. Look at the glint off those scales. Oh my god. Host, run. There's a monster in that hole. The fans were genuinely terrified. Under the high-definition camera, that massive black shadow that flashed by and the overwhelming sense of dread it brought made viewers' hearts race. As for the haters, after their initial shock, they found a new target for their attacks. Keyboard warrior. Fake. CGI. This is definitely CGI. Probably made for 50 cents, right? Victor Hall die-hard fan. Haha, it's just a shadow. Who knows if it's even a piece of kelp? The streamer is being mysterious again. Bystander B. If you're so confident, go ahead and pull it out. Don't just keep shining that flashlight back and forth. Jason Carter looked at the live chat comments, fully aware of what was going on. This was exactly the reaction he was after. If he didn't ramp up both the anticipation and the skepticism to the max, how could the upcoming slap in the face be loud enough? Not only was Jason Carter unfazed, but the corners of his mouth even curled up slightly. 20,000 yuan. A fish worth 20,000 yuan. Right there in that pitch-black hole waiting for him to catch it. Guys, don't panic. Jason Carter's voice was steady, as if what he'd just seen was nothing more than a little loach. Facing the camera, he began to explain in a calm, measured tone. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a large grouper hiding in there, and not just any grouper, but a very valuable one, the dragon grouper. He pointed the camera back at the bottomless crevice. Locals call this fish the lazy fish. It's both clever and lazy. It makes its home in a very safe rock cave, rarely coming out, and relies on the current at the cave's entrance to catch passing small fish and shrimp. His explanation, half educational, half information from the system, left the live stream viewers wide-eyed with surprise. Just reach in and grab it? That's impossible. Jason Carter shook his head. This guy is incredibly strong, you can't just yank it out. Plus, that crevice is full of sharp oyster shells. If you stick your hand in there, you can kiss it goodbye. He pointed to the area around the crevice. The only way is to outsmart it. Outsmart it? All the viewers, even the haters, were intrigued. Jason Carter set down his equipment and first used a rock to secure his phone's camera in a prime spot overlooking the entire pool. Then he began scouting the area. He didn't have to go far. Right at his feet, in a crevice between the rocks, he poked around with a metal rake and dug up a few conch shells and oysters. To the viewers, these were just worthless trinkets. Is the streamer giving up? Getting ready to pick up some conch shells to take home and make soup? That's hilarious. He has been bragging for ages, and in the end, all he can do is pick up conch shells. Jason Carter paid no attention to them at all. He picked up a fist-sized conch and smashed it with another rock thud. With practiced ease, he picked out the intact, plump conch meat from the broken shell, then pulled a roll of nylon cord as thick as a child's finger that he prepared earlier from his backpack. He tied the conch meat securely to one end of the cord and tied a tight knot. After finishing all this, he returned to the massive crevice but didn't drop the bait in. He walked around the giant reef rock to the other side. Look, everyone, he said, pointing to another small, submerged crevice. With a reef rock this big, there's more than one exit to the underwater cave. This one over here must be the back door. My grandfather taught me a trick called luring the snake out of its hole. Let us block the front entrance a little with some rocks, not completely, just enough to make it sense something off. Then we'll deliver the freshest bait right to its back entrance. Fish aren't very smart when they sense danger but smell the scent of the bait. They have only one choice: to rush out the back entrance and swallow the bait in one gulp. As he spoke, he actually picked up a few pebbles and tossed them into the opening of the large crevice. His entire sequence of actions and theory made perfect sense. The viewers in the live stream were all convinced. Holy crap, you can do it like that? What kind of god-tier beachcombing technique is this? The streamer is applying the art of war to beachcombing. I take back what I said earlier, the streamer isn't just lucky, he is a true master. Even his haters were silenced. They wanted to argue back, but found that every word Jason Carter said made perfect sense. They simply couldn't find a single point to criticize. Jason Carter carefully lowered the rope tied to the conch meat, guiding it slowly down the backdoor crevice. The entire live stream, over 50,000 viewers, held its breath at that moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the rope in Jason Carter's hand. Time ticked by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The water's surface remained perfectly still, and the rope didn't budge. The haters seemed to regain their confidence. Pfft. I knew it, just a bunch of hocus pocus. Can't keep up the act anymore, can you? Where's the fish? Where's your big fish? Just as a mocking comment floated across the screen. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The nylon rope in Jason Carter's hand snapped taut in an instant. A massive pulling force surged violently from beneath the water. Here it comes. Jason Carter let out a low growl, planted his feet firmly in a fighting stance, and his arm muscles bulged as he clenched the line with all his might. The immense force pulled him a step forward, and his canvas sneakers scraped against the slippery reef, producing a piercing screech. The live stream feed shook violently. Even with the stabilizer, everyone could feel the sheer terror of that force. Holy shit, it's on the hook. That's way too much power. Is it really a fish? Brother Jason, hold on. The fans' hearts instantly leapt into their throats. Jason Carter clenched his teeth, feeling as if the other end of the line was tethered to an underwater bull, frantically trying to drag him into the water. He could even hear the nylon line creaking from being overstretched. In his mind, the system's danger alert was flashing frantically. Warning! Target S-Force is too great, host is at risk of being dragged into the water. Damn it! I'm going for it. A flash of determination crossed Jason Carter's eyes. Instead of going head-to-head with the beast, he shifted his body to the side and swiftly wrapped the rope around a nearby protruding rock. Using the rock as a fulcrum, he instantly relieved most of the tension. Nice move! So clever! Brother Jason's reaction was incredible. The experts in the live stream immediately recognized the ingenuity of this maneuver and erupted in admiration. Jason Carter finally steadied himself and began wrestling with the giant creature beneath the water. He wasn't in a hurry to reel the fish in instead. He kept the line taut and used the rock to steadily wear down its stamina. This was a test of endurance. In the pool, the hooked grouper thrashed wildly, churning the water until it turned murky and sending spray flying in all directions. The standoff between man and fish was captured in vivid detail by high-definition cameras and broadcast live to tens of thousands of viewers. Everyone had forgotten to send comments, they were simply staring intently at the screen. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Jason Carter's forehead was already covered in sweat, but he could clearly feel the force on the other end of the line gradually weakening. That big guy was running out of steam. Now is the time. Jason Carter seized his chance, a gleam flashed in his eyes as he gave a mighty heave. "Pull yourself up," he roared, channeling all his strength into his arms, veins bulging, and yanked backward with all his might. Splash! Accompanied by a massive splash, a huge, black shadow covered in brown markings was yanked forcefully out of the water and slammed heavily onto the rocks. It was a fish. A fish so huge it defied everyone's imagination. It was nearly a meter long, plump and bulky, and must have weighed dozens of Gene. Its massive mouth opened and closed, it could easily fit an adult's fist. Lying on the rocks, its tail still lashed out in defiance, making a smack, smack sound. Each thud felt like a hammer striking the hearts of every viewer. At that moment, the entire live stream felt as if someone had pressed the mute button. The comment stream and virtual gifs came to a halt. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, as they stared blankly at the massive creature still thrashing on the phone screen, their minds going completely blank. Especially those haters who had been jeering just moments ago, the mockery and disdain still frozen on their faces, making them look both ridiculous and pitiful. Jason Carter was utterly exhausted. He propped himself up on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his chin onto the rocks. He looked at his prize, then at the camera, and grinned widely, a huge smile breaking through his exhaustion. He faced the camera and slowly raised a thumb. That simple gesture was like flipping a switch. The frozen live stream, after a full 10 seconds of silence, was instantly blown up by a tsunami of comments and gifs. At that very moment, the server even experienced visible lag. Ding! Auxiliary mission. Seacliff Village's resentment progress updated. Victor Hall is watching your live stream. His jealousy and fear have reached their peak, and his mental defenses are crumbling. Chapter 14. A 20,000 yuan fish king, what do you have to take me on? Holy shit! Brother Jason, you're the best. Gifts. Send those gifts. We'd be doing this fish a disservice if we didn't. In Jason Carter's livestream, the chat was flooded with comments and cheers. On the screen, the gift effects, rockets and airplanes were so numerous they nearly obscured the entire view, and the server lag turned these expensive animations into slow motion. The follower count in the background was jumping by the second, surging from 50,000 to over 80,000 in the blink of an eye. Jason Carter was gasping for breath, a mixture of sweat and seawater trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes. His arms and calves were slashed by the reef in several places, burning with pain. But it was as if he didn't even feel it. His eyes were fixed solely on the massive creature beneath him, still lashing its tail in defiance. 20,000 yuan. This thing is worth at least 20,000. This is 10 times more thrilling than that king blue crab from yesterday. Screw Victor Hall, screw the haters. In the face of a catch like this, all that previous smear campaign is nothing but a joke. He looked into the camera, though his face was worn out. His smile radiated confidence. Guys, did you see that? This is what I wanted to show you today, the real deal. His voice was hoarse, but every word came through clearly to every viewer via the high-definition equipment. The comment stream exploded once again. I saw it. I fucking saw it. I saw a god. Brother Jason, I was wrong. I'll never call you scripted again. I'm just a clown. A troll who had been ranting just moments ago sent a 1,000 yuan rocket. Ding. Auxiliary mission. Resentment in Seacliff Village progress significantly updated. Victor Hall's psychological defenses are nearing collapse. His reputation among local viewers has plummeted. Jason Carter glanced at the system notification, a cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. Collapse? No, this is just the beginning. He'd have to figure out how to deal with this beast. It was way too big. His little red bucket couldn't even hold a fish head. Plus, with something of this caliber, he had to cash it in as soon as possible. Alright guys, that's it for today. Jason Carter waved at the camera. This guy is way too big, I've got to get him back to my place ASAP. Tomorrow, same time, same place, I'll take you to the market and turn him into cash. Once again, he had teased tomorrow's livestream in the simplest, most direct way possible. With that, ignoring the chorus of "Don't go, please" from the chat, he decisively ended the stream. The world fell silent. Jason Carter looked down at the grouper at his feet and began to worry about how to get it back. He tried dragging it a bit, but the fish was heavy. Dragging it across the rough reef would surely damage its skin, affecting both its appearance and its selling price. Got it. Jason Carter's eyes lit up. He took off his t-shirt, soaked it in seawater, and then carefully wrapped it around the fish's head, paying special attention to the gills. Next, using the nylon rope that had served him so well, he tied one end to the fish's lower jaw and the other to his waist. He couldn't drag it, but he could lead it, keeping the fish's south body floating as close to the shore as possible as it followed him. No time to waste. Jason Carter led the fish just like that, keeping its body floating in the shallow water along the shore as it followed him. If anyone had seen this scene, their jaws would have dropped. He trudged toward the village, stepping now in deep water, now in shallow, and as he walked, he pulled out his new cell phone. The signal was excellent. He scrolled through his contacts and found the number saved only by its name, Wyatt Coleman. Jason Carter didn't call that would have seemed too eager. He aimed his camera at the half-submerged barramundi and snapped a high-resolution photo. In the photo, the massive fish stood in stark contrast to his feet. He opened the messaging app, sent the photo, and added a short note. "Good evening, Mr. Zhou. Caught another big one, are you interested?" After sending the message, he tucked his phone back into his pocket and went back to reeling in the fish. He was confident that someone like Wyatt Coleman would definitely contact him as soon as he saw the photo. Sure enough, in less than a minute, his phone vibrated, and Wyatt Coleman's name flashed on the screen. Jason Carter stopped in his tracks and waited for the ringtone to play for over 10 seconds before leisurely pressing the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Xiao Zhang. Oh my God, is that photo real?" On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman's voice was frantic, a far cry from the calm he displayed last time. "Yeah, just caught it. It's alive," Jason Carter replied calmly. "Alive? A wild grouper this big? Where are you? Where are you right now?" Wyatt Coleman's voice grew even more frantic. "I'm on my way back to the village, planning to take it to the market tomorrow." "No, don't do that." Wyatt Coleman cut him off immediately. "Don't move. Where are you right now? Are you in the village? I'll send people and a vehicle to pick you up right away. Keep a close eye on the fish, don't let it die, and don't let anyone touch it." This reaction was exactly what Jason Carter had expected. "All right, I'll wait for your people under that big banyan tree at the village entrance." Great, great. Wait there half an hour. We'll be there in half an hour at the latest." After hanging up, the corners of Jason Carter's mouth turned up. That's what you call professionalism. Meanwhile, at the Eastport City Seafood Market, Victor Hall stood in the aisle of the retail section, looking completely dazed, while the few henchmen beside him didn't dare breathe a word. Victor Hall's phone screen was still lit, frozen on the final frame of Jason Carter's livestream. His mind was filled with the image of that massive grouper being hauled out of the water, and the live chat comments like, "Brother Jason is awesome." Victor Hall was consumed by jealousy and hatred. Why him? He'd been working his way up here for 3 years, rising early and staying late. Whether it was skill or connections, he was convinced he was in every way superior to that poor kid who just returned to the village. So why was all the good luck going to that kid alone? First the king blue crab and now the grouper. The smear post he put out yesterday had now become a massive joke. He didn't even dare click on it. He could just imagine the comments section filled with mockery directed at him. "Bro, brother Victor, should we head back?" one of his underlings whispered. "Get lost." Victor Hall shoved him aside, his eyes bloodshot. He wouldn't accept this. He had to see with his own eyes whether that kid could really sell that fish for an astronomical price. He refused to believe it. The kid must be putting on a show. That's right, he'd definitely be back at this market tomorrow. When the time came, he'd expose him right in front of everyone. Just as Victor Hall was gritting his teeth and plotting his plan for tomorrow, the sound of a car engine grew louder as it approached. A black Mercedes-Benz van pulled in, its body polished to a mirror-like shine, a stark contrast to the fishy stench of the surroundings, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Victor Hall instinctively looked over as well. The van came to a stop, and the doors slid open silently. A man wearing a crisp suit and white gloves who looked like an executive's assistant stepped out of the vehicle. Without so much as a glance at the people around him, the man walked straight up to Jason Carter. Jason Carter? What was he doing here? Victor Hall's mind went blank. Behind Jason Carter were two villagers, carrying the giant grouper that had just appeared in the livestream on a huge tarpaulin. Mr. Jiang, our CEO Zhou is waiting for you inside, the suit-clad assistant said to Jason Carter, giving a slight bow with a deference so profound it was almost unsettling. Victor Hall's smile froze on his face. All the vendors gathered around to watch the spectacle were also stunned. What's going on here? Wasn't it supposed to be sold tomorrow? Why is it here now? And they even sent a private car to pick it up? Jason Carter nodded and pointed at the fish behind him. The assistant in the suit immediately understood. With a wave of his hand, two more people in work uniforms got out of the car. They deftly opened the trunk and lifted out a massive white live fish tank equipped with a professional oxygen pump. They carefully lifted the dragon grouper into the tank. Jason Carter glanced at Victor Hall, who was standing there dumbfounded, and, not bothering to say another word, turned to get into the car. Stop right there. Victor Hall finally snapped out of it, roared, and charged forward, blocking Jason Carter's path. It's a charade. You're still putting on a show. He pointed at Jason Carter, then at the Mercedes and bellowed to the crowd. Everyone, take a good look. This is his script. He even arranged for the car. That fish is definitely dead. It's been doped with hormones. The assistant in the suit furrowed his brow, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. He was just about to speak up and rebuke him, but Jason Carter reached out and stopped him. Jason Carter looked at Victor Hall standing before him and suddenly found the whole situation rather ridiculous. He simply asked calmly, Victor Hall, do you know what the most pitiful thing about a person is? Victor Hall froze. It's that you can't even understand why others are able to win. With that, Jason Carter ignored him, walked past him, and got straight into the Mercedes-Benz executive van, which exuded the scent of fine leather. The assistant in the suit turned to Victor Hall and coldly spat out two words, idiot. Then he got into the car as well. The black doors closed slowly, shutting out all the noise and stench of the market. The Mercedes pulled away smoothly, made a U-turn, and, amid countless stares filled with shock, envy, and jealousy, silently drove away from this place that didn't belong to it. Only Victor Hall remained, standing alone where he was, his face turning from crimson to ashen, and finally to a lifeless gray. Chapter 15. Today, I'm debt-free and free as a bird. The black Mercedes-Benz van pulled away slowly, drawing countless stares filled with a mix of shock, envy, and jealousy. Instead of leaving the market, the vehicle made a U-turn and headed toward the well-lit, neatly maintained premium section at the very back of the market. The tires rolled over the wet ground, sending up splashes of water. Inside the van, Jason Carter sat calmly, as if he weren't the one who had just humiliated Victor Hall with a few well-chosen words. But deep down, he knew the real show had only just begun. Jason Carter pulled out his brand new Warwick phone and tapped the screen. Guys, let us do an impromptu live stream. The live stream went live again. Fans who had assumed the stream had ended and were frantically discussing it on forums and in fan groups were stunned when they received the live notification, then rushed in. Holy shit, Brother Jason is streaming again. I just went to the bathroom. Did I miss anything? Is this in a car? Brother Jason, have you been kidnapped by a rich woman? Jason Carter smiled as he read the comments and turned the camera toward the car window. I haven't been kidnapped. Mr. Joe's people came to pick me up, and now they're taking me to his store. Let us go check it out together and see just how much this fish is really worth. As soon as Jason Carter said that, the viewership in the live stream instantly skyrocketed again. Everyone knew that the real show was just about to begin. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the grand entrance of Cloud Peak Pavilion. An assistant in a suit hurried out, opened the door, and respectfully gestured for him to step out. Jason Carter, holding his phone, strode out of the car. At the entrance, Wyatt Coleman, a heavyweight in Eastport City's restaurant scene, was already waiting with a broad smile. Behind them, a large crowd of curious merchants and customers, including Victor Hall, whose face was ashen and eyes filled with hatred, had followed from a distance, completely blocking the aisle in the premium section. They wanted to see with their own eyes how this grand spectacle would play out. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Wyatt Coleman greeted him warmly, completely unfazed by Jason Carter's sweat-soaked, plain attire. Behind him, two assistants had already carefully hoisted the massive grouper onto a huge stainless steel counter. Wyatt Coleman didn't rush to make an offer. He slipped on a pair of pristine white silk gloves, bent down with great care, and examined the fish's eyes. Its eyes are crystal clear, without a trace of cloudiness. That means it wasn't startled during the catch, so the quality of the flesh is top-notch. He then gently pressed the fish's body. The flesh is firm and springy. Xiao Jiang, your preservation methods are truly professional. The surrounding vendors watched in astonishment. Is it just buying a fish? Why does it feel like an antique appraisal? Only Victor Hall, seeing Wyatt Coleman's serious expression, felt his heart sink little by little. He knew this wasn't an act. After finishing his inspection, Wyatt Coleman removed his gloves, his face showing undisguised admiration. Wyatt Coleman looked at Jason Carter and remained silent for a few seconds. Those few seconds of silence had everyone on the scene and in the live stream on the edge of their seats. Suddenly, Wyatt Coleman burst out laughing and slapped Jason Carter on the shoulder. "Way to go, kid. Even better than that crab last time. That one was a general, this one here is a true king." He held up 2 fingers and announced in a booming voice, 20,000. That's what I'll give you, not a penny less. 20,000. The figure sent a shockwave through the crowd. The entire market instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape, as they stared at Jason Carter and the fish as if they were looking at a monster. One fish, 20,000. That was equivalent to what they, as small-time vendors, could earn after half a year of hard work. Victor Hall felt his vision go dark, his body swayed, and he nearly lost his balance. 20,000. Just yesterday he had posted online with great conviction, claiming that Jason Carter was a fraud and a con artist. Today, reality had dealt him a crushing blow. He felt like everyone around him was staring at him, mocking him, pitying him. He knew he was finished. Here in Eastport City, his reputation as Brother Victor of Seacliff Village was now completely ruined. After a moment of silence, Jason Carter's livestream was instantly flooded with comments. 20,000. Holy crap. My monthly salary is 2,500. I'd have to go without food or drink for 8 months just to afford that fish. Brother Jason, from today on, you're my only brother. Wyatt Coleman was very pleased with the reaction. Smiling, he asked Jason Carter, "Xiao Jiang, cash or bank transfer?" "Bank transfer, please, Mr. Zhou. It's more convenient." Jason Carter handed over his bank card. A few minutes later, Jason Carter's phone went ding. A bank text message appeared clearly on the screen. Your account ending in XXXX received 20,000 renminbi on date. Current balance, 20,645 renminbi and 50 cents. Jason Carter didn't put his phone away right away. He stared at the numbers on the screen, falling silent for 2 seconds. Then, facing the live stream camera, he spoke slowly. "Guys, thank you for your support and for being with me all this time. Today, with this money, I want to do something I should have done a long time ago." His voice carried a hint of indescribable emotion. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of viewers, he didn't close the banking app. Instead, he tapped on Yoshu alone. He tapped My Bills, and a jarring number appeared in the center of the screen. Remaining principal, 19,852.31 yuan. Jason Carter stared at the number, his expression a mix of emotions. "Back when I first graduated, I borrowed this money for someone for an unrealistic dream. I naively thought that with nothing but passion, I could make it big in the big city. Turns out I was wrong. Today, I'm going to use this money to put an end to those foolish years of my past." His voice was calm, yet it struck a chord with every viewer who had gone through a similar experience. After speaking, he tapped the Payoff Entire Balance Early button without hesitation. Enter password. Click Confirm. Payment successful. In the next second, the bill page that had weighed heavily on his heart for over 2 years instantly refreshed. All that remained on the screen were a few crisp, bold characters. "Congratulations. You currently have no outstanding balance." Jason Carter let out a long sigh of relief. He held the No Outstanding Balance page clearly in front of the live stream camera, a bright, relieved smile spreading across his face. "Guys, it feels so good to be debt-free." At that moment, the live chat exploded with excitement. The screen was flooded with rockets and airplanes, like a grand fireworks display celebrating this young man's liberation from the shackles of his past. Wyatt Coleman watched quietly from the sidelines, his eyes brimming with admiration. He knew that from this day forward, the future of the young man before him would be limitless. Jason Carter ended the livestream and bowed deeply to Wyatt Coleman. "Don't mention it," Wyatt Coleman said with a smile, waving his hand. "I should be thanking you for bringing me such a great find and such a spectacular show." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "As for that Victor Hall, I've already had someone speak to the market management. From now on, he won't have an easy time of it here." Jason Carter looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, followed by understanding. He realized this was how influential people solve problems. He nodded and said nothing more. By the time Jason Carter stepped out of the Cloud Peak Pavilion, most of the onlookers had already dispersed. Victor Hall was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he fled with his tail between his legs. The sunlight was just right, and even the air seemed to have lost some of its foul odor. Jason Carter took a deep breath and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He knew that, from this moment on, his life would begin anew. Chapter 16. A new plan? Take on the ghost of terror. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, casting a warm glow on Jason Carter's face. Leaning back in his seat, he watched the street scenery rush by outside and let out a long sigh of relief. "Congratulations. You currently have no outstanding balances." That line of green text on his phone felt even warmer to Jason Carter than the sunlight streaming in through the window. The debt that had weighed on his heart for over 2 years was finally cleared. This feeling was even more exhilarating than earning 20,000 yuan. He opened the banking app and glanced at the balance that left him both amused and exasperated. 793.19 yuan. Wow, a series of moves as fierce as a tiger, and just like that, his balance was back to square one. From being 20,000 yuan in debt, to having 20,000 yuan in hand, to a balance of less than 1,000 yuan, the whole process took less than an hour. Life's ups and downs happened just that fast. Far from feeling down, Jason Carter clenched his fists, his whole body brimming with energy. It was different now. This time, he was starting from scratch. Back in Seacliff Village, Jason Carter turned straight into the village's only convenience store. "Ma'am, give me 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of good liquor." The shopkeeper, who had been dozing off, startled at the sound. She looked up and saw it was Jason Carter. Her eyes filled with a strange expression. Had that poor grandson of David Carter's lost his mind? Jason Carter offered no explanation. He pulled over 700 yuan in cash from his pocket and paid the bill. Carrying the cigarettes and liquor back home, he found his grandfather, David Carter, sitting in the courtyard. David was holding a soft cloth and repeatedly wiping down the now empty large fish basin, humming a tuneless little tune as he worked. "Grandpa, I'm back. You're back." David Carter saw him and couldn't stop smiling. "Quick, sit down and rest. You must be exhausted, right?" Jason Carter set the items down on the stone table. "I brought these for you." David Carter's eyes lit up at the sight of the 2 packs of cigarettes and the bottle of liquor. He wiped his hands on his pants for a long time before carefully picking them up, muttering, "You kid, you've barely earned any money and you're already wasting it. My pipe tobacco is just fine." Though he grumbled, the wrinkles on his face broke into a broad smile. Seeing his grandfather so happy, Jason Carter felt the money had been well spent. After dinner, Jason Carter returned to his room and finally had time to take stock of the day's earnings. He opened the Shark Live app, and the back-end data made his heart skip a beat. Total followers, 97,521. Total live stream revenue after platform commission, 8,977 yuan. His follower count was closing in on the 100,000 mark. And the tips from today's 2 live streams, even after the platform's cut, totaled nearly 9,000 yuan. He could withdraw that money tomorrow. Not only had he paid off his biggest debt, but he'd also have nearly 10,000 yuan in startup capital in his account tomorrow. He opened his private messages, which were already filled with red 99+ notifications. Most were messages of encouragement and well wishes from his fans. "Brother Jason, you're awesome. Seeing you pay off that loan got my blood pumping. I have online loans too. After watching your stream, I've decided to start looking for a part-time job tomorrow. Just like you, I'm going to pay off my debts on my own." Jason Carter read through them one by one, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Just then, a private message that stood out from the rest caught his attention. The sender SID was Brother Victor, hater for life. Hi, Brother Jason. I used to be a fan of Victor Hall, but after watching your live stream today, I've completely unfollowed him. That Victor Hall is nothing but a good-for-nothing braggart. He is seeing how popular you've become now, and he is absolutely livid. He just posted a new plan in his core fan group, and I feel like I have to tell you, you've got to be really careful. Attached to the private message was a screenshot of a WeChat group chat. Jason Carter tapped on the screenshot and zoomed in. In the screenshot, Victor Hall's profile picture was posting a message. Victor Hall. Guys, if we can't beat him online, let us take him down offline. That kid's just relying on his good luck. He knows a few hidden spots that nobody goes to, right? I watched all the footage and marked every place he has been. Victor Hall. Starting tomorrow, I'll round up some brothers from the village. We'll take turns staking out those spots for 12 hours a day. ISNT that Jason Carter planning to stream? Great, as soon as he goes live. I guarantee our people will be right there on camera. Let us see how he finds anything then. Victor Hall. I'm going to make sure he can't even find a place to stand. Cut off his cash flow. Let him know who's really in charge in Seacliff Village. In the group chat, a few of Victor Hall's die-hard fans were cheering him on. That's a vicious move. Brother Victor. Turn his live stream into a spectator show. Cutting off his lifeline. Brilliant. Jason Carter stared at the screenshot as the smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a strange expression that was part laughter, part despair. In his mind, the auxiliary mission, Seacliff Village's resentment panel glowed faintly. Ding! The resentment of Seacliff Village has been detected plotting a new scheme. Please prepare, host. Take over my territory? Cut off my income stream? Jason Carter leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit amused. Is that it? I thought you'd come up with some brilliant move, but is that all? You thought I relied on just those few fixed hotspots? How naive. You have no idea my true treasure trove is this entire, boundless ocean. Far from being worried, Jason Carter actually felt that this Victor Hall was a godsend, sent by the heavens to provide him with material. He'd been racking his brain for something new to do in his next live stream, and Victor Hall had just delivered the idea right to his doorstep. Since you like playing childish games like staking out territory, I'll play along. Jason Carter stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the surging waves in the distance under the cover of night. A bold plan popped into his head. He returned to his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he pulled up satellite maps and tide tables for the waters near Seacliff Village. His gaze swept over the Black Reef shoal he'd visited twice, as well as the deep water area where he'd spotted the dragonfish earlier that day. On the map, these areas were all classified as nearshore waters. His gaze continued westward, past a stretch of ordinary tidal flats, and finally settled on a danger zone marked in dark red on the map. The label for that area consisted of just 3 characters: Ghost's Bane. This was a place that struck fear into the hearts of all the veteran fishermen in Seacliff Village. The reefs there were eerily jagged, like interlocking teeth, and the waters were riddled with hidden currents that formed countless deadly whirlpools. It was said that once swept into them, not even the most skilled swimmer, let alone a boat, had any chance of survival. His grandfather had warned him since childhood never, under any circumstances, to go near those waters. In the past, Jason Carter used to tremble with fear at the mere mention of that name. But now, equipped with the system, his eyes lit up as he gazed at the dark red zone. The places others dared not go were the true uncharted territory, the very places where the most prized treasures might be hidden. With his 2 major abilities, Danger Alert and Intermediate Detection, that place was, to him, a vast, untapped treasure trove. It was settled. Jason Carter took a deep breath, opened the Shark Live backend once more, and immediately posted a new live stream preview. The preview's title consisted of just one short sentence. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., tired of the regular maps? I'm taking the crew to a thrilling spot to challenge the legendary Forbidden Zone of Seacliff Village, Ghost's Dread. There were no images accompanying this preview, but the 3 characters Ghost's Dread alone carried more impact than any image could. As soon as the preview went live, the entire Eastport City local forum and every netizen following this controversy went absolutely wild. Chapter 17. Challenging Ghost's Dread? You're crazy. Jason Carter's live stream teaser sent the entire Eastport City online community into a frenzy. Ghost's Dread. For anyone who grew up by the sea, these 3 words aren't just a place name, they're a terrifying and mysterious legend. On the Shark Live app, the comment section under Jason Carter's post surpassed 5,000 comments in just 1 hour. Likes and shares skyrocketed even faster. Bro, don't kill me. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Ghost S. Bane. Brother Jason, are you out of your mind? You can't go there. Eastport local. My grandpa was an old fisherman. He said that at Ghost S. Bane, not even seabirds are willing to fly over it, let alone people. The whole place is full of man-eating undercurrents. Streamer, don't risk your life just for views. I love gossip. Is this for real? It's just a publicity stunt, right? I don't believe anyone would dare go there to livestream. It's definitely clickbait. Keyboard warrior. Haha. The act's falling apart now. He's risking his life for views? I'm just waiting for the streamer to back down tomorrow and say it was all a joke. All kinds of local forums, online communities, and WeChat groups are buzzing with discussions about this. A Beachcomber streamer who just started gaining popularity is actually going to challenge what all the locals agree is a deadly no-go zone. This news is even more sensational than him catching a king of fish worth 20,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Victor Hall's livestream was deathly quiet. Just moments ago, he'd been bragging to his die-hard fans about how he was going to take over Jason Carter's territory tomorrow and send him home empty-handed. The very next second, a fan posted a screenshot of Jason Carter's latest update. Victor Hall stared at the headline, challenging Seacliff Village's legendary Forbidden Zone. Ghost S. Dread, and froze, his mind going blank for over 10 seconds. Going to Ghost S. Dread? He's gonna Ghost S. Bane? Victor Hall's first reaction was disbelief, his second was that it was absurd, and his third was a mix of anger and embarrassment at having his scheme exposed. His meticulously planned, territory-grabbing scheme had become a complete joke in the face of Jason Carter's crazy decision. It felt like he'd prepared sandbags and roadblocks to block someone's bike, only for that person to simply fly a plane right over his head. Brother Victor, are we still going to stake out our territory tomorrow? One of his underlings, lacking any sense of the situation, crept up and whispered, "Stake out my ass. Are we going to collect your body?" Victor Hall kicked over the chair next to him, his eyes bloodshot, and roared at the live stream camera. "Guys, you all saw that. This Jiang guy has gone crazy. He is a madman who'll risk his life for fame. Going to Ghost S. Curse? I'm telling you, he is asking for it. If he dares to go, don't expect him to come back alive. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'm going live too. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here in the live stream, waiting for news of this asshole's death. I'll see just how he dies." He was so furious he wasn't thinking straight. His remarks were quickly screenshotted by opportunists and reposted across major platforms, with headlines each more sensational than the last. Beach hunting streamers feud escalates. Brother Victor issues public challenge, waiting for Jason Carter to meet his end at Ghost S. Curse. Jason Carter, of course, saw these news stories as well. He simply swiped past them on his phone screen, not bothering to pay them any mind. Such a clown wasn't he even worthy of being his opponent. He turned off his phone, drew the curtains, and slept soundly. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Jason Carter got up. First, he went to the bank and withdrew the few dozen yuan left over from yesterday's cigarette and liquor purchases, along with the 8,900 plus yuan in tips he'd just received from the Shark platform. 9,000 yuan in cash, a thick wad that felt heavy in his pocket. This was his new capital. Instead of heading to the electronics mall, he took a bus straight to the city's largest specialty store for outdoor sports and fishing gear. Ghost S. Curse was in Black Reef Beach. That place was no joke. No matter how confident Jason Carter was, he had to be fully prepared. "Boss, give me the best rock fishing boots. You've got the ones with steel spikes and felt soles. A professional inflatable life jacket, the kind that inflates automatically if I fall into the water. A 50-meter climbing rope, the strongest one you have. A high-powered LED headlamp, and 2 sets of spare batteries. And a waterproof first aid kit." Jason Carter went through the list item by item. Every piece of gear he mentioned was professional equipment designed for the extreme conditions of Ghost S. Curse. The shop owner was a middle-aged man who knew his stuff, and as he listened to Jason Carter's list, his eyes widened in surprise. "Young man, where exactly are you planning to go?" "Ghost S. Dread," Jason Carter replied calmly. The shop owner's pen trembled in his hand, nearly falling to the floor. He looked up at Jason Carter in disbelief. Where did you say?" "Ghost S. Dread," Jason Carter repeated. The shop owner fell silent. He looked at Jason Carter's calm face, opened his mouth, but in the end simply shook his head and silently went to gather the items. You absolutely have to try on the shoes, they have to fit just right. I'll get you an imported life jacket, it's a bit pricey, but it could save your life in a critical moment. As for the rope, don't worry, the stuff I carry here could hold a cow without breaking. When it came time to pay, the total came to over 7,000 yuan. Jason Carter's pockets were instantly empty again. But looking at the large bag of professional gear in his car, he felt a deep sense of peace. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. By the time he got home, it was already afternoon. His grandfather, David Carter, was sitting in the yard, puffing away on his pipe with a frown on his face. He had clearly heard the village gossip as well. Seeing Jason Carter return with a large bag of gear, the old man tapped his pipe on the sole of his shoe and stood up. "Young Jason, come here." Jason Carter set down his gear and walked over to his grandfather. "Grandpa, are you really going to ghost Dread?" David Carter's voice was unusually serious. "Yeah, just to take a look." "Nonsense." The old man slammed his hand down on the stone table. "Is that even a place for humans to go? Have you forgotten how your great-great-grandfather died?" He was young and headstrong, refused to believe in superstition, and insisted on going to the edge of Ghost Dread to harvest seaweed. A single wave crashed over him, and he was gone. They couldn't even recover his body. Jason Carter fell silent. He knew his grandfather was genuinely worried about him. "Grandpa, don't worry." He opened the huge backpack and took out the brand new gear piece by piece to show his grandfather. "Look, these are anti-slip shoes with steel studs. They'll keep me steady even on moss-covered rocks. This is a life jacket, it'll inflate on its own if I fall into the water. And this rope, I'll tie myself to a sturdy rock, so no matter how big the waves are, they won't sweep me away." He explained patiently, just as he used to when showing his grandfather new toys as a child. David Carter looked at this professional gear he'd never seen before, and the anger on his face gradually faded, leaving only concern and resignation. He knew his grandson had grown up and had a mind of his own. "You, the old man let out a long sigh, sat back down, and his voice softened. "Even if you go, don't venture too far out, stay right on the outer edge, and you must be back before dark. Remember, you can never predict what will happen at sea. You must respect it and not try to prove yourself." "I'll remember that, Grandpa." Jason Carter nodded solemnly. 6:30 p.m. Jason Carter was fully geared up. A professional windbreaker, non-slip rock fishing shoes, a rope and first aid kit slung around his waist, and a headlamp on his head. He adjusted the smartphone and stabilizer hanging from his chest, then took a deep breath. He opened the Shark Live backend. With half an hour left until the broadcast began, over 150,000 viewers had already flooded into the live stream, a sea of black, all waiting to witness, or rather, to judge his insane live stream. Jason Carter's gaze turned toward the west side of the village, to the cluster of reefs that had turned into a menacing silhouette in the twilight. The evening breeze blew in, carrying a salty, fishy scent that was colder than usual. He smiled, there was no fear in his eyes, only a glint of fighting spirit and anticipation. The show's about to begin. Chapter 18. Divine Tier Prediction. Is this even possible for a human? 6:50 p.m. 10 minutes until the start time Jason Carter had announced. On the Shark Live app, the number of viewers waiting in his live stream had already surpassed 200,000 and was still rising rapidly. Meanwhile, Seacliff Village Brother Victor's live stream was also up, titled "Waiting for the Madman to Die." Victor Hall, a cigarette hanging from his lips and his legs crossed, was bragging to thousands of die-hard fans in his chat. "Guys, I'm not just blowing smoke here, but even my own dad wouldn't dare go near that ghost-slaying place back in the day. Who does this Jason Carter think he is? Some city slicker wimp challenging a forbidden zone? I'll put it this way, if he manages to walk even 1 kilometer into that place alive today, I'll write the character for Wong backwards." No sooner had he finished speaking than the chat suddenly exploded with comments. "Brother Victor, cut the crap. Brother Jason is live. Exactly 7 p.m., not a second off." Jason Carter's livestream screen lit up, and the image instantly came into focus. Boom! The moment the stream went live, the roar of a massive ocean wave crashed into the ears of every viewer. On screen, Jason Carter stood at the edge of a bizarrely shaped black reef. Behind him lay a churning, inky ocean. Waves taller than a man crashed against the reef one after another, shattering into a sky full of white foam and producing a deafening roar. In high definition, the sense of overwhelming pressure felt so real it took viewers' breath away. After a second of silence, the live chat exploded with comments. Holy shit! Is this the Ghost-S Bane? This must be Godzilla's home turf. Oh my god, that sound. Those waves, brother Jason. Don't go any further, just watching this is making my legs go weak. Now this is real beachcombing. Compared to this, Victor Hall and his crew were just splashing around in a bathtub. Jason Carter didn't say a word. He simply turned to the camera, calmly held up his index finger, and then pointed to his ear. He was signaling that the wind and waves were too loud to hear him speak. He turned his back to the camera and began his journey for the day. Every step was exceptionally difficult, yet remarkably steady. Jason Carter's steel-spiked rock fishing boots clattered with a teeth-grinding clack, clack, as they struck the moss-covered, slippery rocks. Yet they provided a firm grip. After just a few steps, the system's alarm suddenly blared in his mind. Warning! High-energy wave reaction detected 30 meters to the right. A rogue wave is about to hit. Jason Carter's pupils contracted. He didn't even have time to look up, his body had already reacted instantly. In a single sidestep, his right hand swiftly unfastened the main climbing rope from his waist. With a flick of his fingers, the end of the rope looped precisely around a massive rocky outcrop taller than a person, and he immediately tied 2 secure knots. Just as he finished, boom! A row of massive waves far taller than any that had come before crashed down at breakneck speed. The live stream's camera was instantly engulfed by the towering white foam. On the other side of the screen, over 300,000 viewers felt their hearts skip a beat. A single thought dominated everyone's mind. Yes, done for. In Victor Hall's livestream, he watched the screen get swallowed by the white waves. He froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Yes, dead. I told you so. He got swept away. You idiot. That's what you get for showing off. But before his laughter had even died down, the chat exploded with comments. Brother Victor, look. Brother Jason is okay. The smile on Victor Hall's face froze instantly. On Jason Carter's livestream, the white wave receded. Jason Carter looked as if he'd just been pulled out of the water, soaked from head to toe, yet he was clinging tightly to the rope, not budging an inch. He even had time to turn around and give a thumbs up to the camera, now drenched by seawater. He looked so relaxed, as if what he'd just gone through wasn't a life or death moment, but merely getting caught in the rain. Silence. Dead silence. Immediately, the entire internet went into a frenzy. A god! That anticipation, that execution, that mental toughness. Is this even humanly possible? My mom asked me why I was watching the live stream on my knees. Victor Hall, you piece of trash. Did you see that? That's what professionalism looks like. You don't know shit. The number of viewers in Victor Hall's livestream had visibly dropped by more than half. They all flocked over to Jason Carter's stream. Victor Hall stared blankly at the man on the screen, completely oblivious to the cigarette in his hand as it fell to the ground. Jason Carter paid no attention to the outside buzz. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he untied the rope and continued deeper into Ghost-S dread. The further in he went, the more bizarre the shapes of the reefs became, and the more violent the waves grew. But he didn't stop. On the contrary, he was even more eager to explore deeper. That close call, though dangerous, proved that his investment today had been absolutely the right decision. Without this gear, he might very well have ended up as fish food by now. As Jason Carter walked, he activated the intermediate detection feature in his mind. A translucent 3D map instantly unfolded in his field of vision, clearly marking the underwater terrain and resource distribution within a 30-meter radius. Blue dots represented valuable seafood scattered here and there, but all in extremely dangerous wave-swept areas. It wasn't worth risking his life for such meager rewards. His target was something truly worth his effort. Jason Carter rounded a stone arch formed by years of wave erosion and entered a relatively calm inner cove. The area was surrounded by a ring of jagged reefs that blocked most of the huge waves, leaving only a few turbulent undercurrents swirling within. Just as his gaze swept over the deepest tidal channel at the center of the cove, a sudden anomaly occurred. The status dashboard in his field of vision instantly erupted with a blinding, dazzling light unlike anything he'd ever seen. It wasn't blue, nor was it purple. Rather, it was a dazzling, multicolored radiance that blended all the colors of the rainbow. A rapid succession of system alerts rang out frantically in his mind like alarms. Warning! Warning! Ultra-high energy life form detected. A super life form with an unknown benign genetic mutation discovered deep within the tidal channel ahead. Species: rainbow brocade lobster mutant. Age: unknown, far exceeding the normal life cycle. Size: supergiant. Status: dormant. Extremely dangerous. Estimated value: incalculable. Incalculable? Jason Carter's heart gave a violent jolt. He encountered the 8,800 yuan blue king crab and the 20,000 yuan dragon grouper before. But this was the first time he'd ever seen the phrase, incalculable. This meant that the value of the creature before him had already surpassed the scope of the System-S database. Jason Carter forced himself to calm his racing heart, adjusted the stabilizer, and slowly panned the camera toward that bottomless tidal channel. "Guys!" he spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor from the excitement. "Looks like today, we've hit the jackpot. But this jackpot is a bit of a hot potato." He didn't elaborate further, but simply turned his high-powered LED headlamp to full brightness. A brilliant white beam pierced the murky, deep bottom of the channel. At the far end of the beam, over 300,000 viewers, following his camera, caught a faint glimpse of an immense silhouette curled up in a crevice. That silhouette appeared to be covered in a colorful carapace that reflected a strange sheen in the light. It lay there quietly, completely motionless. Chapter 19. One grab to immortality. It crashed the server. Deep within the tidal channel, that colorful shadow cast by the headlamp's beam exuded an indescribable, eerie aura. In the live stream chat, 400,000 viewers stared intently at the screen, forgetting even to breathe. After an initial wave of shocked comments, the chat stream thinned out. No one knew what to say. What on earth was that? Its outline resembled a giant shrimp, or perhaps a crab. But no one had ever seen that iridescent, multicolored shell before. Gulp! Jason Carter swallowed hard, forcing his racing heart to calm down. He knew that the choice he'd made today had paid off. And he'd hit the jackpot. He slowly backed up 2 steps, found a relatively stable rock, and set down his backpack. "Guys, did you see that?" His voice carried through the microphone, mingled with the sound of the wind and the waves, his tone brimming with excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, down there lies a beast we'd never even dare to dream of. You've all heard of the Jinxiu lobster. But this size, this color, I've only ever heard about it in my grandpa's stories. Old fishermen call it the Dragon King's lobster soldier. It's a divine treasure of the sea." As he spoke, he began to take off the expensive professional jacket he was wearing. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. "Brother Jason, what are you doing? You're not thinking of—" "No way. Are you crazy? That thing clearly isn't something to mess with. What if it's poisonous?" "Brother Jason, calm down. Don't get carried away. We've already made our money today. Let us get out of here." Jason Carter seemed oblivious to the comments. He quickly and tightly wrapped his jacket around his right arm, layer by layer, from his wrist all the way up to his elbow, creating a makeshift but sturdy arm guard. "A treasure like this is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Since I've come across it today, there's no way I'm going back empty-handed." "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." What he meant by knowing what I'm doing was actually the system warnings flashing frantically in his mind. Warning: the target creature possesses immense strength. The edges of its shell are extremely hard and can easily slice through flesh. Warning: the next giant wave will arrive in 45 seconds. The host must complete the capture and retreat to a safe area within 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Jason Carter took a deep breath, planting his feet firmly on the reef. His eyes were fixed intently on the tidal channel as he mentally commanded the system, "Start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Gap between waves begins." Now is the time. Jason Carter moved. He lunged forward, plunging his right arm wrapped in his windbreaker into the icy, deep channel without hesitation. Splash! The moment his arm hit the water, he sensed that immense life force. His hand found the slippery, hard shell with pinpoint accuracy. Without hesitation, he clenched his fingers tightly, gripping the lobster's back with a death grip. "Get me out!" Jason Carter's arm muscles bulged instantly, veins popping out as he mustered every ounce of strength to yank upward with all his might. However, the scene he envisioned, the massive creature being dragged out of the water, didn't happen. A tremendous force surged up from beneath the water. The slumbering behemoth had been awakened. It thrashed violently, and Jason Carter felt an immense, crushing force surged through his arms. His center of gravity shifted, and he nearly got dragged straight back into the water. Ugh! He sucked in a sharp breath. The excruciating pain made his vision go dark. His thick jacket was instantly slashed open in several places, and blood immediately seeped out, staining the fabric red. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Watching Jason Carter's arm gush blood right before their eyes, they screamed in terror. Aya, brother Jason, let go. Let go now. He is bleeding. This is bad. Call 120 now. In Victor Hall's livestream, upon seeing this scene, he leaped out of his chair, his face contorted with excitement. D already. Get dragged under. Get torn to pieces. He shouted incoherently. Jason Carter didn't let go. He knew that if he let go, not only would he lose this rare opportunity, but he might also lose his footing and be swept away by the next wave. Warning. 15 seconds remaining. Go for it. Jason Carter let out a furious roar, clinging desperately to the nearby reef with his left hand to steady himself. He braced his core and channeled all his strength into his right arm. With every ounce of strength, he grabbed the colossal beast and slammed it violently against the rock wall. Bang! A dull thud echoed from beneath the water. The giant beast was clearly stunned by the impact, and its struggles paused for a moment. This was his chance. Jason Carter's eyes turned bloodshot as he mustered his last ounce of strength and violently flung the creature upward. Splash! Water erupted in a spray. A massive, colorful creature was yanked out of the water by him and slammed hard onto the reef. Warning! A giant wave will hit in 3 seconds. Jason Carter didn't have time to spare a second glance at his prize. He grabbed the beast's carapace and scrambled backward toward higher ground. No sooner had he left than a thunderous boom echoed as a towering wave slammed down on the spot where he'd been standing, sending a spray of water tens of meters high into the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When the wave receded and the live stream's feed stabilized again, the entire internet fell into absolute silence for a full 10 seconds. In front of their screens, whether college students eating instant noodles, office workers slacking off, or even entrepreneurs worth over 100 million, everyone's mouths hung open, their eyes wide, their minds a blank. In Victor Hall's livestream, the ecstasy on his face froze, turning to a blank stare, and finally to utter despair and fear. He slumped in his chair as if all the bones had been pulled out of his body. On screen, Jason Carter was leaning against a massive boulder, gasping for breath, blood dripping steadily from his right arm, and at his feet lay a creature beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Its body, not counting its tentacles, appeared to be over 1.5 meters long. Its body wasn't the typical red of a lobster. Its shell was interwoven with a complex pattern of green, blue, yellow, purple, and white, shimmering with a metallic, glass-like luster under the headlamp's beam. Those two massive antennae, thicker than an adult's arm, were a testament to its former status as the undisputed ruler of the deep. This wasn't a creature, it was practically a mythical beast that had crawled straight out of the classic of mountains and seas. After a moment of silence, crack! Shark Live's servers crashed. The feed froze instantly, then went black. In the final second before the screen went dark, countless viewers saw the screen filled with gift effects, all of Shark Live's top tier. Divine Dragon descends, worth 100,000 yuan each. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless golden dragons frantically tore across the screen in that single instant. A few minutes later, by the time the programmers had frantically restarted the server and restored the stream, only 2 words remained in Jason Carter's livestream. Jason the Divine. The screen was filled with an endless stream of Jason the Divine. Jason Carter looked at his arm, which was bleeding profusely, then glanced at the colossal beast at his feet that was slowly ceasing to struggle. He grinned widely, though his face was pale. His smile was full of triumph. He aimed the camera at the iridescent, magnificent lobster, his voice hoarse yet brimming with pride. Guys! Now, who still thinks this is scripted? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cell phone in his pocket began to vibrate frantically. The caller ID displayed just 3 characters. Wyatt Coleman. Chapter 20. 500,000. This is just the beginning. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly began vibrating wildly. The screen lit up, displaying Wyatt Coleman as the caller ID. Jason Carter gasped for breath as he swiped to answer with his uninjured left hand. Hello, Mr. Zhou. His voice was hoarse. What came through the line wasn't T. Wyatt Coleman's calm voice, but a frantic shout. Xiao Jiang, are you okay? Are you hurt? Forget about that shrimp, your life is what matters. Where are you right now? I'll send a rescue team and an ambulance over immediately. The barrage of questions was laced with anxiety. Jason Carter was taken aback. He expected Wyatt Coleman to ask about the shrimp first, but to his surprise, the other man's primary concern was his own safety. Jason Carter felt a little more at ease. This business partner was someone he could work with. Mr. Zhou, I'm fine, Jason Carter said, leaning against the cold reef and catching his breath. I've got a few cuts on my arm, just superficial wounds. Nothing life-threatening. I brought a first aid kit. That's good. Wyatt Coleman sighed with relief on the other end. Stay right where you are, don't take any more risks. I'll send a boat to pick you up right away. Remember, nothing is more important than your life. After hanging up, Jason Carter felt his strength returning slightly. He glanced at the massive iridescent beast lying motionless at his feet, then looked down at his bloodied and mangled right arm, shaking his head with a wry smile. Fortune favors the bold, the old saying was certainly true. He pulled the first aid kit from his backpack and, using his teeth and left hand, tore open a disinfectant wipe to clean the wounds. Ouch! The intense, stinging pain made his facial muscles twitch, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The wound was deeper than he imagined. Several gashes had torn through the skin and flesh, caused by the sharp edges of the lobster's shell. Gritting his teeth, he rinsed the wound with saline solution, applied hemostatic powder, and tightly wrapped it with bandages, layer by layer. After finishing all this, he was so exhausted he could barely stand. He glanced at the live stream. The viewership had actually stabilized at 800,000. The comment stream was filled with nothing but Jason the Divine, and messages asking about his injury. Jason Carter pointed the camera at his bandaged arm and grinned. Guys, it's no big deal. That's it for today's stream. I've got to figure out how to get this big guy back. Thanks for everyone's concern and donations. See you next time. With that, he shut down the stream without hesitation. He didn't even bother checking the donation earnings in the back end. He knew it would be an astronomical figure. His priority now was to conserve his energy and make it out safely with his prize. He untied the 50-meter-long climbing rope and tied several tight knots around the rainbow lobster's strongest joint. Then, he wrapped the other end of the rope around himself and began dragging it back. Step by step, the journey was incredibly arduous. The giant lobster behind him scraped across the rugged reef, emitting a squeaking sound. With every step, a sharp twinge of pain shot through the wound on Jason Carter's right arm, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just as he emerged at the edge of Ghost's Fear, dragging the massive, colorful creature and covered in blood, a speedboat was cutting through the waves in the distance. The speedboat stopped in the shallows, and Wyatt Coleman, accompanied by two others, jumped off and waded through waist-deep water toward him. When they saw Jason Carter and the colossal creature behind him, all three froze in their tracks. Wyatt Coleman stood with his mouth agape, a look of disbelief on his face. The elderly man beside him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was trembling all over. He pointed at the lobster, his lips quivering so much he couldn't speak. My God! Xiao Jiang! Wyatt Coleman was the first to snap out of it. He rushed over to support the reeling Jason Carter. Seeing the blood on his arm, he exclaimed anxiously, "How did you get hurt so badly? Come on. Let us get back on the boat and tend to your wound." Jason Carter and his catch were hurriedly hoisted onto the speedboat by 7 or 8 people. When the speedboat pulled up to the makeshift dock at Seacliff Village, the entire village was in an uproar. Hundreds of people packed the small dock, all craning their necks to look up at the speedboat. When the giant lobster, shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight, was carried down, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. My God! What on earth is that? Is that what Jason Carter brought back from Ghost's curse? That must be the Dragon King. David Carter was also in the crowd. He looked at his grandson, who was a mess and had his arm wrapped in a bandage, then glanced at the enormous creature, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. He didn't ask how much the thing was worth instead. He rushed forward, grabbed Jason Carter's hand, and said with a trembling voice, "You little rascal, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Grandpa, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" Jason Carter said with a smile, trying to reassure him. Wyatt Coleman didn't linger at the dock. He directed his men to transport the lobster as quickly as possible to the small yard at Jason Carter's house. and posted 2 men at the gate to turn away all the villagers who wanted to gawk. In the yard, the marine expert Wyatt Coleman had brought in wearing gloves and holding a magnifying glass carefully examined the lobster inch by inch. "This is astonishing, it's nothing short of a biological discovery," the expert exclaimed, his face flushed. "Mr. Zhou, its genetic sequence is undoubtedly unique. This isn't just food, it's a living treasure, and its scientific value far exceeds its commercial value." Wyatt Coleman nodded, but he was a businessman. He walked over to Jason Carter, handed him a bottle of water, and got straight to the point. "Little Jiang, I'm not going to beat around the bush." He held out his hand. 500,000. Jason Carter had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked when he heard that figure. 500,000. He expected it to be valuable, but he hadn't imagined it would be this much. This sum would not only pay off all his debts but would even be enough for a down payment in Eastport City. Seeing the look on Jason Carter's face, Wyatt Coleman smiled. "Xiao Jiang, this is just the beginning." He took a document from his assistant and handed it to Jason Carter. "I came here today not just to buy shrimp, but for something even more important. This is an exclusive ingredient supply agreement. I hope you'll become the sole top-tier supplier for our Cloud Peak Pavilion. Any high-quality goods you acquire must be sold to me first, at a price that's always 30% above the market high. Plus, I'll pay you an additional 1 million annually as a signing bonus." Jason Carter's mind went blank. $1 million a year, and that's just the signing bonus? He looked into Wyatt Coleman's sincere eyes and knew the other man wasn't joking. Jason Carter took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the agreement. "President Zhou, I accept." Meanwhile, in a dark, damp, musty room in Seacliff Village, Victor Hall stared at his phone screen with bloodshot eyes. The screen displayed the local news headline, "Overnight Sensation. Seacliff Village beachcomber bravely ventures into forbidden territory. Earns 500,000 a day. 500,000. 500,000. He'd been live streaming for years, swindling and cheating people out of money, yet his savings amounted to no more than a few 10,000. Jason Carter did it in just one day. Ah! Victor Hall let out a roar and smashed his cheap phone against the wall with all his might. It shattered instantly. Before his eyes, he could still see the entire village fawning over Jason Carter, Wyatt Coleman's polite demeanor toward him, and the live chat flooded with Jason the Divine, while he himself had become a laughingstock. He knew he was finished. His online following had plummeted to zero, and offline, he'd become the village's laughingstock. Why him? Why was he able to rise to the top overnight? Why had he ruined everything for me? A vicious thought rose up in Victor Hall's heart. If I'm not going to have it easy, neither will you. Victor Hall's chest heaved violently. He walked over to the bed, fished an old flip phone from under the mattress, and inserted an unregistered SIM card. He found a number and dialed it. Once the call connected, his voice turned icy. "Hey, is that Brother Biao? I've got a job for you, do me a favor." Jason Carter from the village, yeah, the one who struck it rich today. He's got a small fishing boat that's almost repaired, moored over at the old pier. Victor Hall walked to the window, gazed out at the shimmering sea in the distance, and let a sinister grin spread across his face. "I'm going to make sure that boat never sets sail again." Chapter 21. System Upgrade. The Divine Eye That Sees All. It was late at night. Wyatt Coleman and his crew had already left Seacliff Village with that enormous rainbow lobster. Peace had returned to Jason Carter's yard. Only the salty scent of the sea and a faint trace of blood in the air remained as proof that everything that had happened today was no dream. David Carter didn't say much. He simply tidied up the yard in silence, then redressed Jason Carter's wounds. Looking at his grandson, he finally said just one thing. "From now on, you're not allowed to push yourself this hard again." "Got it, Grandpa?" Jason Carter replied with a smile, though deep down he knew there was no stopping him now. Back in his ramshackle little room, Jason Carter flung himself onto the bed and stared at the yellowed ceiling, still feeling a bit dazed. 500,000 in cash. A contract worth $1 million a year. Today, his life had taken a turn he'd never even dared to dream of. Freedom. No more worrying about collection calls, no more losing sleep over a few thousand in debt. He'd even got his grandfather's retirement savings sorted out. In fact, maybe he could even trade in that patched-up old fishing boat sitting at the old pier for a brand new one. Just as he was lost in these wild thoughts, his phone rang. Ding! The crisp text message alert snapped him back to reality. Jason Carter picked up his newly purchased Huawei phone and tapped the screen. Eastport City Rural Credit Union. Dear customer, a transfer was completed at 22:15 on XX from your account ending in XXXX in the amount of 500,000 yuan. Your current account balance is 501,327.50 yuan. 501327.5. Jason Carter counted the numbers over and over again before he dared to believe his eyes. That long string of numbers seemed to radiate warmth, making it feel even more unreal than the treacherous reefs. He sat up abruptly, grinning widely, but his eyes stung with tears. He had finally made it on his own. But his excitement was short-lived. A mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his head. Ding! Host's wealth accumulation and social prestige have both reached critical thresholds. Special achievement triggered. Ascend to godhood in a single battle. System upgrade about to begin. Current level LV 3, target level LV 4. Upgrade in progress. Here it comes. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately focused all his attention on the status dashboard in front of him. A pale blue progress bar appeared out of thin air, slowly moving forward. 10%, 30%, 70%. Every system upgrade meant a quantum leap in his abilities. From initially being able to see only specks of light, to viewing item information, to receiving warnings of lethal danger. What would it be this time? His heart was racing even faster than when he caught that rainbow lobster. 100%. Ding. System upgraded to LV 4. Unlocked a brand new feature. Deep Scan. Deep Scan performs a detailed analysis of a specified target, including composition, physical state, life cycle, potential value, and internal structure. Scan accuracy is tied to system level and energy consumption. Deep Scan? Jason Carter was stunned. This sounded way cooler than the previous treasure hunting feature. He couldn't wait to try out this new feature. Jason Carter's gaze swept around the room, finally settling on a conch shell on the nightstand that he picked up to use as an ashtray. He focused his mind on the ordinary conch shell and silently chanted, "Deep Scan! BZZZ." The conch shell in his field of vision was instantly enveloped by a pale blue web of light, and a translucent data box popped up right next to it. Scan target: common coastal tower conch. Biological age: approximate 1.8 years deceased. Physical condition: shell integrity 92%, shows signs of minor weathering and human-caused impact marks. Composition analysis: calcium carbonate 98.6%, chitin 0.8%, trace elements. Internal structure: hollow, with 0.01 g of a mixture of tar and cigarette ash residue on the inner walls. Comprehensive value assessment: commercial value 0.1 yuan, can be used as raw material for inexpensive handicrafts. Scientific research value: none. Holy shit. Jason Carter cursed under his breath, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? This isn't just a golden finger. It's like carrying a national-level lab around with him. His old system could only tell him where to find treasures and how much they were worth. Now the system could tell him what this thing is, why it's valuable, what's inside, and what's broken. That's a huge difference. From now on, during his live streams, he'd never have to rely solely on Grandpa's stories to cover up his lies again. Jason Carter could easily use the data provided by the system to market himself as an expert who knows everything, whether it's marine biology or geology and archaeology. He'd have something to say about it all. This persona is several levels above simply being lucky. Jason Carter paced excitedly back and forth in his room, his mind racing. He thought of that fishing boat currently under repair. In the past, he could only watch his grandfather hammer away based on experience, but now, couldn't he just use Deep Scan to check the extent of corrosion inside the hull's wooden planks? Or see which engine parts were worn out? His thoughts wandered even further. In those waters rumored to hold shipwrecks, couldn't he directly scan for metal signals on the seabed? What about those valuable pearls and shellfish? Could he scan the quality and size of the pearls inside without even opening the shells? The possibilities were endless. Jason Carter walked over to the window, pushed it open, and felt the salty, damp sea breeze on his face. He gazed toward the old, pitch-black pier in the distance, where his family's future hopes were moored. Victor Hall. Jason Carter murmured the name softly, his gaze turning cold. Before, he regarded Victor Hall as nothing more than a clown, a stepping stone to boost his own reputation. But today, Wyatt Coleman had reminded him that jealousy and hatred could drive a person to do anything. Can't beat him online, so he resorts to underhanded tricks offline? Very well. A cold smile curled at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. He was eager to see just how far these underhanded tricks would go when faced with him. Tomorrow, he'd head straight to the dock to give his prized fishing boat a thorough checkup. What he didn't realize was that, at that very moment, several shadowy figures were sneaking toward the quiet, deserted old dock under cover of night. Chapter 22. Who moved my boat? The old pier in the dead of night. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, musty dampness, blew past row after row of dilapidated rowboats, emitting a soft whoosh. This was the most remote corner of Seacliff Village on ordinary days. Hardly anyone came here except for a few old fishermen. Tonight, however, there were a few uninvited guests. Brother Biao, it's that boat. A skinny man, his neck hunched, pointed to the small fishing boat at the far end of the dock, freshly painted. Leading the group was a burly, bald man with a thick gold chain around his neck and a dragon tattooed across his shoulder. He was Brother Biao. Brother Biao spat out his cigarette, but the ember traced a red line through the darkness. Damn it. That wimp Victor Hall, he paid us 10,000 just to wreck this piece of junk boat? He curled his lip in disdain. I thought this was going to be a big job. Brother Biao, you're getting paid to do this, the skinny man said with a sycophantic smile. That kid's been making too much of a splash lately, and Victor Hall just can't stand it. Enough with the bullshit. Let us get this over with. Bro Biao pulled a half-meter-long steel pipe from behind his back, weighed it in his hand, and a look of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Two of you, go pry open the drain valves at the bottom of the boat. You two, follow me, let us give this hull a good shaking. The men cackled as they walked toward the fishing boat that carried the hopes of Jason Carter's family. They had no idea that, just 100 meters away in the darkness, a pair of eyes was staring intently at them. 10 minutes earlier, in Jason Carter's room, he was excited about the system upgrade when a shrill alarm blared in his mind. Warning! Host Escort assets are under severe threat. Target: family fishing boat under repair. Threat source: humans 5, armed with offensive weapons. Location: old pier. Jason Carter's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinheads. Victor Hall. That name popped into his head immediately. They're here so fast, and they're after the boat. Damn it, they're trying to cut off my family's livelihood. A surge of rage welled up inside Jason Carter. Without even taking the time to change his shoes, he grabbed a thick, heavy steel-handled oyster knife from the bedside, the kind used to shuck oysters, and climbed straight out the second-floor window. He landed silently and, under the cover of night, sprinted toward the old pier. When he arrived, he caught sight of Brother Biao and his crew just as they were about to make their move. Jason Carter didn't charge out immediately. He hid behind a pile of discarded fishing nets, scanning the 5 men while silently chanting to himself. Deep scan. BZZZ. The 5 figures in his field of vision were instantly overlaid with pale blue data frames. Scan target: Zhao Shanbiao. Brother Biao. Physical condition: healthy. Strength: high. Agility: average. Special information: a steel plate was previously implanted in his right tibia. It tends to ache on rainy days, and there is a risk of refracture under severe impact. Scan target: skinny monkey. Physical condition: suboptimal chronic alcohol abuse. Strength: weak. Agility: high. Special notes: old injury, habitual dislocation of the left shoulder. In an instant, these thugs who had been strutting around so arrogantly in his eyes turned into a pile of data filled with nothing but weaknesses. Jason Carter let out a cold laugh. He originally planned to call the police, but now it seemed unnecessary. To deal with this scum, he'd have to use the only language they understood. Just as 2 thugs grabbed crowbars and prepared to climb down to the bottom of the boat, Jason Carter made his move. He casually picked up a fist-sized rock and hurled it with all his might at an empty oil drum in the distance. Clang! A deafening, piercing blast echoed across the silent dock. Who's there? Biao Gu and his crew were startled and all turned to look in the direction of the sound. Damn it! Go check it out. See if there's a stray cat. Biao Gu cursed as he shouted to the thug closest to him. The thug cursed under his breath and reluctantly made his way toward the oil drum. Just as he rounded a pile of junk, a dark shadow darted out from his side, and behind him, Jason Carter formed his left hand into a claw, precisely seizing the thug's left shoulder, while his right hand, gripping the handle of an oyster knife, drove it hard into the nerve bundle under the thug's armpit. Ugh! The thug felt an instant wave of numbness and tingling spread through half his body. The steel pipe slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Before he could even cry out, Jason Carter dragged him deeper into the darkness. Where is he? Why has it gone quiet? Brother Biao waited a few seconds. When the man didn't return, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Just then, the two thugs by the boat's side couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Biao, forget about him, let us smash the boat first. As one of them spoke, he swung the sledgehammer in his hand and brought it down hard on the brand new gunwale. Bang! Which shavings flew everywhere. That sound made a cold gleam flash in Jason Carter's eyes. He stopped hiding and lunged out of the darkness. He moved so fast that he left a trail of afterimages in the moonlight. Before the thug who struck the boat could even react, he felt his wrist gripped tightly by an iron clamp, followed immediately by a tremendous force. Crack! The sound of breaking bone rang out. Jason Carter had forcibly twisted the thug's wrist into an unnatural angle. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. Who is there? Brother Biao and the remaining two men, both shocked and enraged, spun around and finally got a clear look at the intruder. In the moonlight, Jason Carter stood with an oyster knife in hand, his face as still as water, his eyes devoid of any emotion. It's that kid, Jason Carter. Skinny Monkey screamed. How the hell is he here? Screw that. He's all alone. Let us go. Take him out. Brother Biao, both shocked and furious, gave the order and led the charge, swinging his steel pipe toward Jason Carter's head. Instead of retreating, Jason Carter stepped forward, dodged the steel pipe with a sidestep, and delivered a precise right foot kick to Brother Biao's right knee, right where the steel plate had been implanted. Aya! Brother Biao let out an even more piercing scream, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his right leg and howled in agony, cold sweat instantly soaking through his clothes. He felt that the steel plate embedded in his bone had snapped. One move. It took just one move to take out their toughest fighter, Big Brother Biao. The remaining Skinny Monkey and the other thug were completely petrified, their calves trembling uncontrollably. As they watched Jason Carter closing in step by step, it was as if they were staring at a monster. Don't come any closer. Skinny Monkey let out a shriek and turned to run. Jason Carter's eyes turned cold. He swept his left foot across the ground. Kicking a discarded crowbar with pinpoint accuracy, it flew like a cannonball and slammed into the back of Skinny Monkey's knee. Skinny Monkey let out a blood-curdling scream, fell to the ground, and landed face first. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 5 men were down. Only one thug remained, his courage completely shattered. His weapon clattered to the ground, and without a word, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Boss, spare my life. It's not my fault. It's all Victor Hall's doing. Victor Hall paid us to come here. Jason Carter walked up to him, looking down at him from above, his voice devoid of any warmth. How much did Victor Hall pay you?
10,000.
He said he'd give us another 10,000 once the job was done. Jason Carter nodded, turning his gaze to Brother Biao, who was writhing in pain on the ground, nearly unconscious. He slowly crouched down and gently tapped Brother Biao's cheek with the heavy oyster knife. Zhao Shan Biao, right? Brother Biao shuddered and stared at Jason Carter in terror. How did he know my name? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. Go back and tell Victor Hall. I've got my eye on that beat-up used motorcycle of his parked at the village entrance. I'll personally smash it to smithereens for him. Chapter 23. 7 a.m. this morning, live motorcycle smash. The air at the old pier was thick with the stench of blood and sweat. Even the sea breeze couldn't dispel it. Zhao Shanbiao clutched his mangled right leg, writhing in agony on the ground, nearly too weak even to howl. He watched Jason Carter approach step by step, his eyes filled with terror. This guy, isn't human. He is a devil. That precise attack, that icy stare, they sent shivers down his spine. How did he know there was a steel plate in his leg? Jason Carter crouched down in front of him, thrusting the blood-stained oyster knife into a nearby wooden stake with a dull thud. Then he pulled out his Huawei phone. Boss, don't call the cops. The only thug still on his knees, upon seeing the phone, was so terrified he began banging his head on the ground repeatedly. We were wrong. We'll never do it again. Please let us off. Call the cops? Jason Carter sneered inwardly. That'd be too easy on you guys. If I send you to jail for a few days, you'll just come out even more desperate for revenge. To deal with scum, you have to use the method they fear most. He said nothing, but silently activated the phone's video recording function. The red record button glowed in the darkness. He aimed the camera at the thug kneeling on the ground. "What's your name?" Jason Carter's voice was calm.
EEM Lubo.
"Very well, Lubo." Jason Carter zoomed in on the thug's face, which was etched with fear. "Now, tell me everything that happened tonight, from start to finish. Who sent you here? How much were you paid? What were you planning to do? The more details, the better."
Lubo froze.
He hadn't expected Jason Carter to record the incident instead of calling the police. This was even worse than calling the police. If this footage got out, they'd never be able to make it on the streets again, and it was irrefutable evidence of a crime. He hesitated for a moment, but Jason Carter, standing beside him, simply tapped the handle of the oyster knife lightly with his finger. Thump, thump, thump. Each tap struck Lubo right in the heart. I'll talk. Lubo's mental defenses crumbled, and he confessed everything in full detail. It was Victor Hall from Seacliff Village who hired Brother Biao. He gave Brother Biao 10,000 yuan to have us come tonight and wreck Jason Carter's boat, and to drill a hole in the hull. He said he'd pay another 10,000 once the job was done. Jason Carter nodded and turned the camera toward Zhao Shanbiao, who was lying on the ground. "Brother Biao, is that what he said?" Zhao Shanbiao was drenched in sweat from the pain, his lips trembling. Staring at the dark camera lens, he knew he was finished today, completely and utterly finished. "Yes. Right? It was Victor Hall who did it," he said weakly. Jason Carter then aimed the camera at the other thugs lying on the ground, and moaning, each of them nodded frantically in confirmation. After recording all of this, Jason Carter pressed the stop button. He saved the video, then slowly stood up. "All right, I've got the evidence." He waved his phone. "You guys take out your phones now. Right in front of me. Delete every single call log and chat history with Victor Hall." The thugs reacted as if they'd been granted a life-saving decree, frantically pulling out their phones and deleting everything like mad. "Now you can get the hell out of here." Jason Carter's voice remained icy. "Take your people and disappear from my sight. Remember, as far as tonight is concerned, you were never here and I've never seen you. If I hear even the slightest whisper of this outside, or if you dare to call the police." He paused, and the smile that crossed his face sent a chill down everyone's spine. "I can't guarantee that this video won't end up in your hometown village's WeChat group." The thugs turned pale with fear. They scrambled to their feet, propping up the half-dead Zhao Shanbiao, and limped away without looking back, vanishing into the night. Silence returned to the dock. Jason Carter walked over to his fishing boat and stared coldly at the glaring hammer mark on the hull. He slowly reached out and gently ran his fingers over the scar. This boat was his grandfather's life's work and the starting point for his own future career. "Victor Hall, you've crossed the line." He didn't linger at the dock, turning and quickly leaving the scene. Back home, his grandfather, David Carter, was already fast asleep, his soft snores drifting from the room. Jason Carter tiptoed back to his room, closed the door, took off the clothes covered in dust and the stench of blood, and took a cold shower. The icy water gradually cooled his fevered mind. He sat on the edge of the bed and played the video he'd just recorded on his phone.
Zhao Shanbiao, Lubo.
Each person's face was crystal clear, and their words were perfectly audible. With this, Victor Hall was completely in his hands, at his mercy. How should he deal with him? Send the video directly to the police? No, that would be too boring. He would ruin his reputation, make him lose everything he cared about, and send him tumbling from the clouds into the mud to struggle. That would be the best revenge. Jason Carter's gaze drifted out the window. It was almost dawn. He glanced at the time on his phone. 4:30 a.m. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as his fingers flew across the screen. He didn't contact the police, nor did he reach out to Wyatt Coleman. He logged into the Shark Live backend and changed the title of his livestream to 8 bold characters. 7 a.m. today. Live car smashing. Then, he extracted the most crucial line from the video, the 1-second clip where Lubo shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's Victor Hall." It was Victor Hall from Seacliff Village who hired us, and paired it with a photo of his beat-up motorcycle, setting it directly as the live stream's cover image. After doing all this, he tossed his phone onto the nightstand, lay down and closed his eyes. He knew that once dawn broke, The entire Seacliff village, and indeed the entire Eastport City live streaming community, would be in an uproar. Chapter 24. 7 a.m. this morning, live car smashing. 2. It was 5 a.m., and dawn hadn't yet broken. Seacliff village was still shrouded in fog, and most of the villagers were still asleep. But on Eastport City's major online forums and streamer fan groups, a single piece of news had sent the community into a frenzy. Holy shit! Big news! Jason the Divine has gone crazy. He changed his livestream title to 7 a.m. this morning. Live car smash. Is this for real? I just checked it out, holy crap. The cover image is Victor Hall's beat-up motorcycle, and there's a guy shouting, "Victor Hall hired us." What's going on? Didn't Jason the Divine just score that rainbow lobster last night and rake in 500,000? Why is he suddenly going up against Victor Hall? And in a real-life brawl, no less. Insider info. I heard Victor Hall sent people to smash up Jason the Divine's boat last night. This is Jason the Divine's retaliation. Message after message spread rapidly, causing a massive uproar. Countless night owls crawled out of bed, flooded into the Shark platform, and clicked into Jason Carter's livestream, which was still a black screen. The number of people on the waiting list skyrocketed from a few thousand to 50,000, 100,000, and then 200,000. Everyone was both excited and curious, waiting for 7 o'clock to arrive. They sensed that something big was about to happen today. Meanwhile, at Victor Hall's home, he was lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep due to a hangover-induced headache. He was waiting for a call from Brother Biao. According to the plan, Brother Biao and his crew should have already sunk that dilapidated boat belonging to Jason Carter. Just thinking about Jason Carter waking up in the morning to find his fishing boat sunk at the dock made Victor Hall chuckle. Let us see you get cocky now. Cut off your lifeline, let us see what you'll use to go out to sea. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was a die-hard fan from his fan group, not Brother Biao. Hello? Victor Hall answered impatiently. Brother Victor, it's bad. Hurry up and check the Shark platform. That kid Jason Carter is going crazy. The voice on the other end sounded extremely anxious. Jason Carter? What could he possibly do? Victor Hall scoffed. His boat's practically gone. Is he going to fly to the sky or something? Before he could finish, he found himself opening the Shark Live app. In the most prominent recommended spot on the homepage, a glaring headline and cover image instantly froze the smile on his face. 7 a.m. today. Live car smashing. The cover showed his used motorcycle, with a man he'd never seen before standing beside it, pointing at the camera and screaming at the top of his lungs. Although the clip lasted only a second, those words, "Victor Hall hired us," burned into his retinas like a red-hot branding iron. It's over. Something's gone wrong. A chill shot up from the base of Victor Hall's spine to the top of his head in an instant. He frantically dialed Brother Biao's number. Sorry. The number you've dialed is turned off. He tried calling a few other thugs, all their phones were turned off. He didn't know exactly what had happened last night, but he knew that Jason Carter had uncovered his biggest secret. 6:30 in the morning. Jason Carter calmly finished the breakfast his grandfather had made. David Carter watched his grandson. Though he didn't know what his grandson was up to, he offered a simple piece of advice. Young Jason, whatever you do, don't hurt yourself. Don't worry, Grandpa. Jason Carter nodded, turned, and walked into the tool shed in the yard. From a corner, he pulled out an 8-pound sledgehammer used for pounding foundations. The sledgehammer was heavy, but in his hands it felt almost weightless. Shouldering the sledgehammer, he stepped out of the house and made his way toward the entrance of Seacliff Village. The early morning sunlight cast a long shadow behind him. Exactly 7 a.m. Jason Carter went live right on time. Whoosh! The moment the stream went live, hundreds of thousands of long-awaited viewers flooded in like a tidal wave. The view count instantly broke through 500,000 and continued to skyrocket. The chat instantly filled the entire screen. Here he comes. Here he comes. Jason the Divine is here with his hammer. Holy shit. Look at that setup, he's really going to smash a car. Where's Victor Hall? Where's Victor Hall? Come out and take a beating. Jason Carter ignored the comments. He secured his phone in a mount, adjusted the angle, and made sure that he, the massive sledgehammer, and the beat-up motorcycle parked under the big banyan tree at the village entrance were all clearly visible in the frame. He stood in front of the bike, his expression calm, but his gaze as cold as ice. Good morning, everyone. He spoke, his voice clear through the microphone, reaching everyone's ears. Some people don't like to play by the rules. They think that if they can't win the competition online, they can resort to underhanded tactics offline. Just last night, someone tried to destroy my family's boat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved. No necessary chatter, no impassion da quiesastions. He simply raised the 8-pound sledgehammer in his hand in silence. His arm muscles bulged as he aimed at the motorcycle's front end and, with all his might, brought the hammer down with a devastating blow. Clang! A deafening crash. The motorcycle's headlight and fender shattered instantly, sending shards flying everywhere. It was as if the entire live stream had been muted in that moment. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. A second later, the screen was instantly flooded with comments and virtual gifs. So satisfying. That's so fucking satisfying. Jason the Divine. You're the best. That's exactly how you deal with scum. Jason Carter didn't stop. He swung the sledgehammer once, then again. Clang. The gas tank was smashed flat, spilling gasoline all over the ground. Clang. The seat was smashed and sent flying. Clang. The engine casing burst open, exposing the intricate inner workings. Like a silent executioner, he dismantled the motorcycle step by step in the most primitive, direct way possible, turning it into a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal. In the distance, villagers who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion stood far off, pointing and whispering, their faces filled with shock. Not a single one dared to approach. Just then, a figure burst out of the crowd like a madman. Jason Carter, you dare to smash my bike? You son of a bitch! I'll kill you! It was Victor Hall. His eyes bloodshot, he lunged at Jason Carter. Jason Carter didn't even turn around, he simply swung his arm backward. The heavy sledgehammer whistled through the air, grazing the tip of Victor Hall's nose before slamming into the ground. Thud! It left a shallow dent in the ground. Victor Hall slammed on the brakes in terror, freezing in his tracks as all the color drained from his face. He had no doubt that if he'd taken just one more step forward, that hammer would have come down on his head. Jason Carter slowly turned around, tossed the hammer aside, picked up his phone, and fixed Victor Hall with an icy stare. Go all out? What do you have to go up against me with? He said coldly to all the viewers in the live stream. Just so everyone can see this a little more clearly. Then he pressed the play button. The complete video recorded last night began playing on his phone. Lu Bo's terrified face, Zhao Shanbiao's agonized moans, and the full confessions from each of them in their own words about how Victor Hall had paid hitmen to smash the boat were broadcast live across the entire internet, word for word. The evidence was irrefutable. Victor Hall's body began to shake violently. The way the villagers around him looked at him had changed. Their eyes were now filled with contempt and disdain. The live stream's comment section was already flooded with comments harshly condemning Victor Hall. Scum! Call the police! We have to call the police! Scum like this belongs in jail! Jason Carter turned off the video, walked step by step toward Victor Hall, who had collapsed to the ground bent down, and spoke in a voice so soft that only the two of them could hear it. I told you I'd come and smash it myself. Now, tell me, are you satisfied with the way I smashed it? Victor Hall lifted his head and looked at Jason Carter's expressionless face, mere inches away. In that moment, his spirit completely collapsed. He had lost the face he valued most, his last shred of prestige in the village, and his future entirely. He had been publicly executed. Chapter 25. Treasure Exchange begins. Victor Hall slumped to the ground, completely drained of strength. He was finished. Amid the contemptuous stares of the entire village and the insults from millions of viewers in the live stream, Jason Carter had publicly ruined his reputation in this manner. Jason Carter looked down at him with an icy gaze, showing not a trace of satisfaction. He slowly straightened up, picked up the phone from the tripod again, and pointed the camera at his own face. The live stream's viewership had already surpassed 1.5 million. The comment stream was scrolling by at breakneck speed, and virtual gifs were pouring in nonstop. It seemed as though the entire outdoor section of the Shark platform had been drained of traffic by the single live stream. Everyone. Jason Carter spoke in a flat tone, yet his voice carried a compelling authority. I'm just an ordinary beachcomber who wants to work with my own hands to provide a better life for my family. I never start trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. This is what happens to those who use underhanded tactics to harm my family and ruin my livelihood. After saying this, he flashed a distinctive smile at the camera. Also, I'm a law-abiding citizen. No sooner had he finished speaking than he pressed the button to end the live stream right in front of everyone. The screen went black, leaving millions of viewers wanting more as they engaged in heated discussions across various forums. Back at the village entrance, Jason Carter put away his phone and, under the astonished gazes of all the villagers, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this 110? I'd like to report a crime," he said calmly. "At the entrance to Seacliff Village, there's been a case of intentional property damage. The suspect, Victor Hall, along with the thugs he brought in, are suspected of causing a disturbance, intentional assault, and deliberately destroying my work tools. Yes, I have complete evidence. I'll be waiting for you at the scene." This phone call left all the villagers present, including David Carter, who was watching secretly from a distance, stunned. He smashed his own car, then called the police himself? What kind of move was that? Only Jason Carter himself knew the answer. He de-smashed the car to vent his anger and assert his authority to send a warning to potential enemies. Calling the police, however, was his way of wrapping things up, using the system to pin Victor Hall down once and for all. He intended to ensure that people like Victor Hall would never be able to recover within the confines of the law. Soon, police cars wailed as they pulled up. When questioned by the police, Jason Carter remained calm and clearly recounted last night's ambush and this morning's incident. He handed over the complete video of his statement, along with photos of the damage to his fishing boat. As for the motorcycle that had been smashed into a heap of scrap metal, he openly admitted to smashing it himself and even volunteered to pay for the damage. "Officer, I'm the victim that I nearly lost my life last night, and my livelihood was destroyed. This morning, he attacked me again in front of everyone. I lost my temper and did something irrational, I admit it. I'll pay every penny of the compensation." His words, combined with the irrefutable video evidence and the corroborating testimonies of the surrounding villagers, made the nature of the entire incident crystal clear. Victor Hall went from being a victim to a suspect who simply deserved his misfortune. As for Jason Carter, he went from being the one who threw the punch to a victim whose actions, though excessive, were justified. In the end, a dazed Victor Hall was handcuffed and taken back to the police station along with the pile of scrap motorcycle parts. The online uproar ended just like that, clean and decisive. When Jason Carter returned home, David Carter was sitting in the yard, puffing on his pipe, his expression grave. "Grandpa," Jason Carter called out softly. David Carter looked up at him. After a long moment, he sighed. "Young Jason, you've grown up, but in the future, don't act so impulsively. It scares Grandpa." Jason Carter's heart warmed, and he walked over to crouch beside his grandfather. "Grandpa, don't worry. I know my limits. I won't get myself into trouble, and I certainly won't let anything happen to this family." Just then, his cell phone began ringing nonstop. The first call was from Lena Moore, the operations editor at Shark Platform. As soon as he answered, Lena Moore's machine gun-like stream of words began. "Brother Jason, my dear brother, do you have any idea what a huge stir you caused today? The platform's servers triggered 3 alerts. Peak views hit 1.82 million. We even alerted our director. The whole company is talking about you right now." Her voice betrayed not only excitement but also a hint of relief and even a touch of admiration. "But bro, your approach was way too extreme. The legal risks are way too high. Good thing you called the police in the end. The PR department was about to go crazy. The director asked me to ask you if you'd be interested in signing an S-level exclusive top-tier streamer contract. The platform can assign you a dedicated legal team and operations team." Jason Carter smiled. This was exactly the outcome he'd been aiming for. Demonstrate his value, then let the platform come knocking on his door. "We can discuss the contract later," he said casually. As soon as he hung up on Lena Moore, the second call came in immediately. It was Wyatt Coleman. "Xiao Jiang." Wyatt Coleman's voice was more composed than ever before, even carrying a hint of respect. "I watched the live stream. Nice work. No unnecessary pleasantries, just a simple compliment. But there's one thing I need to warn you about." Wyatt Coleman changed the subject. "A small-time thug like Victor Hall once he has taken care of. But that guy Biao he brought in, I did some digging, and he's one of Black Wolf's men in the city. Black Wolf is ruthless and cares deeply about his reputation. You took out one of his men, he probably won't let it go. Keep your guard up when you're out and about lately." "Black Wolf?" Jason Carter's eyes narrowed. He knew this was the real trouble. Taking out Victor Hall might just attract an even fiercer wolf. "Thanks for the heads up, Brother Zhou. I'll be careful." After ending the call, Jason Carter sat in the courtyard, gazing up at the blue sky above him, his mind crystal clear. Wealth and fame were merely superficial glories. In this world, only strength was the foundation that would allow him to stand firm. He had to become stronger. Just as he was pondering these things, a cold, mechanical voice one he hadn't heard in a long time suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Auxiliary mission. The resentment of Seacliff Village has been perfectly completed. Mission rating: S+ thunderous measures, open and just tactics, public execution, making an example of someone to warn others, far-reaching impact hence rated S+. Calculating mission rewards. Congratulations, host. You have earned an S+ special reward. Treasure exchange basic has been unlocked. Jason Carter jumped to his feet. Treasure exchange. He immediately focused his mind on his consciousness and saw that a shopping cart icon, glowing with a faint golden light, had appeared on his previously simple status dashboard. A thought struck him and he tapped the icon. A brand new interface unfolded before his eyes. Treasure exchange beginner. Currency. System points. Current points 100. S+ tier mission reward. Items available for exchange. 1. Basic stamina enhancement potion. Permanently increases the host's base stamina and recovery speed by 10%. Price: 100 points. 2. Fishing boat repair kit single use. Instantly repairs all non-structural damage to any vessel. Price: 50 points. 3. Low-level marine creature affinity aura lasting 24 hours. Slightly reduces the alertness of marine creatures worth less than 1,000 yuan within a 100-meter radius. Price: 20 points. Looking at the tempting options in the item list, Jason Carter's heart began to race. This was like opening the door to a whole new world. If the previous system had given him a pair of glasses that let him see through a card game, then the current treasure exchange directly granted him the power to buy more chips or even swap out his whole cards. His gaze was fixed firmly on the first item. Basic Stamina Enhancement Potion. Chapter 26. Power Surge Target. Sea Cucumber. In the courtyard, Jason Carter stood ramrod straight under the moonlight. Wyatt Coleman's warning, Lena Moore's contract, and the villager's stares. He had no time to think about any of that right now. Right now, all his attention was focused on the shopping cart icon in his mind. Treasure exchange. This was the trump card he won through a high-stakes gamble. His gaze was fixed intently on the first item. Basic Stamina Enhancement Potion. Permanently increases the host's base stamina and recovery speed by 10%. Price: 100 points. Black Wolf. That name made him feel uneasy. As for thugs like Victor Hall, Jason Carter had plenty of ways to deal with them. But what about desperados like Black Wolf? They didn't play by the rules, they only believed in brute force. In the face of sheer violence, schemes were useless. Jason Carter knew full well that the system was merely a tool in the end. He'd have to take action himself. Investing in himself was the best deal of all. Redeem. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued the command. Ding. 100 system points consumed. Basic Stamina Enhancement Potion. Successfully redeemed. The potion has been stored in the system inventory. Do you wish to use it now? Use. Buzz. The moment the order was given, Jason Carter felt a searing wave of heat burst from his heart and surge through his entire body. Ugh! Jason Carter let out a muffled groan as every muscle in his body tensed uncontrollably, and his skin quickly flushed crimson. Hot. So hot. He felt as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and reassembled by a powerful force. His bones were creaking, his muscles were trembling, and he could even clearly hear the sound of his own blood flowing. Crackle pop. A faint sound, like beans being stir-fried, came from inside his body. Sweat poured from his forehead and back, quickly soaking through his clothes and pooling at his feet. This transformation was painful, yet it carried an indescribable sense of relief. He could feel a brand new power forming inside his body. The entire process lasted 5 minutes. When the burning sensation subsided and his whole body felt incredibly light and refreshed, Jason Carter opened his eyes. Phew! He exhaled a long, heavy breath, forming a white mist in the cold air that drifted more than 2 meters before dissipating. He looked down at his hands. The skin was still the same, but he could feel an explosive force hidden within his palms. He tried clenching his fist gently. Crack! A crisp sound of cracking knuckles echoed through the air. What incredible strength! He walked over to the courtyard wall, where there was a blue stone weighing over 100 jade that his grandfather used to weigh down the pickle jar. In the past, he had to strain with all his might just to move it. Now, he took a deep breath, grabbed the edge of the blue stone with one hand, and the muscles in his arm bulged slightly. Lift! Whoosh! The blue stone, weighing over 100 jade, was effortlessly hoisted above his head with just one hand. It didn't take any effort at all. Holy shit! Even Jason Carter was startled by his own feat. Was this really just a 10% increase? It felt like his strength had at least doubled. He suddenly realized that this 10% boost in baseline physical strength represented a massive transformation on top of his already exceptional physical condition. Having spent years foraging along the coast, his body was already more robust than the average person's, and now it had been taken to a whole new level. He set the stone down and did a few push-ups right there. His body felt incredibly light. He did 101 go without breaking a sweat or getting out of breath. It didn't even feel like a warm-up. He was now confident that if he ran into Zhao Shanbiao's gang again, he wouldn't even need to use the system scan. He could take them all down with just his strength and speed. Black Wolf. When Jason Carter uttered that name again, his gaze was no longer somber. Instead, it was brimming with fighting spirit. Bring it on. I'll see for myself. Do you have more men, or do I have the harder fists? Jason Carter took a deep breath to calm himself down. He knew that brute strength alone wasn't enough. He opened Treasure Exchange once more. His points were gone, but another item caught his eye. Fishing Boat Repair Kit, single use. Instantly repairs all non-structural damage to any vessel. Price, 50 points. That wrecked boat at the old pier was a thorn in his side. Grandpa didn't say anything, but he knew the old man was heartbroken over it. He had to fix it as soon as possible. Ding! Discovering and acquiring valuable items earns system points. The higher the value, the more points you receive. The system notification sounded. Got it. He'd have to rely on foraging the tide flats after all. Jason Carter immediately had a plan in mind. Early the next morning, when Jason Carter stepped out of his room full of energy, the atmosphere in the village had completely changed. Yesterday's livestream had caused such a stir that the village still hadn't calmed down today. The gossiping women in the village shut their mouths the moment they saw Jason Carter, their eyes darting away, their faces bearing awkward yet reverent smiles. The young people loitering around no longer dared to look at him with teasing eyes. Instead, they stood at a distance, whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. The sight of Jason Carter shouldering a huge sledgehammer and smashing Victor Hall's motorcycle had left a deep impression on them. This boy next door, whom they'd known since childhood, was no longer someone they could afford to provoke. Jason Carter ignored them and walked straight toward the old pier. David Carter was crouched by the boat, running his hand over the glaring hammer mark on the hull. His eyes filled with heartache. Grandpa, you're here. David Carter looked up and smiled at his grandson, but his expression quickly turned worried. This boat, I'm afraid it's going to need a major overhaul. Jason Carter walked over to the boat, looked at the damage, and his expression turned cold. Grandpa, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. As he spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing a body of solid muscle. He took a deep breath, bent down, clasped the gunwale with both hands, and strained with all his might. Heh! David Carter stared in disbelief. That small fishing boat, weighing nearly a metric ton, had actually been lifted out of the water by Jason Carter, who hoisted one corner of it onto the wooden pilings along the shore. Young Jason, where did you get that kind of strength? David Carter stammered. Maybe I've been eating well lately? Jason Carter smiled, offering a casual excuse. He looked at the fishing boat in front of him, and an idea formed in his mind. Repairing it himself would take too long. He needed points. He turned his head and looked at the stretch of water below the pier, littered with reefs and oyster shells. In the past, there had been nothing of value here for him. But now, without hesitation, he dove headfirst into the icy seawater. His enhanced physical constitution meant he not only didn't feel the cold, but actually felt invigorated. He opened his eyes underwater and could see everything clearly. System, scan the area for valuable targets. Ding! Scan starting. The next second, more than a dozen golden specks of varying sizes lit up in his field of vision. Most were hidden in crevices among the reefs or buried beneath silt and sand, all in corners he would never have noticed before. Wild oyster colony detected. Estimated value 1,200 yuan. Redeemable for 12 points. Top-grade Buddha S hand conch found at the base of a sea anemone. Estimated value 800 yuan. Redeemable for 8 points. Adult wild sea cucumbers found beneath the reef. Estimated value 3,500 yuan. Redeemable for 35 points. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat. Sea cucumbers. What's more? The total points from these finds alone had already exceeded 50. That's enough. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he quietly swam toward the brightest patch of reef. Chapter 27. Just got the boat repaired, and my enemies are already knocking on the door? Beneath the old pier, the water was deathly silent. Sunlight streamed into the water, casting shimmering patterns on the murky seabed. Jason Carter hovered silently among the reefs, not moving a muscle. His body felt incredible. His enhanced physique made him barely feel the water pressure. The icy seawater actually kept his mind sharp. He felt he could hold his breath for over 10 minutes. Felt great to be this strong. His gaze pierced through the murky water, locking onto a crevice beneath a large reef. There, a fleshy, spiny black creature lay lazily sprawled out. Wild sea cucumber, 35 points. In the past, catching a creature like this hidden deep in a crevice would have taken a lot of effort and could have resulted in cuts from the sharp reefs. But now, Jason Carter curled the corner of his mouth. Just business as usual. He didn't use any tools to pry it loose that would have startled it. Jason Carter took a deep breath, sank down suddenly, his arm muscles bulging as he wrapped his arms around the boulder, which weighed a good 200 or 300 jin. Lift! He growled silently to himself as his core tensed instantly. Gurgle, gurgle. The water churned, and the rock which had lain dormant on the seabed for who knows how many years was actually flipped over by his sheer strength, exposing the sandy bottom beneath it. Before the hapless sea cucumber could even figure out what was happening, it was completely exposed before Jason Carter. Jason Carter pulled out his oyster knife, made a swift, precise cut, and skillfully peeled it off the sandy seabed, tossing it into the net pouch at his waist. Ding! Successfully obtained an adult wild sea cucumber, worth 3,500 yuan, plus 35 system points. Done. Jason Carter glanced at his status dashboard. He now had 35 points. Still 15 points to go. Without pausing, he turned and swam toward another area marked by the system. It was a reef wall covered in sea anemones. At the base of the wall, clusters of oddly shaped Buddha-esque hand snails clung to the surface. To those in the know, these creatures were treasures. To the uninitiated, they weren't even worth a second glance. Jason Carter had a clear goal and moved swiftly. Using the thick back of his oyster knife, he struck and pried precisely and forcefully at the point where the sea hand snail was attached to its base. A large chunk of sea hand snail broke off with a satisfying thud. In less than a minute, he had completely cleared the area marked by the system. Ding! Successfully obtained a top-grade Buddha-esque hand conch, worth 800 yuan, plus 8 system points. Ding! Successfully obtained a cluster of wild large oysters, worth 1,200 yuan, plus 12 system points. System points have reached 55, meeting the redemption requirements. It was done. Jason Carter didn't linger. He pushed off with both legs and burst out of the water with a splash. On the shore, David Carter was pacing anxiously. Seeing his grandson emerge, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when, in the next second, his eyes widened like copper bells. What did he see? The net bag around Jason Carter's waist was bulging. A wild sea cucumber thicker than his arm stood out in particular, alongside a large string of top-quality Buddha-esque hand conch and more than a dozen palm-sized oysters. Young Jason, did you gather all this in the short time you were down there just now? David Carter's voice was trembling. Didn't he know what this old pier was like? For decades, it had been fished to the bone. It was hard to even find a shrimp these days. His grandson had been underwater for less than 10 minutes and he managed to haul up all this prime catch. Just got lucky, Grandpa, Jason Carter said, shaking the water from his hair and grinning. I guess the rough winds and waves last night washed them in from somewhere else, and I just happened to stumble upon them. Lucky again. David Carter looked at his grandson's muscular build, then at the bag full of catch. He opened his mouth, but in the end just shook his head, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. This luck was almost too good to be true. Jason Carter set the net aside and walked over to the fishing boat propped up on its stands. Grandpa, step back a bit and watch closely, he said, feigning mystery. Then he turned around, facing away from his grandfather, and silently recited in his mind. System. Redeem the Fishing boat repair kit. Ding. 50 points consumed. Redeem successful. Use immediately. The moment the command was issued, Jason Carter reached out and gently pressed his hand against the gaping gash in the boat's hull. A faint golden light surged from the palm of his hand, visible only to him. The light instantly enveloped the entire fishing boat. David Carter was so stunned he couldn't speak. He watched in disbelief as the dents and cracks caused by the sledgehammer smoothed themselves out. The scattered wood shavings reintegrated into the hull, and the cracked paint miraculously healed. It took only 3 seconds. The entire boat was as good as new. The gunnel was smooth as ever, and the fresh paint glistened in the sunlight, shining even brighter than when it had first been applied. This. David Carter rubbed his eyes, then tremblingly reached out to run his hand over the flawless hull, which felt warm and solid to the touch. It was real, not an illusion. The old man spun around to look at his grandson. His eyes filled with shock and bewilderment, which eventually gave way to a sense of awe. He wanted to ask something, but the words died on his lips. In the end, he simply let out a long sigh, patted Jason Carter on the shoulder, and felt his eyes well up with tears. Good, very good. Our family's ship is blessed by the goddess of the sea. The goddess of the sea? Jason Carter almost laughed out loud inside. Grandpa, I'd give your imagination a perfect score. Still, it was a perfect explanation. Seeing the heartfelt joy on his grandfather's face, Jason Carter felt that this mattered more than anything else. Money and fame couldn't compare to a family member's peaceful smile. Just as he was about to say something, his Huawei phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number, registered in the city. Who could it be? A loan solicitor? He picked it up without thinking. Hello. On the other end of the line came a cacophony of background noise, as if from a karaoke bar or a pub. A hoarse, cold male voice spoke in a measured tone. Jason Carter, right? The infamous Jason the Divine. Jason Carter's brow furrowed slightly. This caller meant trouble. Who are you? Heh. The other person chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery and cruelty in his laughter. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is, you hurt my brother. Biaozi's leg is worth its weight in gold. Biaozi? Zhao Shanbiao? Wyatt Coleman's warning instantly exploded in Jason Carter's mind. This black wolf. Our wolf brother said. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly turned cold. He doesn't like people who don't follow the rules. What happens at the docks follows the docks rules. You broke the rules, so you'll have to pay the price. Keep your neck clean and wait. Click. The call was abruptly hung up. Jason Carter stood rooted to the spot, holding his phone, his face still streaked with wet droplets, but his gaze had already turned cold. The joy he felt from just having his fishing boat repaired vanished in an instant because of that call. Threatening me? Wait. The one thing I fucking hate most is waiting. Chapter 28. Meet at the old pier tomorrow at 8 a.m. All that remained on the other end of the line was a busy tone. At the old pier, the sea breeze blew, carrying a chill. Jason Carter stood motionless, phone in hand, his face expressionless. Black Wolf? Wants me to clean my neck and wait? Ridiculous. Waiting is exactly what I hate. Playing defense isn't my style. If someone comes knocking, they better be ready to get taken out. Young Jason, who was that? Why do you look so pale? His grandfather, David Carter, spoke from behind him, his voice tinged with concern. Although he hadn't heard the contents of the call, the fleeting flash of murderous intent he sensed in his grandson made his heart skip a beat. The tension in Jason Carter's face immediately eased. He turned around and gave a carefree smile. It's nothing, Grandpa. Just a wrong number, a nuisance call. Jason Carter slipped his phone back into his pocket. The boat's fixed too. Let us head home. He didn't want to worry his grandfather. He could handle these troubles on his own. David Carter gave him a skeptical look but asked no further questions. He nodded, shouldered the fishing gear, and the two grandfather and grandson set off for home. As soon as they walked through the door, Jason Carter made up an excuse to go to his room and locked the door behind him. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Wyatt Coleman's number. When it came to dealing with this kind of underworld figure, Wyatt Coleman, who'd been in the business for years in Eastport City, was the source of information he needed. Hey, Xiaojiang? It's so late, is something wrong? Wyatt Coleman's voice on the other end was calm and steady. Brother Zhou, sorry to bother you, Jason Carter said straight to the point. That black wolf you warned me about earlier just had someone call me. On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman's breathing paused for a moment. What did they say? His voice turned serious. Nothing much, Jason Carter said nonchalantly. They told me to keep my neck clean and wait. Wyatt Coleman sucked in a sharp breath. He hadn't expected Black Wolf's retaliation to come so quickly or so directly. Xiao Jiang. Listen to me, this is no joke. Wyatt Coleman's tone was grave. Black Wolf's real name is Connor Wolf. He is a notorious thug in the city who made his fortune through loan sharking and running underground casinos. And he has got a gang of desperados working for him. He is ruthless and cares deeply about his reputation. You crippled one of his men, he won't let this slide. Don't leave the house right now. I'll be right over. Brother Zhou, Jason Carter interrupted him. Don't worry, I don't want to hide. I want to know what's this Wolf's weakness? Or rather, what does he care about? Wyatt Coleman was taken aback. This kid had received a death threat, yet instead of thinking about running for his life, he was actually trying to figure out his opponent's weakness? He fell silent for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts. Connor Wolf isn't very educated, but he is vain. He cares about only two things, face and money. The highly profitable establishment under his name is the Golden Splendor KTV in downtown. The thing he treasures most is his black Mercedes-Benz S-Class with the 888 license plate. Those two things are his face. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class with the all-8 license plate 888. The Golden Splendor KTV. Jason Carter had a clear picture in his mind. With weaknesses, things would be easier. Thanks, Brother Zhou. I know what to do. Xiao Jiang. Don't do anything reckless that's downtown on his turf. Wyatt Coleman sounded a bit anxious. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Jason Carter smiled. I never cause trouble on someone else's turf. I'll just bring them to my turf and settle things by my rules. With that, Jason Carter hung up the phone. He looked at the unknown number that had just called him in his phone's contact list, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't delete or block the number, he simply pressed the redial button. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. On the other end was loud music and a hoarse male voice. What, have you come to your senses? Ready to get down on your knees and beg for mercy? The other man's tone was full of mockery. You're the one who leads the dogs for Black Wolf, aren't you? Jason Carter's voice wasn't loud, but it instantly drowned out the loud music. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. What the hell did you say? Go tell your boss, Jason Carter said, ignoring the man's roar. I'm setting sail from the old pier at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I hear he is a little short on cash lately, he can barely afford his medical bills. Here's the deal. I'll give him half of the first catch I haul and consider it a little something for his little brother's upkeep. Tell him to come get it. And remember, he comes alone. I'm not a fan of crowds. With that, before the other man could react, Jason Carter slammed the phone down with a click. Silence filled the room. Jason Carter knew these words were meant to strike right at the heart of Connor Wolf. Insulting his men, mocking his lack of money, and telling him to come collect it in a tone of charity. For someone like Connor Wolf, who valued his pride more than his life, this was more painful than a direct beating. He would definitely come, but he wouldn't come alone. He'd bring everyone with him and tear himself to pieces in the most brutal way possible to defend his dignity. And that was exactly what Jason Carter wanted. To turn an assassination into an open showdown. He intended to completely cripple this so-called Black Wolf in front of everyone. After finishing all this, Jason Carter dialed Wyatt Coleman's number again. Brother Zhou, I need to ask you for another favor. Xiao Jiang, what exactly are you up to? Wyatt Coleman's voice was filled with anxiety. I'd like to ask you, Brother Zhou, to pass on a message for me. Jason Carter's tone was as casual as if he were inviting someone to dinner. Just spread the word within your circle. Tell them that tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I, Jason Carter, will be at the old pier in Seacliff Village. I've prepared a small gift and would like to invite Brother Wolf for a cup of tea to make a new friend. Wyatt Coleman froze on the other end of the line. His head was buzzing. He immediately grasped the significance of Jason Carter's move. This wasn't an invitation for tea, it was a declaration of war. One plastered all over Eastport City's high society. He turned this from a private vendetta into a public challenge. Connor Wolf was now caught between a rock and a hard place. If he didn't go, his reputation as Black Wolf would become a laughingstock among Eastport City's upper crust. By tomorrow, a coward who wouldn't even accept a challenge from a country boy. If he went, That would be like telling everyone he was heading to Seacliff Village to pick a fight with Jason Carter. Was this kid crazy or a genius? He actually used the issue of pride to turn the tables on Connor Wolf. All right. Wyatt Coleman took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Xiao Jiang, I'll do you this favor. Not only will I spread the word, but I'll personally lead a group to show my support. He knew he might have bet on a truly remarkable figure this time. Jason Carter hung up the phone and walked over to the window, pushing it open. A faint glow was breaking over the horizon, but Jason Carter's gaze was deep and intense. The wolf is about to emerge from its den, so I'll be waiting at the entrance. Tomorrow it'll be either me or him. Chapter 29. Has he lost his mind? He.s. inviting the Black Wolf for a cup of tea. 7:50 a.m. The old pier at Seacliff Village. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Over 100 villagers had gathered at the entrance to the pier, craning their necks to look inside and whispering among themselves. Have you heard? Chun Zai has challenged one of the city's big shots to a fight. It's more than just a fight. My relative in the city said, the news has spread throughout Eastport City's high society. They're saying Chun Zai is going to invite that Black Wolf for a chat. Is he crazy? That Black Wolf we're talking about. He kills without batting an eye. Shoo, quiet. Look, ISNT, that boss Joe from Cloud Peak Pavilion. Everyone's gaze turned toward the inner part of the pier. Sure enough, Wyatt Coleman was there, followed by 3 or 4 middle-aged men who looked incredibly wealthy at first glance. They didn't move closer, they just stood a short distance away, as if waiting to watch a good show. Meanwhile, the star of the show, Jason Carter, acted as if nothing were happening. He was crouched beside his brand new fishing boat, leisurely mending his fishing nets while humming a tune under his breath. David Carter stood behind him, clutching his pipe tightly as he paced back and forth, his face etched with worry. Young Jason, why don't we just skip going out to sea today? Grandpa, it's fine, Jason Carter said, turning around and giving his grandfather a reassuring smile. Just a few friends coming over to chat. Friends? Sha? David Carter looked at the tense atmosphere in the distance and cursed his grandson 100 times in his mind. You call this chatting? Exactly 8 o'clock. Roar. The muffled roar of engines grew louder as it approached. 5 black sedans lined up in a row and pulled up menacingly at the entrance to the pier. The villagers recoiled in unison, taking a big step back. The doors opened, and more than 20 burly men wearing tight black t-shirts and sporting dragon and tiger tattoos on their arms stepped out. They quickly formed 2 rows on the pier, each with a stern expression. Finally, a man stepped out of the brand new black Mercedes-Benz S-Class in the middle of the line. The man was around 40 years old, not very tall but stocky, dressed in designer casual wear. He had a crew cut and a scar running from the corner of his eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, giving him a menacing air. He was Connor Wolf, Black Wolf. As soon as Connor Wolf stepped out of the car, his gaze immediately locked onto Jason Carter in the center of the pier, his eyes brimming with contempt. A little punk daring to provoke me? Then, his gaze swept over Wyatt Coleman and his group not far away, and he furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected even someone like Wyatt Coleman to show up. This was more public than he'd anticipated. But that only stoked his ferocity. Perfect, he'd take this kid out right in front of them all, so everyone would know that no one could step on Black Wolf's pride. You're Jason Carter? Surrounded by a group of henchmen, Connor Wolf slowly walked up to Jason Carter and asked, looking down on him. Jason Carter finally stopped what he was doing. He stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and looked up at Connor Wolf, even wearing a faint smile. Brother Wolf, right? You're right on time. He pointed to a half-full bucket by the side of the boat, containing a few small, palm-length fish. Here, some nutrition for your little brother. Just caught this morning fresh. Connor Wolf's scar twitched for a split second. The expressions on the faces of his henchmen behind him all changed. This kid actually dared to bring a few lousy fish to humiliate them. Kid, you've got some guts, Connor Wolf said with a bitter laugh, his voice as cold as ice. I was only going to take one of your legs, but now, I've changed my mind. Today, I'm going to make you regret every word you've ever said from your wheelchair. He took a step back and waved to his men. Attack. Just leave him breathing. Roar. The 4 burly men at the front grinned savagely and pounced on Jason Carter simultaneously from all 4 directions. The villagers in the distance let out a gasp, and David Carter's heart leapt into his throat. A friend standing next to Wyatt Coleman asked nervously, "Old Joe, is your little brother going to make it?" Wyatt Coleman said nothing, just stared intently at the scene. Facing the four-man onslaught, Jason Carter didn't even blink. Is that it? With his dynamic vision enhanced by the System S potions, the four-men's movements seemed as slow as in a movie. He moved. Just as the man on the left's fist was about to strike his face, Jason Carter shifted his body slightly to the side. With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabbed the man's wrist and jerked it downward, while simultaneously driving his right knee precisely into the man's ribs. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bone. Before the burly man could even let out a scream, he went limp like a piece of noodles. At the same moment, a sweeping kick from the right was already at his feet. Without even looking, Jason Carter violently kicked out with his left foot, propelling his entire body like a cannonball into the arms of the ambusher behind him. Boom! A dull thud. The man felt as if he'd been rammed by a bull. His chest tightened, and his entire body flew backward, knocking over two of his companions in a row before coming to a stop. In an instant, 3 out of 4 men were down. Only one remained, his fist still raised in midair, completely petrified with fear. Jason Carter turned his head to look at him, tilting it slightly. "You still want to fight?" The burly man let out a strange, howling scream, dropped the steel pipe he was holding, and turned to run. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. From the villagers to Wyatt Coleman, to Connor Wolf and his remaining henchmen, everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the unscathed young man in the center of the ring. 1 second. For seasoned thugs gone just like that. Is this even human strength? Attack him together. What the hell are you all standing there for? Kill him. Connor Wolf's face contorted as he roared like a madman. The dozen or so remaining men snapped out of their daze, let out wild screams, and surged forward as one. Jason Carter's gaze finally turned cold. They don't know when to quit. He held nothing back anymore. With a swift movement, he charged headfirst into the crowd. What followed was a one-sided beating. Jason Carter was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Every strike was crisp and decisive. One punch shattered a nose. One kick snapped a knee. A karate chop to the neck sent a burly man reeling, his eyes rolling back as he passed out on the spot. Screams and the cracking of bones echoed in rapid succession. In less than 30 seconds, the open area of the pier was littered with bodies. Only Connor Wolf remained, standing alone beside the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, his whole body trembling. The arrogance that had once graced his face was gone, replaced entirely by fear. Jason Carter walked toward him step by step. Each step felt like a stomp on his heart. "You don't come any closer. Do you know who I am?" Connor Wolf screamed, his voice trembling. Jason Carter stopped right in front of him and smiled. "I know, just a barking dog." Instead of attacking Connor Wolf, he reached into the pocket of his designer jacket and slowly pulled out the set of Mercedes keys. Right in front of Connor Wolf, he pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep. The headlights of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class flashed twice. "Nice car," Jason Carter said nonchalantly, weighing the keys in his hand. "You damaged my grandfather's boat and sent people to intimidate me, causing me severe emotional distress. I'll take this car for now as compensation." You dare." Connor Wolf's eyes turned red. This car was his pride and joy. What's there to be afraid of? Jason Carter's smile turned icy. "Which do you think is more valuable, your life or this pile of scrap metal?" Connor Wolf was instantly silenced. "Get out." Jason Carter spat out a single word. "Get out of my village. If I ever see you again, or hear any bad news about you." Jason Carter's gaze fell on the hood of the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. "I'll take it apart, piece by piece, and mail it to you." Connor Wolf glanced at his moaning henchmen scattered across the ground, then at Jason Carter's emotionless eyes. Not daring to utter even a single threat, he turned and scrambled away. Silence returned to the dock. Jason Carter casually tossed the set of Mercedes keys into his pocket as if it were no big deal, then turned to his grandfather, who was still in a daze, and said, "Grandpa, it's all taken care of. Just a bunch of flies. Let us head out to sea." Chapter 30. A Mercedes worth $1 million? Throw it away. Let us head out to sea. Jason Carter's voice was soft, yet it shattered the silence on the pier. All eyes were fixed on him. The man who had just single-handedly taken down more than 20 burly men now acted as if nothing had happened. He clapped his hands and prepared to go about his daily routine. What the hell kind of mental fortitude is that? David Carter's lips trembled as he looked at the men in black groaning on the ground, then at his utterly unconcerned grandson, feeling as if his mind couldn't process it all. Young Jason, what are we going to do with these guys? He stammered. Oh, they're just trash. Someone will come and take them away eventually, Jason Carter said casually. Then, as if remembering something, pulled the set of Mercedes keys from his pocket and turned toward Wyatt Coleman, who was still reeling from the shock. Wyatt Coleman and the wealthy businessmen behind him instinctively straightened their backs as they saw Jason Carter approaching, their faces a mix of shock, admiration, and awe, and even a hint of flattery. Brother Xiao Jiang, no, Master Jiang. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses spoke up first, his voice so excited it was almost incoherent. Just now, that was just absolutely incredible. What style of martial arts is that? You're truly a master of our time. Brother Zhou, that's not very nice of you. You've been hiding such a master all this time and didn't introduce him to us sooner. Another wealthy businessman complained half-jokingly to Wyatt Coleman. Wyatt Coleman's heart was pounding, and he couldn't hide the joy on his face. He made the right bet. Not only had Wyatt Coleman made the right bet, but he also witnessed the birth of a legend with his own eyes. He looked at Jason Carter, his face radiating genuine admiration and joy. Xiao Jiang, you? Brother Zhou, Jason Carter interrupted, shoving the Mercedes keys directly into his hand. I can't drive this thing, and I've got nowhere to keep it. Help me take care of it, sell it, or toss it, whatever you think is best. He hadn't even gotten his driver's license yet. What use was this hunk of metal? It was just taking up space. Besides, driving this thing to the beach just wouldn't fit. Jason Carter's gesture left everyone present stunned once again. Sell it? Throw it away? That SA top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz S-Class worth over $1 million. It's the symbol of Connor Wolf's status in Eastport City. And he just gave it away like that. Wyatt Coleman's hands were trembling slightly as he held the heavy bunch of keys. He finally realized that he and Jason Carter weren't even on the same level. The money and status he cared so much about were probably no different from a pebble on the side of the road in this young man's eyes. Wookie, I'll take care of it. Wyatt Coleman nodded vigorously. Jason Carter said nothing more. He turned and jumped onto his family's fishing boat, shouting to his grandfather, who was still standing there in a daze. Grandpa, let us go. If we dawdle any longer, the tide will turn. Oh. David Carter snapped out of his daze, hurriedly untied the mooring lines, and started the engine. Amid the vroom, vroom, vroom of the motor, the small fishing boat slowly pulled away from the dock. Jason Carter stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze, without even glancing back once. On the dock, all the villagers watched his receding figure, their eyes filled with nothing but awe. After today, the skies over Seacliff Village would likely change for good. The fishing boat sailed out into the open sea, leaving the hustle and bustle of the shore far behind. David Carter held the helm, wanting to speak several times but unsure where to begin. Grandpa, just ask whatever you want, Jason Carter said with a smile as he sat by the rail. You tell Grandpa the truth. Where on earth did you get these skills? David Carter finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. And it's as if you know everything you even knew about that Black Wolf-esque car in advance. Here it comes. He couldn't avoid this question after all. Jason Carter had been mentally prepared for this. He sighed, his expression a mix of sincerity and feigned nonchalance. Grandpa, do you remember that time I fell overboard?
Ido.
What about it? Ever since then, all sorts of strange things have been popping into my head. Sometimes I'll look at a fish and know exactly how much it's worth. Other times, I'll look at a person and sense where they have an old injury. It's as if the goddess of the sea has bestowed her grace upon me, opening my mind. He blamed it all on that accident and the elusive goddess of the sea. This explanation, with its touch of mystery, was perfect for dealing with the older generation. Sure enough, after hearing this, David Carter stared blankly for a long moment before finally slapping his thigh hard, his face lighting up with a look of sudden realization and immense relief. I knew it. Our old Jiang family must have accumulated good deeds from generations past. This is the goddess of the sea manifesting her power. She couldn't bear to see our family suffer. Seeing his grandfather accept the story so quickly, Jason Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Perfect. Just then, that cold, mechanical voice rang out in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host has completed a major achievement event, the downfall of the Black Wolf. Event rating, S++ with lightning-fast speed and strategic cunning. You completely shattered the authority of an underground faction in full view of the public. Through sheer strength and personal charisma, you won over every onlooker present, creating an extremely far-reaching impact. Calculating S++ level rewards. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 system points. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new category in the Treasure Exchange, the Skill Books page. Congratulations, host. You have received an S++ level special reward. 1 intermediate tier skill draw chance. Holy shit. An S++ rating. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat as he forced himself to suppress his excitement. This reward was incredibly generous. Jason Carter immediately dove into the system and eagerly opened the store. His system points had skyrocketed from the remaining 5 to 205. Sure enough, a new skill books category had appeared next to the item list. He clicked to take a look and was greeted by a dazzling array of options. Basic driving mastery. Instantly turns you into a seasoned driver with 5 years of experience. Parallel parking and reverse parking become a breeze. Price, 50 points. Beginner-S culinary skills. Seafood specialization. Gives you seafood preparation and cooking skills on par with a Michelin-starred chef. Price, 50 points. Beginner language proficiency. English. Grants you the listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills equivalent to the CET 6 level. Price, 80 points. All of them are extremely practical skills. That basic driving mastery was practically tailor-made for him. His gaze finally settled on the treasure chest glowing with a blue light in his inventory. Skill draw chance intermediate tier. What on earth could this thing draw? System, use the skill draw chance. Ding. Initiating intermediate tier skill draw. On the virtual screen before him, a massive roulette will begin spinning rapidly, flashing countless skill names. Some he could make out, others he couldn't. Intermediate tier combat skills. Business negotiation expert, danger instinct, animal communication. Jason Carter's heart was in his throat. A few seconds later, the wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer finally came to rest on a slot that took Jason Carter by surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've drawn a rare life skill, Divine Appraisal Incomplete. Divine Appraisal Incomplete. Your eyes will be able to see through the true information of all man-made objects, including their materials, age, craftsmanship, and the stories hidden behind them. Note: due to the skill being incomplete, it currently only applies to ceramic items. Jason Carter was stunned. Antique appraisal? Or is it limited to ceramics? What use is this skill when I'm foraging along the shore? Do you think I'll actually dredge up some blue and white porcelain from the sea? Chapter 31. Paying in full for a new car, class reunion? A day had passed since the Black Wolf incident, and the sea had returned to calm. Jason Carter set out to sea early in the morning. Only this time, there was one less person on board. His grandfather, David Carter, refused to go out to sea with him no matter what. In the old man's words, "You're handling big things now. Having this old man on board would only get in your way." Jason Carter couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he had to go alone. He didn't rush to hunt for treasure. As usual, he set a few nets in the shallows and hauled up nothing but ordinary fish and shrimp. He needed this familiar routine to calm his nerves after yesterday's fierce battle. At noon, as he pulled the boat to shore, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wyatt Coleman. Master Jiang. I hope I'm not disturbing you." On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman's voice was slightly trembling. Tinged with obvious awe, his form of address had shifted from Little Jiang to Master Jiang. Wyatt Coleman had been a close-up witness to everything that happened at the pier yesterday. Jason Carter's otherworldly combat prowess, coupled with his attitude toward the $1 million luxury car, treating it like scrap metal afterward, had completely overturned his understanding of reality. In his eyes, Jason Carter was already an unfathomable, otherworldly being. "Get to the point," Jason Carter said coolly. Yes. Wyatt Coleman's voice grew even more deferential. "The Mercedes you asked me to handle has been taken care of. A friend of mine in real estate was there yesterday. He was so impressed by your charisma that he insisted on paying a premium for it. It sold for $1.5 million. The money has already been transferred to my account. Would you like me to bring you the cash, or $1,500,000? Jason Carter raised an eyebrow. That clunker was only worth around $1,200,000 on the open market. It seemed Wyatt Coleman had used the deal to curry favor. "Just transfer it directly to my card," Jason Carter said. I'll send you the card number via WeChat. Yes, yes. Wyatt Coleman replied eagerly. Then, as if remembering something, asked tentatively, Master Jiang, you mentioned yesterday that you couldn't drive that car. Was it because you don't have a driver's license? I have a friend with some connections at the DMV who can get you one in a week. What do you think? This Wyatt Coleman is quite the shrewd one. Jason Carter thought to himself. A driver's license was indeed an issue. Sorting it out on his own would take 10 days to half a month, so having him help would save a lot of trouble. All right, you take care of it, Jason Carter said, not refusing. Also, Jason Carter paused. I need a run-of-the-mill car. Something sturdy that can handle rough roads, but nothing too flashy. He couldn't even bear to imagine driving a sports car out to the shore. On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman heard this and knew his chance had come. He immediately patted his chest and said, Leave it to me. I'll arrange a top-of-the-line Defender for you right away. It'll definitely meet your requirements. No need. Jason Carter cut him off bluntly. I'll buy one myself. A car is just a tool. I don't like owing anyone a favor. His refusal was crisp and decisive. Wyatt Coleman paused for a moment on the other end of the line, feeling even more admiration for Jason Carter. This Master Jiang was truly unlike ordinary people. With such immense capabilities, yet still clinging to that little boat and refusing to take advantage of others even when buying a car, he was truly a man of great character. Yes, 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 I was being presumptuous, Wyatt Coleman hurriedly said. Well then, if you ever need anything, just let me know. After hanging up, Jason Carter looked at the long string of numbers that had just appeared in his mobile banking app, but felt nothing. He closed the app. To him, money was nothing more than a number. He said goodbye to his grandfather, got behind the wheel of that beat-up Wuling Xinguang, and headed toward the Eastport City district. Eastport City International Auto City. This place brought together nearly every domestic and international car brand, from compact cars costing tens of thousands to sports cars worth millions. It had it all. Jason Carter parked the Wuling in a corner and walked inside. He passed the Ferrari showroom, where a few salespeople were leaning against red sports cars. Seeing Jason Carter's outfit, which cost no more than 300 yuan, they treated him as if he were invisible. All flash and no substance. The chassis isn't even as thick as the sole of my shoe. It struggled to clear a curb. Jason Carter muttered to himself, not even glancing their way as he walked straight past. He then passed by the Land Rover showroom. It's big and rugged enough, but unfortunately, it's way too flashy. If I drove that thing back to the village, the whole village would know I struck it rich by the next day. That'd be a hassle. He strolled along, taking in the sights, and finally stopped in front of a relatively quiet showroom for a domestic brand. Longting Motors. In the center of the showroom stood a matte black SUV. The vehicle was massive, with bold, angular lines, and its boxy front end looked imposing. Longting Pioneer V7 Expedition Edition. Jason Carter's gaze fell on the sign in front of the car. This car was right up his alley. Low-key, but not to be messed with. Hello, sir. Are you looking at cars? A young salesman who had only recently joined the company saw Jason Carter stop. After a moment's hesitation, he approached him. The other veteran salespeople were all gathered together chatting. None of them took this modestly dressed young man seriously. Is this model in stock? Jason Carter pointed at the Pioneer V7. Oh yes, we do. The young salesman nodded eagerly. You have excellent taste, sir. This is the top-of-the-line model in our Pioneer series, equipped with our proprietary 3.0 TV6 engine and full-time four-wheel drive with 3 differential locks. Its off-road performance is truly formidable. Once all the paperwork is processed, the total cost will be just over 700,000. When mentioning the price, the young salesman's voice dropped slightly as he glanced at Jason Carter with a hint of unease. 700,000 for a Chinese-made car. For most people, that's a decision that requires careful consideration. However, Jason Carter simply nodded, his tone flat. I'll take this one. Full payment by card. As he spoke, he pulled out the bank card from his pocket, the one that had just received the transfer. The young salesman froze, his mouth agape, his mind going blank. What? Just like that? It's a deal? In full? Had he heard wrong? The veteran salesman nearby, who had been chatting and goofing off, also heard the commotion. One by one, their eyes widened as if they'd seen a ghost. Not even the A-level clients in the system had ever been this decisive. Sir, are you sure? The young salesman stammered. Is there a problem? Jason Carter asked in return. No. No problem. Absolutely no problem. The young salesman snapped out of it instantly. His hands trembling with excitement, he knew he'd stumbled upon a legendary big spender. Summoning all his strength, he shouted in a strained voice, "Manager, hurry over. This gentleman wants to buy a Pioneer V7 in full." The entire showroom erupted in a frenzy. For the next hour, Jason Carter enjoyed top-tier treatment. The manager personally served him tea and water, the finance department rushed over to process the paperwork, and even the veteran salesmen who previously ignored him were now swarming around him, asking after his well-being and practically shoving the fruit platter from the break room into his arms. Jason Carter paid little attention to any of this, simply sitting quietly on the sofa, waiting for the paperwork to be completed. As he drove this black behemoth out of the auto mall amid countless envious glances, he felt a sense of calm. He pulled over to the side of the road, leaned back in the spacious seat, and felt the engine's steady vibration. Felt good. Just then, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a WeChat group notification from a chat he'd almost forgotten about. Donghai University, Class of 2016, International Trade Class 2. Class President Zhao Chong at everyone. Classmates, it's been 2 years since graduation. How is everyone doing? After discussion among the class committee, we decided to hold a class reunion this Saturday at 6 p.m. at the Golden Splendor KTV. Please be sure to attend. Reply to confirm. Below the message, more than 20 people had already replied with "got it" or "I'll definitely be there." Jason Carter's fingers slowly swiped across the screen, his gaze sweeping over a list of names that were both familiar and unfamiliar. Then his fingertip paused. In the reply list, one name stood out in stark relief. Summer Moss, his ex-girlfriend. In an instant, those painful memories flooded back. Jason Carter, you're a good guy, but love doesn't put food on the table. Look at yourself, you make $4,000 a month and can't even afford one of my handbags. How are you going to provide a future for me? Let us break up. I don't want to spend the best years of my life struggling alongside you. Her icy words and disdainful gaze came back to him with crystal clarity. A wave of irritation washed over Jason Carter, and he instinctively reached to leave the group chat. What was the point? To watch her link arms with that rich kid, flaunting her designer bags and lavish lifestyle in front of everyone? To watch those snobbish classmates fawn over them? Pointless. However, just a second before he was about to lock his screen, his gaze inadvertently fell on the rearview mirror inside the car. The person in the mirror had a calm expression, with a hint of confidence at the corners of his mouth. This was no longer the timid, poor student from 2 years ago who would blush at the slightest criticism. Jason Carter fell silent. He leaned back in his seat, watching the city's ceaseless flow of traffic outside the window. Why run away? That past had always been a thorn in his side if he didn't face it. He'd never get past this hurdle. Wasn't everything he had now the best way to prove himself against that past? He decided to go. Not to show off or seek revenge, but simply to put a period at the end of that humiliating chapter of his youth. With that thought, Jason Carter's mind finally settled. He picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and opened the classmate group chat. At the bottom of the long list of replies, he calmly tapped out a single character with his finger. Then he tapped send. Jason Carter, I'm here. Chapter 32. This crummy bowl is worth over 100,000. Sunday afternoon, Eastport City. Jason Carter walked out of the downtown shopping mall. He changed into a well-fitting casual suit paired with a pair of white sneakers, and he looked sharp. After all, a class reunion was a social occasion. He didn't have to care about what others thought, but he had to maintain a basic level of decorum. He certainly couldn't show up in a windbreaker that reeked of fish. Jason Carter settled into his brand new Trailblazer V7, savoring the comfort of the leather seats. Just as he was about to start the car and head back to Seacliff Village, his gaze inadvertently drifted out the window. Not far away, at the entrance to an old street, stood an archway bearing the words Antique Street. Antique Street? Jason Carter's interest was piqued. He recalled the new skill he'd just acquired yesterday. Divine Appraisal Imperfect Ceramics. He had nothing better to do anyway, why not take a stroll over there? He could treat it as a test run for his new ability. Jason Carter turned the steering wheel and parked in a lot near the old street, then strolled in. Both sides of the street were lined with stalls and shops, crammed with pots, jars, calligraphy, paintings, and jade artifacts. The sounds of tourists haggling with vendors mingled together, creating a lively, down-to-earth atmosphere. Jason Carter acted like an ordinary tourist, walking and looking around without immediately activating his skill. "Hey, young man, come take a look at this jade. It's from the Han Dynasty. Wearing it will keep you safe." "Handsome guy. This is an authentic Tang Bohu painting. I'll sell it to you for a bargain." Jason Carter turned a deaf ear to these calls and silently activated his treasure appraisal skill in his mind. In an instant, the world before his eyes transformed. In his field of vision, the treasures that the vendors had been hyping up were all overlaid with lines of gray text. Modern Jingdajun craft antique style vase. Souvenir. Suggested retail price, 50 yuan. Resin imitation jade pendant. Chemically dyed prolonged wears harmful to health. Value, 5 yuan. High-definition print of along the river during the Qingming festival. Distressed finish. Just rolled off the production line last week. Value, 29.9 yuan free shipping. As he scanned the row, it was nothing but this kind of junk. Damn it. This ISNT and Antique Street, it's practically a massive scam. Jason Carter shook his head in disbelief, and his faint hope of finding a treasure faded. It seemed this skill wasn't as useful as he'd thought. After all, you can't dredge up sunken ship porcelain from the ocean every day. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the corner of his eye caught a faint glimmer of gold. The light flashed by in an instant, blending in with the colorful merchandise lining the street, almost impossible to notice. But it was completely different from the gray text that marked the fakes. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat. He stopped without giving himself away and looked in the direction the light had come from. It was a secluded, cluttered corner where a dozing middle-aged vendor was tending to a pile of junk, and that faint golden glow seemed to be coming from a cracked bowl holding down the corner of a tablecloth. The bowl looked filthy, with several chips around the rim and a layer of black, greasy grime caked on it even from several meters away. He could almost smell the rancid odor. Jason Carter took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasy feeling in his heart, and walked casually toward the stall. His gaze wandered over the copper coins and old books on the stall, but his attention was entirely focused on that broken bowl. System, deep scan. Ding. Scan successful. A line of text, glowing with a faint golden light, appeared on his retina. Item name: Qing Dynasty Tongji Period Folk Kiln Pink Glazed Flower and Bird Pattern Bowl. Condition: 3 noticeable chips on the rim. The body is heavily soiled. Fine scratches on the inner wall. Condition: lower middle. Craftsmanship: the brushwork is vivid and fluid, and the colors are pure and vibrant. This is a typical masterpiece of folk kilns, bearing the style of imperial kiln painters who had fallen on hard times and ended up in the civilian world. Overall assessment: authentic. Although it has flaws, it possesses extremely high folkloric and collectible value. Estimated market value: 100,000 150,000 renminbi. Holy crap. Jason Carter felt his heart skip a beat. 10? Over 100,000. For a crappy bowl that looks like it was fished out of a slop bucket. His breathing quickened slightly, but the composure honed by years at sea quickly restored his calm, and his face betrayed not a hint of his inner turmoil. Time to put on a show. He casually picked up a crudely crafted fake jade bracelet and asked the drowsy stall owner, "Sir, how much for this bracelet?" The stall owner lifted his eyelids slightly and said listlessly, "It's an heirloom, an old mine glass jade. Since I like the look of you, take it for 3,000. Family heirloom? I'd say it's more like a Iwu knockoff. And glass like jade? This is clearly just glass." Jason Carter rolled his eyes inwardly, but put on an interested expression. He examined it in the sunlight for a while, then shook his head and put it back. His gaze seemed to fall, as if by accident, on the dirty bowl weighing down the tablecloth. He pinched the rim of the bowl with 2 fingers, lifting it with a look of disgust, and even waved it in front of his nose. "Boss, that bowl is way too dirty. But it looks pretty sturdy if I take it home for my cat to use as a food bowl. It probably one tea break." As soon as he said this, the stall owner didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, clearly having lost all interest in Jason Carter, a young man who knew nothing about antiques. This was exactly the reaction Jason Carter had been hoping for. He put the bowl back and pointed to an even uglier fake porcelain vase nearby. "Here's what we'll do, boss. That bracelet is too expensive. Give me this beat-up bowl and this little vase rounded up to 200 yuan, and I'll take them. You'll be rid of 2 pieces of junk, too. How about it?" Hearing 200 yuan, the stall owner finally perked up a bit. He glanced at the chipped bowl and the broken vase. In his eyes, the combined cost of these two items was less than 20 yuan. They were just taking up space and making the place look dirty. Now that someone was actually willing to pay 200 yuan for them, it was like a windfall. He immediately sat up straight, afraid that Jason Carter might change his mind, and forced a smile. All right, you're a straight shooter, young man. 200 it is, deal. Jason Carter nodded, quickly scanned the QR code to pay, took the black plastic bag the vendor handed him, stuffed the cat food bowl and the bonus broken porcelain bottle inside, then turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. It wasn't until he walked out of the antique street, settled into his Pioneer V7, and closed the car door to shut out the outside commotion that Jason Carter let out a long sigh of relief. A thin sheen of sweat had already broken out on his back. He placed the black plastic bag on the passenger seat and looked at the greasy, battered bowl inside. His heart was still pounding wildly. 200 yuan for at least 100,000. This was 100 times more thrilling than reeling in a huge fish weighing dozens of jin from the ocean. This wasn't just a simple bargain hunt anymore. It was a strategic move that exploited the market's weaknesses after understanding the rules. Even if Warren Buffett showed up, he'd have to call me Big Brother. Jason Carter leaned back in his seat, unable to suppress a broad grin. He knew that starting today, aside from the ocean, he had another path to making a fortune. Chapter 33. A ratty 200 yuan bowl, worth 200,000. Inside the spacious cab of the Pioneer V7, Jason Carter leaned back in his seat, his heart still racing. He looked at the black plastic bag on the passenger seat. 200 yuan had turned into at least 100,000. The money had come way too fast. But the problem was, how could he turn this thing into cash? Sell it at an antique shop himself? A young man in his early 20s showing up with a Qing dynasty bowl, he'd be lucky not to be arrested as a tomb raider. And the shopkeeper would surely try to drive the price down as much as possible. For professional matters, you had to find a professional. A name immediately popped into Jason Carter's mind. Wyatt Coleman. As a leading figure in Eastport City's restaurant scene, his connections would surely give him access to that circle. Jason Carter didn't hesitate. He called Wyatt Coleman right away. The call was answered almost instantly. Master Jiang, how may I assist you? Wyatt Coleman's signature, deferential voice came through the line. Brother Zhou, I need to ask you something, Jason Carter said bluntly. Do you know any reliable antique appraisers? I have an item here I'd like to have looked at. Antiques. On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman clearly paused for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. This Master Jiang, not only is he a skilled fighter and an expert on the ocean, but now he's even getting into antiques. His range of skills is just too broad. Could it be something he salvaged from the sea last time? Wyatt Coleman didn't dare ask any more questions, but his admiration for the man grew even deeper. He immediately replied, Master Jiang, to be honest, I'm an antiques enthusiast myself. I'm on good terms with Chen Shuahai Old Quincy from the Eastport City Antiques Association. If you don't mind, why not bring the item over to my Cloud Peak Pavilion? I'll have Old Quincy come right over to take a look at it for you. This was exactly the outcome Jason Carter had been hoping for. All right, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Jason Carter started his car. The black Trailblazer V7, like a wild beast, let out a low growl as it merged into the traffic. Yunding Pavilion, Eastport City's premier private club-style hotel. Jason Carter parked his car at the entrance, where a doorman immediately approached to take charge of it with great respect, carrying a black plastic bag that looked completely out of place in the surroundings. He was led by a beautiful manager in a cheongsam into the Ocean View Hall on the top floor. The private room was spacious, featuring a subdued Chinese-style interior. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows spanning an entire wall lay Eastport City's most beautiful coastline. Wyatt Coleman had been waiting for some time, seated next to a white-haired but sprightly elderly man. The old man was dressed in a traditional Chinese suit. Sipping tea with his head bowed, he exuded an air of distinction at first glance. Master Jiang, you've finally arrived. Wyatt Coleman greeted him with a beaming smile, as warm as if he were meeting a long-lost relative. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Shuahai, Vice President of the Eastport City Antiques Association, Old Quincy. Jason Carter nodded at the old man. Hello, Old Quincy. Old Quincy lifted his eyelids and gave Jason Carter a casual glance. When his gaze fell on the grubby black plastic bag in Jason Carter's hand, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Young people these days, they pick up some junk from some street stall and immediately think they've struck gold, hoping to get rich overnight. If it weren't for Wyatt Coleman, he would never have bothered to come to this so-called antique appraisal. Wyatt Coleman was a shrewd man. He immediately sensed old Quincy's true feelings and hurried to smooth things over. Haha, Master Jiang S&T, one to sweat the small stuff. Come, please have a seat. Let us have some tea while we take a look. Jason Carter didn't let old Quincy's attitude bother him. He sat down graciously, placed the plastic bag on the expensive rosewood tea table, and pulled out the greasy, battered bowl. Thud! The bottom of the bowl hit the table, producing a dull thud. The atmosphere at the table suddenly turned a bit awkward. Wyatt Coleman looked at the bowl, which was dirtier than his dog's food bowl, and his eye twitched. Old Quincy nearly burst out laughing. His face practically screamed, "Nonsense! Old Quincy, could you take a look at this, please?" Jason Carter said calmly, as if he hadn't noticed the expressions on their faces. Old Quincy suppressed his irritation. Out of professional habit, he pulled a pair of white gloves from his cloth bag and put them on, then took out a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight. He pinched the rim of the bowl, not daring to touch it directly, and scanned it with the magnifying glass. The body is rough, the glaze is cloudy, and the rim is badly chipped. Little Joe, this is just the most ordinary, crude bowl from a folk kiln, and a defective one at that. The kind no one would even pick up if it were thrown by the roadside. Old Quincy delivered his verdict bluntly, his tone carrying a hint of lecturing the young man. You should be grateful to Mr. Joe. Not everyone has the patience to play this make-believe game with you. Wyatt Coleman felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat, just as he was about to find a way to save face. But Jason Carter spoke up. Old Quincy, the grease on the bowl might affect your assessment of the glaze color and the painting. He pointed to the restroom next to the tea table. Could you please wash it first? Old Quincy was taken aback, and his irritation grew. Some greenhorn, telling me how to do my job? But he was a professional after all, and cleaning was a necessary step in the appraisal process. He snorted coldly and carried the bowl into the restroom. Wyatt Coleman hurriedly poured tea for Jason Carter and whispered, Master Jiang, Old Quincy is just like that. Please don't take it personally. Jason Carter smiled but said nothing. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam. The show had only just begun. A few minutes later, the sound of running water came from the restroom. A few more minutes passed, and the sound stopped. But old Quincy was taking his time coming out. Wyatt Coleman found this a bit odd and was just about to get up to check when the bathroom door opened. Old Quincy walked out, cradling the bowl in his hands. But his expression was completely different from when he'd gone in. The disdain and impatience on his face were gone, replaced by intense focus and solemnity. His steps were slow and steady, as if what he held in his hands wasn't a broken bowl, but some rare treasure. He walked over to the tea table and carefully placed the clean bowl on a velvet cloth. Wyatt Coleman leaned in for a closer look and was stunned. With the grease washed away, the bowl seemed transformed. The bowl had a warm, creamy white hue, adorned with pastel-colored peach blossoms. A lifelike little bird perched on a branch, just about to spread its wings. The brushwork was delicate, the colors soft yet vivid, exuding an indescribable charm. Although the rim still bore some chips, they did nothing to detract from the bowl's overall beauty. Old Quincy paid no attention to Wyatt Coleman. He picked up his high-powered flashlight and examined the bowl inch by inch, from the inner wall to the outer wall, and down to the foot ring at the bottom. Time ticked by second by second. His breathing gradually grew more rapid. The hand holding the magnifying glass even began to tremble slightly. Finally, he turned off the flashlight, removed his white gloves, and exhaled a long breath. He looked up at Jason Carter. His eyes no longer held a trace of contempt, but were filled instead with disbelief, astonishment, and fervor. Tongji. It's a Qing Dynasty Tongji era bowl with a pink and white floral and bird design. The brushwork. The color, there's absolutely no mistake. Although it's from a folk kiln, this level of skill could only have been achieved by an imperial kiln painter who ended up in the civilian world. A masterpiece. An absolute masterpiece. Old Quincy's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Young friend. No, Jiang, my young friend. Where did you get this bowl? Wyatt Coleman was completely dumbfounded. His mouth hanging open, he looked back and forth between old Quincy, whose face was lit up with fervor, and Jason Carter, who had been calmly sipping his tea the whole time, feeling as though his worldview had just been turned upside down once again. A battered bowl that had been used as a dog food bowl had, in the blink of an eye, become what old Quincy called a masterpiece. Faced with old Quincy's probing questions, Jason Carter set down his teacup and delivered the line he'd prepared long ago. My grandfather taught me a few mnemonic verses for appraising antique items. He said the body and the painting on this bowl have the charm of an old piece. I was strolling through the antique market a couple of days ago, saw it looked the part, and bought it for 200 yuan just for fun. I never expected I'd actually guessed right. 200 yuan. Upon hearing that figure, old Quincy and Wyatt Coleman exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a shock as overwhelming as a towering tidal wave. This wasn't just a lucky guess. It was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Wyatt Coleman had stopped questioning whether it made sense. When it came to Jason Carter, anything that seemed unreasonable somehow made perfect sense. He acted decisively, speaking before old Quincy could get a word in. Master Jiang, I really love this bowl. I wonder if you'd be willing to part with it? I'll offer 200,000. He had added 50,000 directly on top of the system's maximum estimated value. What he was after wasn't the bowl itself, but the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Jason Carter. Old Jiang opened his mouth, then finally shook his head with a wry smile. He knew he couldn't outbid Wyatt Coleman. All right, Jason Carter nodded, quite decisively. Wyatt Coleman was overjoyed and immediately pulled out his phone to make the transaction. In less than 10 seconds, Jason Carter's phone received a text message confirming the bank deposit. Your savings account ending in XXXX has received 200,000 yuan. The transaction was complete. Jason Carter stood up, ready to leave. Master Jiang, brother Jiang. Wyatt Coleman hurriedly called out to him, his tone having shifted from the previous respect to one of sincere admiration and a hint of pleading. Brother, I really can't figure you out anymore. Just how many more skills do you have that we don't know about? If you ever come across anything good in the future, or if there's ever anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. Jason Carter looked at him, smiled, but didn't answer. He simply waved his hand and turned to leave the private room. Only Wyatt Coleman and old Quincy remained, staring at that cat food bowl worth 200,000 yuan, speechless for a long while. Wyatt Coleman knew he had to cling to Jason Carter's leg at all costs. This was no ordinary leg anymore. It was a divine tree reaching all the way to the heavens. Chapter 34. Undercurrents before the party, the ex-girlfriend's scheme. Jason Carter's simple, I'm in appeared in the long-dormant WeChat group 4, East Sea University. Class 2, International Trade, class of 2016, but it didn't attract much attention. Compared to the enthusiastic replies that followed class president Zhao Chang's at everyone message, his reply came too late, stood too alone, and was completely unremarkable. The atmosphere in the group was lively. Wow, we're finally having a reunion. Class president, you're the best. The golden splendor? Not bad, Zhao Chang. You're doing pretty well for yourself. Booking a place like this. Everyone's gotta come. We haven't seen each other in 2 years since graduation. I've missed you guys so much. In the heart of Eastport City, at an exquisitely decorated cafe, Summer Moss stirred the latte in front of her, her fair fingers slowly gliding across the screen of her new Warwick phone as she read the lively chat log in the group, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. When she scrolled down to that lone, attending, and saw the name Jason Carter behind it, her brow furrowed slightly. Is he coming too? What's he doing here? A wave of irritation washed over her. It had been 2 years since graduation, and she was no longer the student she once was. Her life now was the kind many of her social media friends envied. Upscale restaurants, luxury goods, and spontaneous trips at a moment's notice. As for Jason Carter, she'd heard he'd returned to that remote Seacliff village, inherited his family's fishing boat, and become a fisherman. What right did he have to show up at a place like Golden Splendor? Was he here to see just how well she was doing now, hoping to find a way to climb the social ladder? Or was he planning to show off the seafood he'd caught in front of everyone? How ridiculous. Summer Moss instinctively wanted to draw a clear line between them, declaring her victory before the party even began. She opened her photo album and selected a picture taken just today. The photo was taken against the backdrop of the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows. She held her coffee cup with elegant poise, and the pricey Cartier Ballon blue watch on her wrist stood out prominently. But the real focal point was an orange box casually placed on the corner of the table, bearing the Hermes logo. She posted the photo to the class chat group, along with a caption. Summer Moss, just got back from shopping, I'm so tired. At Sunyu, Thanks, honey. For the Birkin, I absolutely love the color. Heart. As soon as the photo and caption were posted, the group chat exploded. People who had been chatting about the party just moments ago immediately switched topics. Holy crap! Is that the Birkin I'm thinking of? Meng Meng, you're so lucky. I waited in line for half a year and still couldn't get this color. Brother Tyler is so awesome. So jealous. Other people's boyfriends never disappoint me. Meng Meng, bring him along on Saturday so we can witness your fairy tale romance. Watching the flood of flattery and envy pour in on her screen, Summer Moss's lingering irritation vanished. She picked up her coffee, took a sip, and let that triumphant smile return to her face. This is the treatment I deserve. Jason Carter? Just a loser. What are you laughing at? You look so happy. A man's voice came from across the table. Summer Moss looked up at the man sitting opposite her. Sun Yu, her current boyfriend, the son of the owner of an international trade company. 27 or 28 years old, dressed in designer brands, with a Richard Mille on his wrist that outshone her Cartier. Nothing. Just checking our class chat, we're having a reunion this Saturday. Summer Moss handed him her phone and tilted her chin. Look, everyone is so jealous of me. Sun Yu took the phone, glanced at it casually, and let out a contemptuous smile. Is that it? Just a bunch of small-town hicks who've never seen the world. He swiped up and spotted the lone here that had appeared before Summer Moss opened the chat. Jason Carter? Sun Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone turning amused. S&T that your ex-boyfriend who went back to the village to fish? Is he coming too? Summer Moss's expression froze for a moment. Then she nodded. Yeah. The class president notified everyone. Ha! He actually has the nerve to show up? Sun Yu tossed his phone back onto the table and snorted derisively. What, did he strike it rich fishing? Planning to pull up in front of Jinbi Huiguang in his beat-up fishing boat and hand out 2 yellow croakers to each of us as gifts. This cutting sarcasm stung Summer Moss a little, but it also gave her a sense of satisfaction. Her decision back then had been absolutely the right one. Don't talk about him like that. Maybe he's doing pretty well for himself now, Summer Moss said, feigning concern for Jason Carter. Pretty well? How well could he possibly be doing? Sun Yu leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at her with utter contempt. A penniless bum who can't even afford a single YSL lipstick even if he fished Dragon King's underwear out of the ocean. He'd still be a fisherman. Social class, get it? It's something carved into your very bones, it never changes. He looked at Summer Moss, and suddenly an idea struck him. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to flaunt his wealth and completely crush his girlfriend's ex? He was going to let Summer Moss and all her classmates see with their own eyes just how wise her choice had been, and how many times better he, Sun Yu, was than that fisherman named Jason Carter. Darling. Sun Yu sat up straight and took Summer Moss's hand. I'll go with you on Saturday. Huh? You coming? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Summer Moss hesitated. What's wrong with that? I'm your boyfriend, it's only natural for me to attend your class reunion. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of Sun Yu's mouth. It's perfect. I want to see for myself just how much a fisherman can amount to. When the time comes, I'll make sure he knows, right in front of all your classmates, just how right your choice was back then. Summer Moss's heart began to race. She could picture the scene clearly. Sun Yu driving his flashy red Porsche 911, pulling up in front of the opulent golden splendor, drawing envious glances from everyone. Inside the private room, Sun Yu would wave to order the most expensive liquor, discussing business deals ordinary people would never even come close to. Meanwhile, Jason Carter, dressed in cheap clothes, would sit awkwardly in the corner, enduring everyone's looks of sympathy, pity, and even contempt. That image sent a thrill through her. The last remnants of her uneasy feelings were instantly swept away by this intense sense of vanity. Why should he? Why did he dare look at me like that when we broke up? He deserves to see that we're now worlds apart. Let him give up on me once and for all. Well, okay, Summer Moss said, lowering her head and pretending to be coy as she agreed. Sun Yu smiled with satisfaction and began to make plans. The golden splendor, right? My dad knows their boss. I'll have the manager reserve their biggest private room and charge the drinks to my tab. Oh, right, isn't your class president the organizer? I'll send him a red envelope in advance and have him take good care of that Jason Carter. Make him drink a few extra rounds, ask him about his great achievements in beachcombing, and have him really show off in front of everyone. And as for gifts, aren't you guys supposed to get one for the teacher? I'll just go to the boutique and grab the latest Apple Watch. I'd like to see what a fisherman like him can come up with. A few gene of dried shrimp. Sun Yu grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already picture Jason Carter being humiliated at the party. Summer Moss listened to Sun Yu's plan, her smile growing sweeter and sweeter. She leaned against Sun Yu's shoulder and said softly, "Brother Tyler, you're so good to me." Jason Carter. Saturday night, I hope you don't let me and Brother Tyler down. Chapter 35. He didn't even look at me? It was 5:50 p.m. on Saturday, and dusk had just fallen. The neon sign outside the Golden Splendor KTV flickered incessantly. This was a notorious money-burning hotspot in Eastport City, with well-dressed men and women coming and going. The parking lot at the entrance was packed with luxury cars. A group of young people had gathered at the entrance. They were students from Class 2 of the International Trade Program who had come to attend the class reunion. 2 years after graduation, everyone had shed their former naivety, and their speech and behavior had become much more polite and formal. Good job. Class president, you actually booked Golden Splendor. I heard the minimum spend here is in the 5-digit range, right? You bet. Zhao Chang's really made it big now. Just as they were talking, the roar of a sports car engine echoed from the distance. A red Porsche 911 executed a drift and came to a smooth stop right in front of the KTV's main entrance, in the most prominent spot. The doors swung upward. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The first to step out was a man dressed in trendy designer brands. The Richard Mill on his wrist glinted dazzlingly under the lights. It was Sun Yu. Sun Yu walked around to the other side and, with great charm, opened the door for her. Summer Moss, wearing a black evening gown and carrying a Hermes Birkin bag, stepped out with elegant poise. Hey, look, I see that Summer Moss? Is that her boyfriend next to her? Wow! A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Meng Meng, you look so beautiful. Just like a celebrity. This must be Brother Tyler, right? Yes, even more handsome in person than in photos. And that car is so cool. Several female classmates immediately swarmed around them, showering them with compliments as if they were free. Summer Moss linked her arm through Sun Yu's, a restrained yet satisfied smile on her face, clearly relishing the attention. This was exactly the reaction she'd been aiming for. Sun Yu was even more smug. He cleared his throat and, addressing the class president Zhao Chang who had rushed over, said deliberately loudly, "Zhao Chang, right? I'm Sun Yu, Summer Moss's boyfriend. Have fun tonight. Everyone, I'll cover all the expenses." He paused for a moment, then added in a boastful tone, "My dad's friends with the owner of Golden Splendor. I've already put in a good word, so the manager will set us up in the biggest private room later." Wow, Brother Tyler, you're awesome. Brother Tyler, you're so generous. Meng Meng, you're so lucky. The crowd grew lively again, and Zhao Chang, looking both surprised and delighted, thanked him repeatedly. At that moment, Sun Yu and Summer Moss were the center of attention. Just as Sun Yu was at the height of his pride, a car quietly glided into the empty parking spot next to the Porsche. The car made almost no engine noise, but its massive body and rugged silhouette instantly captured everyone's attention. It was a matte black SUV. Its sharp lines, massive tires, and high ground clearance exuded a powerful presence. The front grille lacked the typical luxury car emblem, featuring only an unfamiliar, stylish emblem. What kind of car is that? It looks so imposing. I don't recognize it. Probably a Chinese-made model? But that presence is every bit as impressive as the Porsche next to it. Amid everyone's curious stares, the driver's side door opened. A long leg stepped out, and then a figure emerged from the car. The man wore a well-tailored casual suit over a simple white t-shirt, with a pair of white sneakers on his feet. He wasn't wearing any flashy designer labels, but the outfit flattered his tall, straight figure perfectly. He closed the car door and turned around. The light from a street lamp illuminated his face. His expression was neutral, his gaze calm. It was him, Jason Carter. Holy crap, is that Jason Carter? How has he changed so much? He looks like a completely different person. Did he drive this car here? That must cost a fortune, right? The classmates' whispers pricked Summer Moss's ears like needles. The smile on her face froze. She looked at the man standing beside the large black car, and her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. The Jason Carter standing before her was a completely different person from the poor student in her memories who used to blush over a single lipstick. The composed, unassuming aura he exuded was something she'd never seen before. Sun Yu's expression darkened as well. Had this fisherman just stolen the spotlight from the stage he'd worked so hard to set up? He eyed Jason Carter and the Chinese-made SUV from head to toe, making no effort to hide the contempt in his gaze. He pulled Summer Moss closer and stepped forward, as if to declare she was his. Hey, hasn't this Jason Carter? Haven't seen you in 2 years, made a fortune. Huh? Sun Yu's tone was odd. You're even driving a car now. What brand is this? Domestic, right? It looks pretty big, must cost you a pretty penny. Probably 100,000 yuan. He deliberately quoted a much lower price, prompting a few people nearby to chuckle under their breath. Summer Moss's lips twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. She, too, wanted to see how Jason Carter would handle this humiliation. But Jason Carter's reaction took everyone by surprise. He didn't even look at Sun Yu directly. His gaze swept past Sun Yu's face as if he were looking at a rock by the roadside, without lingering for even a moment. 100,000? Just one of those tires costs more than that. Idiot. A friend of the owner of Golden Splendor? Ha, I wonder if that lame dog Connor Wolf counts as your dad's friend. Jason Carter felt nothing, if anything. He felt like laughing. His gaze finally settled on Summer Moss's face, lingering for only half a second. Then he gave a very slight nod, tinged with politeness and detachment. That wasn't the look one gives an ex-girlfriend. It was the most basic greeting one might offer to an ordinary classmate encountered by chance in an unfamiliar setting. After that, Jason Carter looked away, as if Sun Yu and Summer Moss didn't exist at all, and walked straight toward the class president, Zhao Chong. Class president, it's been a while. His voice was calm. Oh, Jason Carter. It's been a while. Your Zhao Chong was still stunned, his speech a bit jumbled. Jason Carter patted him on the shoulder and stepped through the gilded revolving door first. The whole exchange unfolded very naturally. He didn't say a single word in response, nor did he show the slightest sign of anger. But this complete disregard felt like a silent slap, landing hard on Sun Yu's face. Sun Yu froze in place, his face flushing bright red. He felt as if the punch he'd charged up with all his strength had struck empty air. It was unbearably frustrating. Damn it! Sun Yu muttered under his breath, seething with rage. To save face, he deliberately raised his voice toward Jason Carter's retreating back. Honey, let us go inside. What's there to talk about with some fisherman driving a crappy Chinese car? Don't let this irrelevant person ruin our mood for the party. The shrill voice echoed through the parking lot. But Summer Moss didn't go along with him as she usually would. Her body felt stiff as she stared straight at the revolving door that had already closed, her mind in turmoil. She'd imagined countless scenarios for their reunion. Jason Carter might be jealous, angry, insecure, forcing a smile, or even come up to confront her. But this was the one thing she hadn't imagined. Calm, indifferent, and ignoring her. What did that look in his eyes just now mean? And what was that nod supposed to mean? Are we just ordinary classmates now? An indescribable sense of loss and resentment suddenly gripped her heart. For the first time, she realized she no longer understood this ex-boyfriend she'd once had completely under her thumb. Chapter 36. A hypocritical dinner party, shrill sarcasm. The Imperial Hall was the largest and most luxurious private room in this KTV. The U-shaped leather sofa was spacious enough to seat 30 or 40 people. As soon as Sun Yu and Summer Moss walked in, they were surrounded by classmates who had been waiting for them. Wow, Brother Tyler, you really upgraded us to the Imperial Hall. That is so awesome. Meng Meng, your boyfriend is so awesome. Class President Zhao Chong also approached with a fawning expression. Brother Tyler, thank you so much. I'd originally only booked a large private room. Sun Yu relished this flattery. He waved his hand dismissively, cutting Zhao Chong off and coming across as very generous. It's no big deal. I said I'd treat everyone tonight, so I want to make sure everyone has a great time. Sun Yu turned to Summer Moss and smiled, the pride in his eyes impossible to hide. Summer Moss's smile grew even sweeter. She was thoroughly enjoying the moment. But as her gaze swept across the room, searching for Jason Carter, her smile faltered slightly. Jason Carter wasn't looking at them. He'd arrived a while ago and had found the most secluded, inconspicuous spot to sit. Jason Carter didn't even glance this way. He just kept his eyes on his phone, looking completely unfazed, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with him. A few male classmates who'd been on decent terms with Jason Carter in college had also chosen to sit next to him. The group chatted quietly among themselves, staying out of the fray over there. What was this? Ignoring her? Or a provocation? Summer Moss felt really uncomfortable. Son, you noticed it too. Remembering how Jason Carter had ignored him at the door earlier, he felt even more annoyed. Damn it, he's just a fisherman. What's he playing at? Acting all high and mighty? If I don't trample you into the mud today, I'll write my name. Sun Yu. Backwards. Sun Yu snapped his fingers to summon a waiter. Bring me your most expensive divine dragon set menu. That's right, the one that costs 88,000. And open 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. Yes, Simon Keller. The waiter bowed and scraped as he backed out. Wow! An 88,000 set menu. An Ace of Spades. Another wave of gasps and cheers swept through the private room. Jason Carter glanced up. The Divine Dragon set menu? Wyatt Coleman had once mentioned it as a joke. It was something Connor Wolfe used specifically to rip off out-of-towners. A few bottles of imported liquor mixed with green tea, plus a fruit platter with hardly anything in it. The cost was less than 3,000 yuan. As for the Ace of Spades, in a place like this, 8 out of 10 bottles are fakes. This Son Yu getting fleeced like a pig, yet still thinking he has some big shot. Jason Carter shook his head, picked up the free barley tea the waiter had just poured for him, and took a light sip. To Sun Yu, his composure came across as pure contempt. Sun Yu gave a nod to his henchman standing nearby, then, holding his glass, led his entourage in a grand procession toward a corner. Summer Moss linked her arm through his and followed, a look of anticipation on her face. The lively music seemed to fade into the background. All eyes were fixed on that small corner. Jason Carter. How boring is it to sit here drinking tea all by yourself? Sun Yu looked down at Jason Carter with a condescending, flippant tone. Everyone else is drinking and chatting. Why aren't you joining in? Oh, I forgot you're a big streamer now, so you're too good for us ordinary classmates. Right? Jason Carter lifted his eyelids to look at Sun Yu but said nothing. One sycophant immediately chimed in. That's right, Jason the Divine. We heard you're live streaming seafood foraging online. Now you're a huge hit. Come on. Tell us, is it really like they say online that you can just pick up seafood like it's free? Another person chimed in sarcastically. Yeah, Jason Carter. Share your success story with us. Let us see what it's all about. This was clearly meant to embarrass him. The few classmates standing next to Jason Carter looked somewhat awkward. They wanted to speak up for him, but didn't dare offend Sun Yu. Seeing that Jason Carter remained silent, Sun Yu assumed he was scared, and the smug smile on his face grew even wider. He swirled the liquor in his glass and continued his provocation. Jason Carter, I hear you're now a full-time beachcomber? How much do you make a month? He paused deliberately, then said in an exaggerated tone, 3,000 yuan? Ha ha ha. A burst of raucous laughter erupted in the private room. 3,000? That's not bad. It's enough to get by in the village, right? Exactly, way better than us city dwellers who work ourselves to the bone. Summer Moss watched Jason Carter, surrounded by the crowd, and could no longer hide the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That's more like it. That's exactly how you should be the butt of everyone's jokes. Sun Yu noticed her expression and felt even more smug. He took a step forward and said in a condescending tone, Jason Carter, if you feel like you don't have enough money, just let me know. There just happens to be an opening for a security guard downstairs at my dad's company, 6,000 a month, with social insurance and housing fund, plus room and board. What do you say, buddy? Pretty generous of me, huh? Ha ha. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Tyler, you're so generous. This was humiliation. Everyone was waiting to see Jason Carter's reaction. However, Jason Carter's face remained expressionless. He didn't even glance at Sun Yu's smug face. He simply set the teacup in his hand down slowly on the coffee table, making a soft clink sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it caused the surrounding laughter to die down. Jason Carter looked up, his gaze sweeping one by one across the faces of the classmates who had been jeering, finally settling on Sun Yu's face. He suddenly smiled. Not bad. He spoke softly, yet his words reached everyone's ears clearly. I don't make much, just enough to support my family. Sun Yu's smile grew even brighter, and the glee in Summer Moss's eyes deepened. However, Jason Carter's next sentence froze their smiles in place. But it's pretty freeing. He paused, looking at Sun Yu with a calm expression, before finishing his sentence. You don't have to live your life by others' whims. The private room fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Not having to live by others' whims. Those words struck a nerve, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Sun Yu's smile froze on his face. He understood. Jason Carter was insulting him, calling him a good-for-nothing who relied on his father. He was also insulting this group of classmates who revolved around him, labeling them a bunch of fawning, sycophantic lapdogs. The few classmates who had been laughing just moments ago now looked incredibly awkward, unsure whether to laugh or not, their faces burning with embarrassment. Summer Moss's face also went pale in an instant. She felt that Jason Carter's words were directed at her as well. After all, wasn't her current lifestyle earned by constantly catering to Sun Yu's whims? This realization filled her with shame. The atmosphere throughout the Imperial Hall grew eerie. Jason Carter, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He picked up his teacup again, blew on the steam, as if the remark that had just sent shockwaves through the room had been nothing more than a casual offhand comment. This attitude was far more devastating than any fierce rebuttal. Sun Yu's face alternated between red and white. He felt as though he'd given it his all, yet had missed the mark entirely. No, it was even more agonizing than that. He felt like a clown performing his heart out on stage, while Jason Carter had turned him into the laughingstock of the entire room with just one sentence. Chapter 37. The Gift Controversy, a crushing display of superiority. The atmosphere in the Imperial Hall turned icy in an instant. Jason Carter's remark, "You don't have to kowtow to anyone," made everyone's heart skip a beat. Sun Yu's face flushed crimson, and the veins on his hand, gripping his wine glass, stood out prominently. He wanted to snap back, but couldn't find the words to counter it. The other person was talking about his own freedom. You can't exactly jump up and say, "I actually like kowtowing to people," can you? Ahem. As always, Class President Zhao Chong knew how to handle the situation. Raising his glass with a broad smile, he stepped in to smooth things over. "Come on, we're all old classmates, it was just a joke. Come on, let us move on to the next item. Our college homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, has arrived. Let us all present him with a gift to thank him for his guidance back then." With that, the atmosphere finally eased a bit. A middle-aged man wearing glasses was invited to take the seat of honor. This was their former homeroom teacher, Li Wenbo. Mr. Li taught literary history and had a gentle disposition, but seeing the commotion filling the room, the smile on his face looked a bit forced. This part of the program was exactly what Sun Yu had hoped for. He could once again flaunt his wealth in front of everyone and trample Jason Carter underfoot. He intended to make up for the loss of face he'd suffered earlier and then some. "Mr. Lee, thank you for all your hard work." Sun Yu was the first to step forward. He took an exquisitely wrapped gift bag from his assistant and handed it to Mr. Lee with an air of arrogance. "I heard from Summer Moss that you've always been in good health, but you should still take care of yourself. This is a small token of appreciation from Meng Meng and me. You really must accept it." As he spoke, he took a square white box out of the bag in front of everyone. The bitten-into Apple logo on the box immediately caught everyone's attention. "Wow, it's an Apple Watch. Let me see, oh my gosh. It's the latest model that must cost over $6,000. Brother Tyler is so generous giving the teacher something this expensive." The female students' exclamations and the male students' envious murmurs rang out once more. Listening to these compliments, Sun Yu began to feel smug again. He deliberately said loudly to Teacher Lee, "Teacher, this thing can measure your heart rate and blood oxygen levels. It has tons of features. If you wear it regularly, you can check your health status anytime." Teacher Lee looked at the electronic device in front of him and offered a polite yet awkward smile. This is far too expensive, Sunday. I appreciate the gesture, but as for the gift, come on, teacher. Don't be so formal." Sun Yu shoved the box directly into the teacher's hands. "This is a token of our students' respect and gratitude." After presenting the gift, Sun Yu turned around and fixed a cold stare on Jason Carter in the corner. "Jason Carter, it's your turn," Sun Yu said with a cold smile. "Didn't you say you're pretty free and good at making money? Let us all see what kind of grand gift you've prepared for Teacher Lee." The person next to him immediately chimed in. "Exactly, Jason the Divine. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? That would be way too insincere. It'd be so embarrassing to come empty-handed. If nothing else, you could give the teacher a few gene of the dried seafood you caught yourself. It's all natural. So it'd still show you mean well. Ha 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 ha." Summer Moss said nothing, but her slightly raised chin and the smug look in her eyes spoke volumes. She was just waiting to see Jason Carter make a fool of himself, to see him fail to produce a decent gift, or simply admit he'd come empty-handed. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Jason Carter, waiting to see the show. But Jason Carter's face remained as calm as ever, which only served to infuriate the onlookers. Giving a high-tech digital watch with complex functions to an old-school scholar who loves Tang and Song Dynasty poetry and can't even figure out how to use a smartphone. That was clearly just showing off his wealth, forcing his own ignorance onto others as a gift. Jason Carter shook his head inwardly. Ignoring Sun Yu's provocation, he picked up a plain brown paper bag from beside his seat. No brand name, no fancy packaging. In front of everyone, he pulled a dark wooden box that looked quite old out of the paper bag. Its shabby appearance made the mockery on Sun Yu's face even more obvious. Jason Carter held the wooden box and walked up to Professor Lee Wenba, bowing slightly. "Professor Lee, it's been a long time." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. "I remember you taught us an elective course in college on the classic of tea. You said your favorite pastime was brewing a pot of good tea on a rainy afternoon and reading a leisurely book." Professor Lee Wenba paused for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that, 2 years after graduation, a student would still remember something he casually mentioned in class. Jason Carter opened the wooden box. Inside, a dark yellow silk cloth lined the bottom, upon which rested a small purple clay teapot and 2 matching teacups. The teaware wasn't brightly colored, but it possessed a substantial, earthy texture unique to clay that had been fired. "I had a friend track down this set of handmade purple clay teaware by an old artisan from Isenjidaitis, nothing particularly valuable, but I've heard that tea brewed in this clay tastes quite good." Jason Carter's tone was calm and sincere. "I hope it brings you some joy the next time you enjoy a cup of tea." Over at Sun Yu's table, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. "So after all that, it's just a lousy teapot? This thing you can get it on Taobao for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, right?" A hint of disappointment and disdain flashed in Summer Moss's eyes. She knew it all along. Jason Carter wasn't exactly high class, but Teacher Lee Wenba, seated at the head of the table, seemed oblivious to the mockery around him. Ever since Jason Carter had opened the wooden box, his eyes hadn't strayed from it, and his breathing had grown slightly rapid. He cautiously reached out and, his hands trembling slightly, cradled the purple clay teapot in his palms. Without looking at the teapot's appearance, he ran his thumb gently along its surface. "This clay, this texture." Teacher Lee closed his eyes and murmured to himself, as if he touched a treasure. A few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze lit up instantly. He looked at Jason Carter with excitement, his voice changing. "Young man, this is raw or Chao Ching, and it's made from clay that's been aged for at least 20 years. Look at the seam inside the teapot, it's entirely handcrafted. Very few people still possess this level of craftsmanship today. What a teapot! What a teapot!" Mr. Lee's face flushed with excitement as he cradled the tea set in his arms like a precious treasure, not even glancing at the obtrusive Apple Watch on the table. "Jason Carter, you've really gone out of your way. You've really gone out of your way. This gift has truly struck a chord with me." Silence fell over the private room once more. The people who had been smirking just moments ago now had frozen expressions on their faces. Summer Moss's face went pale in an instant. Summer Moss stared blankly at the tea set that Mr. Lee was treating like a treasure, then glanced at the Apple Watch that had been cast aside. Her mind went blank with a sudden buzzing sensation. She suddenly remembered that Mr. Lee really did hate electronic gadgets. He didn't even use PowerPoint in class and still insisted on writing on the blackboard with chalk. Sun Yu had given him a new Apple Watch, while Jason Carter had given him a set of purple clay teapots he'd always wanted. Sun Yu's face turned an extremely ugly shade of red. His face felt like it was on fire, as if he'd been slapped a dozen times in front of everyone. He'd spent over 6,000 yuan on a gift, only to receive a polite, "That's far too expensive," from the teacher. Jason Carter had given a teapot he'd found somewhere, yet earned a heartfelt compliment from the teacher, who said the gift had struck a chord. The humiliation he'd so carefully orchestrated had instead turned into a farce that made Jason Carter look even better, while he himself ended up looking like a clown. Chapter 38. The Final Frenzy. After the gift controversy, the atmosphere in the Imperial Hall changed completely. On one side, Professor Lee Wenba was holding on to Jason Carter, unable to put down the set of purple clay teapots, asking him endless questions with genuine delight written all over his face. On the other side, Sun Yu and Summer Moss were left isolated in their spot. That Apple Watch, worth over 6,000, still lay forlornly on the table, like a joke. The students' gazes began to shift as well. Although they still didn't dare to cross Sun Yu, the way they looked at Jason Carter had shifted from mere spectatorship to a mix of awe and curiosity. Sun Yu felt like his lungs were about to burst with rage. He spent a fortune and pulled strings tonight, meticulously orchestrating a grand spectacle. He intended to crush his ex-girlfriend, but instead, Jason Carter had repeatedly reduced him to a mere prop. He become the clown himself. He couldn't just let this slide. The face he lost had to be reclaimed in the most direct way possible. If he lost in terms of taste and social graces, then he crush him completely with money. Waiter, the check, please. Sun Yu bellowed, his voice echoing through the private room and startling everyone. The manager from earlier immediately jogged in, presenting a long bill with both hands, a huge grin on his face. Simon Keller, the Imperial Hall private room fee, the Divine Dragon set menu, 10 bottles of Ace of Spades, plus other beverages. The total comes to 118,888. Let us round it down to 118,000. Whoa! A collective gasp filled the private room. Nearly 120,000. For an ordinary white-collar worker who graduated just 2 years ago, that was almost a whole year's salary without eating or drinking. Sun Yu looked at the bill, showing no sign of regret instead. His face betrayed a sense of vindictive satisfaction. He snatched the bill and walked up to Jason Carter, fixing him with a piercing stare. Jason Carter. Sun Yu slammed the bill down on the coffee table in front of Jason Carter, as if issuing a challenge. Didn't you say you're pretty independent and don't have to kowtow to anyone? Aren't you usually so thoughtful with your gifts? Fine then. Sun Yu pointed at the bill and shouted, "You're picking up this tab today. 118,000. If you can come up with that money right now, I, Sun Yu, will kneel down in front of all our classmates, kowtow to you and apologize. I'll admit I'm an idiot. If you can't afford it, then crawl out of here." The room fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Sun Yu's outburst. This wasn't just humiliation, it was pushing someone to the brink. Summer Moss's face turned pale. She instinctively tugged at Sun Yu's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Sun Yu, don't do this. It's too much. Shut up." Sun Yu shook off her hand, his eyes bloodshot. "This isn't your place to speak." Summer Moss stumbled, nearly falling, her face a mask of embarrassment and fear. Class President Zhao Chong hurried over to intervene. "Brother Tyler, calm down. We're all classmates, there is no need to. Get the hell out of my way, all of you." Sun Yu had completely lost his mind. "Nobody's going to stop me today. I'm going to see exactly what this stinking fisherman has that he thinks he can take on me." Inside the private room, everyone's gaze was fixed on Jason Carter. Some felt sympathy, some pity, and others schadenfreude. In their eyes, this was already a lost cause. How could someone who made a living gathering seafood from the shore possibly whip out 120,000 on the spot? However, Jason Carter's reaction once again left everyone speechless. He didn't even look at the bill. He simply set down his teacup leisurely, then pulled out his Warwick cell phone. Seeing this, the cold smirk on Sun Yu's face grew even wider. What? Planning to call and borrow money? He just wanted to see Jason Carter call his parents to cry his heart out and beg his friends for mercy. "Sure." Jason Carter spoke, his tone as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "But first, I need to take a call." With that, he didn't look back at Sun Yu holding his phone. He walked straight out of the private room. "Ha ha 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 ha." Sun Yu burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Take a call? I bet he's just running away. Coward. Good for nothing." The few people standing beside him immediately chimed in. "He's definitely broke. He's calling to scrape together the money." Scrape together money? 120,000. He couldn't even cover that by selling his family's fishing boat. Could he? This is hilarious. He's putting on a front when he doesn't have what it takes. He's really screwed this time. Inside the private room, mocking voices and laughter mingled into a chaotic din. Summer Moss slumped on the sofa, covering her face with both hands, feeling as though her life had turned into a farce. In the hallway, Jason Carter leaned against the wall, his expression impassive. Of course, he wasn't answering any phone call. He just felt that being in the same room as such an idiot was a bit beneath him. It was time to put an end to this farce. He swiped up on his phone screen, found a number in his contacts, and dialed it. Hello? Brother Zhou, it's me, Jason Carter. Whoa, Brother Zhang. What made you think to call me? Got something good again. Wyatt Coleman's enthusiastic laughter came through the phone. Nothing special. Just running into a little trouble, Jason Carter said coolly. I'm at Golden Splendor right now, yeah, Connor Wolf's place. I'm hanging out with some classmates, and someone else insisting I pick up the tab over 100,000. It's a hassle. Wyatt Coleman on the other end of the line paused for 2 seconds. Then his voice turned cold instantly. Golden Splendor? Connor Wolf? I get it. Brother Zhang. Don't worry about a thing. Don't hang up. Just wait there. 5 minutes. If I don't have that dog Connor Wolf on his knees in front of you within 5 minutes, I'll spell my name, Wyatt Coleman, backward. With that, Wyatt Coleman hung up the phone. Jason Carter put away his phone, turned around, and pushed open the doors to the Imperial Hall once more. The moment he walked in, the mocking laughter in the private room fell silent. All eyes turned to him once again. Sun Yu folded his arms and sneered. What? Did you manage to borrow the money? If it's not enough, I can recommend a few online lending platforms with higher interest rates. Jason Carter ignored him, walked straight back to his seat, sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea. He hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. Bang! The door to the Imperial Hall private room was violently kicked open from the outside. A heavy-set man in a suit, accompanied by a group of waitstaff, burst in, drenched in sweat. It was none other than the general manager of Golden Splendor, Mr. Wong. General Manager Wong didn't even glance at the others in the private room. His gaze swept rapidly across the room. When he spotted Jason Carter sipping tea leisurely in the corner, his pupils suddenly contracted. He took a single swift stride forward, came to an abrupt halt 3 steps away from Jason Carter, and then under the stunned gazes of everyone present bent down and performed a perfect 90-degree bow. His voice had completely cracked with fear. Mr. Zhang, I'm so terribly sorry. We didn't recognize Mount Tai when he stood before us. We had no idea you were here. General Manager Zhou of Yunding Pavilion. He just called personally to say that you are the most distinguished guest at our Golden Splendor. President Wong looked up, forcing a smile that looked worse than a cry, and announced in a trembling voice the result that shattered everyone's worldview. All your expenses at this establishment will be waived for life. Y-A-D, for life. Those few words struck a heavy blow to the hearts of everyone in the private room. The entire Imperial Hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. All the students stood frozen in place, staring at Jason Carter in utter disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. The savage grin on Sun Yu's face froze completely. His mouth hung half open, his eyes filled with nothing but disbelief, shock, and endless fear. Chapter 39. A pale face, a world in ruins. Free for life. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the Imperial Hall fell instantly silent, as if everyone's nerves had been struck with a heavy blow. A deathly silence hung over the private room. Everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces. General Manager Wong remained in a 90-degree bow, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the floor with soft plop sounds. Jason Carter held his teacup, not even lifting his eyelids. General Manager Zhou of Cloud Peak Pavilion? Wyatt Coleman, he sure knows how to get things done. But offering both the most distinguished guest and a lifetime of free service isn't that a bit over the top? It makes it seem like he's here to ruin the party. He just wanted to quietly attend a class reunion and watch the show unfold. Jason Carter thought to himself, but he merely waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, he spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. You can all go now. Don't disturb my class reunion. To General Manager Wong, those words sounded like a tremendous act of mercy. Mr. Wong quickly straightened up and backed away, afraid of disturbing Jason Carter. He turned to the stunned waitstaff behind him and growled softly, "What are you all standing there for? Get out of here. Anyone who dares to disturb Boss Zhang, I'll skin them alive." The group hurriedly exited the private room, carefully closing the door behind them. The private room was finally quiet, but the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Jason Carter looked up, his gaze sweeping across the room. The classmates who had just moments ago been surrounding Sun Yu and egging him on were now huddled on the sofas, heads bowed, wishing they could vanish into a crack in the ground, not daring to meet Jason Carter's gaze. Every face was etched with terror and embarrassment. Even the few male students who had been sitting at the same table as Jason Carter earlier dared not breathe a word. Their eyes filled with a sense of strangeness as they looked at him. Teacher Li Wenba opened his mouth, only to realize that what was unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. Jason Carter's gaze settled on Sun Yu and Summer Moss. Sun Yu still maintained the defiant posture he'd taken moments ago, but the expression on his face had completely collapsed. His face, which had been flushed with arrogance moments before, was now drained of all color, a ghastly pallor. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down from his hair, trickling down his stiff cheeks. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and a clatter echoed from his mouth. Mr. Zhou, the CEO of Cloud Peak Pavilion. Mr. Zhou. Sun Yu squeezed the words out through clenched teeth, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Of course he'd heard of Wyatt Coleman of Cloud Peak Pavilion. He was a true heavyweight in Eastport City. Even his own father had to make an appointment in advance to meet Wyatt Coleman and address him respectfully as Mr. Zhou. But now, Wyatt Coleman had actually called in person just to waive Jason Carter's bill? And he'd even called Jason Carter the most distinguished guest? This meant that Jason Carter's status far exceeded anything Sun Yu could have imagined. His father's so-called friendship with the owner of Golden Splendor was nothing but a joke in the face of Jason Carter. What had he been thinking just now? He actually pointed at a figure like that and demanded he pay the bill? Told him to get out? Even said he'd get him a job as a security guard? A chill ran up Sun Yu's spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, leaving him frozen to the bone. He realized he hadn't just hit a brick wall. He'd crashed his toy car into an aircraft carrier. That $118,000 bill was right in front of Jason Carter, and now it looked more like a death warrant. Jason Carter's gaze lingered on Sun Yu's ashen face for 2 seconds before he turned away disinterestedly, shifting his attention to Summer Moss. Summer Moss had completely collapsed. She slumped on the sofa, her eyes vacant, as if she'd lost her soul. Her makeup looked somewhat ridiculous, and the platinum handbag she'd always flaunted beside her seemed to have lost its luster. Everything she had flaunted, everything she had relied on, the choices she thought were so clever, all of it had been crushed to smithereens by that phone call from Jason Carter. It turned out he hadn't driven up in that Chinese-made SUV just to put on a show. It turned out that gifting the teacher that set of purple clay teapots hadn't been a coincidence either. It turned out that his composure from start to finish was simply because he genuinely didn't take her or Sun Yu seriously. Just like an elephant, he didn't care what the ants at his feet were showing off. Summer Moss's worldview had completely collapsed. She recalled the words she'd said to Jason Carter when they broke up. "You can't give me the life I want." She recalled sitting in the cafe with Sun Yu, plotting how to humiliate Jason Carter at the party. She recalled that sense of superiority she'd felt when she walked into the private room. Looking back now, it all seemed so ridiculous, so foolish. She'd thought that by hooking up with a rich second-generation heir, she could step into high society, but she hadn't realized that what she'd thrown away with her own hands was a true dragon. Regret and a sense of the absurdity of it all instantly overwhelmed her. Jason Carter watched her dazed and distraught expression, feeling nothing at all. No satisfaction from revenge, nor any pity. He simply calmly averted his gaze and picked up his teacup again. From start to finish, he hadn't uttered a single sarcastic word to Sun Yu or Summer Moss, because to the Jason Carter of today, they were no longer worthy of his attention. This complete disregard cut deeper than any words could. Clink. Jason Carter gently set his teacup back on the table. The sound rang out distinctly in the quiet private room. This farce had run its course. Chapter 40. Goodbye forever. Clink. Jason Carter set down his teacup. The crisp sound instantly silenced the private room. He stood up and casually smoothed his collar. This gesture immediately made the atmosphere in the room tense. What was he planning to do? Was he leaving, or was he about to settle the score? Sun Yu's body trembled uncontrollably. As he watched Jason Carter stand up, he felt like a criminal about to face judgment. The words he'd shouted earlier, "If you can afford it, I'll kneel and apologize to you right here in public," echoed over and over in his mind. Would he make me kneel? He definitely will. Sun Yu's legs gave way, his knees buckled, and he nearly dropped to his knees right then and there. But Jason Carter didn't even glance at him. He walked straight toward Teacher Li Wenba, who was seated at the head of the table. He bowed slightly, his tone respectful. "Teacher Li, it's been a pleasure meeting you today. It's getting late, so I need to head back. I have some matters to attend to in the village. Teacher Lee Wenba also stood up and gave Jason Carter a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good, good. You've really made something of yourself. No arrogance, no impatience. Well done. Stay in touch. I certainly will. Jason Carter nodded, then turned to the male classmates who had been sitting with him the whole time and raised his teacup. Guys, I'm heading out. I'll treat you guys another time. Let us get together, just the four of us. All right, brother Jason, take care. The group hurriedly stood up. After that, Jason Carter turned and walked toward the private room's entrance. His pace was neither fast nor slow, very steady. From start to finish, his gaze never lingered on Sun Yu or Summer Moss for even a second. The door closed gently, completely separating the inside from the outside. Inside, only awkwardness and confusion remained. As soon as Jason Carter left, the private room immediately descended into chaos. Oh my God, was I dreaming just now? President Zhou from Cloud Peak Pavilion called personally a lifetime of free meals. Who exactly is Jason Carter? Do you even need to ask? He is someone we can't afford to cross. You guys were just mocking him along with Sun. You're really courting disaster. I wouldn't dare. I just went along with it a couple of times. Those who had been clustered around Sun Yu moments ago were now pale-faced, scrambling to put distance between themselves and him, their gazes toward him having changed. Sun Yu slumped on the sofa as if all the bones in his body had been drained, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, this can't be. He's just a fisherman." Meanwhile, Summer Moss sat alone in the corner, listening to the harsh whispers, her head bowed, motionless. At the entrance to the club, the evening breeze felt slightly cool on her face. Jason Carter stood by the roadside, in no hurry to leave. He hadn't been drinking, so he didn't need to wait for a designated driver. He was simply waiting. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a figure came running out through the revolving door. It was Summer Moss. She was running rather frantically. Her hair was tousled, and her makeup was slightly smudged. She stood a few steps away from Jason Carter, her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her shirt. Her lips trembled for a long moment before she finally managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Jason Carter. Her eyes welled up with tears. Oui. She looked at the man in front of her, then at the black Longting pioneer behind him, summoning all her courage to ask the question she most wanted to ask. Can we still? She didn't get to finish her sentence. Jason Carter cut her off. He turned around and looked directly at her. It was the first time tonight that he had truly looked at her. His gaze was calm, betraying no emotion. Summer Moss. He spoke, his voice as flat as if he were discussing something that had nothing to do with him. People have to take responsibility for their own choices. After saying that, he paused for a moment, as if something had just occurred to him, and added one more sentence. This time, the corners of his mouth curved into a faint, polite yet distant smile. I hope you do well from now on. As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked away from her, turned around, and pressed the button on his car key. Beep, beep. The headlights of the black SUV behind him came on. Jason Carter opened the door and got in. Without the slightest hesitation, the engine growled softly, and the black Longting Pioneer glided smoothly into the flow of traffic, merging into the sea of lights, never looking back. Summer Moss stood there, frozen in place. Those words, I hope you do well from now on, shattered all her illusions. She watched the taillights vanish rapidly into the night, her body swayed, and finally, unable to hold herself up, she slowly sank to her knees. The emotions she'd been bottling up all night erupted completely in that moment. She burst into tears. She knew she had lost forever the boy whose eyes had once been filled with nothing but her. Meanwhile, Jason Carter, driving along the city expressway, rolled down his window and let the evening breeze caress his cheeks. His heart felt light. All the resentment and bitterness he once felt seemed to have blown away with the wind. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The glittering neon sign had already become a blurry speck of light. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. Jason Carter looked away, stepped on the gas, and headed home. The ocean was still waiting for him. Chapter 41. The aftermath of the class reunion. Simmering Victor Hall's desperate gamble. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed into the house in Seacliff Village, bathing Jason Carter's face. He opened his eyes, having slept soundly. Last night's class reunion had allowed him to finally let go of Summer Moss and that chapter of his past. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, all he wanted was to make money and provide a good life for his grandfather. Jason Carter stretched, climbed out of bed, and after a quick wash, habitually opened his phone to check the weather and tides so he could plan today's live stream. But the moment he unlocked it, notifications began pinging nonstop, instantly filling the top of the screen with messages. His Shark Live private messages showed 99 plus. He had 99 plus at mentions on the Eastport City local forum as well. Even a classmate he hadn't been in touch with for ages had sent him a WeChat friend request. What's going on? Jason Carter furrowed his brow and tapped open the private messages on Shark Live. Jason the Divine. Jason the Divine. Is the Golden Splendor lifetime free pass for real? Holy crap. What's your background? Brother Jason. I'm your classmate. I was at the Imperial Hall yesterday too, do you remember me? Please take me along. The streamer-s keeping a low profile. Spill it, are you some rich kid from a major conglomerate out here experiencing life? Jason Carter then opened the Eastport City local forum. A highly popular thread was titled, Shocking Revelation. Shark Live's new beachcombing streamer Jason, the Divine, suspected to be the heir to a wealthy family. The post recounted yesterday's class reunion with plenty of embellishments. It covered everything from the Longting Pioneer V7, he drove to the purple clay teapot he gave his teacher, and finally focused on the scene where the opulent general manager Wong bowed at a 90-degree angle to announce free service for life. The comments section below was already buzzing with excitement. Holy crap, is this for real? I watch his streams every day and thought he was just a skilled fisherman, turns out he was undercover. I knew something was off about him. How could a beachcomber keep finding top-tier treasures every day? It was all scripted, he just has access to high-level resources we can't even fathom. Stop being so bitter. Guy above. Does Jason the Divine need a script? With his skills and poise, you can tell he has seen the big time. Free for life. That Golden Splendor we're talking about. I heard the owner, Connor Wolf, had his leg broken now. It looks like that's definitely connected to this. The posts contained a mix of truth and fiction, but they all painted Jason Carter's status in a mythical light. Jason Carter curled his lip, not taking it seriously. Let them speculate, they'll never guess I have a system anyway. He felt these empty titles were useless. A single, tangible golden light dot was far more important. He simply shut down all those messy apps, too lazy to respond. He'd rather spend that time checking out his new car. Jason Carter walked out the front door and into the yard. The black Longting Pioneer V7 was parked there, its sleek lines gleaming in the morning light. He opened the door, got in, and ran his fingers over the steering wheel, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Now that's something real. He started the car, listened to the roar of the engine, and pondered which stretch of ocean to cruise today. Jason Carter didn't think much of it, but the online buzz just wouldn't die down. These reports were spreading rapidly across the internet and had reached Seacliff Village, specifically Victor Hall, the man consumed by both jealousy and fear. The dimly lit room reeked of smoke. Victor Hall's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at his phone screen. On the screen was the very post that had exposed Jason Carter's identity. Every word in the post sent a sharp pang of pain through his heart. Heir to a wealthy family. A life of luxury and free perks. Connor Wolf had his legs broken. Victor Hall's body trembled uncontrollably. Ever since his failed attempt to hire someone to wreck the boat, an incident that had left him humiliated by Jason Carter in front of the entire village, he had become the biggest laughingstock in Seacliff Village. Viewership on his livestream had plummeted. The fans who once idolized him had now flocked to Jason Carter's channel, flooding the comments with, Jason the Divine is awesome. The MCN agency he'd been working with had also terminated his contract, cutting off his last source of income. He'd originally thought Jason Carter was just lucky. But now, after hearing from his friends in the underworld that even a tough guy like Connor Wolf had been completely crushed by Jason Carter so much so that he didn't dare make a peep, Victor Hall was utterly despairing. He realized he'd crossed someone he couldn't afford to cross. Fear was suffocating him. Will he come after me for revenge? Will he send someone to break my legs too? Or could he just say one word and make it impossible for me to survive in Eastport City? The more Victor Hall thought about it, the more terrified he became, his back drenched in cold sweat. No, I can't just sit here and wait. He violently stubbed out his cigarette, and a crazy idea popped into his head. Real-world connections, money, influence. He'd lost on all fronts. There was simply no comparison. The very only way out was in the field where he was most professional. Beachcombing. That's it. Beachcombing skills. No matter how rich and powerful Jason Carter was, he couldn't possibly buy up the entire ocean. Could he? As long as he beat him at beachcombing skills, he could prove that Carter had been relying solely on a script and resources all along. He could redeem his reputation. This was his last chance. Backed into a corner, Victor Hall decided to take a gamble. He opened the Shark Live app, his eyes bloodshot, and entered his own live stream, which usually had very few viewers. Instead of joking around like he usually did, he shouted at the camera in a hoarse voice, "Guys, I know there have been a lot of rumors about Jason Carter lately. They say he is some rich kid from a wealthy family, that he has got connections all the way to the top. Let me tell you, it's all lies. It's all scripted." Victor Hall slammed his fist down on the table, his facial muscles contorting with emotion. He is nothing but a con artist packaged by capital. He has tarnished the very name of seashore foragers. I, Victor Hall, was born and raised in Seacliff Village and have spent over 20 years in the sea. I won't stand for this. He took a deep breath and shouted his final challenge with every ounce of strength he had. I'm right here. I'm challenging Jason Carter to the Seacliff Village Shellfish Gathering King competition. We won't compare anything else. We'll just compete on our beachcombing skills. We'll have 3 hours. Whoever has the highest total value of catch wins. I'll put it out there. If I lose, I, Victor Hall, will retire from the beachcombing live streaming world forever. If he, Jason Carter, loses, he must admit in front of the entire internet that he is a scripted actor and get the hell out of Seacliff Village. Jason Carter, do you dare accept the challenge? These words instantly ignited his previously lifeless livestream. Next, the news was frantically reposted and shared by countless onlookers. In less than 10 minutes, the hashtag Victor Hall challenges Jason Carter. Loser quits the internet hashtag shot straight to the top of the Shark platform's trending list. The entire platform was in an absolute frenzy. Chapter 42. The platform pushes a traffic extravaganza. Jason Carter gladly accepts the challenge. Jason Carter was sitting in his backyard taking a break when a call came in from an unknown number. Hello. He picked up the phone casually. A crisp, hurried female voice came through the line, speaking so fast it sounded like it was on fast forward. Hello. Is this Jason the Divine, Mr. Jason Carter? I'm Lena Moore, an operations editor at the Shark live streaming platform. Platform operations? Jason Carter raised an eyebrow. That's me. What's up? Lena Moore seemed momentarily taken aback by his calm tone, but she quickly regained her professional composure and spoke even faster. Jason the Divine, have you seen the trending topic? It's about Victor Hall issuing a challenge to you. Oh, I saw it, Jason Carter replied, as if he were simply noting that the weather was nice today. This guy really never stops, does he? This is great. I mean, this story has gone absolutely viral. The whole internet is talking about it. Lena Moore's voice was brimming with excitement. Jason the Divine, I know a challenge of this caliber might seem a little beneath you, but from the perspective of our platform and your personal growth, this is truly a rare opportunity. An opportunity? Jason Carter asked in return. Exactly. Lena Moore immediately began her analysis. First, this is a great chance for you to dispel the scripted rumors. There are always haters online claiming you're just a manufactured star. As long as you beat Victor Hall in this public showdown, no one will dare question your skills anymore. Second, your status as the #1 shellfish gatherer will be cemented. Once the competition is over, the title of Seacliff Village's #1 shellfish gatherer will be yours for good. No one can take it away. Third, and this is very important, our platform will provide S-level site-wide promotional resources for this competition. Lena Moore rattled off the list in one breath, afraid that Jason Carter might hang up. Homepage banners, app splash screen recommendations, top spot on the trending charts. We'll maximize all traffic for you. We'll also dispatch an official verification team equipped with professional weighing and appraisal equipment to live stream and oversee the entire process, ensuring the competition is fair and impartial. Listening to Lena Moore's machine gun-like spiel, Jason Carter even felt a bit like laughing. Losing face? No, this guy had come knocking on his door himself, the perfect opportunity to settle things publicly. This Victor Hall really is a cockroach that just won't die. Smashing his car last time was just to humiliate him publicly, but it seems he hasn't given up yet. Since he has come looking for trouble, don't blame me. S-level traffic handed to him on a silver platter by the platform. Why not take it? This was the perfect opportunity to settle this trouble once and for all, so he wouldn't have to deal with him bothering him in the future. And while he was at it, he'd give those keyboard warriors who constantly scream scripted a lesson, let them see what a true dimension-lowering strike really looks like. With that in mind, Jason Carter leaned back and slowly uttered 2 words into the phone. Sure. Huh. Lena Moore froze on the other end. She hadn't even had a chance to use the whole speech she'd prepared. Had he really agreed that easily? I said, I accept the challenge, Jason Carter said, settling back comfortably in his chair. What are the rules? Ah, okay. Lena Moore finally snapped out of it, her voice trembling with excitement. The rules are simple. Victor Hall set them. Both sides set sail at the same time with a 3-hour time limit. At the end of the competition, the winner is determined by the total value of each side's catch. The higher value wins. A contest of value? A playful curve formed at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. Isn't this a total giveaway? Competing with someone who's cheating to see who can pick up the most money? What on earth was Victor Hall thinking? All right. Jason Carter's voice remained calm. Since someone wants to play, I'll play along. That calm tone, transmitted through the phone to Lena Moore's ears, instantly conjured the image of a master in her mind. This is Jason the Divine. Unflinching even as Mount Tai crumbles before him, Lena Moore felt her fangirl filter grow even thicker. She hurriedly said, That's great, Jason the Divine. I'll go post the official announcement right away. The match is set for the day after tomorrow, Wednesday at 7 p.m. right during the platform's peak traffic hours. Does that work for you? No problem. Great. I won't keep you any longer, Jason the Divine. Wishing you a victorious start. After hanging up, Jason Carter stretched. He opened the Shark Live app and logged into his account. By now, his private messages were already overflowing with messages from countless fans. Jason the Divine. Don't pay any attention to that Victor Hall. He's just a mad dog trying to ride your coattails. Exactly. Don't take the bait. Look at your status now. Going head-to-head with him would be beneath you. But I really want to see Jason the Divine take him down. That Victor Hall is way too cocky. Jason Carter smiled as he read his fans' comments. He didn't reply to any of the private messages. Instead, he went straight to the post page. No long-winded speeches, no passionate declarations of war. He simply typed a few words into the text box and clicked send. Meanwhile, in Victor Hall's live stream, the frenzy continued. He was screaming at the top of his lungs into the camera, repeatedly stating his challenge and whipping up the emotions of his handful of die-hard fans and the massive crowd of peanut gallery viewers. He won't dare. I'm telling you, Jason Carter absolutely won't accept this challenge. Because he is a fraud. He is scared. As long as he dares to accept the challenge, I'll expose him for who he really is. Just as Victor Hall was in the middle of his rant, his chat suddenly got flooded with a single message. Jason the Divine just posted an update. Holy crap. Jason the Divine responded. Go check it out. Jason the Divine accepted the challenge. Victor Hall's expression froze. He quickly switched screens and clicked into Jason Carter's livestream homepage. A freshly posted update lay there quietly. The content was simple. Challenge accepted. Wednesday at 7 p.m. See you there. Just 10 simple words. No anger, no ranting, not even a single extra punctuation mark. Yet, those 10 words alone sent the entire Shark platform into a frenzy. More than half the viewers in Victor Hall's livestream fled in an instant, all flooding into the comments section under Jason Carter's post. Holy crap. So badass. That's what you call class. That's what true class looks like. Ha ha ha. Compared to Victor Hall's mad dog like barking over there, these 10 words from Jason the Divine are a knockout. Challenge accepted. That's the composure of a true champion. See you there. That's confidence in victory. I'm already fired up. The difference is crystal clear. The match hasn't even started, and Victor Hall has already lost. Staring at those 10 glaring characters on the screen and the overwhelming wave of mockery in the comments section, Victor Hall's face, which had just been flushed with excitement, instantly turned ashen. He felt as though the punch he'd thrown with all his might had struck a mountain. His opponent didn't even bother to spare him a glance. Ah! Victor Hall let out a furious roar, but quickly forced himself to suppress his emotions, his face instead contorting into a snarl. Good. Very good. He took the bait. He has finally fallen for it. Victor Hall gritted his teeth as he addressed the few remaining viewers in his live stream. Brothers, just you wait and see. I'll make him pay for his arrogance. Soon after, an official announcement from the Shark platform was released, with a sensational headline, King of the Shore Ultimate Championship. Jason the Divine versus Brother Victor Loser quits the internet. The Battle of the Titans starts sharp at 7 p.m. on Wednesday. As soon as the announcement went out, excitement surged once again. With both men's careers and honor on the line, the showdown was now a certainty. Countless viewers were eagerly awaiting the arrival of this epic battle. Chapter 43, Victor Hall's Insidious Scheme, Jason Carter's Overwhelming Victory. News of Victor Hall's challenge to Jason Carter quickly spread across the Shark platform and Eastport City's local online communities. With just one day left until the match, the atmosphere was already electric. Victor Hall changed the title of his livestream to Red Text Do or Die Showdown. Either I'm out, or he's off the internet. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. whoever backs down is a coward. Victor Hall streamed almost all day long, constantly analyzing nautical charts on camera, showing off his newly purchased fishing gear, and bragging about his family's generation's old experience in beachcombing. Guys, see that? That's what I call reading the wind and the water. With tomorrow's wind direction and tides, only the Dragon King pit in Zone A3 will yield a big catch. That Jason Carter a lucky as hell rookie doesn't know shit. I'll bet he'll just be digging around randomly somewhere again tomorrow. This showdown is for all of us beachcombers who make a living with real skills. I'm going to show everyone whether he's really putting on a show or not. Under his incitement, the live stream's comment section descended into chaos, with a crowd of spectators and haters constantly flooding the screen with messages. Brother Victor, you're the man. Take that scripted poser down. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that Jason the Divine won't catch a thing tomorrow. I've already lit incense for Jason the Divine in advance. Rest in peace, no need to see you off. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with discussions about Victor Hall. Meanwhile, Jason Carter remained silent. After posting challenge accepted, he went completely quiet, no live streams, no updates. His silence left those following the situation feeling a bit uneasy. What the heck is Jason the Divine doing? Why isn't there a peep out of him? Could he be scared? Intimidated by Victor Hall's presence? What do you know, guy above? That's what you call the poise of a true pro. Exactly. Jason the Divine doesn't need to make a fuss like Victor Hall, he'll just wait and see the results. Fans from both sides argued non-stop on various forums, and as the hype grew, it even drew quite a few outsiders to join the spectacle. Lena Moore, an operations manager at the Shark platform, was also delighted. She sent a WeChat message to Jason Carter. Brother Jason, the hype is through the roof. The platform has already reserved tomorrow night's splash screen recommendations and homepage banners all for you. Go for it, win this battle, and you'll be the boss of the Shark platform's tide-chasing zone. Jason Carter glanced at the WeChat message and replied with just 2 words, got it. Then, he put away his phone and closed all those random apps. He didn't take the online commotion seriously. He had more important things to do right now. Grandpa, don't pay attention to all that nonsense online? Jason Carter said with a smile as he walked out into the yard and looked at his grandfather, David Carter, who was frowning intently while scrolling through videos on his phone. Come on, I'll take you out to a restaurant. Let's try the city chef's cooking. David Carter put down his phone, a hint of worry on his face. Young Jason, that Victor Hall is no good, he's been spreading rumors about you everywhere. Are you confident about tomorrow? Jason Carter opened the door of his newly purchased Longting Pioneer V7. Don't worry, Grandpa, he said, helping his grandfather into the passenger seat. He's just a clown, he's not going to turn the world upside down, is he?
Let's say it. Let's say it.
As night deepened, the lights of Seacliff Village grew sparse. Victor Hall, carrying several burlap sacks, made his way under cover of darkness to a few famous tide-pooling spots on the outskirts of the village. These spots were widely recognized in the village as prime locations every high tide. They always yielded a decent catch. With a ruthless look on his face, Victor Hall untied the burlap sacks and dumped the dead fish and rotten shrimp reeking of chemical solution all at once into the crevices of the rocks and the tide pools. Jason Carter, aren't you the lucky one? I've ruined all your usual spots. Let us see what you've got to compete with me tomorrow. Once this stuff's in there, nothing will be left, you'll be embarrassed tomorrow. After doing this, Victor Hall quickly vanished into the night. Half an hour later, in a private dining room at a long-established restaurant called Jufu Lu in Eastport City. Jason Carter was serving his grandfather a portion of steamed East Star grouper with his chopsticks. "Grandpa, try this, it's better than what we steam ourselves." David Carter took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Perfectly cooked. So fresh. Seeing his grandfather so happy, Jason Carter smiled too. He felt his hard work had been worth it. He'd worked so hard just to give his family a good life so they could eat whatever they wanted. He thought of Victor Hall. He guessed Victor Hall would surely pull some tricks tomorrow, like slipping him a drug or setting a trap in advance, but he didn't care. After finishing dinner with his grandfather and seeing the old man safely home, Jason Carter returned to his room and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed and thought to himself. System. Open the store. A pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes, with clearly organized product categories. Jason Carter went straight to the consumables section. His gaze swept over several familiar items before finally settling on something new. Low-level marine creature affinity aura, 24-hour duration. Effect. Upon activation, the host will emit an aura that exerts a faint attraction on low-level marine creatures for 24 hours, lowering their vigilance. Within the aura's effective range, the probability of creatures gathering increases by 5%. Price, 20 system points. Jason Carter selected it immediately. Redeem. Ding. 20 points consumed. Successfully redeemed low-level marine creature affinity aura. Activate immediately. Activate. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a warm current envelop his entire body, only to vanish just as quickly. His body showed no visible changes, but he felt an indescribable connection between himself and the ocean.
Aura activated.
Time remaining, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Current points remaining, 185. Jason Carter stretched and closed the status dashboard. He walked over to the window, pushed it open, and let the sea breeze blow in. In the distance, the ocean shimmered under the moonlight. Jason Carter gazed at the sea for a moment, then turned around, drew the curtains, and went to bed. He slept soundly through the night, without a single dream. Chapter 44. The live showdown begins an unusual course. It was 6:50 p.m., with only 10 minutes left until the competition began. The entire Shark platform, and indeed, the entire internet, had its eyes fixed on two live streams. The title of Jason Carter's stream was, as always, simple: the Sea King Challenge. Victor Hall's stream title was even more direct: Do or Die Battle. Loser quits the internet. Even before the stream began, the viewership in both rooms was skyrocketing. 1 million, 1,500,000, 2 million. Before the competition officially kicked off, the combined viewership of both streams had already surpassed 3 million, instantly setting a new record for the Shark outdoor section. Lena Moore, the platform's director of operations, sat in the headquarters monitoring room, her palms sweating as she stared intently at the viewership curve that was nearly vertical. IT department. How's the server load? Can it handle it? Don't worry, Director Lee. We've already brought online 3 additional sets of backup servers. Even if we got traffic on the scale of the Spring Festival Gala, the system wouldn't crash. Good. Lena Moore took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to the screen. She knew this wasn't just about the outcome for the two streamers. It would determine whether the Shark platform could solidify its top spot in the outdoor live streaming sector. Exactly 7 p.m. The screen flickered, and footage from both live streams appeared simultaneously. On screen, Jason Carter and Victor Hall stood on their respective fishing boats, the sea breeze ruffling the hems of their clothes, while the pier glowed brightly under the night sky. The platform's 2 official commentators, their voices echoing across the entire network, announced, "Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the long-awaited finals of the Shark Platform Seacliff Village Shellfish Hunting King Challenge."
EM commentator Afei. EM commentator Xiaoya.
As you can see, both contestants are ready to go. The rules for this competition are very simple. It's a 3-hour time limit, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. The contest will determine who has the highest total value of catch, and the platform will provide official verification throughout the entire event. The loser will be permanently banned from the beachcombing live streaming scene. The comment stream exploded instantly. It's finally started. I've been waiting all day. Go, Jason the Divine. Beat that piece of trash Victor Hall to a pulp. Brother Victor will win for sure. Let us show everyone who the real technical master is. Sunflower seeds? peanuts, and bottled water for sale in the front row. Let us witness history. Amid the commentators' voices and the audience's frenzy, the two fishing boats started their engines simultaneously, their roar echoing across the dock. Victor Hall stood at the bow, a smirk playing on his face, looking every bit the sure winner. He glanced in the direction of Jason Carter's fishing boat, his lips curled in disdain. Tonight, he wasn't just going to win, he was going to win decisively, ensuring Jason Carter didn't catch a single fish and forcing him to get the hell out of Seacliff Village in front of everyone. He revved the fishing boat's engine to full throttle, heading straight for the A3 zone. He had in mind the Dragon King pit he rigged. On the other side, Jason Carter's fishing boat was cruising leisurely across the water. He even had time to flash a smile at the camera. "Good evening, everyone. The competition has begun." His tone was matter-of-fact, not like he was heading into a life-or-death battle, but more like he was out for a stroll. Jason the Divine is so calm. His mental toughness is off the charts. Now that's the composure of a true champion. Unlike the guy next to him who's acting like he's on a sugar high, Jason Carter ignored the live comments and silently recited to himself. "System, activate deep scan and danger alert." Ding. Command received. Deep scan and danger alert functions activated. A pale blue stream of data instantly unfolded before Jason Carter's eyes. Centered on the fishing boat, the seabed topography and distribution of marine life within a 500-meter radius were clearly displayed as 3D models. His fishing boat was following its usual route toward several of Seacliff Village's well-known high-yield fishing spots. These were precisely the locations Victor Hall had given special attention to last night. Sure enough, less than a kilometer after the fishing boat left the dock, a piercing alarm sounded in Jason Carter's mind. "Warning! Warning! Multiple unidentified chemical residues, including phthalates and nonylphenol, have been detected in a large area of water near the coordinates ahead, E1, 21.45, N 29.88. Biological activity extremely low. Assessment: the ecosystem in this area has suffered severe toxic damage and is not suitable for fishing in the short term. System recommendation: evade immediately. Here it comes." Jason Carter's gaze remained calm. He could guess the tactics of someone like Victor Hall even with his eyes closed. Dirty tricks, but they certainly work. If he didn't have the system and had recklessly plunged in headfirst, the best outcome tonight would have been coming back empty-handed and losing all face in front of the entire network. What a pity. You think you're outsmarting me, but in reality, I'm just watching your little show. Jason Carter suddenly let out a soft as if he discovered something. He stopped the boat, looked up at the clouds in the sky, reached out to feel the wind direction, and finally bent down to scoop up a bit of seawater with his hand, bringing it to his nose to sniff. To the average person, this sequence of actions made no sense, but it looked very professional. The millions of viewers in the live stream were completely baffled. What's Jason the Divine doing? Is he telling fortunes? I don't get it, but it looks really impressive. That's called observing, listening, asking, and feeling. It's a secret skill of old fishermen. After completing this sequence, Jason Carter straightened up, faced the camera, furrowed his brow slightly, and said with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, "Strange. The wind direction is off today, and the tides are a bit choppy. The ancient saying goes, when the sea breeze blows from the south and the currents run wild, the fish hide in their caves and the crabs come ashore. In weather like this, the fish in the usual spots are probably all hiding there. 1TB any good catches." He thought for a moment as if making a difficult decision. "Forget it. Let us take an unconventional route. Let us head over to that rocky outcrop to the east and try our luck there." With that, Jason Carter yanked the tiller hard. The fishing boat made a sharp turn, tracing an arc as it abandoned the traditional route universally recognized as the best, heading in the exact opposite direction from Victor Hall toward the pitch-black waters to the east. At that moment, the entire live stream went wild. Everyone was stunned. The rocky outcrop? What kind of place is that? The locals of Seacliff Village all knew it was a notorious wasteland, a barren, desolate place. The seabed there was littered with jumbled reefs and churning undercurrents. Not only were there no fish, but hardly even any seaweed grew there. Going there would be a complete waste of time. The comment stream went silent for a second, then instantly exploded. Did I hear that right? Going to Rocky Ridge? Has Jason the Divine lost his mind? Oh no, is the streamer under too much pressure? Has he lost his mind? Yes, faking it. Still faking it. Southerly sea breeze. Ancestral mantras. I bet he's just scared. He's just picking a random spot to kill 3 hours and lose the match with dignity. Let us call it a day. The script s fallen apart, there s nothing left to watch. Victor Hall's fans went into full-on celebration mode, flooding the screen with all kinds of mocking and derisive comments. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. He's actually going to Rocky Ridge. Is he going to forage by the sea or collect rocks? Brother Victor hasn't even made a move yet, and the opponent has already thrown in the towel. A noob is a noob, can't even pick the most basic fishing spot. It was all scripted all along. In the headquarters monitoring room, Lena Moore's face instantly went pale when she saw Jason Carter's unusual move. What is he doing? She muttered to herself. Her assistant beside her was also panicking. Director Lee, does Jason the Divine not know the rules of the race? That route is pure suicide. Lena Moore clenched her fists so tightly her fingernails were digging into her flesh. She didn't know what Jason Carter was up to, but for now, she had no choice but to trust him. To trust the man who had created miracle after miracle. At that moment, Victor Hall, who had already reached Zone A3, also caught sight of Jason Carter's movements through the small window on his phone. When he saw Jason Carter's boat turn east, he froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Rocky Ridge. He's actually heading for Rocky Ridge. What an idiot. How could anyone be this stupid? Victor Hall laughed until tears streamed down his face. He thought his devious plan would merely reduce Jason Carter's catch. He never expected that Jason Carter would be so terrified that he abandon every sensible option and plunge headfirst into the worst possible trap. Fortune favors me. It's as if heaven itself is on my side. Victor Hall wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, looked into his camera, and shouted triumphantly, "Guys, did you see that? This is the so-called master. He doesn't even have the most basic judgment. The competition is over. We won." His live stream was flooded with cheers of, "Brother Victor, you're the best." Amid the skepticism and mockery sweeping the internet, Jason Carter's fishing boat didn't hesitate for a moment as it sailed into the dark waters that everyone considered a dead end. 10 minutes later, the boat slowly came to a stop. Jason Carter looked out at the jagged, desolate rocky outcrop before him, jutting out in a jumble under the moonlight, his face showing no sign of disappointment. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile that only he could understand. The real show, it's only just beginning. Chapter 45. A miracle in the barren land. Now that SA dimension lowering strike. It was late at night, and the sea breeze blew relentlessly. In Jason Carter's livestream, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The high-definition camera was trained on the stretch of sea known as the Rocky Outcrop, and all that was visible to millions of viewers was a barren expanse of reefs. In the commentary booth, Afei and Xiaoya exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's awkwardness. "Well, the spot Jason the Divine chose is certainly unexpected," Afei explained, swallowing his pride. "Maybe that's just how a master thinking outside the box." Xiaoya gave a nervous laugh. "Right? A place like Rock Pile might have few resources, but who knows? There could be a surprise waiting." But even they didn't believe their own words. The comment section had already exploded. "Stop making excuses. I wouldn't even pick this spot to pee when I was a kid. How could there be any fish here? Is the streamer just giving up? Knowing he can't win, he might as well pick the worst spot so he has an excuse if he loses. Unfollowed. What a waste of my time. I thought he was some kind of master, but turns out he's just a charlatan." Jason Carter, however, seemed oblivious to it all, showing no reaction to the comments. He steered the boat to a spot with gentle currents and began sorting through his fishing gear at a leisurely pace. His expression was focused and serene, as if he were performing some kind of ritual. The effect of his low-level marine creature affinity aura was quietly spreading. Jason Carter could sense that, beneath these tranquil waters, the wary creatures were a little less afraid of him and a touch more curious. Very good. That's exactly the effect he was going for. Meanwhile, in Area A3, several kilometers away, Victor Hall stood at the bow, a smug look on his face. He'd been searching here for over 10 minutes, though he hadn't caught a single fish. He wasn't the least bit impatient. He hadn't expected to catch anything tonight anyway. "Guys, Brother Victor here is telling you. You can't rush this beach fishing business," Victor Hall boasted, spittle flying as he spoke into the camera. You've got to be patient and wait for the schools of fish to come. Unlike some people who run around all over the place, hoping for a lucky break. Just as he was speaking, a comment floated across the screen. Brother Victor, cut the crap, Jason the Divine next door just got his first catch. A huge grouper. Victor Hall's eyelid twitched. His first catch? In that godforsaken place called Rock Pile? He scoffed inwardly. It's definitely scripted. He.S. pulling a prop fish out to fool everyone. Ha. Guys, don't believe it, Victor Hall said dismissively. If you can catch a grouper at Rocky Ridge, I, Victor Hall, will eat this whole boat. No sooner had he finished speaking than more comments flooded in. It's true. I just came over from the next channel. That grouper was flopping around at least 3 Gene. Holy crap, Brother Victor, you've really been called out. Stop messing around, open a pop-up window and check it out. This is killing me. Victor Hall's expression finally changed. His heart skipped a beat, and, half believing it, half doubting it, he opened a pop-up window to Jason Carter's livestream in the corner of his screen. On the screen, Jason Carter was unhooking a fish and tossing it into the live well that it was a large grouper, covered in brown markings, still thrashing wildly. Judging by its size and vitality, there was no way it could be a prop. Victor Hall's pupils contracted sharply, and the smile on his face froze. How could this be? Rocky Ridge, how could there really be such a prize there? He didn't know that just a few minutes earlier, Jason Carter had walked to the edge of the boat, facing a screen full of mockery. On his retinas, the system's holographic display clearly marked a golden speck right in a crevice of the reef beneath the boat. Everyone, Jason Carter spoke. His voice wasn't too loud, but everyone in the live stream could hear him clearly. My grandfather used to say that the more remote a place is, the more likely it is to hide something big. With a reef like this, you've got to look for Dragon's Beard Gully. Dragon's Beard Gully? What's that supposed to mean? Everyone was captivated by this new term. Jason Carter pointed at the reef, spouting utter nonsense with a straight face. Look, doesn't the way these rocks are arranged resemble a dragon's beard? The current slows down as it passes through here, and it sweeps small fish and shrimp right into the crevice. For those long-lived big fish, this is their dining hall. I'm making this up, but I'm almost starting to believe it myself. Jason Carter muttered to himself, but his hands never stopped moving. He switched to a specially made long-shanked hook, baited it with fresh shrimp, and carefully lowered the hook into the crevice. He waited less than 30 seconds. The line suddenly tightened, and a powerful tug came from beneath the water. Got one. Jason Carter let out a low growl, tensed his arm muscles, flexed his wrist, and yanked the line upward with all his might. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as a massive grouper weighing over 3 Gene was yanked out of the crevice, tracing an arc through the air. At that moment, millions of viewers in the live stream were stunned. The comment stream went silent. The commentator's voice fell silent as well. In everyone's mind, there was only one thought. Holy shit, is that even possible? After 3 seconds of silence, the comment stream exploded. What did I just see? Was that a hallucination? Longshu Gorge. I believe it now. Jason the Divine. Take me as your disciple. This isn't science. This isn't beachcombing. This is mysticism. This is cultivating immortality. I hereby declare that, starting today, Jason the Divine is my own brother. Commentator Afei was so excited he jumped out of his chair, his voice cracking with excitement. Oh my God! This is unbelievable. Viewers, in a place where everyone thought it was impossible, Jason the Divine has pulled off a miracle with his incredible skills. This is Jason the Divine. Never try to figure him out using common sense. Amid the online frenzy, Jason Carter simply and calmly placed the fish into the water tank. As if all of this were meant to be, he glanced at the system. Ding! Caught a wild grouper weighing 3 Gene and 7 Liang, valued at 2,800 yuan. Earned 28 system points. Not bad, a great start. But this was just the beginning. As you can see, as long as you use the right method, there are treasures to be found everywhere, Jason Carter said as he rebaited his hook and continued his lesson. The tide is starting to shift, the grouper will hide deeper. Now, it's time for another kind of fish to come out. He steered the fishing boat, moving slowly through the rocky outcrops in search of his next target. Soon, several golden dots appeared again on the system interface. Jason Carter brought the boat to a stop. These black reefs, On the shady side where the current is calm, that's where black sea bream like to make their home. He cast his line once more. The moment the hook hit the water, the line went taut instantly. For the next 10 minutes, Jason Carter seemed tireless as he reeled in wild black sea bass one after another from those seemingly barren waters, 7 or 8 in total. Each one was worth several hundred. The official value counter in the live stream began to jump rapidly, quickly rising from 5,000 to 8,000, and finally effortlessly breaking through the 15,000 yuan mark. The competition had been underway for less than half an hour. The viewers in the live stream were already starting to feel a bit numb. It took them less than 30 minutes to go from initial skepticism to shock, and now to outright adoration. Don't even ask, it's Jason the Divine. I've joined the Chun sect. I hereby declare that Jason the Divine personally nailed the lid shut on Newton's coffin. My dad watched Jason the Divine's livestream and drove his 30-year-old fishing boat out to the rocky reef in the middle of the night. Now my family is searching for him. Meanwhile, in Victor Hall's livestream it was a completely different scene. As he watched Jason Carter reel in one fish after another in the split screen, then glanced at his own empty bucket and motionless fishing rod, his expression grew increasingly grim. He depoisoned the waters himself, turning the stretch of ocean into a wasteland. Never mind the fish, even the seaweed was starting to turn yellow. He completely shot himself in the foot. Viewership in Victor Hall's livestream plummeted, dropping from over 1 million at the start to less than 200,000. And those 200,000 viewers weren't there to watch him, either. The comment stream was filled with mockery and sarcasm. Brother Victor, move already. Are you sitting there pondering the meaning of life? Brother Victor, stop fishing. Why don't you stream yourself eating the boat instead? We'll send you rockets. This is hilarious. This is the funniest stream I've seen all year. You guys don't know shit. Victor Hall finally lost his temper and shouted into the camera. That is scripted. It's all fake. The platform is helping him cheat. Are you all blind? But his outburst only drew more ridicule. In the face of Jason Carter's miraculous and seemingly logical maneuvers, Victor Hall's defense seemed feeble and ineffective. On the rocky shore, after processing his last black sea bream, Jason Carter stood up and wiped his hands. He glanced at the chaotic livestream chat, then at the pitch-black stretch of ocean in the distance where Victor Hall was located, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You thought I was on level 1, competing with you in beachcombing skills? No. From the very beginning, I've been on level 5, using the rules to crush you from a higher dimension. He turned to the camera and flashed a mysterious smile. Everyone, the warm-up is over. Next, let us play something even more thrilling. Chapter 46. Victor Hall's Madness and Despair. Everyone, the warm-up is over. Next, let us play something truly thrilling. Jason Carter's casual remark echoed across the entire internet through the microphone. In his live stream, which had already surpassed 5 million viewers, the comment section exploded instantly. Thrilling? Is there something even more thrilling? Oh my god. Catching over a dozen fish just now worth 15,000 yuan was just a warm-up in the eyes of Jason the Divine? Jason the Divine is about to go all out. Everyone stand up. Get ready to witness a miracle. My blood pressure's already skyrocketing. Hurry. I can't wait any longer. In the commentary booth, Afei's face turned bright red, and his voice cracked slightly. What did we just hear? Jason the Divine said the warm-up is over. With the competition having started just half an hour ago and his catch already far outpacing the rest, he actually said this was just a warm-up. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? Xiaoya was also staring intently at the screen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I can't even imagine it. This barren wasteland of Luanshigang has been exploited by Jason the Divine to such an extent. Could it be? Could he actually find something here that none of us could have ever imagined? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jason Carter made a move that caught everyone off guard. He put away his fishing rod. Then he pulled out a landing net. Everyone was baffled. Yes, not fishing anymore? Switching to scooping fish? The water at Rock Ridge is crystal clear. You can see right through it to tell if there are any fish. What could he possibly scoop up with a landing net? Jason Carter offered no explanation. He steered the fishing boat to a more secluded area of reefs. Here, the reefs had even more bizarre shapes, jutting out in all directions and forming countless intricate channels underwater. He anchored the boat, then lowered the landing net into the water, slowly stirring it beneath an unremarkable rock. What the heck is he doing? Just as everyone was completely baffled, Jason Carter flicked his wrist and pulled up the landing net. Inside the net was a dark, mud-covered object that looked like a broken piece of tile. Oh? Is that it? Jason the Divine. Is this the thrill you were talking about, fishing out trash? This is hilarious after building up the suspense like that. This is what you show us? I guess the streamer is trying to tell us that protecting the marine environment is everyone's responsibility. The comment section was flooded with jokes. Jason Carter looked at the tile in the net and feigned confusion with a huh. What on earth is this? He held the object in his hand and rinsed off the mud, revealing its true form. It was a shattered piece of porcelain, seemingly adorned with some faint patterns of flowers and birds. To others, it was just a shard from some ancient, broken bowl, worthless. But on Jason Carter's retina, the divine appraisal skill had already activated automatically. A line of pale blue data flashed across his screen. Item: fragment of a modern, antique-style craft porcelain bowl. Material: kaolin, chemical glaze. Era: 21st century. Craftsmanship: decal application, machine molding. Value: 0.1 yuan, no recycling value. Is that it? I was actually hoping to unearth a Kangxi-era blue and white porcelain piece. Turns out it was just a freebie from a Kang Shui Fu instant noodle pack. Jason Carter was speechless inside. He casually tossed the broken shard back into the sea, sending up a small splash. He shrugged at the camera and smiled helplessly. Looks like today is a good day for lottery draws, my luck is off. Never mind, I'm done with this. Time to get back to business. This little interlude instantly shifted the atmosphere in the live stream from tense anticipation to pure joy. Ha 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 ha. The streamer is so real. Full marks for that twist. Jason the Divine. I thought I had it. Reality. Nope, you didn't. Now that's a true master. He found a treasure of fake, verified it wasn't worth anything, and tossed it aside without a second thought. Not like some people who blow their own trumpet for hours just for picking up a seashell. Far from diminishing Jason Carter's popularity, this seemingly failed move actually cemented his image as laid-back, genuine, and unpretentious, even more firmly in viewers' minds. In Victor Hall's livestream, he stared intently at the small window in the corner of the screen, watching the lively interaction on Jason Carter's end, seeing the value of his catch skyrocket to 18,000 yuan, and then glancing at his own empty fishing boat, his composure completely shattered. Arg! Victor Hall let out a roar he couldn't hold back. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. His eyes bloodshot, he suddenly started the fishing boat's engine, revved it to full throttle, and raced frantically toward his last remaining backup fishing spot, Zone B3. That area hadn't been tainted by his drugs, it was his last hope. Guys, that was just an accident, he bellowed into the camera, trying to stabilize his follower count, which had already dropped below 100,000. I've said it before. The real big catches are all in Zone B3. There's a spot called General S. Rose. It's a secret fishing spot, passed down through my family for generations. Now I'll show you what real skill looks like. A few minutes later, the fishing boat arrived at Zone B3. Victor Hall dragged a massive, extremely fine mesh trawl net out of the hold. Because this type of gear is extremely destructive to the marine ecosystem, its use in coastal waters is strictly prohibited. Brother Victor, you can't use that. It's against the rules. A longtime fan exclaimed in the live stream chat. Shut up. Victor Hall's expression twisted. I'm going to win today no matter what. Rules? Rules are for the weak. He hurled the heavy trawl net into the sea with all his might, then steered the fishing boat back and forth across Zone B3. The engine roared under the strain, and murky white foam churned up from the stern. However, he hadn't even towed 50 meters. Thud! A dull thud came from the stern. The entire fishing boat shook violently, and its speed plummeted. Victor Hall's face turned pale. Damn it! We've snagged on the bottom. The trawl net was firmly snagged on a sharp underwater reef. The fishing boat's engine roared frantically. Yet it couldn't move an inch. Get it loose! Victor Hall's eyes turned red as he recklessly pushed the throttle to the floor. He intended to pull the net free by brute force. Rip! A piercing sound of fabric tearing filled the air. The cable connecting the fishing boat to the trawl net snapped under the immense strain. The expensive trawl net, along with whatever meager catch it might have contained, sank to the ocean floor, never to be seen again. Victor Hall's fishing boat, having lost all traction in an instant, lurched violently, nearly flinging him straight into the sea. It's over. His last hope was gone too. Victor Hall fell awkwardly onto the deck, his entire body drained of all strength. He stared blankly at the sea, then glanced at his empty hold. He had lost. He had lost completely. He lost the competition, his reputation, his career, he lost everything. Why? Why did this happen? He had calculated everything so carefully. Jason Carter was just some country bumpkin who'd gotten lucky. How dare he? Ha 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 ha. Victor Hall suddenly burst into a hysterical, shrill laugh. He struggled to his feet from the deck, rushed toward the camera, and pointed at the screen with a contorted expression. The script. It's all fucking scripted. Jason Carter, you're a fraud. You think you won? No. Scum like you doesn't deserve to win. And you. He pointed at the few tens of thousands of viewers left in the live stream. You bunch of blind idiots. You let him fool you and still help him count his money. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. He began ranting incoherently, spewing unspeakable profanities. Immediately afterward, he started smashing things on the boat. Bang! He kicked over the spare oil drum, spilling diesel all over the floor. Clang! He flung the metal toolbox right into the sea. With bloodshot eyes, he grabbed a wrench and smashed it down hard on his live streaming equipment. I'm done with this. You can all go to hell. Bang! 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 Warning! Streamer Seacliff Village Brother Victor has committed serious violations during the live stream, including malicious destruction and extreme rhetoric. He is hereby issued a severe warning. A bright red system announcement covered Victor Hall's live stream screen. But Victor Hall couldn't see it anymore. With a single swing of his wrench, he shattered his phone screen and completely destroyed the camera. Ryup! The signal cut out. Victor Hall's live stream instantly plunged into total darkness. The match wasn't over yet, but he had already exited the stage prematurely in the most disgraceful way possible. This highly anticipated showdown had been decided in a manner bordering on farce. Meanwhile, on that quiet, rocky outcrop, Jason Carter glanced at the pitch-black screen on his secondary display and simply shook his head calmly. Why bother? He averted his gaze and looked back at the vast ocean before him, which appeared incredibly deep in the moonlight, his eyes becoming more focused than ever. The real challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 47. Warm up over targeting the hidden abalone beds. Victor Hall's livestream went black. This highly anticipated King of the Shore showdown had ended prematurely in a way no one could have predicted. But the competition wasn't over yet. Everyone's attention shifted to the fishing boat whose lights were still on. After Victor Hall's screen went black, the viewership on Jason Carter's livestream not only held steady but surged, quickly breaking the 6 million mark. The flood of comments was so heavy it caused the video to stutter slightly. Holy crap, Brother Victor. Is that it? He brought it on himself. No one could save him. Poisoning others, using banned fishing nets, and then insulting the viewers. Why keep someone like that online? Forget about that clown. All I want to know right now is what warm up over meant when Jason the Divine just said that. Exactly. Jason the Divine. Victor Hall is already done. For what other thrills are you planning? In the commentary booth, Afei and Xiaoya exchanged glances, both utterly shocked and completely baffled by the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just received an official announcement, Afei said, his voice a bit hoarse. Due to contestant Seacliff Village Brother Victor committing a serious violation during the live stream and voluntarily ending the match, the platform has decided to reset the value of his catch to 0 and permanently ban his streaming account. In other words, the outcome of this match has already been decided. Xiaoya continued, but her eyes remained fixed on Jason Carter's boat. However, Jason the Divine doesn't seem to be slowing down. He has started the engine again. Under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers across the internet, the engine of Jason Carter's fishing boat roared to life once more. He glanced at the blacked-out square on the secondary screen representing Victor Hall's livestream and shook his head calmly. Is my own mental breakdown what's it got to do with anyone else? I said the warm-up was over, but I never said the competition was over. Jason Carter turned his head and smiled at the camera, looking somewhat mysterious. Everyone, I told you we're about to get into something exciting. What happened with Victor Hall was just a minor hiccup. Our target is this vast ocean. With that, he gave the control stick a sharp push. The fishing boat changed course and charged toward the deeper reaches of the rocky reef, an area even local fishermen feared. Dragon's Mouth. If the rocky shoals were a place beginners dared not go, then Dragon's Mouth was off limits to all fishermen. Due to the unique underwater topography, that stretch of water was the convergence point of two ocean currents. The surface looked calm, but beneath it, treacherous undercurrents raged. Small boats venturing in could easily be swallowed up. He.S. crazy. Jason the Divine has really lost his mind. He.S. heading for Dragon's Mouth. My grandpa is a veteran fisherman from Seacliff Village. He says that in Lonco, if a boat goes in there, the undercurrents could even snap the propeller. Haven T, you already won? Why take such a risk? This isn't just a coastal expedition, anymore it's playing with his life. The audience was completely baffled. As far as they could tell, Jason Carter had already secured the win and could easily call it a day to enjoy his victory. Yet he insisted on taking the most dangerous route. Lena Moore, in the control room, had her heart in her throat. She shouted, "Hurry! Contact him immediately. Tell him not to go. We already won the competition." His assistant immediately called Jason Carter's satellite phone, but all they heard was a busy signal. Jason Carter had long since turned off all external communications. Now, in his world, there was only the vast ocean before him and the system in his mind. The fishing boat slowly came to a stop 100 meters from the Dragon's Mouth. Any further ahead lay the area with the most treacherous undercurrents. Even his modified fishing boat wouldn't dare venture in there lightly. Jason Carter stood at the bow, feeling the force of the currents that could tear everything to shreds. Yet his eyes grew brighter and brighter. The more dangerous the place, the more likely it was to hide something valuable. System, activate deep scan. Ding. Warning. The hydrographic conditions in the area ahead are extremely complex. Activating deep scan will consume a significant amount of energy. This scan is estimated to consume 10 points of system energy. Proceed. 10 points of energy equals 100 credits. A single scan would cost 10,000 yuan. In the past, Jason Carter would have definitely winced at the cost. But now he didn't hesitate for a moment. Proceed. Command received. Deep scan activated. System energy 10. An invisible wave radiated from the fishing boat, surging deep into the turbulent waters. A pale blue 3D map immediately appeared before Jason Carter's eyes. The underwater world had never been this clear. Countless tiny specks of light flickered across the map, representing all manner of ordinary marine life. But Jason Carter's gaze skipped right over these small fry. He was searching for that unique, golden glow that signaled top-tier treasure. The map scanned inch by inch, revealing every strange reef and pitch-black trench on the seafloor in crystal-clear detail. Nothing, still nothing. Could it really be that there's nothing here at all? Just as Jason Carter was about to furrow his brow, at the very edge of the scan, in a massive crevice of a reef where the water ran deeper than 15 meters, a blindingly bright golden glow suddenly flared to life. The light was so intense that it even caused the entire system map to flicker. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat in that instant. Here it comes. He stared intently at the golden glow, focusing all his attention. Ding! A crisp alert sounded in his mind. Super large wild abalone colony detected. Biological composition: black gold abalone, yellow abalone, variegated abalone. Core discovery: this colony contains 3 mutant black gold abalone kings, over 30 years old. Estimated total value of the colony: over 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Just one cluster of abalone had a preliminary estimate exceeding 100,000. And that didn't even include those 3 mutant abalone kings, whose value was impossible to estimate. Jason Carter's breathing suddenly became ragged. A terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. This was the real treasure. This was exactly what he wanted, the absolute victory that would silence everyone. Victor Hall? Just a joke. He glanced at the value counter in the livestream. 18,000 yuan. That figure alone was enough to secure his victory. But it wasn't enough. He didn't just want to win. He was going to become unrivaled in the world of beachcombing. Jason Carter walked into the cabin and, under the puzzled stares of all the viewers, began donning his gear piece by piece. A professional wetsuit, a weight belt, a sharp abalone knife. What is Jason the Divine doing? Is he going into the water? Is he out of his mind? That's the Dragon's Mouth. Going down there is a death sentence. Calm down, streamer. You've already won. Don't be reckless. The live stream went completely wild, with countless comments urging him to stop. Everyone thought he'd lost his mind. Jason Carter slipped a professional waterproof case over his phone, attached the underwater camera, and adjusted the angle. He returned to the deck, looked into the camera, and showed no fear on his face, only a determination to conquer everything. Everyone, I told you, the warm-up is over. He raised the underwater camera in his hand and aimed it at the churning sea. Now, I'm going to take you to see what kind of miracles are hidden beneath this forbidden zone. With that, he securely fastened his safety line around his waist and to the ship's rail, took a deep breath, and with a single powerful dive, plunged into the dark, deep sea that everyone feared. Chapter 48. The Fatal Strike, the Thrill of the Underwater Livestream. Splash! With a muffled thud, Jason Carter's figure was swallowed by the seawater. The underwater camera shook violently. The screen was filled with nothing but a murky swarm of bubbles and chaotic flashes of light. At that moment, over 6 million people on the shark platform held their breath. Jason the Divine. No! It's over. The signal's about to cut out. In the live stream chat, the comments said it all. In the commentary booth, a Fae was deathly pale, his lips trembling so much he couldn't utter a single word. Xiaoya instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with terror. In Eastport City, at the shark platform headquarters, the monitoring room was deathly silent. Lena Moore stared intently at the chaotic footage on the big screen, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had staked her entire career on this man, betting everything he had. Could it be that she had lost her bet? Just as everyone thought tragedy had struck, the violently shaking footage suddenly stabilized. The camera smoothly dove deeper into the ocean depths. The underwater world gradually came into focus. The moment Jason Carter entered the water, a colossal force swept in from all directions. The undercurrents at the dragon's mouth were even more ferocious than he had imagined. This force was powerful enough to tear a person to pieces in an instant or drag them into a bottomless trench. But Jason Carter was no ordinary man. His body, enhanced by the basic stamina enhancement potion, erupted with power. His muscles tensed instantly, his core tightened, and his legs braced firmly to stabilize his body, finding a point of balance amidst the violent undercurrents. Is that all you've got? It's like a tickle, he muttered to himself, then adjusted the angle of his underwater camera and began descending at a steady pace. 15 meters. This is a depth an ordinary person could never reach without professional equipment. The light had already grown dim. The surrounding seawater took on a deep blue hue, and the shadows of massive reefs lurked all around. My God, it's way too scary down here. Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm suffocating. How on earth does Jason the Divine do it? How can he stay so steady? Jason Carter ignored the scenery around him. He had only one goal. Following the golden coordinates on the system's display, he swam to a massive crevice in the underwater reef. The crevice was 3 or 4 meters wide, pitch black and bottomless. Jason Carter raised his camera and aimed the lens at the inner wall of the crevice. At first, the image was a bit blurry. When he turned on his headlamp, a beam of intense light pierced the darkness, illuminating the rock wall. In the live stream, over 6 million viewers, from the platform director to ordinary tourists, all had their pupils suddenly contract at the exact same moment. There, on the massive rock wall, were countless black discs clinging to it. They were packed side by side, spreading out from the depths of the crevice to form a living wall. Abalone. Nothing but abalone. The comment stream vanished. 5 long seconds of dead silence. No text, no virtual GIFs. 5 seconds later. Holy shit! A stream of comments consisting of countless holy shits instantly flooded the entire screen. Abalone? Abalone. What am I seeing? Is this a mountain of abalone? I'm speechless. I've never seen so many abalone in my life. How many are there? We're rich. Jason the Divine is rich. No, I'm the one who is rich. I feel like all of these are mine. This isn't just beachcombing. This is a miracle. It's even more fantastical than 20,000 leagues under the sea. Commentator Afei suddenly leaped out of his chair, his voice cracking into a shriek. A miracle! Viewers, we're witnessing a miracle. In a place everyone thought was a death zone, Jason the Divine. He has found a treasure trove of abalone. Lena Moore slumped in her chair, clutching her chest tightly with both hands as she gasped for breath. She felt as if her heart was about to explode from the excitement. We've won. This was a legendary battle. Jason Carter paid no heed to the commotion around him. He drew the abalone knife tucked at his waist and set to work, aiming at the edge of a black gold abalone the size of a palm. He plunged the blade in and pried it open with a forceful twist of his wrist. Snap! The abalone popped free and landed precisely in the mesh pouch at his waist. Without pausing, he continued harvesting with efficiency. 1, 2, 10, 50. The pouch filled at a visible pace. His gaze finally settled on the deepest part of the rock face, 3 giant abalones that were noticeably larger than the others, jet black in color, with a hint of gold along their edges. Mutant black gold abalone king. So it's you 3 old-timers. A flicker of intensity flashed in Jason Carter's eyes as he swam over. He carefully pried the 3 largest abalones loose and solemnly placed them into a separate protective bag. Once he finished, he glanced at the net bag, which was about to burst, and knew it was time to head back. Dragging the heavy net bag, Jason Carter began to ascend. The moment his helmet broke the surface, the live stream's viewership had officially surpassed 7 million. Splash! Jason Carter climbed onto the fishing boat and hoisted the heavy net bag onto the deck with all his might. Thud! The knot on the net bag was untied. In the next second, a dark mass of top-quality abalone mixed with seawater poured out, instantly covering half the deck. The scene was raw, direct, and breathtaking. The platform's official notary had long been standing by via video link. When he saw the pile of abalone on the deck, this seasoned veteran's hands began to tremble. This is priceless. Immediately, we need to weigh it right now. At that very moment, the live stream's gift system completely crashed. Countless rockets, airplanes, and super warships flooded the screen as if money were no object, completely drowning out Jason Carter's figure. Everyone went wild over this miracle. Chapter 49. The value skyrockets, elevating him to legendary status. On the fishing boat's deck, a dense pile of abalone had formed a small mountain. The briny scent of seawater mixed with the rich aroma of the abalone, stimulating everyone's senses. In Jason Carter's livestream, the viewership had already surpassed 7.5 million. The gift system crashed once the technicians had just restarted it when it was flooded again with even more gifts. On the screen, aside from the words, Jason the Divine, almost no other comments were visible. Millions of viewers were venting their shock in the simplest of ways. Please zoom in a little closer. The official appraiser was a seasoned veteran who had worked in the seafood industry for decades. Yet even his voice trembled slightly as he spoke over the video feed. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes betrayed a mix of excitement and disbelief. Jason Carter obediently grabbed an abalone at random from the pile and held it up to the camera. It was a black gold abalone the size of a palm. Its shell shimmered darkly under the lights, and the flesh looked thick and meaty. "My God," the veteran notary murmured. "These are all top-grade wild black gold abalone. Look at the size and age. Each one has been growing for at least 5 years. Wild black gold abalone of this size would fetch at least 800 yuan per gene at an auction in Eastport City. 800 per gene." That figure instantly sent the live stream into a frenzy. 800 per gene? That's my whole month's salary gone? How many gene must there be on this deck? 100 gene? 200 gene? I'm not good at math. Can someone help me figure out exactly how much money Jason the Divine made from this single haul? The veteran fisherman took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and gave a professional estimate. Judging by the volume, once this pile of abalone is drained of water, the net weight will definitely exceed 100 kilograms. That's 200 gene. 200 gene, 800 per gene. That's. He stumbled. His mind couldn't process it fast enough. Commentator Afei shouted the figure for him, his voice nearly cracking. 160,000. Everyone. Just this pile of abalone alone has a preliminary estimate of 160,000. The competition's only been going for an hour. 10,000 in just 1 hour. This isn't beachcombing, it's printing money at sea. Everyone went wild. 10,000, a figure most people in the livestream couldn't save up even after a year of hard work. But Jason Carter did it in just 1 hour. Right here in this competition, which everyone had assumed was scripted, he pulled it off with ease. At Shark Platform headquarters, in the monitoring room, Lena Moore was leaning against the desk, gasping for breath, so overcome with excitement she could barely stand. Pointing at the viewership curve on the screen that was about to burst through the ceiling, she shouted incoherently to her assistant, "Write it down! Write it all down! After tonight, Shark Platform will be the undisputed leader in outdoor live streaming." While the entire internet was reeling from the 160,000 figure, Jason Carter acted as if nothing had happened. "Oh right," he thought to himself, turning to retrieve a bag set aside in the corner. "Old master, could you take a look at these three?" Facing the camera, he pulled out the 3 abalones. These 3 were a full size larger than the rest, jet black all over, with a golden rim around the edges. "They look a bit strange, so I set them aside." In that instant, the veteran notary on the other end of the call held his breath. He froze in place, staring intently at the 3 abalones on the screen. His face first turned pale, then flushed bright red. "The Abalone King. It's the legendary black gold Abalone King, a mutant variety over 30 years old." The veteran notary was so excited his voice cracked, sounding slightly grating. "Impossible, I've only ever seen this in auction catalogs from Hong Kong Island decades ago. Back then, a single one sold for 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. Everyone says they've long since disappeared from coastal waters. How could 3 turn up at once?" His speech was all over the place. "This is a priceless treasure. Could be the crown jewel of a top-tier restaurant. Its value can't be measured by the gene. This is a collectible, a work of art." If the earlier figure of 160,000 had merely been shocking, then the phrases 300,000 per piece and priceless treasure completely shattered everyone's sense of reality. Am I hallucinating? Is something wrong with my ears? 300,000 per piece? 3 pieces is 900,000? Add that to the 160,000 from earlier. Jason the Divine just raked in over $1 million with a single net haul. "Oh my God. I hereby declare that Jason the Divine is my biological father starting today. Don't call him Jason the Divine anymore, call him the God of Wealth. A living God of wealth." The comment stream completely exploded. After the gift system crashed for the 3rd time, the tech team simply gave up on fixing it, letting the gift effects completely cover the entire screen. The veteran notary's hands were trembling. He forced himself to stay calm and, facing the camera and the audience of over 7 million viewers, announced in a very solemn tone, I hereby declare that, due to the appearance of priceless treasures, the total value of this competition can no longer be accurately calculated. But according to the rules, a minimum estimate must be provided. For those 3 Abalone Kings, I set the minimum estimate for each one at 200,000 renminbi. Therefore, the total value of contestant Jason the Divine's current catch is... He looked at the calculator and pressed the equal sign. So, 7,600,000. Boom! That number exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds. 760,000. And look at Victor Hall's score, it had already been reset to 0. This wasn't even a contest between rivals of the same caliber. There were still 50 minutes left in the competition. But in reality, the outcome was already decided. No, the outcome had been decided the moment Jason Carter set sail for Randstone Ridge. Jason Carter glanced at the mountain of abalone piled on the deck, then at the live stream chat exploding with comments, and exhaled calmly. He opened the status dashboard. Ding! Epic tier fishing mission completed. Discovered and captured a massive abalone colony and 3 mutant abalone kings, with a value far exceeding expectations. System points earned, 1,000. Current remaining points, 1,205. 1,000 points. I'm set. I'm really set this time. Jason Carter shut down the system, stretched and felt completely at ease. He picked up a bucket, scooped up some seawater, and began rinsing the abalone on the deck. His movements were practiced, as if this pile of goods worth nearly $1 million were just cabbages at the farmer's market. As he rinsed them, he smiled at the camera. All right, that's it for today's live stream. It's getting late, I need to get these back quickly, or they'll lose their freshness. Everyone, I'm signing off. See you later. With that, under the stunned gaze of over 7 million viewers, he shut down the live stream with a decisive click. All that remained was a black screen and the frozen number on it. 760,000 plus. Chapter 50. The dust settles, and a new era begins. Black screen. The screen was pitch black. Just as the viewership peaked at 7.5 million, Jason Carter, the man already deified in the hearts of viewers across the entire internet, cut off the live stream in a way no one could fathom. No victory speech, no bragging, not even a word of farewell. The way he shut down the stream was as casual as stepping out to take out the trash. After a brief silence, the entire internet erupted. Hey! Where is he? Where's Jason the Divine? Holy shit. It's over? It's over already? I've been waiting forever, and this is what you give me? Can someone tell me what just happened? Did aliens abduct the streamer? That level of cool, I'm in awe. At the very peak of his glory, he turned and walked away without a second thought. Now that's a true master. Hiding his achievements and fame. All forums and related threads on the Shark platform were instantly flooded with posts. The term Jason the Divine End Stream shot to the top of the trending list at an astonishing speed. In the commentary booth, Afei and Xiaoya stared at each other, mouths agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. They commentated on hundreds of matches and seen all kinds of players, but they never witnessed such an outrageous turn of events. In the monitoring room, Lena Moore had just snapped out of her excitement over the 760,000 milestone. When the screen went black, she nearly choked on her breath. "That guy!" she exclaimed, pointing at the black screen, torn between anger and laughter, before slumping helplessly into her chair. "He's a total madman." An assistant whispered from the side, "Director Lee, the match still has 40 minutes left. That's right, the match wasn't over yet." But everyone knew it was in all but name. The moment Jason Carter dumped that mountain of abalone onto the deck, the outcome had been decided. The next 40 minutes became a truly bizarre chapter in the history of the Shark live streaming platform. A live stream with a black screen still firmly held the top spot in the platform's popularity rankings, and the number of viewers was even rising slowly as countless people flooded in, just to catch a glimpse of that frozen number. Meanwhile, the commentators, Afei and Xiaoya, had recovered from their shock and began analyzing tonight's showdown. They replayed every one of Jason Carter's miraculous moves over and over again. From the stunning catch of a grouper at Rocky Ridge, to the dominant run of over a dozen Black Sea bream, to the breathtaking dive into the Dragon's Mouth restricted zone to uncover that wall of abalone. Every single scene sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy all over again. In contrast, Victor Hall's blacked-out livestream hung lonely in the corner. He was like a clown, whose clumsy performance only served to highlight the birth of a champion. Time slipped away, second by second, amid this frenzy and the lingering excitement. At exactly 10 p.m., the 3-hour competition officially came to an end. An official announcement from the Shark platform appeared at the top of every user's screen as a site-wide notice. Seacliff Village Shellfish King. Challenge results announced. Contestant Shellfish Hunter Jason the Divine. Total catch valuation 760,000 plus, due to the discovery of rare treasures such as the Black Gold Abalone King. This is the minimum guaranteed valuation. Contestant Seacliff Village Brother Victor. Total catch valuation 0. Congratulations to Jason the Divine on winning this challenge. As these numbers were clearly displayed to the entire network, all the commotion gave way to gasps of astonishment. An era had come to an end. Another era had begun. At the same time, in a stretch of waters off the coast of Eastport City, Victor Hall's fishing boat, its lights off, bobbed up and down with the waves. He slumped on the cold deck, his eyes vacant, every ounce of spirit drained from him. In his pants pocket, the screen of his spare phone lit up, displaying a news alert. Epic tier showdown concludes. Jason the Divine ascends to legendary status in a single match catch valued at nearly 1 million sets, a new network record. That glaring headline, along with the accompanying photo of mountains of abalone piled high on Jason Carter's deck, completely shattered Victor Hall's mental defenses. He had lost. He had lost utterly and completely. The competition, his reputation, his future, he had lost it all. He hadn't even been a worthy opponent from start to finish. He had been nothing more than a self-important clown. Ah! A piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity, burst from Victor Hall's throat and echoed across the vast expanse of the ocean. He leaped to his feet, snatched up his cell phone, and with every ounce of strength, hurled it with all his might into the pitch-black sea. Splash! That last glimmer of light vanished as well. The world was plunged into total darkness. Meanwhile, the old pier at Seacliff Village presented a completely different scene. Jason Carter's fishing boat was already securely moored at the shore. The lights on the deck cast a glossy sheen over the pile of abalone. Ignoring the countless unread messages and missed calls on his phone, Jason Carter was holding a ladle, leisurely pouring fresh seawater over the abalone to keep them alive. His grandfather, David Carter, stood nearby, puffing away on his old pipe with a clatter, watching his grandson with a broad smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Young Jason, These things, can they really fetch that much money? He picked up a giant abalone, gave it a little shake, and whistled in amazement. Hard to say, Jason Carter chuckled. Depends on who's buying. No sooner had he spoken than his cell phone began vibrating violently again. This time he answered it. It was Wyatt Coleman. Brother Jiang. My dear brother. Where are you right now? The pier, right? Don't move. Don't move under any circumstances. I'm on my way. On the other end of the line, Wyatt Coleman's voice was so excited it was almost breaking, with the roar of car engines and shrill honking mingling in the background. Old Joe, take it easy, there's no rush, Jason Carter said helplessly. No rush. How can I not be in a rush? I'm telling you, it's not just me. Every foodie in Eastport City with any reputation is going crazy right now. They're all rushing over to your place. Hold your ground. For God's sake, hold on to those treasures. This isn't about money anymore. It's about pride. After hanging up, Jason Carter watched as a row of blinding headlights approached from the distant highway, speeding toward him. He knew that tonight's commotion had only just begun. Chapter 51. Overnight Fortune 3, Abalone Kings, sell for a sky-high price. The fishing boat's lights looked somewhat lonely in the night. In the distance, several beams of light sliced through the darkness of the coastal highway, and the roar of engines grew louder as they approached. They're here, Jason Carter thought to himself as he continued rinsing the abalone on the deck with seawater. His grandfather, David Carter, puffed on his pipe, watching the headlights draw nearer, a hint of confusion in his cloudy eyes. Squeal. Several sharp screeches of brakes rang out almost simultaneously. 3 black luxury cars, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, a Maybach, and an Audi A8 came to a smooth stop on the open space at the pier. Seeing such a spectacle, anyone unaware of the situation might have thought a movie crew had come to film a scene. The car doors opened almost at the same time. The first to step out was Wyatt Coleman. Though slightly overweight, he moved quickly, jogging over. His voice reached them before he did. Brother Jiang. My dear brother. However, the few people following behind him paid him no mind. They were middle-aged men in suits, each with a potbelly, obviously seasoned business veterans. Their goal was clear. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the mountain of black gold abalone piled high on the fishing boat's deck, especially the 3 abalone kings set aside separately. Man, those looks just like wolves that hadn't eaten in 3 days seeing a piece of meat. Mr. Zhou, that's not very fair of you, said a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a forced smile. You found such a treasure and actually planned to keep it all for yourself? Exactly, chimed in a burly, bald man with a gold chain as thick as a thumb hanging around his neck, his voice booming. Everyone who sees it deserves a share. Young man, name your price. Wyatt Coleman wore a cheerful smile on his face, but inside he already cursed this bunch of old foxes to high heaven. The news had spread way too fast. Not wanting to waste time with this bunch, he strode quickly to the boat's edge, bowed slightly to Jason Carter, and spoke with great courtesy. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry I'm late. Don't listen to their nonsense, just name your price for these 3 abalone kings, and I'll take them all. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bald man with the gold chain pushed his way forward a step and held up 2 fingers in a gruff voice. 200,000 each. Young man, Wan Fulu is taking all 3 of these abalone kings. His tone carried an air of finality, as if he were offering a handout. 200,000? Is he trying to fob off a beggar? Jason Carter scoffed inwardly. That price didn't even meet the notary's minimum appraisal, and he had the nerve to call it out. Jason Carter didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, continuing to leisurely pour water over the abalone. His indifference made the bald man with the gold chain's expression stiffen. Seeing this, Wyatt Coleman's face darkened. Old Jiang, what's this? Trying to outbid me? The highest bidder wins. What rules are you talking about? Old Jiang with the gold chain sneered and immediately raised the bid. 210,000. With every bid he called out, he shot Wyatt Coleman a defiant glance. 220,000, said the man in gold-rimmed glasses, leisurely adjusting his spectacles as he joined the bidding. 250,000. Wyatt Coleman was getting a little flustered, and a fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his forehead. This wasn't just about the money, it was about the reputation and prestige of the Cloud Peak Pavilion. If these abalone kings fell into someone else's hands, how could he, Wyatt Coleman, ever hold his head high again in Eastport City's restaurant scene? 260,000. 270,000. The price kept climbing, and the tension in the room was palpable. Several billionaires were now squabbling like vendors at a farmer's market, red-faced and heated over a single dish. Grandpa David Carter stood by, staring in disbelief, clacking his pipe with his mouth half open. It stayed that way for a long while. He spent his whole life fishing. Yet never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that what his grandson had hauled out of the sea could drive this bunch of big city tycoons into a frenzy. Jason Carter hadn't said a word the entire time. He simply watched their spectacle in silence. The calmer he remained, the more uneasy these tycoons felt. This young man exuded a calm composure. He didn't seem like a greenhorn in his early 20s at all. The goods in his hands were certainly no ordinary fare. When the price climbed to 280,000, both the man with the gold chain and the man in glasses began to hesitate. It was during this brief pause that Jason Carter made his move. Jason Carter finally straightened up, casually picked up an abalone king, held it up to the dock lights to examine its distinctive golden rim, then turned his gaze toward Wyatt Coleman and spoke in a calm tone. "Brother Joe." Just those two words instantly silenced the entire room. All eyes were fixed on Jason Carter. Jason Carter's gaze swept past the others and landed on Wyatt Coleman's face, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. "Between you and me, there's no need for all this hassle. 300,000 each. These three are yours." That settled it. His voice wasn't loud, but it sent a shockwave through everyone's hearts. This wasn't a bidding war, it was a direct announcement of the result. 300,000. Birberd. Old Zhang with the gold chain and the guy with glasses turned as red as a pig's liver, as if they'd been slapped in the face in front of everyone. This price far exceeded their expectations. But what humiliated them even more was that Jason Carter hadn't even given them a chance to bid. He simply designated the buyer. This wasn't just about the price, it was about pride. Wyatt Coleman froze for a moment. Then it dawned on him. A rush of heat surged to his head, making his scalp tingle. He understood. Jason Carter was repaying his debt and establishing his authority. Right in front of all his competitors, he was telling the whole of Eastport City who his #1 partner really was. Wyatt Coleman's voice was slightly trembling as he slapped his thigh hard. All right, Brother Jiang. You're a man of your word. Let us do it your way. 900,000. I'll transfer the money to you right now." He eagerly pulled out his Huawei foldable phone reserved exclusively for large transactions, and his fingers flew across the screen. In less than 30 seconds. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clear in the quiet night at the docks. Jason Carter's phone lit up. "Your account ending in XXXX received 900,000 renminbi at 2218 on XXXX. Current balance, 1,050,000 renminbi." Looking at the 7-digit balance in the text message, Jason Carter exhaled calmly. It had taken him less than a month to go from being deeply in debt to becoming a millionaire. The fate of the remaining ordinary black gold abalone was now a foregone conclusion. The bosses who hadn't managed to snag the abalone king began scrambling to save face and connect with Jason Carter. In the end, that batch of abalone initially estimated at 160,000 yuan was driven up to 220,000 yuan before they finally divided it up. Total revenue, 1,120,000 yuan. That single haul was enough to buy an apartment outright. Almost the moment the transaction was completed, a driver working for one of the onlookers at the scene recorded a video on his phone and posted it online. The title was simple, blunt, and packed with impact. "Shocking scoop. Jason the Divine S on site dock auction. 3 abalone kings sell for a sky-high price of 900,000. Total revenue from a single trip exceeds 1 million. The video showed those luxury cars, Wyatt Coleman's profile as he excitedly transferred the money, and finally, the frame froze on the bank text message on Jason Carter's phone confirming the 1 million plus transaction. The internet, which had just begun to calm down following Jason the Divine's end of broadcast, once again erupted with activity. This time, the buzz was louder than ever before. Chapter 52. 20,000 yuan enough to destroy a god. Eastport City, on the outskirts where the city meets the countryside. In a rented room barely 10 square meters in size, the curtains were drawn tight, blocking out all light. The air carried a stale smell, a mix of instant noodles, sweat, and mold. Victor Hall slumped in a creaking, beat-up gaming chair, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the greasy smartphone screen. The screen's light illuminated his contorted face. On his phone was a headline just pushed by the Shark platform in bold red text. Epic tier showdown concludes. Jason the Divine ascends to legendary status in a single match winnings, worth nearly $1 million, set a new network record. Below the news was a highly impactful short video. In the video, the pier was brightly lit, with several luxury cars parked nearby. Wyatt Coleman's chubby face was flushed with excitement as he held his phone aloft. The transfer record for 900,000 yuan was clearly visible on the screen. On the other side of the frame, Jason Carter calmly looked at his phone. The camera zoomed in for a close-up on the bank text message showing his balance. 1,050,000.00. That string of numbers stung Victor Hall's eyes. 1 million. He really raked in $1 million in one fell swoop. Snap! Victor Hall crushed the phone case in his hand. Why? How dare he? He was the one born and raised in Seacliff Village. He knew those waters better than the palm of his own hand. That Jason Carter was nothing but a stray dog who crawled back home after failing to make it in the city. How dare he come back and snatch up all the good stuff? How dare he go out to sea on a whim and haul in treasures that others wouldn't see in a lifetime? His hands trembling, he swiped through the screen, hoping to find someone questioning it in the comments section. But what he saw was a sight that drove him even more insane. The comments section was filled with nothing but adoration. I hereby declare that, starting today, Jason the Divine is my biological father, even if we have different mothers. 1 million in one haul. I'm starting to wonder if I'm even living in the same world as Jason the Divine. Stop with the script nonsense. What kind of script could possibly write such a miracle? Try writing one yourself. What about that clown named Victor Hall? Has he vanished completely? Haha, did he really think he could go head-to-head with a god? Clown? Victor Hall stared at the word and let out a low growl. He violently smashed his phone onto the ground. Bang! The screen of the cheap phone shattered instantly, but he still wasn't satisfied. He sprang to his feet and stomped on it. Ah! He frantically stomped on the pile of shattered phone pieces, as if they weren't a phone but Jason Carter's face. The room's only light source vanished, plunging it into total darkness. Victor Hall was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He lost. He knew he lost completely. In reality, there was no way he could ever beat Jason Carter again. That man had already reached heights Victor could never attain in his entire lifetime. In the darkness, Victor Hall slumped on the floor, his eyes vacant. After an unknown amount of time, a glimmer of venom lit up deep within his pupils. If I can't beat you in reality, then I'll destroy you completely online. Even if I'm completely finished, I'll drag you down to hell with me. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. Online public opinion. It was the only weapon he had left, and it was vicious enough. He scrambled to his feet, rushed to the corner of the room, and dug out a dusty second-hand laptop. He turned it on and the screen lit up. With trembling hands, he clicked on the icon for a cherished game. It was an account he played for 5 years, filled with rare skins and gear, his last remaining source of solace. Without hesitation, he posted a message in the game's guild chat. Account for sale. 5 years of hard work, urgently need cash. 5,000 yuan. Anyone interested? Someone replied quickly. After some haggling, a wealthy guild member snapped up the account for 4,500 yuan. After receiving the transfer, Victor Hall listed his laptop on a local classified site. Gaming laptop in like new condition, i5 processor, 1060 graphics card, 3,000 yuan, selling urgently, no offers. An hour later, a local college student came by to pick up the laptop. 4,500 plus 3,000, that's 7,500. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Gritting his teeth, Victor Hall pulled out another spare phone and opened an app with a lucky cat icon. It was an illegal online loan app he deregistered for earlier but had never dared to use. Borrow up to 50,000 funds in 3 minutes. He couldn't afford to worry about high interest rates or aggressive debt collection right now. He tapped borrow now and maxed out the loan amount. ID verification, facial recognition. 5 minutes later. Ding! A text message notification sounded. 15,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card ending in XXXX. He borrowed 50,000, but only 15,000 actually showed up in his account. The remaining 35,000 went toward so-called upfront interest and processing fees. But Victor Hall didn't care. He looked at the total balance of 22,500 in his account and let out a sinister grin. Money, he had it. He expertly opened an encrypted chat app and sent a message in a group called Online Crisis PR. Got a job. Budget, 20,000. Target, a newly popular outdoor streamer. Immediately, an admin with a profile picture of a man in a suit messaged him privately. Hello, client. I'm the account manager at Storm PR. Please provide the target streamer SID and platform. Victor Hall. Shark Platform. Gone High Jason the Divine. Business manager. Oh, it's him. Tonight's big sensation, there's plenty of material out there. What are your objectives? Victor Hall's eyes flashed with venom as he typed, enunciating each word. I want him ruined. I want everyone to believe he is nothing but a scripted fraud. A puppet propped up by the platform. Account manager. Got it. This is standard procedure. For 20,000 yuan, we can provide you with a 1-week service package. The service includes posting 1,000 pieces of content related to the script theory and capital theory across all major social media platforms. We'll organize 300 real user accounts to enter his live streams, comment sections, and fan groups to stir up controversy. We'll create at least 5 controversial topics and purchase trending spots on Weibo and Douyin's local search rankings. We guarantee that within a week, the general public's impression of Lu Renpan will be completely turned on its head. Does that work for you? Victor Hall looked at the proposal sent by the other party and trembled with excitement. Professional. So professional. He replied without hesitation. Yes. Now. Immediately. Start right away. All right. Please pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan first. Victor Hall immediately transferred 10,000 yuan. Deposit received. Looking forward to a fruitful collaboration. Watch the storm unfold. After ending the conversation, Victor Hall slumped into his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. He knew he had embarked on a path of no return. Yet a sickening yet satisfied smile spread across his face. Jason Carter, aren't you a god? I'll see just how you manage to play this god. When tens of millions of mouths are cursing you and spitting on you. He refreshed the comments section for Jason the Divine on the Shark platform. Sure enough, amid the screen full of Jason the Divine is awesome, some dissenting voices began to appear. Am I the only one who thinks this is fake? The script is way too obvious, I senti it? Haha, first it's Abalone, then Abalone King. Are they going to pull an aircraft carrier out of the water next? It's just a game for the rich. Got it, he's the Shark platform's new golden boy. I senti he? They're practically spoon-feeding him. Dude above. Stop being so bitter. Is it really that hard to admit someone is talented? Outstanding? Does a script-dependent con artist even deserve to be called outstanding? Are his fans all elementary school kids? At first, these comments were quickly drowned out, but as more and more similar doubts surfaced, an online attack targeting Jason Carter officially began. Chapter 53. The whole internet is against me? Let us take this to the next level. The next day, sunlight streamed through the old windows, carving a bright path through the dusty air. Jason Carter was awakened by the crowing of chickens in the yard. He stretched, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his body. So this is what it feels like to get rich overnight. Finally, he no longer had to worry about his next meal. The debt collection calls had stopped, and he no longer had to live at anyone's mercy. Jason Carter rolled out of bed and walked to the window, where he saw his grandfather, David Carter, feeding the old hens in the yard, his face beaming with a smile. After returning home last night, the grandfather and grandson had talked for a long time. When Jason Carter handed his grandfather the bank card with a balance exceeding $1 million, the old man's hands trembled as he held it. He was speechless for a long time. Finally, with tears welling in his eyes, he kept repeating, "Good, good, good." It was time to get some new things for the house. This old house needed a makeover at the very least, some decent furniture and a better air conditioner. Grandpa was getting on in years. He deserved to be more comfortable in both summer and winter. And then there was that old fishing boat. Even though it had been repaired, it was still too small and too old. Once things settled down, he'd de-order a new one, a bigger, sturdier boat that would be much safer out at sea. As Jason Carter ran through these plans in his mind, a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. He picked up his phone, which he decharged last night, and out of habit opened the Shark Live app. He wanted to see how much his follower count had grown after a night of buzz. However, the moment he opened the app, a string of red 99+ badges caused his phone to freeze for half a second. His private messages, comments section, and mentions in fan groups were all overflowing. Whoa, this enthusiastic. Jason Carter smiled and casually tapped open the comments section of his latest post. He posted it last night after going offline. The message was simple. Thanks, everyone. Get some rest. He expected the comments to be flooded with things like, Jason the Divine is awesome, or good night, God of Wealth. However, the contents of the comments section made him furrow his brow slightly. The top comment had changed. It was now a post with over 10,000 likes. Am I the only one who thinks this is fake? The scripted nature of this is way too obvious. First it was Grouper, then abalone, are they going to pull an aircraft carrier out of the water next? Countless comments in agreement followed beneath this one. It's just a game played by the capitalists. Does anyone actually believe this? Got it, it's the new crown prince of the shark platform. They're practically spoon-feeding him. Otherwise, do you really think an ordinary fisherman could get this lucky? Jason Carter kept scrolling down. He discovered there were hundreds, even thousands, of comments along these lines. Their rhetoric was strikingly consistent, endlessly repeating words like script, capital, and scam. Interesting. Are they so sore they're starting to sling mud? Far from getting angry, Jason Carter actually found it a bit amusing. He even began reading these comments with interest, unable to resist making some internal jabs. These haters are way too unprofessional, aren't they? They just keep repeating the same few lines over and over. Can't they come up with something new? It's getting really tiresome to look at. And what's with these profile pictures? Why are they all default images or landscape photos? You can tell at a glance that these are newly registered accounts. He casually tapped on the private messages, only to find them filled with even more vulgar insults. Scammer. Scripted. I've already reported you to the platform. People like you should be banned. Give us back a clean live streaming environment. How much did the platform pay you? Why are you putting so much effort into this act? Jason Carter shook his head, hit read with a single tap, and prepared to close the app. He didn't even have the interest to respond to this kind of impotent rage. However, just as he was about to lock his screen, a call came in. The caller ID read Lena Moore. Jason Carter answered the call in a casual tone. Good morning, Director Lee. It wasn't very nice of you not to invite me to last night's victory party. He assumed Lena Moore was calling to share last night's results with him. But the voice on the other end sounded very serious, even tinged with a hint of anxiety. Jason Carter. This is no time for jokes. Something happened. Lena Moore spoke rapidly, firing off her words like a machine gun. Have you seen the online backlash? Starting at 3 a.m. today, a massive wave of negative posts targeting you appeared simultaneously on at least 20 social media platforms. The headlines all point to the shark streamer script scandal. Our tech team has detected over 300 highly realistic fake accounts systematically steering the conversation in your livestream, fan groups, and comment sections. Right now, the hashtag Jason the Divine script is already at number 18 on Weibo's local trending list, and its popularity is still rising rapidly. The smile on Jason Carter's face slowly faded. 3 in the morning? Across all platforms? 300 real-person accounts? This wasn't something ordinary haters could pull off. Our PR team has analyzed it. Lena Moore's voice was slightly sharp with urgency. This isn't ordinary fan behavior, it's a professional online trolling operation. There's a team pulling the strings behind the scenes. Their goal is clear: to bombard you with massive amounts of identical content, permanently pin the script scam artist label on you, and destroy your public image. Jason Carter said nothing, his gaze turning cold. He finally realized he'd been thinking too simplistically. This was clearly Victor Hall's last-ditch, all-or-nothing counterattack. How does the platform plan to handle this? Jason Carter asked calmly. Lena Moore on the other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds, her voice tinged with helplessness. That's why I'm calling you, Jason Carter. The situation is more serious than you imagine. Of course, we could forcibly delete the comments and ban the accounts, but doing that would play right into their hands. They'd immediately take screenshots and stir up a frenzy, accusing Shark Platform of manipulating public opinion and suppressing dissenting voices, which would trigger an even bigger public relations crisis. Our back-end data now shows that public perception of you has plummeted from very positive to neutral to negative in just a few hours. The paid commenter strategy has worked. They're clever, they don't argue with you over the details, they just repeat over and over that you're a fake. A lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth in the eyes of many casual observers. Lena Moore took a deep breath and said in a very solemn tone, Jason Carter, the platform needs your help right now. We need irrefutable proof that can convince everyone. Evidence that can slap these rumors right back in their faces. Only then can we legitimately help you silence all the negative voices and hold the masterminds behind this accountable. Jason Carter listened to the busy signal on the phone and remained silent for a long time. He walked over to the window, watching his grandfather bustling about in the yard, then gazed out at the vast blue ocean in the distance. Professional online trolls. Sparing no expense, it seems that last night S1 Million really did drive Victor Hall crazy. A flash of cold determination crossed his eyes. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. He picked up his phone and sent a text message back to Lena Moore. Director Lee, rest assured. I know what to do. Chapter 54. The old man steps in. After hanging up the phone, Jason Carter stood by the old wooden window. The room still held the lingering warmth of the previous night. The morning light outside was just right, and the ocean in the distance shimmered with ripples. Everything seemed peaceful. Yet, online, an organized smear campaign was escalating. Lena Moore's anxious voice still rang in his ears. Every word had hit the crux of this crisis. How could he prove to millions of people that what he'd seen was real? Present evidence? What evidence? Post a screenshot of the divine beachcombing treasure system interface that only he could see? Then add a caption. Hi everyone. Let me introduce you to my cheat. It tells me where the fish are. Doing that would be suicide. At best, he'd be dismissed as a crazy person pulling a publicity stunt. At worst, he'd be invited in for a chat by the Secret Service the very next day. So, explain my actions? Hi everyone. I'm gifted. I can hear fish singing underwater and see treasures hidden beneath rocks. An explanation like that would only confirm the conspiracy theories and give the trolls and haters even more fuel for their rampage. Jason Carter rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling for the first time the dual nature of the system. Could bring miracles, but it also brought inexplicable troubles. That's what makes these paid trolls' tactics so sickening. They don't need any evidence, they just need to act like broken records, using hundreds or thousands of accounts across all platforms to repeat, "You're a fake," over and over again, planting seeds of doubt in the minds of countless bystanders. Yet he, on the other hand, needs to produce irrefutable proof, the kind even a god couldn't provide to clear his name. This battle has been unfair from the very beginning. He stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. The early morning sea breeze carried a salty, damp scent mixed with the fragrance of earth as it brushed against his face. It calmed his agitated mood somewhat. In the courtyard, his grandfather, David Carter, was sitting on a small, faded red-painted stool, head bowed, holding a smooth wooden shuttle as he intently mended an old fishing net with holes in it. His hands, covered in calluses and scars, seemed exceptionally dexterous at that moment. The shuttle darted between the fishing lines with such skill it seemed like an extension of his body. The sunlight fell on his graying hair and illuminated his face, etched with wrinkles by the passage of time, creating a scene of indescribable tranquility. This lousy weather, the wind is about to shift again, David Carter muttered to himself as he mended the net. A southeast wind laden with moisture won't last half a day. Once the sun gets a little higher and the wind shifts to the northwest, all the fish down there will have to move to the deeper channels. That's it. This simple, ordinary grumble about the weather from an old fisherman. Instantly, everything clicked in Jason Carter's mind. He stopped dead in his tracks, staring intently at his grandfather's figure, his pupils bursting with a startling brilliance. I'm such an idiot. Blinded by the light. Utterly blinded by the light. I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out how to explain those miracles that defy common sense, how to counter that seemingly airtight script theory. But I forgot that in this world, there's something that is, in itself, the most extraordinary miracle, the most incredible script of all. That's the experience that Grandpa's generation of old fishermen has carved out over a lifetime, through countless battles against wind and waves, and by going head-to-head with this vast ocean. This wisdom is steeped in a mysticism ordinary people can't fathom. It simply can't be quantified by science or analyzed with data. Just by looking at the clouds in the sky, they know what kind of fish are swimming in the water. By sniffing the scent in the wind, they know how high the waves will be that night. Which rock hides a big catch, which stretch of sand conceals a treasure. There's a specific logic to it all. Don't even think about sharing this with city kids, even if you told it to the new generation of fishermen along the coast. They think it's a fairy tale, bragging, or a scripted story. But it's actually true. ISNT, this exactly what I've been looking for, the best cover, the most airtight disguise. What systems? What data? Compared to the phrase, ancestral secrets. They're all pathetically weak. Once he realized this, Jason Carter felt the weight on his chest vanish instantly, and a sense of relief washed over him. He walked over to his grandfather, crouched down naturally, picked up the other end of the fishing net, and helped untangle the tangled lines. Grandpa! David Carter lifted his clouded eyelids slightly, his hands never stopping their work. There are some immature city kids online, Jason Carter said in a casual tone, as if chatting about everyday matters, who claim that the abalone I caught the night before last were all fakes, that it was all a prearranged script. He paused, gauging his grandfather's expression, then dropped the bait. They say people like us by the sea don't have what it takes, that there's no way we could find so many good things on our own. They say we're just a bunch of foolish fishermen who depend on the weather. He deliberately emphasized the words, us coastal folk, and silly fishermen. Sure enough, the wooden shuttle that had been darting rapidly through David Carter's hands came to a halt. He slowly raised his head, those eyes that had watched the tides rise and fall for a lifetime narrowed, flashing with a sharp glint. Bullshit! The old man slammed the shuttle he was holding onto the muddy ground, his beard bristling and eyes bulging as his voice suddenly rose. They don't know a damn thing. Those little brats sitting in air-conditioned rooms tapping away at keyboards, they can't even tell a male crab from a female one. Yet they dare say we coastal folk aren't capable? Let me tell you, I know more about the ins and outs of these waters than all the salt they've ever eaten. Back in the day when I went out to sea with your great-grandfather, we didn't even have weather forecasts. What did we rely on? Just our eyes to see, our ears to hear, and our noses to smell. The old man's competitive spirit, pride, and pure, protective love for his grandson were instantly ignited by Jason Carter's words. That was exactly the reaction Jason Carter was looking for. He immediately seized the moment. Grandpa, it's no use just us saying this, they won't believe us. How about you appear on the next live stream? Me? David Carter was taken aback and pointed to his age-spotted face. With my old arms and legs, what would I be doing out there? Showing off the wrinkles on my face. Exactly, you're the one. Jason Carter's tone was both excited and sincere. For our next show, we won't go after lobsters or abalone, we won't go for anything valuable. You just sit at the bow, and I'll be your assistant. Let us give those millions of viewers in the live stream a proper lesson. Just tell them what it means to read the tides, how to gauge the wind direction, and how to tell from an ordinary rock whether there's anything valuable underneath. Let them see what real tide pooling is all about, the real skill. David Carter looked into his grandson's eyes, which shone with an almost frightening intensity, and listened to his words in silence. His chest, heaving with emotion, slowly settled down. He took 2 deep puffs on his pipe, then tapped the scorching hot bowl hard against the sole of his shoe, polished to a shine to shake out the ash. Then, he slapped his thigh hard and stood up. Let us do it. Why not? The old man's voice boomed like a bell, full of conviction. I've been battling the sea my whole life, why would I be afraid of some kid's idle chatter? I'll show those city kids who think they know everything just because they've been to school for a few years that the skills our ancestors passed down, the very skills that put food on our table, aren't something they can just assume they understand. It's settled. When the broadcast. Watching his grandfather's fighting spirit reignite, as if he'd suddenly become 20 years younger, Jason Carter smiled. He knew that, in this battle of public opinion, he'd already won half the fight. I'll use the most authentic traditions to defeat your hypocritical doubts. Cutting off the supply at the source, that's what it's all about. He pulled out his phone and sent a text message back to the worried Lena Moore. The message was short, just 2 sentences. Director Lee, the broadcast will go on as scheduled tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Get your data ready and sit back to watch the show. Chapter 55, you call this a script? At 8 a.m. the next morning, Jason Carter's Shark livestream went live right on time. Millions of viewers, along with a ready-to-go army of paid commenters, flooded in immediately. However, today's livestream title left everyone stunned. No Challenge the Forbidden Zone, no Treasure Hunt. The title was simple. An old fisherman's morning. Jason Carter wasn't in the frame, only the rolling blue ocean and the bow of a fishing boat were visible. A lean, rugged-looking old man sat with his back to the camera on a small stool at the bow, puffing away on an old-fashioned pipe as the sea breeze ruffled his graying hair. Jason Carter's voice rang out in the live stream for the first time, sounding calm. Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Carter. Today, my grandfather will be teaching you all a lesson. No sooner had he finished speaking than the trolls immediately began their attack. The comment stream instantly flooded the entire screen. Here it comes. The veteran actor makes his entrance. The whole family is out in force. Huh? Haha, the script S even reached the older generation. How much does this old man charge per day? Can't keep up the act anymore, so you're playing the sympathy card? So disgusting. Please stop acting. Wouldn't it be better to just admit you're a lackey of capital? One vicious comment after another flooded the screen, trying to disrupt the livestream's flow right from the start. But Jason Carter acted as if he hadn't seen a thing, saying not a word. He simply adjusted the camera silently, focusing on his grandfather David Carter's wrinkled face. David Carter seemed completely oblivious to the fact that millions were watching him, let alone the insults flooding the chat. He just took a deep drag on his cigarette, then pointed toward the distant horizon and spoke slowly in a hoarse voice thick with a coastal accent. Look at those clouds on the horizon. His voice carried through the microphone to everyone's ears. The cloud bases are scattered and whitish, which means it's a clear, sunny day with calm seas. On a day like this, there's plenty of light beneath the water, so those crafty big fish are all hiding in the deep channels and one come out. If you're hoping to catch a big one, forget it. He tapped his tobacco pipe and pointed to the water alongside the boat. Now look at the color of the water, it's a bit murky, and there's a fishy, salty smell in the breeze. The tide is coming in. When the tide rises, the water sweeps all the little bugs and shrimp off the beach out to sea, and those small fry will all gather near the shore to feed. The old man wasn't spouting any grand theories, he was just sharing the most down-to-earth common sense of a fisherman. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the clamor of the live chat and came through clearly. The trolls were still spamming vicious comments, but many viewers had already quieted down and were listening intently. Stop arguing. Let the old man speak. I want to hear this. I grew up by the sea, and my grandpa used to say similar things. It's true. Keyboard warriors don't know a damn thing. This guy spent his whole life on the water. His experience outlasts all of your lifetimes combined. Genuine comments began to fight back spontaneously. Though still few in number, the mood in the livestream had already quietly shifted. Jason Carter seized the moment and asked, feigning casualness, "Grandpa, what about that rocky outcrop I went to a couple of days ago? Why was I able to catch so many black sea bream there?" As soon as the question was asked, David Carter's floodgates of knowledge opened, capturing the attention of every viewer. "You silly boy, you call that skill?" David Carter shot his grandson a glance, then let a hint of smugness show. "Don't you remember what time you went that day? It was the end of month spring tide when the tide recedes the farthest. The seabed at Rock Ridge is full of crevices. Usually, the water is too deep for black sea bream to get in. Only during the big low tide, when the water barely covers the tops of the rocks, do the little crabs and conch in those crevices have nowhere to hide. That's when the black sea bream take advantage of that hour or so to swarm in for a feast. You were just lucky you happened to stumble upon the black sea bream's feeding time. If you'd gone at any other time, you wouldn't have caught a single fish." The old man spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The live stream instantly exploded with excitement. "Holy crap, so that's how it is. I get it. I totally get it now. This isn't luck, it's calculating the tides and the fish's behavior. My goodness, that's some hardcore knowledge. I always thought beachcombing was just about picking things up at random." Spot on. Absolutely spot on. The time Jason the Divine went to Luanshigang that day was exactly when the astronomical high tide hit its lowest point. A miracle that seemed impossible to explain was clearly laid out by the old man using the simplest, most down-to-earth experience. So real, way too real. For the first time, those paid commenters spamming scripted remarks felt their words ring hollow. Jason Carter didn't stop there, he went on to ask the second and most crucial question. "Old man, everyone says the currents at Lonco are so strong it's a death trap. But I get the feeling there's something down there." "A death trap?" David Carter burst out laughing when he heard that. "That's just bullshit spouted by incompetent cowards." He suddenly straightened his back, his gaze sharp and brimming with the confidence an old fisherman has in the sea. "Let me tell you, the more a place has currents strong enough to sweep a person away, the more likely it is to hide real, ancient treasures. Why? Because only the strongest, most resilient creatures can hold their ground there. The small fish and shrimp were swept away long ago, they have no competition. Plus, Those fast currents wash seaweed and plankton from miles away, right to their mouths. It's like someone else feeding them every day. How could they not grow big? How could they not get plump? He paused, lowering his voice slightly, his tone tinged with mystery. Especially abalone. Their favorite thing to do is cling tightly to the rocks where the current is strongest, mouths wide open, waiting for food. The older the abalone, the more they love places like that. You say you saw something down there? Humph, of course you did. If there isn't an abalone colony down there, I'll burn this or for firewood. Boom. The impact of those words was even more staggering than before. The mystery of the abalone wall had been completely solved. This wasn't a miracle, nor was it scripted. It was an ironclad law of the sea, distilled from the experience of countless generations of fishermen. In the livestream chat, after a few seconds of silence, the place erupted. The paid commenters who had been flooding the screen moments before were instantly overwhelmed by a massive wave of genuine comments. Case solved. The mystery of the century has been solved.
I am crying.
I apologize to Jason the Divine and the old man for my earlier doubts. I'm so sorry. Now that's what I call a legacy. What kind of bullshit script could ever be this awesome? I finally get it. Jason the Divine isn't just lucky he absorbed his grandpa's lifetime of wisdom right down to his bones. I'm a fan now. Starting today, I'm not just a fan of Jason the Divine, I'm a die-hard fan of Jason the Divine's grandpa too. The so-called script theory crumbled in the face of the simplest, most down-to-earth experience. Jason Carter's image was completely transformed in that moment. He was no longer just a lucky kid, but a true master who had inherited his elders' wisdom and knew how to use his brain when fishing. On screen, David Carter finished speaking and resumed his lazy demeanor, putting his pipe back in his mouth, taking a satisfied puff, and squinting at the distant horizon. Sunlight bathed his wrinkled face. Jason Carter looked at the completely reversed live chat comments and finally let a barely perceptible smile touch the corners of his mouth. Chapter 56. Turn the place upside down before dark. On the fishing boat, the live stream had ended. Jason Carter put away his phone. The sea breeze blowing across his face felt cool, helping him calm down considerably. He glanced toward the bow, where his grandfather was calmly puffing away on his pipe, his expression serene. He finally won. Notifications kept popping up on his social media app. Jason the Divine launches course featuring ancestral secrets, shattering script rumors in one fell sweep. Shocking. Such hardcore traditional wisdom hides behind shellfish gathering. Exposing that clown named Victor Hall. Turns out he's a repeat offender. The previous barrage of insults had now all turned into praise and apologies. Netizens are digging up and calling out every single comment from those paid trolls. One by one. Lena Moore just sent a WeChat message, her tone brimming with uncontained excitement. Jason the Divine, you're a true PR god. Our back-end data shows that after this battle, your fans' engagement and loyalty have doubled. The platform has decided to give you an additional week of featured promotion on the homepage. Go ahead and rake in the followers. He knew full well that this wasn't over yet. If he didn't deal with someone like Victor Hall today, he'd come back tomorrow with even more vicious methods of revenge. Victory online meant nothing. He intended to make Victor Hall disappear completely from the real world. Jason Carter looked out at the ocean, his gaze turning cold. What he needed was every piece of dirt on Victor Hall, ironclad evidence that could get him banned from the platform or even arrested. Jason Carter had heard some rumors himself, but they weren't organized. To dig up a person's entire history in such a short time required a network of connections that reached every corner of Eastport City. Jason Carter immediately thought of one person, Wyatt Coleman. Without hesitation, he dialed Wyatt Coleman's number. The call was answered instantly, and Wyatt Coleman's booming voice came through the receiver. Brother Jiang. Ha 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 ha. Man, I really saw something today. You handled that situation brilliantly. I watched the entire live stream. The old man was like a god sent from heaven. Those few words he spoke were more effective than 10,000 cease and desist letters. Right now, the entire Eastport City elite is buzzing about your family's ancestral secret manual. Jason Carter smiled and exchanged a few polite remarks. Brother Joe, you flatter me. The old man just can't stand people spouting nonsense. He didn't linger on small talk but got straight to the point, his voice calm. Brother Joe, I'm calling today to ask for your help. Hey, don't say that, little brother. Wyatt Coleman's tone instantly turned serious. Your business is my business. Whatever you need your big brother to do, just say the word. Jason Carter didn't mention the online trolls or the smear campaign against him. He knew a shrewd operator like Wyatt Coleman had surely noticed it all. He simply said calmly, "I'd like to find out more about Victor Hall from Seacliff Village. The more details, the better." There was a second of silence on the other end of the line. Then Wyatt Coleman chuckled. He immediately understood what Jason Carter meant. This kid wasn't content with just turning the tables online. He was out to wipe them out completely. How ruthless. How decisive. Wyatt Coleman didn't think Jason Carter was heartless. On the contrary. He admired him even more. And trusting him with a job like this meant he considered Wyatt Coleman one of his own. That was a sign of trust. "I understand," Wyatt Coleman said with a smile, his tone laced with a hint of ruthlessness. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. That kind of underhanded clown who dares to prance around in front of a true giant like you, he doesn't know when to back down. Wait for my call. Before nightfall, I'll have dug up every detail about him, right down to the color of his underwear from childhood onward." After hanging up, Jason Carter felt completely at ease. He knew that a net targeting Victor Hall had already been cast. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Cloud Peak Pavilion, in Wyatt Coleman's office, Wyatt Coleman set down his phone, his smile fading as his expression turned cold. He picked up the glass of top-grade Wui Mountain Dahongpo tea in front of him and gently blew on the steam. In his eyes, Jason Carter was nothing more than a cash cow. And Victor Hall was just a nuisance trying to gnaw at the tree's roots. The only way to deal with this kind of trouble was to eliminate it completely. He picked up another black work phone, skillfully scrolled through a few numbers, and dialed them one by one. The first call went to the head of one of the largest wholesalers at the Eastport City Seafood Trade Center, a man known as Lu Lao Lu. "Liozzi, it's me, Wyatt Coleman." "Oh my, Chairman Joe, what a rare visit. How may I assist you?" "Look up someone for me, a guy from Seacliff Village named Victor Hall, also a live streamer. Yeah, that clown. Dig up every piece of dirt you can find on his past scams and unpaid bills at the market. I don't care how you do it, but I want to see the results within an hour." "Got it. You'll see." The second call went to a Deputy Secretary General at the Eastport City Fishermen's Guild. "Secretary Zhang, I need a small favor. Pull up the membership file for a guy named Victor Hall from Seacliff Village. Focus on checking if he has any records of illegal fishing or conflicts with others. Yeah, I want the official ones, the ones with the official stamp." On the third call, his tone became even more casual, as if he were chatting with an old friend. "Ah, bow. Where have you been raking it in lately? Heh, I need to ask you about someone Victor Hall from Seacliff Village. I know you've got good connections in that area. See if this guy has ever borrowed from loan sharks, scammed young girls out of their tips, or done anything even dirtier. Once this is done, Hentang Pavilion will reserve a table for you." Wyatt Coleman effortlessly tapped into his network of contacts. He set down his phone, picked up his teacup again, and took a gentle sip. Less than 10 minutes later, his phone began vibrating frantically. WeChat messages, emails, voice notes, they poured in from all directions. "Boss Joe, I found it. Victor Hall owed our stall $7,000 for seafood 3 years ago. Here's a photo of the IOU. Boss Joe, it's in the files. He was reported last year for using illegal fish traps. Here's a copy of the penalty notice. Brother Joe, I've got the dirt. Last year, this guy scammed a female fan out of $30,000, promising to make her rich. As soon as he got the money, he blocked her. I've got that girl's contact info and screenshots of their chat from back then." Wyatt Coleman watched the messages pop up one after another on his phone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He sorted the information into categories, organized it, and then created an encrypted folder. Once that was done, he leaned back in his executive chair. This, he thought, was the power of a society built on personal connections, more effective and more lethal than any online troll army. Chapter 57, Victor Hall's Day of Judgment. The fishing boat docked, and Jason Carter and his grandfather, David Carter, returned home. At the dinner table, Grandpa had a little wine and was in high spirits, repeatedly recounting how he left those city kids speechless during the live stream that afternoon. His face beamed with pride, the joy of seeing an old fisherman's wisdom validated online. Jason Carter smiled as he served his grandfather food, listening to him tell the story over and over. But deep down, he knew public opinion couldn't be relied on. Only by completely eradicating the root of the threat could he find true peace. After dinner, once he settled his grandfather in for the night, Jason Carter returned to his room. The old desktop computer hummed as the screen's glow illuminated his expressionless face. He opened a private messaging app. Wyatt Coleman's profile picture was flashing. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, just a single message accompanied by an encrypted compressed file. Brother Jiang, everything you asked for is right here. I've named the file Tiger S. Denver.
Tiger Estin?
A cold smile tugged at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. He knew that this Tiger S. Den contained exactly what was needed to lock Victor Hall away behind bars once and for all. He expertly entered the password Wyatt Coleman had provided and clicked to unzip the file. As the progress bar reached the end, a folder popped up. When Jason Carter opened the folder and saw the subfolders neatly organized inside, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, even though he'd been prepared for this. Wyatt Coleman's influence was even greater than he'd imagined. In just one afternoon, he dug up every dirty secret from a man's past spanning over a decade. He opened the first folder, titled Business Reputation. Inside were high-resolution photos of IOUs and chat screenshots. Victor Hall owes Lu Lao Lu, owner of stall number 3 at the seafood wholesale market, the sum of 7,200 yuan. This serves as proof. Below was Victor Hall's scrawled signature and a red fingerprint, dated 3 years ago. Huzi, you took 8 crates of diesel from me last time. We agreed you'd pay within a week, but it's been almost 2 months now. I'm just running a small business, please cut me some slack. This was a WeChat chat log. Victor Hall's reply consisted of only 2 characters. No money. There are over a dozen similar records of unpaid debts, ranging from a few hundred yuan for fishing nets to tens of thousands for boat repairs, all of which he has refused to pay. Jason Carter closed the folder, showing no reaction. This kind of dirt only proves that Victor Hall is a deadbeat. It doesn't really hurt him. He opened the second folder, Violation Records. This time, it contained several scanned copies of official documents stamped with red seals. Notice of penalty against fisherman Victor Hall for illegal use of devastating nets during fishing operations. Internal memo regarding Victor Hall's illegal fishing during the closed season and his confrontation with law enforcement officers. There was also a blurry cell phone video showing Victor Hall shoving with 2 uniformed officers, cursing profusely. I'm fishing right off my own doorstep. It's none of your damn business. Mind your own business. This was getting interesting. Once this stuff gets out, it'll be more than enough for Shark Platform to take action against him. But it's not enough, not quite damning enough. Jason Carter's gaze fell on the last folder. Its name was simple, just 2 characters, fraud. He took a deep breath and clicked it open. If the contents of the first 2 folders were merely despicable, what was in this folder was enough to send Victor Hall to jail. Inside were more than a dozen separate files, each corresponding to a victim. Jason Carter randomly opened one. The victim was a freshman in college who had spent all 5,000 yuan of his living expenses money he'd saved by scrimping and saving on tips for Victor Hall, simply because Victor Hall had said in his livestream that the top spender could learn his exclusive fishing techniques. As it turned out, the very second the money cleared, Victor Hall blocked him. In the chat log, the young man's tone shifted from initial admiration to confusion and finally to pleading. His words were utterly humble. Brother Victor, have you forgotten about me? Brother Victor, please just reply. That's half a year's worth of living expenses for me. But Victor Hall's chat window remained completely blank from start to finish. Jason Carter closed it without a flicker of emotion and opened another file. The subject of this file was the female fan Wyatt Coleman had mentioned on the phone. The file was compiled in excruciating detail. From the very beginning, it detailed how Victor Hall had shown concern for this female fan in private messages, constantly calling her little sister, and using sweet talk to convince her to invest in a seafood business, promising she could buy a house in Eastport City within a year. It went on to describe how, under the pretext of startup capital and greasing the wheels, he had her transfer money to him in installments ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand, ultimately swindling her out of more than 30,000 yuan. But when the girl realized something was off and started demanding her money back, Victor Hall's attitude changed instantly. You filthy bitch, do you think I'm giving you a free pass? How dare you ask me for your money back? Dare to bother me again, and I'll post your photos online and say you're a prostitute. Let me tell you, I know where you live, and I know where your parents work. Think carefully about this. These blatant threats, paired with a few machete emojis, reeked of violence. Jason Carter stared silently at the screenshots. The air in the room seemed to freeze. He had previously thought of Victor Hall as nothing more than a petty, jealous person. He never imagined that beneath this person's online mask lay a beast who preyed exclusively on the weak. A tightness gripped his chest. This was no longer a personal feud. Jason Carter analyzed the situation calmly. He knew that simply posting these screenshots would have limited impact. Trolls would claim they were photoshopped, and Victor Hall would call them fabrications. He needed a trigger to set everything off. A real, living person, a victim who could step forward and speak out in her own voice. That female fan who'd been scammed out of 30,000 yuan was the perfect candidate. Her contact information was listed at the end of the file. Jason Carter picked up his phone and hesitated for a moment. He knew that making this call would be like forcing her to reopen a raw, bleeding wound. But this was a hurdle he had to overcome. He took a deep breath and dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked up, and a young woman's voice tinged with timidity and wariness came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello. My name is Jason Carter," Jason Carter said softly. "You may have seen me online. I'm another beachcomber streamer from Seacliff Village." There was silence on the other end of the line, broken only by the sound of nervous breathing. "How did you get my number? What do you want?" I'm not sending money to anyone else." The girl's voice was on the verge of tears, filled with terror. "Don't be afraid," Jason Carter said gently but firmly. "I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here to help you get justice. I'm calling you because I know what Victor Hall did to you. I know he swindled you out of your money and threatened you." How do you know that?" The girl's voice suddenly turned shrill. "Because you're not the only victim," Jason Carter said calmly. "I have evidence of all his crimes. IOUs, official penalty notices, and information on more than a dozen other people he has defrauded. I'm prepared to make him pay the legal price for everything he has done." There was a deathly silence on the other end of the line. It was a long time before the sound of uncontrollable sobbing broke through. It was an outpouring of countless pent-up grievances, fears, and resentment. Jason Carter didn't rush her, he just listened quietly. When the sobbing gradually subsided, he spoke, enunciating each word clearly. "I need your help. I need a voice to tell everyone the truth. A victim's voice is far more powerful than 10,000 screenshots. I promise you, I'll hire the best lawyers to help you. We'll protect your privacy throughout the entire process and ensure you don't suffer any further harm. Are you willing? Come forward, confront him face to face, take back what's rightfully yours, and make sure he gets the justice he deserves." There was another long silence on the other end of the line. Jason Carter could imagine the intense inner struggle the girl on the other end of the screen was going through. Finally, a voice streaked with tears, yet crystal clear and unwavering, came through the receiver.
I am willing.
"I don't want there to be another me." Jason Carter hung up the phone and slowly unclenched his fist. He stared intently at the folder labeled "Fraud" on his computer screen. Everything was in place. "Victor Hall, your day of reckoning has come." Chapter 58. The Final Move. It was late at night, and the only sound in Jason Carter's room was the hum of his computer fan. He closed the chat window with the girl and turned his gaze back to the screen, where a folder labeled "Den of Tigers" sat. Now, there was just one final step left. This step had to be fast, precise, and ruthless to take Victor Hall down for good, ensuring he'd never get back up. He wanted more than just to enrage his followers, he wanted the authorities to step in. Jason Carter picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 11 p.m. Without a second thought, he dialed Lena Moore, the operations director of Shark Platform. The call connected quickly, and Lena Moore's cheerful voice came through. She was clearly still elated about the turnaround in public opinion earlier that day. "Jason the Divine, still up this late? Have you seen the data? Let me tell you, today's livestream was a huge success. Fan engagement, tip amounts, and even our reputation among casual viewers have skyrocketed. The PR department says your handling of the situation is worthy of being included in the annual case studies." Jason Carter waited for her to finish before speaking calmly. "Director Lee, that's just the beginning." "Huh." Lena Moore paused. "The best is yet to come," Jason Carter said coldly. "I'm calling to ask, does the platform want to see an even more spectacular show?" Silence fell on the other end of the line. Lena Moore, being highly experienced, immediately sensed something was off in Jason Carter's tone. This didn't sound like a streamer bragging about stats, it sounded more like a command issued before taking action, brimming with confidence. "Jason Carter, what do you mean?" Lena Moore's tone turned serious. "Victor Hall's trolls have already been scattered, and he's become a laughingstock in the community. You've already won. There's no need for us to stir up more trouble. Maintaining the current buzz is what matters most." "Won?" Jason Carter smiled. "Director Lee, Do you really think chasing a dog away counts as a win? He.S. just hiding, plotting how to bite even harder next time. Public opinion is fickle, it can praise me today and trample someone else tomorrow. As long as people like Victor Hall are still around, they're a potential threat. Today he can use paid trolls to target me, tomorrow he could go after any newcomer the platform has signed at great expense. Do you really want the platform's live streaming environment to be constantly disrupted by people like this? Every word Jason Carter spoke hit the very core of Lena Moore's deepest concerns as the platform's operations director. What did she fear most? It wasn't poor streamer metrics, it was the deterioration of the platform's environment. It was those who used underhanded tactics to compete, broke the rules, and tarnished the platform's image. What we need isn't a temporary victory. Jason Carter's voice grew heavier. What we need is a thorough purge to show everyone who tries to cut corners what happens to them. We need to make it clear to everyone that on Shark platform, if you earn your success through your own skills, we'll support you. But anyone who dares to play dirty, the platform will make sure they're finished for good. Lena Moore's breathing quickened slightly. She was moved by Jason Carter's words. This young man wasn't thinking about personal vendettas at all. Instead, he was looking at the big picture for the entire platform and determined to solve a major problem. What do you have on them? Lena Moore's voice carried a hint of a tremor, one born of excitement and anticipation. Jason Carter didn't say much. He simply opened the folder labeled Tiger's Den, scanned several copies of violation penalty notices bearing official red seals, and sent them via WeChat. That was all he sent. But it was enough. A few seconds later, Lena Moore could be heard taking a sharp breath on the other end of the line. As the platform's director, she knew exactly how much weight these documents carried. Online scandals could be dismissed as photoshopped images or rumors, but official documents bearing the seals of the Fisheries Guild and law enforcement agencies were irrefutable evidence. This proved that Victor Hall wasn't just morally questionable, he actually had a criminal record. Lena Moore's mind raced as thoughts flashed through her head. Risk? No, this wasn't a risk, it was an opportunity. She instantly understood Jason Carter's plan. If yesterday's livestream was Jason Carter's personal attempt to save himself, then this time he was proactively giving the platform an opportunity, a golden chance to clean up its act, improve its image, and spark a viral sensation across the internet. Just imagine. When a female fan who been scammed steps forward to cry out in anguish, when numerous victims speak out in unison, and when official penalty notices are listed one by one, finally, the Shark platform would step in as the guardian and issue a stern announcement imposing a permanent ban. What would be the result of this entire sequence of events? The platform's stock price would rise, user sentiment would improve, and top streamers who were still on the fence would be even more eager to join a platform that takes responsibility and protects its artists. This wasn't just simple PR, it was a perfect brand marketing campaign. I get it. Lena Moore's voice was brimming with unbridled excitement. She was completely won over by Jason Carter's plan. Jason Carter. No, Jason the Divine. You're right. I was thinking too simplistically. What do you need us to do? I can mobilize every resource on the platform for you. Technology, legal, PR, it's as easy as saying the word. The fish has taken the bait. A faint smile played at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. My plan is simple, it consists of 3 steps, Jason Carter said slowly. First, I'll have a key victim post online about her experience, along with some evidence. This will grab the public's attention and shift the focus of public opinion away from me and onto Victor Hall's criminal acts. Step 2. When the post is at its peak, I'll release a video compiling all the evidence. It will include everything I have: official statements, records of unpaid debts, testimonies from other victims, and the audio recording of his confession about hiring someone to smash my boat. As for step 3, the crucial one, it all depends on the platform. Jason Carter's tone was calm, yet carried an air of unquestionable authority. I need to see an official disciplinary announcement from Shark platform within 10 minutes of my video going live. It must be the most severe penalty. A permanent ban, inclusion on the industry blacklist, and a public statement that the platform's legal department will provide free legal aid to all victims and hold him legally accountable. What we're aiming for is a timing advantage. It's a seamless operation from online public opinion to the platform's official ruling, and finally to real-world accountability. We want to give Victor Hall or the people behind him any chance to catch their breath or fight back. On the other end of the line, Lena Moore's blood was boiling with excitement. Great plan. This plan was so meticulously crafted, with each step interlocking perfectly, leaving the opponent absolutely no room to maneuver. No problem, Lena Moore replied decisively. 10 minutes? That's too long. I guarantee it'll be done in 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes of your video going live, the announcement, trending topics, and press releases across the entire web will all be in place at once. I'll set up a special task force right away. The heads of the IT, legal, and PR departments will all be on standby all night. We're just waiting for your signal. A single streamer, one person, could make the core departments of a major corporation stay up all night on standby for his plan alone. Jason Carter's influence had now reached that level. All right, Jason Carter replied with just one word before hanging up. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed open the old wooden pane. The late-night sea breeze blew in, carrying a refreshing coolness. He gazed at the scattered fishing lights on the distant sea, his eyes deep with thought. Victor Hall thought this was just an online feud he couldn't afford to lose. But he didn't know that what Jason Carter had in store for him was a comprehensive assault, one that would come from the internet, the platform, and real-world laws. The net had already been cast. The moment to haul it in was tomorrow. Chapter 59. The show must come to an end. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, falling on Jason Carter's face. Jason Carter had slept soundly through the night, without a single dream. The Shark Platform headquarters was ablaze with lights, the atmosphere tense. Yet this early morning in Seacliff Village was unusually quiet. Jason Carter wasn't in a hurry to do anything. Just as he always did, he got up, washed up, had breakfast with his grandfather, and even went out to the yard to scatter a handful of rice for the old hen. Everything was business as usual. It was as if the online flame war about him had nothing to do with him at all. Until 9 o'clock in the morning. This was precisely the time when office workers were slacking off and scrolling through their phones. Jason Carter's phone vibrated. It was a message from that girl. Just one word. Okay. Jason Carter knew she was ready. He replied with 2 words. Let us begin. Then he leaned back in his chair, opened Weibo, and calmly waited for the first bomb to go off. 9:01 a.m. A long post, published under the account name Little Hope Waiting for Wind, was simultaneously released on several social media platforms, including Weibo, Douban, and Xiaohongshu. The title of the post was straightforward. The 30,000 yuan I was scammed out of by streamer Seacliff Village brother Victor. This post had been polished by Wyatt Coleman's PR team, but it retained the genuine emotions and details of the person involved. Every word carried great weight. The post begins with a young woman's idealistic vision of the online world. I had just graduated and was struggling to find my footing in the workforce. Around that time, I happened to come across Victor Hall's livestream. He seemed genuine. He'd share lots of fun stories about life by the sea and encourage me, saying that girls need to stand on their own 2 feet. He sent me a private message saying I reminded him of his younger sister and that we clicked. He said he had a lead on an investment opportunity in the seafood business, a surefire way to make money, and wanted to help me get rich too. I really believed him at the time. I felt like I'd met a benefactor. The writing is so authentic that it quickly draws readers into the girl's perspective. Then, the tone of the article suddenly shifts. He started asking me for money under all sorts of pretexts. Startup capital, greasing the wheels, treating the boss to dinner. From a few hundred to a few thousand, I transferred the more than 30,000 yuan I'd saved by scrimping and saving to him bit by bit. I fantasized that I'd make the money back quickly and even be able to give my parents a better life, until I accidentally saw him using the money I'd given him to send rockets to other female streamers during a live broadcast. That's when I was stunned. I confronted him at first. He brushed me off, but later, when I pressed him hard, he completely dropped the act. At the end of the post, several blurred screenshots of chat logs and transfer records were attached. These screenshots were the key evidence. Victor Hall. You filthy bitch. Do you think I'm giving you a free pass? How dare you ask me for money? Victor Hall. If you dare bother me again, do you think I won't post your photos online and say you're a prostitute? Victor Hall. Let me tell you, I know where you live, and I know where your parents work. Think carefully about this. The direct threats, paired with the glaring transfer records, had a powerful impact. When the long post first went live, it was only being discussed within a small circle. Oh my God, is this real? That's terrifying. Looking at the transaction history and chat logs, it doesn't look faked. However, 5 minutes later, spurred on by the PR team, Several major social media influencers in the social news space, each with millions of followers, shared the post almost simultaneously. Hashtag exposing streamer Victor Hall's scam hashtag. A hashtag emerged. Public opinion completely exploded. Just yesterday, Grandpa Jason Carter's livestream had everyone wondering if it was scripted today. This post directly called out everyone who had ever spoken up for Victor Hall. Holy shit. Holy shit. Just yesterday I felt kinda sorry for Victor Hall, thought he was just an underdog being crushed by big money, but turns out he is a fucking scumbag who preys on his fans' money?
I'm sick.
This guy is so disgusting. Scamming young girls out of their hard-earned money and even threatening their parents. Is this something a human being would do? At Shark Live at Eastport City Cyber Police R&T, the authorities going to do anything about this? Can scum like this even be a streamer? I even called him out for scripted content in Jason the Divine's comments section before. I was wrong, I apologize to Jason the Divine. Associating with someone like this is an absolute insult. Everyone's attention quickly shifted from debating whether Jason Carter was scripted to the consensus that Victor Hall was a piece of scum. Victor Hall's team of paid trolls was instantly flummoxed. They were still mechanically copying and pasting scripts like, Jason Carter is scripted, and capitalists are getting involved, only to find that every single one of their posts in the comments section was instantly drowned out by hundreds of angry replies. Keep covering it up. Keep covering it up. Your master has been exposed down to his underwear, and you lackeys are still barking here? 50 cents per comment? Can you even sleep at night taking money that goes against your conscience? Faced with the surging public outrage, the paid commenters' attempts to whitewash the situation seemed ridiculous and utterly powerless. An even more devastating blow followed immediately. The comments section of that long post was like a breach that had been opened. More and more victims mustered the courage to come forward. Sister, you're not alone. He scammed me too. He said the top-ranked player would teach me the skills, so I spent 5,000 yuan, and he blocked me right after. I'm from the seafood market. That bastard still owes me over 7,000 yuan for goods from 3 years ago. Here's the IOU. Image. He got caught poaching during the fishing moratorium last year, and even got physical with the enforcement officers. Every fisherman in our area knows about it. Witnesses and incriminating evidence poured in from all directions, corroborating one another and forming a chain of evidence. Victor Hall's public image crumbled within an hour. He went from being a challenger who dared to defy authority to a scoundrel who swindled and defrauded others. Seacliff Village, in a rented apartment. Victor Hall stared at the flood of abuse on his phone and watched as all those sordid incidents, ones he'd almost forgotten himself, were dredged up one by one. He was completely stunned, his hands and feet going cold. He panicked. Like a cornered beast, he paced frantically around the room. Finally, he made a foolish decision. He was going to go live. He was going to explain himself. At 1 p.m., Victor Hall's livestream went live again after a 2-day hiatus. Countless netizens who heard the news flooded in instantly. The screen was so densely packed with comments that it was almost completely black. It wasn't me. It's all fake. That little bastard Jason Carter is framing me. Victor Hall's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in rage as he roared frantically at the camera. However, in the face of irrefutable evidence, his explanation was met with nothing but a screen full of mockery. Keep acting. Keep it up. You say it's fake, then how do you explain the transfer records? Do you dare to confront that girl face to face? Victor Hall was rendered speechless by the questions, completely lost control of his emotions, and began frantically hurling insults at all the viewers in the live stream. This farce lasted less than 10 minutes before the Shark platform forcibly shut down the stream on the grounds of extreme language and inappropriate behavior. Jason Carter received a message from Lena Moore on his phone. Jason the Divine, Victor Hall has lost it. His last-ditch struggle has actually become new evidence. Public outrage has reached its peak. Jason Carter stared at his phone screen, his gaze calm as he looked at the hashtag that had already surged to the top of Weibo's trending list, followed by the character explode, explosive. Hashtag exposing streamer Victor Hall's fraud hashtag. He knew the moment he'd been waiting for had arrived. He opened his computer and dragged the video file titled About Truth and Lies onto the upload interface. Then he pressed the publish button. Victor Hall, the show is about to come to an end. Chapter 60. Judgment Day. Victor Hall's downfall. 1:30 p.m. Victor Hall's clown livestream had just been forcibly shut down, and the online backlash had reached its peak. Jason Carter, who had remained silent since the controversy began except for that instructional livestream, finally made his move. His Shark, Weibo, and Douyin accounts simultaneously posted a 10-minute video. The video's title was simple: about truth and lies. The cover image was a solid black screen. The title contained neither anger nor inflammatory rhetoric. But when countless netizens clicked on the video, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The video opens with complete darkness. Jason Carter's calm voice rings out. "I'm Jason Carter. Over the past few days, my name has been linked to the word script. Today, I want to talk about what is true and what is a lie." Next, an audio waveform appears on the black screen, and a vulgar conversation comes through clearly. "Brother Victor, the job is done. We drilled 3 huge holes in the bottom of that kid's junk boat and smashed his engine. He won't be able to set sail for at least 10 days to half a month. Good work. The money's already been transferred to you guys. Remember, keep your mouths shut, don't let anyone know I was behind this." This was precisely the recording of a phone call between Lu Bo the thug and Victor Hall that Jason Carter had recovered from Lu Bo's phone. This was the raw, unvarnished truth. The comment stream fell silent for a second, then exploded. "Holy shit, is this the recording of that thug who wrecked the boat talking to Victor Hall? It's confirmed. He hired someone to wreck the boat. That's a crime. I can't believe it. I thought it was just some online trash talk. But this is a total game changer right off the bat." But this was only the beginning. The scene shifted, the recording faded out, and the screen was filled with official documents stamped with red seals. Notice of penalty for fisherman Victor Hall's illegal use of devastating nets for fishing. Internal report on Victor Hall's illegal fishing during the fishing ban and his clash with law enforcement officers. These, too, were documented facts that could not be refuted. The scene shifted again, and handwritten IOUs and humble debt collection chat logs flashed by one after another. A few thousand yuan owed to a seafood market vendor. A few hundred yuan for parts owed to a repairman, all bore witness to Victor Hall's unscrupulous nature. This was the reality steeped in the blood and sweat of ordinary people. The video moves at a rapid pace, with evidence piling up one piece after another, leaving no room to catch one's breath. Finally, the video reaches its final segment. If these were merely blemishes on his character, then next, you'll see what kind of monster lurks behind the Seacliff Village Brother Victor account. As soon as Jason Carter finished speaking, the profile picture for Little Hope waiting for wind appeared on the screen. Her chat history with Victor Hall was released in its entirety. At first, Victor Hall lured her into his trap with phrases like, "little sister," and "I'll make you rich." In the end, as she begged him to return her money, Victor Hall issued those vicious threats. "You filthy bitch, do you think I'm giving you a free pass? Do you think I want to post your photos online and say you're a prostitute?" When these words were paired with the girl's tearful voice recording, outrage erupted across the entire internet. At the end of the video, Jason Carter did not reappear on camera. The screen froze on a line of white text. The internet is not a lawless zone, and online traffic should not serve as a sanctuary for evil deeds. The truth must be left to the law. The video ended, but the entire internet was in an uproar. With its clear logic, irrefutable evidence, and well-paced narrative, the video made anyone trying to whitewash the situation look ridiculous. Within 10 minutes of being posted, views surpassed 10 million. An hour later, views broke 100 million. Hashtag Victor Hall get off the internet hashtag. Hashtag severely punish fraudster Victor Hall hashtag. Hashtag we owe Jason Carter an apology hashtag. Several hashtags quickly shot to the top of the trending lists on major platforms. As public outrage reached its peak, the Shark live streaming platform took action. At 1:35 p.m., just 5 minutes after Jason Carter's video went live, the Shark Live official account issued an announcement. Announcement regarding punishment for the violations committed by streamer Seacliff Village Brother Victor Hall. The wording of the announcement was firm. Upon verification, it has been determined that Victor Hall, a streamer on this platform, has committed multiple serious violations in his past live streams and personal conduct, including malicious competition, defrauding fans, and inciting others to engage in illegal activities. The nature of these violations is extremely egregious and has severely undermined the platform's ecosystem and industry ethics. Following a resolution by the platform's management, the following penalties are hereby imposed on streamer Victor Hall. 1. His Shark platform account and live stream room are permanently banned, with no possibility of reinstatement. 2. He is added to the industry's blacklist of untrustworthy individuals, and all live streaming and short video platforms across the internet are notified to jointly boycott him. 3. The platform's legal department has established a special task force to provide pro bono legal assistance to all users harmed in this incident, helping victims pursue criminal and civil liability through legal channels. This announcement, issued in an official capacity, endorsed Jason Carter's evidence and effectively declared Victor Hall's social death within the industry. Seacliff Village, in a damp rental apartment. Victor Hall slumped on the cold floor, his face deathly pale. He stared at the video of Jason Carter on his phone, at the evidence, and at Shark Platform's ban announcement. His mind went blank, and a chill ran through his body. He couldn't fathom how things had come to this. How had that kid, Jason Carter, managed to get his hands on all this? Recordings, official documents. How was that even possible? It's over. It's all over. He muttered to himself, his eyes vacant. He wasn't just finished online. Hiring people to assault others, fraud. All those charges combined would be enough to land him in prison for several years. Just as he was sinking into despair, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. He instinctively answered, and a cold, menacing voice came through the line. Victor Hall, it's time to pay back the $20,000 you borrowed, isn't it? Principal plus interest $35,000. Now, immediately, right this second. It was a collection call from an online lender. I don't have any money. Victor Hall's voice was trembling. No money? The person on the other end laughed. No money? That's fine. I saw the news. I heard you've made some enemies? Perfect. My guys love helping people solve their problems. Victor Hall felt as if he'd fallen into an ice hole. Just then, bang, bang, bang. A series of forceful knocks rang out. Victor Hall jolted awake and peered through the peephole. Outside the door stood two men in police uniforms, their expressions stern, with a police car flashing its lights behind them. One officer held up his badge, his voice booming through the door. Victor Hall? We're from the Eastport City Police Department. We received a report that you're suspected of multiple counts of fraud and intentional property damage. Please open the door and come with us to assist with the investigation. Victor Hall's legs gave way, his phone slipped from his hand, and he collapsed to the floor. He knew his day of reckoning had arrived. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the ocean. Jason Carter stood on his fishing boat, breathing in the sea breeze. He didn't look at his phone, nor did he pay any attention to the commotion online. His phone buzzed once, a text message from an unknown number. He knew it was from the girl named Xiaoxi. Jason Carter silently deleted the message and slipped his phone back into his pocket. He looked up at the vast ocean in the distance and took a deep breath of the salty sea air. Victor Hall was just a stumbling block, and now he'd kicked him out of the way. The road ahead was still long. Deep within that vast ocean, there was much more waiting for him. Chapter 61. A merely S-class contract? That's too small-minded. On the evening Victor Hall was taken away, Jason Carter didn't go live. He simply sat on his own fishing boat, quietly enjoying the sea breeze all night long. The next day, dawn broke. Jason Carter was awakened by the chirping of sparrows outside his window. He stretched, every bone in his body relaxing. He slept exceptionally soundly. With Victor Hall, that stumbling block, out of the way, Jason Carter felt as though the whole world had become peaceful. He reached for his Huawei phone on the nightstand and unlocked it. The screen lit up, and a flood of notifications instantly poured in, causing the phone to lag for half a second. Weibo, Douyin, Shark Platform, every app's badge displayed the red number, 99+. Jason Carter ignored the private messages and went straight to Weibo's trending topics. On the list, yesterday's entries about Victor Hall had vanished, replaced by several brand new topics. Hashtag Weibo Jason Carter an apology, hashtag explosive, hashtag Jason the Divine, YYDS, hashtag trending, hashtag exposing the sinful life of Seacliff Village, brother Victor, hashtag new. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. That's just how netizens are. Yesterday they were practically eager to nail him to the pillar of shame, and today they're busy erecting a monument to his virtues. Still, it felt pretty good. He logged into the back end of his Shark account. The number in the follower count column had skyrocketed from just over 7 million to 12 million. Overnight, he gained nearly 5 million new followers. This was the most immediate payoff from winning this public opinion battle. These followers were no longer mere bystanders looking for a spectacle. They were die-hard fans with incredible loyalty, forged by a dramatic turnaround and the triumph of justice. As Jason Carter was reviewing the data, a call came in. The caller ID read, Shark Platform Director Lee. Leaning against the headboard, Jason Carter pressed the answer button. Jason the Divine. My Jason the Divine. You finally picked up. As soon as the call connected, Lena Moore's signature high-pitched voice came through, but this time, her tone carried not only excitement but also a hint of awe. Good morning, Director Lee, Jason Carter replied calmly, as if greeting an ordinary colleague. What do you mean, early? We've been up all night over here. Lena Moore's voice was so excited it was almost incoherent. Jason the Divine, have you seen the numbers? You're a hit. No, you've gone viral. Do you have any idea? After your series of moves yesterday, our platform's concurrent user count broke the record for the past 6 months. The PR department is going crazy. They're calling it textbook-level brand marketing. Now the whole internet knows that our Shark platform doesn't just have top-tier streamers. We've also got the damn guts to protect our own streamers and stand up for what's right. When the US stock market opened this morning, our parent company's stock price rose by 5 points. 5 points. Do you have any idea how many hundreds of millions of dollars that is? Listening to Lena Moore's report, Jason Carter's expression remained impassive. Just as expected. When he orchestrated all of this, it wasn't just to take down Victor Hall. What he wanted was to squeeze every last drop of value out of this crisis. Both he and Shark Platform had to come out on top. Jason the Divine. How on earth did you come up with such a meticulous plan? Lena Moore's tone had cooled slightly, but her curiosity and admiration had grown even stronger. First, sparking a media firestorm, then an all-out assault with the chain of evidence followed by the platform's official ruling, and finally, bringing it into the real world. Each step links seamlessly to the next. It's practically like a movie. Jason Carter smiled faintly. I just didn't want any loose ends. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Lena Moore took a deep breath. She knew she could no longer view this young man through the lens of an ordinary streamer. He possessed not only the ability to generate traffic, but also the astonishing skill to control and steer it and even monetize it into massive social influence. Someone like this absolutely could not be allowed to slip away. Jason the Divine, Lena Moore said solemnly. No, Jason Carter. Today, on behalf of Shark Platform's management, I'm formally extending an invitation to you. We want to sign a genuine S-level strategic partnership contract with you. Here it comes. There was not a trace of surprise in Jason Carter's eyes. This was what he deserved. Director Lee, please go ahead. This contract is the platform's highest tier agreement. To date, fewer than 5 streamers across the entire platform hold this contract. Lena Moore spoke rapidly, afraid that Jason Carter might lose interest. The contract includes the following. First, the platform will give you $10 million in cash as a signing bonus after taxes. Second, your share of live streaming gifts will increase from the current 50% to the industry's maximum of 70%. Third, the platform promises to invest no less than $50 million in promotional resources over the next year, promoting you across the entire network to ensure you become the top streamer in the outdoor category. Fourth, and this is very important, the platform will grant you tremendous creative freedom. As long as you don't break any laws or regulations, you can stream whatever you want, whenever you want. The platform won't interfere. Lena Moore finished speaking in one breath and waited nervously for Jason Carter's response. In her view, the terms of this contract were so generous that almost no streamer could refuse them. It was practically the platform begging Jason Carter to stay with money and resources. However, after listening, Jason Carter merely gave a soft and that was it. On the other end of the line, Lena Moore's heart sank. Just a Wouldn't a normal streamer jump for joy upon hearing terms like these? Why was he so calm? Could it be that he wasn't satisfied with these terms? Just as Lena Moore's heart was racing with anxiety and she was preparing to up the offer, Jason Carter finally spoke up. Director Lee, the terms you've proposed show great sincerity. Lena Moore had just let out a sigh of relief. But, Jason Carter changed the subject. It seems you've misunderstood one thing. Misunderstood what? Lena Moore's heart leapt back into her throat. Director Lee, it's a mistake to view me as just an ordinary employee. What I need is a strategic partner. Jason Carter's voice came through the receiver clearly to Lena Moore's ears, carrying a calmness and sense of control beyond his years. $10 million in signing fees, $50 million for promotion and marketing. It sounds like a lot, but these figures are just a few zeros tacked onto the Jason Carter moniker. Viewership will inevitably fade one day, and trending topics will always be overshadowed by new ones. When viewers lose interest in Gone High, will any of this still matter? Lena Moore was stunned. It was the first time she'd heard a streamer contemplate such questions at the peak of their popularity. Strategic partner? Lena Moore murmured, repeating the phrase. Right? Jason Carter sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the azure sea outside the window. The name Jason Carter will become a brand in the future, one that stands for top-tier, rare, and all-natural seafood. Live streaming is just a showcase for me. Behind the scenes, I need to build my own supply chain, from fishing to temporary holding, cold chain transportation, and finally to the dining tables of high-end customers, forming a complete closed loop. I'm even considering setting up my own factory for pre-packaged seafood meals, turning the everyday seafood featured in my live streams into standardized products and selling them through online channels to thousands of fans across the country. What I'm building is an integrated online-offline industrial ecosystem, far more than just being a seaside foraging streamer. Every word Jason Carter spoke felt like a bombshell exploding in Lena Moore's mind. She was completely stunned. She had thought she already held Jason Carter in high regard. But it wasn't until that moment that she realized she'd only seen the tip of the iceberg. This young man, his ambition and his business vision far exceeded anything the operations director of a live streaming platform could have imagined. His words were pointing the platform toward an entirely new business track, one where they could be deeply involved and where the possibilities were limitless. If Jason Carter's brand really took off, then Shark Platform, as the exclusive partner, would get a slice of the pie far greater than the meager profits from live streaming gifts. This was a gold mine. I understand. Lena Moore's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Jason Carter, I completely understand. What you need goes far beyond the scope of an S-level contract. What you need is a performance-based agreement, a strategic investment in the future. The platform won't interfere with any of your business plans. In fact, we can leverage the platform's e-commerce channels, supply chain resources, and legal team to fully support you in building your own brand. We don't want 70% of your gift revenue. We can use a more flexible equity partnership model to forge a deep, long-term alliance. Jason Carter, you've opened a whole new door for our platform. From that moment on, Lena Moore's address to Jason Carter had shifted from Jason the Divine to the more egalitarian Jason Carter. She knew full well that the man on the other end of the line had transcended his role as a streamer to become a business titan she now looked up to. Jason Carter smiled. Talking to a smart person is effortless. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. He had gone from being a product selected by the platform to a partner with equal standing in the conversation, one who could even help set the rules. As for the specific details of the partnership, Director Lee can draft a proposal, and we'll discuss them in detail later. Jason Carter regained control of the conversation. However, before your proposal is ready, we can go ahead and sign that S-class streamer contract. After all, with a signing bonus of 10 million, I have no reason to refuse. On the other end of the line, Lena Moore let out a wry laugh. Just moments ago, she had been smug about the 10 million signing bonus she'd offered, but now it seemed that some might barely be enough to buy a little of this future powerhouse's spare time. No problem. I'll have the legal department draft the contract and send it to you right away. The signing bonus will be in your account this afternoon. Lena Moore agreed readily. Jason Carter, on behalf of Shark Platform, I look forward to our deeper collaboration in the future. It's been a pleasure working with you. With that, Jason Carter hung up the phone. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The early morning sea breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the stuffiness in the room. Victor Hall was merely the final boss of his beginner-s village. Now that the boss had been defeated, it was time to close the gates of the beginner-s village. Beyond those gates lay a wider, more exciting world. Chapter 62. 10 million deposited target. The offshore base. After speaking with Lena Moore on the phone, Jason Carter had completely clarified the direction of his future. He was no longer a streamer working for a platform, he was going to be his own boss. This thought made him exhale deeply, and a sense of relief washed over him. Just as Jason Carter put down his phone and was about to wash his face, the screen lit up once again. It was a text notification from his bank. Buzz. The phone vibrated slightly, and a line of numbers appeared before his eyes. Dragonia Construction Bank, your savings card account ending in XXXX received 10 million yuan interbank transfer on September 15th at 10:32 a.m. Current account balance 12,620,000 yuan. A 1, followed by 7 zeros. 10 million exactly. The shark platform was highly efficient. Looking at that long string of zeros, Jason Carter felt a sense of calm. He even felt a bit like smiling. He remembered clearly that just over a month ago, he'd been losing sleep over a 3,000 yuan express loan and scrambling to come up with tens of thousands for a premium education loan. Back then, a few thousand yuan felt like an enormous burden. Now, with 10 million yuan in his account, he didn't even feel his heart racing. This money wasn't meant for personal indulgence, but to grow his business. Just as Jason Carter was about to delete the text message, Wyatt Coleman called. "Brother Jiang. Ha 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 ha. My boss, Jiang. That Victor Hall deal, you pulled it off brilliantly. I've been grinning from ear to ear in our circle these past few days. You have no idea now when these guys mention you. They all give you a thumbs up and shout, 'Jason the Divine.'" Wyatt Coleman's hearty laughter rang out, full of energy, brimming with admiration and a touch of calculated flattery. "Brother Joe, you're too kind. I just took care of a little problem on the side." Jason Carter leaned against the doorframe, his tone matter of fact. "Hey, don't say that. That wasn't a minor hassle, it was a festering abscess. You drained the pus for the entire industry. Who in Eastport City doesn't know the legendary name of Jason the Divine now? You're brave, strategic, ruthless when you need to be, and you think big. I, Wyatt Coleman, haven't looked up to many young people in my life, but you're definitely the first." After lavishing praise on him, Wyatt Coleman changed the subject and said enthusiastically, "Brother Jiang, your status is different now. That trailblazer may be impressive, but it's not quite up to par for formal occasions. My Rolls-Royce Phantom has been sitting in the garage, gathering dust. Feel free to take it out for a spin. Or if you see any other car you like, just let me know, and I guarantee I'll have it delivered to your doorstep within 3 days." Jason Carter smiled. He knew Wyatt Coleman was genuinely trying to build a closer relationship and win him over to his side. "Brother Joe, I appreciate the gesture." Jason Carter walked out into the yard, leaned against the front of his matte black Trailblazer V7, and patted the cool metal. "But when it comes to cars, one is enough for getting around. I'm really comfortable with this one. It's got plenty of power, a high ground clearance, and handles great around our village." This remark was both a refusal and a reminder. "I already have a car, and I'm very happy with it." Wyatt Coleman on the other end of the line was sharp. He caught on immediately. He paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, his laughter full of approval. "Great. Well said. Brother Jiang. You really are no ordinary guy. All right. Then Brother Zhou won't bother you any further." He smoothly changed the subject, his tone turning mysterious. "By the way, Brother Jiang, there's a high-profile private dinner coming up in our circle. The host is quite a special figure, Ms. Wilson from the Wilson Group. She has a peculiar quirk. She has no interest in gourmet delicacies. If you can bring something that'll make her open up, the rewards would be enormous. I'll definitely take you along to check it out and introduce you to some truly influential figures." The Wilson Group, that major corporation dealing in high-tech and overseas investments. Jason Carter's eyebrow twitched. He realized this might be an opportunity to gain access to higher-level circles or even to explore the origins of the system. "All right, I'll think about it when I have time." He didn't agree right away, keeping things at his own pace. After hanging up, Jason Carter didn't go back inside. He pulled open the car door and slid into the driver's seat of his Trailblazer V7, but didn't start the engine. The spacious leather seats cradled his body, his hands gripped the cool steering wheel, and the car was filled with the scent of leather and new car fumes. This car was the first major purchase he'd earned through his own abilities. But after savoring the moment of satisfaction for a few moments, he opened the door, got out, crossed the yard, and walked to the dilapidated old pier by the sea. At the dock, the old fishing boat left behind by his grandfather lay quietly moored. Although it had been restored to like new condition with the fishing boat repair kit, its hull over 10 meters long and outdated design seemed far too flimsy in Jason Carter's eyes. His gaze slowly shifted from the Pioneer V7 to this old boat. A thought, accompanied by the balance of over 12 million in his bank account, popped into his mind. It's time for a new boat. Exploration on land was no longer enough for him. A brand new ambition began to grow wildly within him. Jason Carter pulled out his phone but didn't bother looking at the websites listing used fishing boats priced in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Those boats couldn't even venture beyond coastal waters. They were useless. He went straight to the official website of Longjiang Shipyard, the country's top custom shipbuilder. Skipping over all the 10 and 20-meter class inshore fishing vessels, his fingers swiped rapidly, his gaze locking directly on the ocean-going multifunctional fishing vessel category. A vessel painted entirely in dark gray, with powerful, bold lines, immediately caught his eye. Its design didn't resemble a fishing boat so much as a small military patrol vessel. Model: Longjiang Explorer I. Length: 35 meters. Displacement: 280 metric tons. Specifications: high-power twin engines, bow thruster, satellite communication array, panoramic sonar detection system, 120 cubic meter cryogenic cold storage, small helicopter landing pad, high-strength collision-resistant bow. This was no longer just a fishing boat, it was practically a mobile offshore base. Jason Carter's heart began to race uncontrollably, and with slightly trembling fingers, he tapped to open the quote details. A line of bright red numbers popped up. Standard edition price: 9,800,000 renminbi. 9,800,000. This price, exorbitant for any fisherman, seemed, in Jason Carter's eyes at that moment, to be perfectly covered by his 10 million signing bonus. Is it expensive? Yes, it is. But is it worth it? A smile spread uncontrollably across Jason Carter's lips. It's absolutely worth it. With this vessel, he could venture into places like Mist Island or the deep, open ocean. As long as he could reach the deep seas beyond the reach of ordinary vessels, and as long as the system could find even a single priceless treasure in those uncharted waters, he'd recoup the 9.8 million with interest in an instant. This wasn't spending money, it was the most efficient investment possible. There was no hesitation in Jason Carter's eyes, only a burning determination. He closed the webpage and committed the ship's appearance and every single specification to memory. His new goal was now crystal clear. Get it. Then, at the helm of this ship of his own, he would set out to conquer those deeper, bluer seas. Chapter 63. Picking up the boat the day after tomorrow. The sea breeze swept through the courtyard of Seacliff Village, carrying a salty, damp mist. Jason Carter stood in the courtyard, looking up from his phone and gazing toward the main hall. On the screen was a boat called the Explorer I. 9,800,000. He repeated the number over and over in his mind, then made up his mind. He intended to tell only one person about this plan: his grandfather, David Carter. He wanted to put the mind of the man who had raised him at ease. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup. On the table were braised sea bass, spicy stir-fried clams, scallops with garlic and glass noodles, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a pot of tofu soup. They were all home-cooked dishes, but as Jason Carter ate, he felt a deep sense of comfort. Eat some more meat. You've lost weight lately from all that running around. David Carter picked up a piece of fish belly with his chopsticks and placed it in his grandson's bowl, looking a bit concerned. He didn't say it out loud, but over the past month or so, his grandson had been both scolded and praised. Although he didn't understand the ins and outs of the internet, he knew it couldn't have been easy. Jason Carter pushed his rice around with his chopsticks and looked up at his grandfather's wrinkled face. "Grandpa, I haven't lost weight, I've just gotten more muscular." He smiled, then set down his bowl and chopsticks and grew serious. "Grandpa, there's something I want to talk to you about." David Carter took a sip of his homemade liquor, as if he'd seen this coming. "Go ahead."
I am listening.
"Grandpa, I signed a new contract with a live streaming platform," Jason Carter said as he opened the mobile banking app. That's good news. It's good to have some stability." David Carter nodded, feeling relieved that his grandson's job as an online streamer had finally settled down. The signing bonus was deposited this afternoon. As he spoke, Jason Carter turned his phone screen toward his grandfather and tapped to view his account balance. The long string of numbers on the screen was crystal clear. Checking account balance: 12,620,000 yuan. The smile on David Carter's face froze instantly. He put on his reading glasses, leaned in, and, with his calloused fingers, counted the zeros one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Over 12 million. Clunk. The old man's pipe fell onto the table. He didn't even notice the ash spilling out. His lips trembled. His eyes filled with shock and fear. "Young Jason, this money, where did it come from?" His voice was trembling. He was terrified by the figure. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. Jason Carter took his grandfather's icy hand. This is the signing bonus I received from the Shark platform, 10 million, after taxes. The money comes from a legitimate source, everything is in the contract. Using the simplest terms, he explained to his grandfather that he was no longer just an ordinary streamer. He signed an S-level contract and would be involved in strategic partnerships going forward. He didn't go into the complicated details, he just assured his grandfather that the job was legitimate, with high and stable income. David Carter listened, completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand terms like brand value or industry ecosystem, but he grasped one thing. His grandson had earned a huge sum of money through his own abilities, and it was clean money. He was no longer afraid. Instead, he grew excited, his eyes reddening. He abruptly raised his glass and downed the fiery baijiu in one gulp, as if trying to use that force to suppress the excitement welling up inside him. Good, very good. He slammed the glass down on the table, his voice hoarse. My grandson, David Carter's grandson, has really made something of himself. Your parents can rest easy now. Seeing his grandfather so moved, Jason Carter knew the deal was done. Seizing the moment, he switched his phone to the Longjiang Shipyard's official website and tapped on the page showcasing the Explorer I-class vessel. Grandpa, now that we've got the money, I want to do something big. What's this big thing? David Carter's emotions hadn't settled yet. Buy a new ship. Jason Carter held his phone out in front of his grandfather. A large, gray-painted vessel with a futuristic design appeared on the screen, and David Carter's breath caught in his throat once more. Having spent his entire life around fishing boats, he could tell at a glance that this vessel was no ordinary ship. Is this a fishing boat? His finger trembled as it traced the screen. Is that an alloy collision-resistant bow? Good heavens, it could even ram an iceberg. And this is a satellite dish. Can you make calls and go online out on the open ocean? Jason Carter explained with a smile. That's not all, Grandpa. Look at this, it has a panoramic sonar that can detect schools of fish and reefs 50 meters below the surface. And there's this 120 cubic meter cryogenic cold storage unit. The fish we catch can be flash frozen right away to preserve their freshness. A helipad? Can a helicopter actually land on this ship? David Carter's eyes widened. He felt like he'd wasted his whole life. This wasn't a fishing boat at all. He'd spent his entire life at sea dreading rough seas. But this ship right in front of him seemed completely unfazed by them. What a ship, what a ship! The old man exclaimed sincerely, his eyes brimming with admiration. With this, we'll fear no wind or waves. Young Jason, this ship must have cost a pretty penny, right? Jason Carter nodded and quoted the price. The standard model, 9.8 million. Having just heard a figure over 10 million, David Carter actually calmed down upon hearing 9,800,000. He said nothing. He looked down at the image of the large ship on his phone, then looked up at his grandson, his expression complex. He knew his grandson had grown up, and the places he was destined to go were beyond the reach of this small fishing village. Have you thought this through? Took a long while before David Carter finally asked. I have. Jason Carter's gaze was resolute. Grandpa, these waters are too small. Farther out lies Mist Island, with treasures we've never seen. Our family's old boat can't get there. If I want to go farther, I need a good ship. Those words ignited a fire in David Carter's heart. All right. The old man slapped his thigh hard, his eyes lighting up. That's the kind of man a Jiang should be. Let us buy it. Now that we have the money, we'll get the very best. So you'll never have to fear those rough winds and waves at sea again. With his grandfather's support, Jason Carter felt completely at ease. Without hesitation, right in front of his grandfather, he found the phone number for Longjiang Shipyard on their official website and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up. A young woman's polite voice said, Hello, this is the sales department at Longjiang Shipyard. How may I assist you? Hello, Jason Carter said straight to the point. I saw the Explorer I fishing vessel on your website and would like to order one. The saleswoman on the other end of the line paused for a moment, then politely confirmed, Sir, are you referring to the Explorer I model priced at 9.8 million? Are you purchasing this for a company or as an individual? As an individual, Jason Carter replied bluntly. Full payment. Do you have any in stock right now? When is the earliest I can take delivery? Full payment? The saleswoman's voice changed. She was so stunned she couldn't speak. She immediately realized this was a major client, and her attitude became instantly enthusiastic. Sir. Hello, sir. Here's the thing, the Explorer immortal usually requires an order and a production queue. But what a coincidence. Our main factory just happens to have a brand new vessel that's just been completed. It's the black one you saw on our website. You can view it anytime. Excellent. Jason Carter was very pleased with this response. Is your main factory in the provincial capital? Yes. It's at Dongjiang Port in the provincial capital. Sir, when would be convenient for you? I'll arrange a reception for you right away. We'll send a private car to pick you up. No need. Jason Carter glanced at his calendar. 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I'll come by myself. What's your name? Ah, my name is Zhang Qing. The Zhang with the bow radical, and Qing as in sunny day. Boss, I'll be waiting for your call. The saleswoman was so excited she could barely get her words out. All right. Jason Carter hung up the phone and smiled. He looked up at the night sky beyond the courtyard, as if he could already see himself at the helm of that massive ship, heading out into the deep sea. A new voyage was about to begin. Chapter 64. New skill acquired. 500,000 as a down payment. It was late at night. A sea breeze carrying a hint of moisture blew through Seacliff Village. The air had turned a bit chilly. In Jason Carter's room, the light was still on. He wasn't the least bit sleepy. His mind was filled with his conversation with his grandfather that evening, as well as that final phone call to Longjiang Shipyard. The excited voice of the saleswoman, Zhang Qing, was still ringing in his ears. Explorer Type 1. This ship was no longer just an image on a web page, it was something he had to secure, and the pressure was considerable. 9,800,000. Jason Carter glanced at his bank account balance. 12,620,000 yuan. 12,620,000. That was more money than the average person could earn in a lifetime. He could easily buy the ship outright. But what then? He couldn't possibly be left with just over 2 million in working capital. As he told Lena Moore, he wanted to build a complete business empire. Fishing, transportation, personal branding, a ready meal factory, each of these would require a significant investment. 9,800,000 was just the beginning. If he wanted to scale the business later, the costs would be even higher. Money, it's still not enough, Jason Carter muttered to himself. Far from being daunted by these massive expenses, they only fueled his determination. Relying on foraging the shore, even with the system guiding him every time and ensuring he returned with a full boat, wasn't a stable source of income. If he wanted to earn enough money to scale up his business quickly, going out to sea alone was simply too slow. He had to find a way to make money faster and more aggressively. His gaze turned toward the void. System. He silently chanted in his mind. This was his biggest trump card. After resolving the Victor Hall incident, he still hadn't had a chance to check this round's system rewards. Ding. Host request detected. Divine Beachcombing treasure system activated. A pale blue virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the epic tier achievement public opinion comeback. Amid overwhelmingly negative public opinion across the entire internet, you successfully steered the conversation, turned the tide, and earned plus 300 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the epic tier achievement, cutting off the fuel at the source. Through open strategy and alliances, you elevated a personal grudge to a platform-wide event, using their own momentum against them, and earned plus 300 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the final judgment, completely ending all storylines for the antagonist, Victor Hall. Overall rating, S++. Earned plus 500 system points. Ding. Due to the hostess' extraordinary strategic acumen and control demonstrated during the Victor Hall incident, personal reputation has reached a new milestone, and the treasure exchange content has been fully refreshed. The series of notification sounds perked Jason Carter up. He quickly glanced at his personal panel. System points, 2,305. He had originally had just over 1,200 points left, but after the settlement, his total had more than doubled. Over 2,300 points. Now he could go on a proper shopping spree in the treasure exchange. Jason Carter's breathing was a bit ragged. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and focused his attention on the last notification. Treasure exchange. Completely refreshed? He immediately opened the treasure exchange interface. There were plenty of items under the items and consumables categories, but Jason Carter didn't look at those. His gaze landed directly on the skill books category. At that moment, A golden new badge was flashing in the top right corner of that category tab. New arrivals. Jason Carter clicked on it without hesitation. Row after row of skill book icons appeared before his eyes. Intermediate tier marine geology exploration. Priced at 800 points. Allows for preliminary analysis of seabed geological structures, increasing the probability of discovering underwater mineral deposits or shipwreck sites. Advanced cooking skills seafood. Priced at 600 points. Turns you into a top-tier seafood chef, capable of bringing out the maximum flavor from ingredients. Mastery of vessel navigation. Price 500 points. Enables you to skillfully navigate all types of vessels with a displacement of 500 metric tons or less. Any one of these skills alone would be enough to turn an ordinary person into an expert in a specific field. But Jason Carter's gaze was drawn to the glowing skill book at the very top of the list. Antique treasure hunting beginner. Type, active skill. Effect. Once activated, this skill consumes a small amount of system energy to perform a preliminary appraisal of antiques, collectibles, and miscellaneous items within your field of view, identifying their approximate age, materials, craftsmanship, and authenticity. Valuable targets will be highlighted. Note, the beginner skill has a lower recognition rate for certain rare categories, and its value assessment has a margin of error of 20%. Price, 1,500 system points. 1,500 points. This skill is the most expensive one in the store. But the moment Jason Carter saw its effect, his heart leaped. Antique treasure hunting. He immediately thought of that incomplete skill he D1 in a previous lottery divine appraisal incomplete ceramics. That skill had allowed him to make 200,000 from Wyatt Coleman with just an unremarkable bowl from a folk kiln. Antique treasure hunting was completely different from divine appraisal. It was a treasure hunting skill that could actively search a wide area for all kinds of collectibles and miscellaneous items. With it, he could directly locate those undiscovered treasures in the real world. This was a much faster way to make money than scavenging the beach. The 9.8 million needed for the boat was nothing compared to this money-making opportunity. Redeem. Redeem it now. Jason Carter didn't hesitate. He confirmed the purchase immediately. Ding. 1,500 system points consumed. Skill book antique treasure hunting beginner successfully redeemed. Do you want to learn it now? Learn. As soon as the words left his mouth, the virtual skill book transformed into a beam of golden light and surged into the center of his forehead. A torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. From the characteristics of imperial and folk kills, to the patina of bronze artifacts, the craftsmanship of gold and silverware, and even the paper and ink of ancient books and the structure of Ming and Qing dynasty furniture, all this knowledge was forcefully crammed into his brain by a powerful force, becoming an instinctive part of him. A minute later, Jason Carter opened his eyes again. His gaze had changed. He felt as though he could see right through the past of everything he looked at. He couldn't wait to try out this new ability. Activate skill. Antique treasure hunting. With a single thought, the world before him instantly transformed. The entire room grew dark, and everything new appeared gray. Logically, antique objects should glow in this vision. Jason Carter's gaze swept across the entire room. He first looked at the old wooden bed passed down from his grandfather, ordinary item. The old wall calendar on the wall was also ordinary item. The pencil holder on the desk was yet another ordinary item. The entire room was a sea of gray. Could it be that there wasn't a single antique in the house? Jason Carter furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to deactivate the skill, his gaze inadvertently fell on a corner of the room. There stood an old wooden table that his grandfather had made in his youth. One of the legs had shortened slightly over time. To keep the table level, a grimy, oil-stained old porcelain bowl was placed under the leg. Jason Carter's pupils suddenly contracted. Through his bargain hunt vision, that unremarkable battered bowl was actually emitting a faint white glow. There's something here. He immediately focused his attention, fixing his gaze on the bowl. A system prompt appeared. Ding! An ancient ceramic artifact has been detected. Its historical value far exceeds the appraisal limit of basic skills. It is recommended to use a higher-level appraisal skill for in-depth analysis. Here it is exactly the same prompt as when he appraised that folk kiln bowl last time. This meant that antique treasure hunting and divine appraisal could be used in combination. Jason Carter's heart began to race, and he immediately switched abilities. Activate divine appraisal. Instantly, the scene in his mind changed. A perfect virtual 3D model of the bowl appeared out of thin air, rotating slowly. Countless streams of data flowed across the model. The grease and dust on the bowl were peeled away layer by layer, revealing the glaze and blue and white patterns beneath. Next, lines of golden text appeared in his mind. Item name: blue and white bowl with interlacing lotus pattern. Period. Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty 1662-1722 AD. Manufacturing process: fired at an imperial kiln. The body is firm and dense, and the glaze is rich and lustrous. The blue and white hues are emerald blue, exhibiting typical Kangxi era characteristics such as jade green blue and finger press marks. Condition assessment: fair. There is a tiny chip on the rim commonly known as a chip, and the interior has slight wear marks, but the main body is intact, the decoration is clear, and the 6-character mark, De Qing Kangxi Nianji, in 2 lines of regular script on the base is clearly legible. Estimated market value: 300,000 500,000 renminbi. Jason Carter's breath caught for half a second. He stared intently at the broken bowl propping up the table leg, his mind going blank. A Qing dynasty Kangxi imperial kiln bowl with an estimated value of up to 500,000. Had his family been using it as a footrest for who knows how many years? He suddenly remembered that when he was a child, his grandfather seemed to have used this very bowl to feed the chickens. Feeding chickens with an antique worth 500,000? That was even more absurd than a work of fiction. He carefully removed the greasy bowl and replaced it with a brick to prop up the table leg. He rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and, moving with exceptional gentleness, rinsed away the grime from the bowl bit by bit. Once the grease was washed away, the distinctive blue and white color and the intertwined lotus patterns characteristic of the Kangxi period finally emerged. The smooth glaze emitted a soft luster under the light. Jason Carter looked at the bowl in his hand, then thought of the money in his account and that boat, and an idea popped into his head. He was going to the provincial capital not just to see the boat, but also to sell this bowl and use the proceeds as seed money to buy it. Jason Carter looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes shining with newfound determination. The provincial capital looks like I'll have to head there sooner than planned. Chapter 65. This crummy bowl is worth 450,000. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jason Carter got up. He didn't head to the beach or go live on stream. Instead, he dug out a few clean, old clothes from the closet and wrapped the blue and white lotus scroll patterned bowl, which he de-washed the night before in several layers. This thing wasn't just some junk anymore, it was worth 500,000. He slipped the wrapped bowl into a black backpack, his movements casual, as if it were nothing more than a lunchbox. At breakfast, David Carter noticed his grandson carrying the backpack and found it a bit odd. "Young Jason, aren't you going out to sea today? Are you heading out somewhere?" "Yeah, Grandpa," Jason Carter said, finishing his last sip of kanji and wiping his mouth. "I've got some business to take care of in the provincial capital ahead of schedule, and while I'm there, I'll stop by the shipyard in a couple of days to check on the boat. Take care of yourself at home, I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Jason Carter didn't mention the bowl. It was hard enough explaining the 10 million to his grandfather, telling him that the chicken-feeding bowl the family had used for decades was worth $500,000 would probably be too much for the old man's heart to handle. Go on. Important business comes first." David Carter didn't ask any further questions, but simply reminded him, "Drive carefully on the way, don't rush." Jason Carter nodded and walked out of the yard. Jason Carter opened the car door and got into the black Longting Pioneer V7. He pressed the start button, and the engine roared to life, its sound particularly loud in the quiet fishing village. This 700,000 yuan Chinese-made SUV was something he de-earned with his own 2 hands. But now, the unassuming bowl in his backpack was worth nearly as much as this car. Without delay, Jason Carter stepped on the gas, and the Pioneer V7 sped out of Seacliff Village, heading toward the provincial capital. 2 hours later, the car entered the provincial capital. Following his GPS, Jason Carter drove straight to an old street called Antique Street. This was the province's largest antique hub, with old shops lining both sides of the street, their entrances adorned with signs like Boguzhai and Jinbaogo. Street stalls were piled high with pots and jars, their authenticity impossible to discern. Jason Carter had no interest in the street stalls, his goal was clear. He parked the car by the roadside, took out his phone, and dialed Wyatt Coleman's number directly. The call was answered almost instantly. "Brother Jiang. Ha ha ha. What made you think to call your big brother? Got something good again?" Wyatt Coleman's hearty laughter came through, brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother Zhou, I'm in the provincial capital," Jason Carter said, leaning against the car door, his tone matter-of-fact. "I've got a little trinket here, and I'd like to ask old Quincy to take a look at it." "What? You're in the provincial capital?" Wyatt Coleman's voice rose a few notches on the other end of the line. "Oh my! Brother, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I could send someone to pick you up." "Don't worry about old Quincy, I'll call him right now and tell him to put everything else on hold and wait just for you. No need to go to all that trouble. Brother Zhou, I'll just head straight to old Quincy's shop." "Alright, then head straight to his bogujai. I'll let him know right away. I'll make sure this gets taken care of for you today." Wyatt Coleman was highly efficient. Less than 5 minutes after Jason Carter hung up, he received the detailed address from Wyatt Coleman, along with a note. "Old Quincy has already brewed some tea and is waiting for you." Jason Carter smiled, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and set off for the address. Bogujai. The shop wasn't large, but it was elegantly decorated. There were no hawkers outside the entrance, just a sign made of pear wood. As soon as Jason Carter reached the door, an elderly man wearing a traditional Chinese Mandarin collar shirt stepped out to greet him. His hair was gray, but he looked very spry. It was Qian Shuahai. "Master Jiang. What a rare guest, truly a rare guest indeed." Qian Shuahai greeted him with a beaming smile, his manner even more courteous than it had been during their previous meeting at Wyatt Coleman's villa. Last time, Jason Carter had been the young friend brought along by Wyatt Coleman. This time, Wyatt Coleman had personally called to ask him to extend a warm welcome to this distinguished guest. "Old Quincy, sorry to bother you," Jason Carter said with a polite nod. "Not at all, not in the least." Qian Shuahai ushered him inside. There were no other customers, and the shop was quiet. The two sat down by the tea table. Qian Shuahai personally poured Jason Carter a cup of Mingqian Longjing, then asked with a smile, "Master Jiang, I heard from General Manager Zhou that you've acquired another treasure this time. Would you like to let me have a look?" Jason Carter said nothing. He simply set the backpack on his back down on the table, unzipped it, took out the bowl wrapped in old clothes, and gently placed it on the velvet-covered tea table. Qian Shuahai's gaze fell on the bowl. Blue and white porcelain, with an interlacing lotus pattern. This is one of the most common patterns in porcelain from the Yuan dynasty to the present. There have been many imitations. The smile on his face faded slightly. He had already formed a judgment in his mind. The design was in the Kangxi style, and the form was well proportioned. However, the blue and white glaze appeared somewhat superficial. It lacked depth. The body also seemed a bit too new, lacking the lustrous patina of an antique piece. He had already reached a conclusion. "Master Jiang, this bowl of yours, the form is excellent. It's a typical style of the Kangxi period," Qian Shuahai said, setting the bowl down and choosing his words carefully. "However, as for the glaze color and body quality, I'm afraid it's a replica from the late Qing or Republican era, or perhaps even later. It's still a fine piece of craftsmanship, though." Upon hearing this conclusion, Jason Carter merely smiled. "Old Quincy, take another look at this spot on the bottom of the bowl." Qian Shuahai paused, then looked in the direction he was pointing. Inside the ring foot at the base of the bowl, he saw a brown spot the size of a pinhead, resembling kiln slag that had adhered during firing. Such imperfections were common on old porcelain. He spotted it at a glance earlier but hadn't paid it any mind. "Is there a problem with that?" Qian Shuahai asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's a big problem," Jason Carter said, leaning back in his chair and speaking in a measured tone. "It looks like kiln slag, but take a closer look at its shape with a magnifying glass. Doesn't it resemble the character Qian? Qian Shuahai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately pulled a high magnification magnifying glass from a drawer, held it up to the bottom of the bowl, and held his breath as he examined it closely. On that brown spot, he could indeed make out some very subtle marks. When combined, they did indeed resemble a hastily written Qian character. "I once heard the older generation mention," Jason Carter's voice drifted over, "that at the imperial kilns in Jingdezhen during the Kangxi reign, several ceramic supervisors would use a special secret material to leave a private mark recognizable only to themselves before the pieces were fired, in order to distinguish the batches they oversaw. These marks were mixed in with the kiln slag, making them completely invisible to outsiders." A fine sheen of sweat beaded on Qian Shuahai's forehead. He had only ever come across a single mention of this theory in some obscure ancient miscellany and had always dismissed it as nonsense. Could it be true? His heart gave a start, and he suddenly realized that the reason the glaze had seemed superficial to him earlier was likely because the bowl had been coated in grease for years, leading him to jump to conclusions. He picked up the bowl again and examined it with extraordinary care, even forgetting to breathe. The glaze was smooth and lustrous, the blue and white pattern deep and penetrating, and the body firm, dense, and fine-grained. This was no imitation at all, it was clearly an authentic piece from the Kangxi Imperial Kiln. Master Jiang, Master Jiang. Qian Shuahai's voice trembled slightly. He removed his gloves and bowed his hands toward Jason Carter. My eyes were deceiving me, my skills are lacking. You are truly a master. Jason Carter merely smiled. Qian Shuahai was, after all, a seasoned veteran. He took a deep breath, quickly regained his composure, and his mind began to race. Master Jiang, this bowl is indeed an authentic piece from the Kangxi Imperial Kilns. It's just that, he sighed, pointing to a small chip on the rim with a look of regret. As you can see, this will significantly affect the price. He changed the subject. However, I personally like it very much and am willing to pay 200,000 for my private collection. What do you think? 200,000? The System-S valuation ranged from a minimum of 300,000 to a maximum of 500,000. That was a pretty steep cut. Jason Carter knew exactly what was going on, but he kept his face impassive. Instead, he picked up his teacup and blew gently on the hot liquid. Old Quincy is joking, he said, setting the cup down. The chip does affect the price, but it depends on what kind of chip it is. Take another look at the inside of this bowl, hold it up to the light. Qian Shuahai's heart skipped a beat. He quickly did as instructed, holding the bowl up and examining it closely in the light. Master Jiang, this inner wall, it seems to have some fine cracks? That's right, Jason Carter smiled. Old Quincy, do you think this is a flaw from the firing process? Assenti it? Of course not, Jason Carter said. What you're seeing is called quenching crackle. After this bowl was fired and removed from the kiln, the ceramic inspector, in order to test the quality of the glaze, deliberately quenched it once with the coldest well water of the 12th lunar month. That's how these patterns formed. This pattern is extremely rare and appears only in the very first batch of tribute pieces presented to Emperor Kangxi for his personal use. The presence of this pattern proves it was a special imperial offering from the official kilns. Old Quincy, you're the expert, tell me which is rarer. A special imperial offering with a chip, or a flawless, ordinary piece from the official kilns? After hearing these words, Qian Shuahai's hand holding the bowl began to tremble slightly. Quenched crackle glaze, an exclusive imperial offering. He muttered to himself, his palms already drenched in sweat. He looked at the composed young man before him, his eyes now filled with awe. He had been seen through. His petty scheme to drive down the price was crystal clear to the other man. Master Jiang, I've learned my lesson, a thorough one at that. Qian Shuahai carefully set the bowl back on the table, stood up, and bowed deeply to Jason Carter. I acted rashly, I failed to recognize Mount Tai when I saw it. Please don't hold this against a mere mortal like me. He straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and offered a fair price. For this bowl, I'll offer 450,000. That's the highest price I can offer, and I'm doing it solely to make a friend like you. Jason Carter looked at him, knowing this was his bottom line. Deal. He uttered the two words crisply and decisively. Transfer made, payment received. Buzz. His phone vibrated, and a bank text message popped up. Dragonia Agricultural Bank. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received 450,000 yuan interbank transfer at 11:08 on September 16th. Current account balance, 13,070,000 yuan. Jason Carter put away his phone and stood up. Old Quincy, thanks a lot. I've got things to do, so I'll be heading out. Let me walk you out. Let me walk you out. Qian Shuahai practically jogged to escort Jason Carter to the door. It wasn't until the taillights of the Pioneer V7 disappeared around the corner that he wiped the sweat from his forehead, fumbled for his phone with trembling hands, and dialed Wyatt Coleman's number. Mr. Zhou, that Jiang guy of yours, he is no ordinary man, he is a god sent down from heaven. In the car, Jason Carter drove while thinking about the figure of over 13 million in his bank account, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Chapter 66. I've taken over our village's dock. The Longting Pioneer V7 pulled out of the provincial capital. In the rearview mirror, the city's skyscrapers grew increasingly distant, eventually blurring into a faint line. Jason Carter drove with one hand while reaching for his phone with the other to turn on the screen. Dragonia Agricultural Bank. Your savings account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 450,000 yuan at 11:08 on September 16th. Current account balance, 13,070,000 yuan. 13,070,000. That string of numbers looked almost unreal. Just a few months ago, he'd been stressing over a 3,000 yuan online loan, trying to figure out how to dodge the debt collectors. Now, over 10 million yuan was sitting in his bank account. Damn, that felt great. Better than anything else. A little over an hour later, the car pulled into Seacliff Village. The familiar sea breeze swept in through the car window, carrying a salty, damp scent. Jason Carter took a deep breath, and he felt a little more alert. The air back home still smelled the best. He instinctively glanced toward the old pier at the village entrance. Immediately, his brow furrowed. That wooden pier jutted out into the sea, looking as if it might fall apart at any moment. After so many years of exposure to the elements and the constant pounding of the sea, the entire pier was in a state of disrepair. Jason Carter parked his car by the roadside and walked over. As his feet stepped on the planks, they creaked and groaned, as if they might snap at any moment. Many of the planks were rotten and cracked, covered in wet, slippery moss that in some places. The planks were completely gone, exposing the dark seawater beneath. The iron nails holding the planks in place were all rusted, and many had popped up one false step and you'd trip. The entire pier was swaying gently with the waves. Damn it, this wasn't a pier at all. Walking on it was just as nerve-wracking as crossing a bridge. It felt like even a slight gust of wind could blow the whole thing over. Just then, several familiar figures appeared at the head of the pier. It was his grandfather, David Carter, along with Uncle Zhao, Uncle Li, and a few other old fishermen from the village. They were carrying a very heavy fishing net together, carefully making their way step by step across the rotten planks. Jason Carter's heart leapt into his throat. He saw his grandfather walking in the lead because the ground was slippery. He lost his footing and nearly fell. Fortunately, Uncle Zhao, who was right beside him, acted quickly and caught him. "Old buddy, be careful. These rotten planks are getting more and more unstable," Uncle Zhao shouted, still shaken by the close call. David Carter regained his footing, patted his chest, and said with a wry smile, "I'm getting old, my legs aren't what they used to be." Standing a short distance away, Jason Carter clenched his fists tightly. He looked at his grandfather's graying hair, at the elderly men's slow, shuffling steps, and at the wrinkles etched into their faces by the sea breeze. They spent their entire lives dealing with the sea. The sea had sustained them, but it had also worn away their youth. Now that they were old, they didn't even have a safe place to get on and off the boat. Jason Carter glanced once more at the 13 million balance on his phone. That string of numbers now looked almost jarring to him. What good was it to be called Jason the Divine online and idolized by millions of people? No matter how much money he made, if the pier right outside his own front door was in such disrepair, forcing his grandfather to risk his life every day, what was the point of earning it? A thought sprang into Jason Carter's mind, and he could no longer suppress it. He had to do something. Without a second thought, Jason Carter turned and strode toward the small red brick building housing the village committee. Inside the village committee office, Village Chief Wang Defa was sitting with his legs crossed, puffing away on his pipe. He looked a little surprised to see Jason Carter walk in. "Hey, young Jason, you're back? Weren't you off to the provincial capital on important business?" "Village Chief," Jason Carter asked straight to the point, "I've got a question. Have you ever thought about repairing our village's pier?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Wang Defa's face turned into a wry grin. He set down his pipe and let out a heavy sigh. "Thought about it? I dream about it all the time." He slapped his thigh. "But where's the money? Young Jason, you don't know, a couple of years ago, I had someone run the numbers. To tear down and rebuild this pier using concrete and rebar would cost at least 1.5 million. 1.5 million. We couldn't even scrape together a fraction of that if we sold the village committee building. We've had to put it on hold. Everyone just has to be extra careful out at sea." Jason Carter listened quietly and nodded. The situation was pretty much as he guessed. He looked at Wang Defa and spoke clearly, enunciating each word. "I'll cover the cost." The office fell suddenly silent. Wang Defa stopped picking his ear. His mouth hung slightly open as he stared blankly at Jason Carter. "What? Young Jason, what did you just say? It's windy, I didn't catch that." Jason Carter took a step forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. I said, I'll cover the entire cost of repairing the pier myself. He fixed his gaze on the village chief's eyes, which were wide with surprise, and continued. Go find the best construction crew in the entire province and use the sturdiest materials. If 1.5 million ISNT enough, make it 2 million. If 2 million ISNT enough, make it 3 million. I have only one requirement. Build this pier to be rock solid to a standard that will last for decades. Wang Defa was completely dumbfounded. The pipe he was holding clattered to the ground with a clatter, scattering tobacco ash everywhere. He stood frozen for over 10 seconds before suddenly leaping up from his chair, grabbing Jason Carter's arm with both hands, his lips trembling. Young Jason, you're not joking with me, are you? This is millions, not a few hundred yuan. Do I look like I'm joking? Jason Carter said calmly. I can transfer 2 million to the village committee's account right now as startup capital. As he spoke, he pulled out his cell phone. No. Wang Defa, as if he'd been electrocuted, hurriedly pressed down on his hand. His face flushed crimson. We have to hold a meeting. We have to report this up the chain. We have to announce it to the whole village. My God in heaven. Our Seacliff village is about to experience something truly extraordinary. He spun around in excitement, unable to form coherent sentences, then burst out of the office and bellowed toward the courtyard. Wife, quick, get all the village committee members here. Emergency meeting. This is huge. The village chief's roar echoed through the quiet fishing village. The news quickly spread throughout the village. Have you heard? Jason Carter is going to pay out of his own pocket to build a pier for the village. Is that true? How much does it cost to build a pier? The village chief said it himself. Jason Carter said 2 million at the very least, and he'll add more if needed. In an instant, the whole of Seacliff village was abuzz. Villagers rushed out of their homes and gathered at the entrance to the village committee office, chattering excitedly, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Jason Carter paid no attention to the commotion. He walked back to the old pier by himself. Looking at the dilapidated pier before him, one that was about to be replaced, he took out his phone and opened Shark Live. Live stream title Frowny Face Impromptu Stream. I have something to tell you all. The moment the stream went live, the view count skyrocketed. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. Countless fans flooded in, filling the screen with comments. Holy crap, Jason the Divine is alive. I thought you'd gone to restock. The missing person is back. What are you streaming today? Jason the Divine. Jason Carter pointed the camera at the dilapidated pier behind him and spoke slowly. Guys, take a look at this. This is our village's pier. I grew up right here. My grandpa and the other uncles in the village used to walk across this every day to make a living at sea. The live chat went silent for a moment. I just got back home and made a decision. Jason Carter turned the camera back to himself, his eyes shining brightly. I'm going to pay for this out of my own pocket to completely renovate and rebuild this pier. I'm going to build the sturdiest pier in all of Eastport City for my hometown. The live stream fell silent for 0.1 seconds. The next second, the comment section exploded. Holy crap, did I just hear that right? That S vision. That S what vision looks like. That S Jason the Divine S vision. I'm crying. I'm really crying. He hasn't forgotten his roots even after getting rich. This is the Jason the Divine we love. Enough talk. Send gifts. We gotta support him. Jason the Divine, we fans will chip in for this pier too, right? Let us crowdfund the pier renovation. Count me in. In an instant, all kinds of gift effects flooded the screen, and the super rocket banners barely stopped flashing. Jason Carter smiled as he watched the scrolling comments. Guys, I truly appreciate your kindness, he said, bowing slightly toward the camera. But you don't need to chip in for this. As a resident of Seacliff Village, this is just a small thing I should do for my hometown. Thank you all for your support. Once the new pier is built, I'll take you on a live tour. When that time comes, you're all welcome to visit my hometown. With that, he simply ended the live stream. Jason Carter put away his phone and looked up. He saw that, at some point, the other end of the pier had filled with people. Almost everyone in the village, men, women, and children, had come. They didn't speak, they just watched him quietly. In their gazes, there was astonishment, gratitude, and a sense of pride. From within the crowd, his grandfather, David Carter, slowly stepped forward. The old man's eyes were a little red. He walked up to Jason Carter, didn't praise him, but simply held out his calloused hands and gave his grandson a firm pat on the shoulder. Chapter 67. An invitation to overnight success. David Carter's rough, powerful hand landed on Jason Carter's shoulder, conveying a sense of strength. The villagers watching the scene looked on with satisfaction. Village Chief Wang Defa pushed his way through the crowd, his face flushed with excitement, and rushed over to grab Jason Carter's arm, as if afraid he might run away. Young Jason. No, Boss Chun. Wang Defa was so excited he could barely get his words out. On behalf of the whole village, thank you. You've truly done the village a great favor. His outburst ignited the crowd. Boss Chun is a man of integrity. From now on, if anyone says a single bad word about Boss Chun, I'll be the first to confront them. Here in Seacliff Village, the smoke of glory is rising from our ancestors' graves. We've produced a son as promising as you. The old fishermen had tears in their eyes, the young people looked at him with admiration, and the children treated Jason Carter like a god, chattering away and calling him Jason the Divine, Big Brother. Surrounded by this heartfelt warmth, Jason Carter couldn't help but let a smile spread across his face. This sense of genuine recognition from the people of his hometown felt far more real than the millions of people in his livestream chat room typing, Jason the Divine is awesome. That money was well spent. He smiled and said to Wang Defa, Village Chief, you're too kind. I grew up in this village and was raised on food from countless households here. It's only right that I do something for the village. As for the pier renovation, please take the time to find the best construction crew. Money isn't and issue safety and quality must come first. Rest assured. Absolutely rest assured. Wang Defa pounded his chest loudly. I'll head to the city tomorrow. I'll oversee it personally and guarantee this project will be handled perfectly. After chatting with the villagers for a while longer, Jason Carter finally managed to extricate himself from the crowd and returned home. In the courtyard, David Carter was sitting on a small stool, puffing on his pipe one puff at a time. The smoke swirled around him, obscuring his expression. Grandpa, Jason Carter said as he walked over and sat down beside him. David Carter exhaled a ring of smoke, remained silent for a while, then slowly spoke up. Young Jason, you've grown up. Money is a thing that can crush a person, but it can also lift them up. But a person mustn't let money lead them by the nose. The old man tapped the sole of his shoe with his pipe, looked up, his cloudy eyes surprisingly clear. You did the right thing today. I'm proud of you. He knew that this time, he had truly put his grandfather's mind at ease. Just then, the urgent ring of a cell phone shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Jason Carter pulled out his phone and saw it was Wyatt Coleman calling. What could he possibly want this late? Jason Carter pressed the answer button. Brother Jiang. Ha ha ha. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Wyatt Coleman's hearty laughter came through the phone. But today, there was a distinct note of admiration in his voice. Brother Zhou, what's up? Jason Carter asked casually. Oh my friend. You've really made a big splash today. Wyatt Coleman's tone was exaggerated. You have no idea the news that you personally funded the dock renovation has spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of Eastport City. Jason Carter was taken aback. It's only been a few hours? How did the news spread so fast? These rich folks' information network is way too fast. That old guy, Old Quincy, has been singing your praises to the skies, saying you've got the spirit of a chivalrous hero from ancient times. Now several people have been asking me about you. They want to meet this Jason, the divine who hasn't forgotten his roots. Wyatt Coleman's tone was brimming with pride. Brother Zhou, you're too kind. I just did what anyone should do. Bro, you're being too modest. Wyatt Coleman changed the subject, his tone turning serious. Bro, let us get down to business. I called to formally invite you to a dinner party. A dinner party? Right. But not just any dinner party. Wyatt Coleman lowered his voice, sounding mysterious. It's a private dinner not open to the public. Those in attendance will all be figures at the very pinnacle of Eastport City and indeed, the entire Dongjiang province. This is essentially your ticket into our province's elite circle. Damn, that high level. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what an opportunity like this meant for him. He wanted to buy a boat and build his own business empire, but he couldn't do it alone by just working tirelessly at sea. Connections and social circles are sometimes more important than money. Time and place. Jason Carter cut straight to the point. 3 days from now, 7 p.m., at Guanlan Mountain Villa. Wyatt Coleman gave the address, then added with a hint of mystery in his voice. Bro, the host of this banquet has a very special status. She's the Ms. Wilson of the Wilson Group. Wilson Group? The name flashed instantly through Jason Carter's mind. Isn't that a giant in the domestic high-tech sector? Rumor has it its market cap is over $1 trillion, with operations spanning the globe. The daughter of a tech tycoon is hosting a private dinner? This Ms. Wilson, Wyatt Coleman's voice dropped even lower, as if sharing a big secret. She has a very peculiar quirk, or rather a condition. Illness. Right? She has absolutely no interest in almost any food in the world. It all tastes bland to her. Even the finest delicacies taste no different to her than chewing wax. Every year, countless chefs try to take on the challenge, hoping to use their skills to get her to eat, but they all failed. Wyatt Coleman paused, his tone full of enticement. Bro, you get what I'm saying? This banquet is ostensibly a social gathering, but in reality, it's a showcase. Whoever can present something that piques Ms. Wilson's interest, even if it's just to get her to take a second look, will reap unimaginable rewards. If you can bring something that actually makes her take a bite, then you just gain a foothold in Eastport City. You'll shoot straight to the top. Jason Carter's breath caught slightly. Tasteless? Interesting. Isn't this the classic plot from novels? The Ice Queen CEO with anorexia, waiting for her destined hero to win her over with a bowl of fried rice. But this challenge suits me just fine. Where others hit their limit is precisely where I begin. Brother Joe, I get it, Jason Carter said with a smile. Don't worry, in 3 days, I'll bring her a surprise. Ha ha ha. Great. I knew you weren't just anyone, brother. Satisfied with the response, Wyatt Coleman hung up the phone with a loud laugh. Silence returned to the courtyard. Jason Carter clutched his phone, his eyes gleaming. The Wilson Group, a top-tier private banquet, and an anorexic heiress. This was an opportunity tailor-made for him. As long as he could secure a connection with the Wilson Group, forget about a single ship. Even if he wanted to build a shipyard, it would likely take nothing more than a single word from them. But first, he needed an ingredient that would blow everyone away. The king blue crabs, grouper, and rainbow lobsters he served before, though precious, would likely be considered merely pretty good at a banquet of that caliber. What he needed was an ingredient that would surpass everyone's wildest imagination. Jason Carter's gaze drifted into the void, and a thought flashed through his mind. A pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Divine Beachcombing treasure system. This was his greatest source of confidence. His gaze locked directly onto the massive 3D nautical chart, and his consciousness sank into it. His previous discoveries had all been concentrated in the nearshore areas. This time, however, his gaze swept past those familiar coastlines and turned toward the deeper, unknown waters. Finally, his eyes settled on the outline of an island shrouded in thick fog. Mist Island. According to the system's data, that area of the ocean exhibited abnormal magnetic fields and erratic weather patterns, making it off-limits to all modern vessels. But precisely because of this, its ecosystem remained in its most pristine state, harboring countless undiscovered wonders. Fortune favors the bold. This time, it was time to venture into a truly dangerous place. Jason Carter's gaze grew sharp, his fighting spirit soaring. System: perform a full-range deep scan, targeting the waters surrounding Mist Island. Filter criteria: rare, unknown marine life with special properties. Chapter 68. SSS rank: Phantom light glassfish. It was late at night, and Seacliff Village was quiet. Jason Carter stood in the courtyard, the sea breeze ruffling the hem of his shirt. A system display hovered before him, showing a 3D nautical chart slowly rotating. The system is performing a full-range deep scan, targeting the waters around Mist Island. The search criteria are SSS rank rarity and unknown marine life with special effects. Warning: unknown energy field interference detected in the target area, Mist Island. Performing a deep scan will pose risks. 1. Scan accuracy will drop by 70%, potentially resulting in missed targets or errors. 2. System energy consumption will increase 5-fold. 3. The host's mental state will be significantly affected, possibly causing headaches or dizziness. A series of red warnings popped up. Jason Carter furrowed his brow. Damn, is this going to be such a pain? Host's request detected. Treasure Exchange has recommended a solution: deep-sea superconducting sonar. A new prompt appeared. Jason Carter thought for a moment, then switched to the items page on Treasure Exchange. An item icon at the top of the list was glowing gold. Name: Deep Sea Superconducting Sonar Single-Use Module. Effect: neutralizes 99% of energy field interference, restoring scanning accuracy to normal. Automatically avoids lethal hazards during scans and highlights high-value targets. Price: 2,000 system points. Jason Carter's eyelid twitched. 2,000 points. That's more expensive than the antique treasure hunting skill book he redeemed. He glanced at his credit balance. 2,305. He barely managed to scrape together this nest egg after finally defeating Victor Hall. A single plug-in was going to wipe out all his credits? This plug-in is way too expensive. Jason Carter's breathing grew a bit ragged, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Should he give up? If he gave up now and headed to the coastal waters to catch some rainbow lobsters and mutant abalones to deliver to the private banquet, he might still be able to join in the fun. But what's the point of that? Wyatt Coleman had made it very clear. This banquet was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to skyrocket to the top. He didn't want those tycoons to just say, "This is pretty good." He wanted to present something that would even make Ms. Wilson lose her composure. That's the only way to secure greater rewards. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. If he wasn't willing to part with these 2,000 points today, tomorrow he'd be left watching that ship sail away in frustration. Let us do it. System: redeem Deep Sea Superconducting Sonar. Ding. 2,000 system points consumed. Redemption successful. Do you want to load the plugin immediately? Load. After confirming, his point balance plummeted from 2,305 to 305. Seeing that he had only 305 points left, Jason Carter felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Damn, back to square one overnight. But immediately afterward, a surge of energy emanated from the system display, and Jason Carter instantly felt much more alert. A virtual sonar module appeared on the 3D nautical chart, seamlessly integrated with the charting system. Plugin loaded. Deep Sea Superconducting Sonar activated. Scan initiated. Target: waters around Mist Island. A buzz echoed in his head. The 3D nautical chart before him suddenly zoomed out, and countless blue dots swept rapidly across the area centered on Seacliff Village. Soon, the edge of the chart reached a dark region. That was the forbidden zone spoken of by the fishermen of Eastport City, a place even fisheries enforcement vessels dared not approach. On the chart, the concentric rings of light representing the scanning waves surged into that darkness. The area that had just moments ago shown strong energy field interference was effortlessly torn open by the Deep Sea Superconducting Sonar. The outline of Mist Island became clear in Jason Carter's mind. A flood of data poured in. Abnormal magnetic field distortion detected, marked as a danger zone. Gigantic underwater vortex detected, marked as a danger zone. Reaction from a super-large unknown creature detected. Estimated length exceeding 30 meters, marked as an extremely dangerous zone. On the nautical chart, one area after another was rapidly stained red. Jason Carter felt a chill run down his spine. A creature over 30 meters long? Is it a whale or something else? This Mist Island really isn't a safe place. Without this add-on, if I sailed over there on my own, I'd probably have ended up as fish food ship and all. Those 2,000 credits were well spent. The scan continued. The scan beam swept inch by inch across the seafloor surrounding Mist Island, and light dots kept flickering on and off on the chart. Detected a colony of golden thread eels. Rarity grade does not meet filter criteria. Detected a millennia-old giant clam. Rarity level S does not meet filter criteria. Detected a deep-sea titan crab. Rarity level SS does not meet filter criteria. These creatures, which would cause a sensation out there, were all filtered out under the criteria of uniqueness, SSS level, and special effects. Jason Carter held his breath. As the seconds ticked by, Jason Carter's temples began to throb, a sign of mental exhaustion. He couldn't afford to spend all 2,000 credits and come up empty-handed. That would be a huge loss. Just as Jason Carter was about to give up, a crisp alert sounded. SSS level unique target meeting all filter criteria locked on. Jason Carter's eyes lit up. On the far side of Mist Island, near a deep-sea volcanic zone marked as extremely dangerous, a multicolored speck of light flared to life. The glow even overshadowed all the surrounding red danger markers. Jason Carter immediately zoomed in. The speck of light was located in an underwater canyon near an active volcano, surrounded by deadly hydrothermal vents. Lines of large golden characters slowly appeared on the light screen. Target name: Phantom Light Glassfish Adult. Rarity level: SSS plus currently the only observable specimen in this world. Biological characteristics. An unrecorded new species that lives in the extreme environment where deep-sea geothermal activity and mineral radiation converge. Its flesh contains a special neurocompound. Special effects. Gently repairs damaged taste nerves, reawakening flavors from the consumer's memory. For those who have lost their sense of taste, this is a miracle cure. System evaluation. A miracle, it can restore lost taste. Estimated value. Incalculable, depends on how much diners are willing to pay to regain their sense of taste. Upon seeing the words miracle cure, Jason Carter's breath caught in his throat. His heart began to race. This was it. It was practically tailor-made for that young lady from the Sioux family. With this fish, no delicacy from land or sea would compare. He could almost see the look of astonishment on Ms. Wilson's face after she took a bite of the fish. If he could just get his hands on this fish, he wouldn't just get a boat, he could demand an entire production line from the Sioux family. Jason Carter forced himself to calm down and carefully studied the location and surrounding environment on the nautical chart. That place was far too dangerous. With undersea volcanoes, hot springs, and radiation, not to mention the unpredictable weather, his small fishing boat would fall apart halfway there. Jason Carter turned off the system display and pulled out his phone to check the weather forecast and tide tables. 3 days later, on the day of the private banquet, there would be a 6-hour period of calm tides in the waters off Mist Island. That was his only chance. He looked up at the pitch-black sea, his gaze hardening with determination. He had 2 days to prepare. He needed to purchase diving gear, modify his fishing boat, and be ready to handle any unexpected situations. This time, he was about to venture into a no-man's land of life. Chapter 69. Armed to the teeth. 2 days. A treasure rare enough to make the Sioux family's eldest daughter speak. An expedition to conquer the no-man's land of life. Jason Carter shut down the system, his eyes filled with nothing but resolve. Early the next morning, Jason Carter didn't linger in the village. He hopped into his Longting Pioneer V7 and headed straight back to the provincial capital. His goal was clear: to arm himself to the teeth. Instead of going to an ordinary outdoor gear store, Jason Carter followed his GPS directly to the most specialized marine exploration equipment supplier in the entire provincial capital, Donghai Deep Dive. As he pushed open the door, a mixture of rubber and metal hit him in the face. The store was deserted, with all sorts of professional-looking diving gear hanging on the walls, making it resemble a small museum. The owner, who was polishing a diving mask, looked up and sized Jason Carter up with a scrutinizing gaze. The only people who came here were either rescue teams making purchases or wealthy enthusiasts. Jason Carter didn't bother with small talk, he simply pointed to the top-of-the-line gear on the wall. This dry suit, it's used for polar expeditions. This full-face diving mask comes with underwater communication and a heads-up display. And that underwater propulsion unit, it's military grade. I'll take it all. The owner stopped wiping and looked utterly stunned. Sir, are you sure? This whole set comes to over 300,000. These aren't toys. Credit card or bank transfer? Jason Carter pulled out his phone without even looking at him. I'm in a hurry. Also, give me 2 of the store's highest capacity high-pressure tanks, the ones with the highest pressure rating. And a dive computer capable of calculating decompression profiles, the best one you've got. The shop owner was completely dumbfounded. He'd been in this business for 20 years, and this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone shop like this. No questions about price or performance, just picking the most expensive items, all while looking impatient. This wasn't a customer shopping, this was someone stocking up. He immediately realized he'd stumbled upon a legendary big spender. Sure, sir. Please wait a moment. The arrogance on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a warm smile. I'll pack it up for you myself. I guarantee everything is genuine, factory direct. You'll be in the water today. 328,000. Jason Carter didn't even bat an eye, he simply scanned the QR code to pay. As Jason Carter walked out of the store carrying several huge gear bags as effortlessly as if he were carrying a few bags of cabbage, the shop owner stood frozen in place, staring at the newly credited balance on his phone and muttering to himself, "My goodness, who is this rich kid? Is he off to blow up some fish in the South China Sea?" With the gear sorted, the next goal was a vessel. Jason Carter drove straight to an unassuming ship repair and construction yard near Dongjiang Port. The place was famous for its modifications. The owner was a stubborn old man named Old Lou, skilled at his craft but with a terrible temper. Jason Carter drove his small fishing boat over and found Old Lou puffing on his pipe. "Boss, I need to modify this boat. Old Lou glanced at the little fishing boat and snorted disdainfully. Kid, this old tub might still manage to cruise around the coastal waters with a few patches and fixes, but go any farther out and you'll be feeding the fish. Want to modify it? Save your money and buy a new one. Replace the engine with the most powerful model you can find that LL fit this boat. Add 2 auxiliary fuel tanks. Reinforce the bow and keel with the thickest steel plates you've got. Finally, install a military-grade satellite navigation system resistant to strong magnetic interference. Jason Carter rattled off the list in one breath, then fixed Old Lou with a stare and added, "It has to be done within 24 hours. Old Lou was so exasperated by his words that he burst out laughing. 24 hours? Do you think I'm a god? A job like this won't be finished in less than a week. Besides, wasting that kind of money on this old clunker, are you out of your mind? The standard modification fee is 100,000. Jason Carter cut him off, holding up 3 fingers. I'll give you 300,000. I'll pay 150,000 up front now, and the remaining 150,000 by 5 p.m. tomorrow when the job is done. Are you in? If not, I'll find someone else right away." Old Lou's sarcasm stuck in his throat. He looked at Jason Carter's unyielding gaze and ran the figure of 300,000 through his head. That amount was nearly equal to his profits for half a year. Old Lou abruptly tapped his pipe on the ground, spitting out the tobacco, and his eyes lit up. "Deal!" he bellowed, then turned and shouted toward the factory. "Stop whatever you're doing. Everyone, get over here and work on this boat. Nobody else going home to sleep tonight." Jason Carter watched as his little fishing boat was hoisted out of the water, and a swarm of workers swarmed around it like ants. The sounds of cutting and welding immediately filled the air. He let out a cold laugh. Money, it really is fucking great. Taking advantage of a break in the boat's refit, Jason Carter returned to the city and stocked up on high-energy bars, bottled water, a first aid kit, and a fire axe for breaking through obstacles. The next day, Jason Carter stopped by his parents' house first. In the yard, his grandfather, David Carter, was mending a fishing net, completely absorbed in his work. "Grandpa, I'm heading out tomorrow." David Carter looked up. "Heading out to sea again? Where to?" "Not far." Jason Carter had already thought through what to say, his tone casual. "Just a bit past Blackstone Reef to the east. I bought some new gear and want to test it out in deeper waters. I'll see if there's anything good over there, and if I'm lucky, I'll be back the same day." David Carter nodded and cautioned, "All right, just be careful. You're not used to the new gear yet, don't try to show off." "Don't worry, Dad." Jason Carter felt a pang of unease, but it quickly passed. At 4:30 p.m., Old Lou's call came in right on time. His voice sounded tired yet excited. "Kid, that monster of yours, it's all set. Come pick it up." When Jason Carter arrived at the shipyard, he was taken aback by the sight before him. What had once been an ordinary little fishing boat was now completely transformed. The hull was still the same, but a ram plate had been added to the bow. The sides of the hull were noticeably reinforced, and a thick satellite antenna now stood atop the cockpit. It sat quietly in the water, like a steel monster. Jason Carter jumped aboard and started the engine. Hum! A deep rumble came from beneath the hull, causing the entire vessel to vibrate. This sound was nothing like the old engine in his old tractor. Jason Carter paid the balance, didn't waste any time, and loaded all the equipment and supplies he purchased onto the boat. One by one, the sky gradually darkened. Jason Carter stood alone on the deck of the heavily modified fishing boat, feeling the vibrations from the engine. He looked up at the pitch-black sea. The system map was crystal clear in his mind. A golden route stretched out from beneath his feet, pointing straight toward the crimson region at the end of the horizon. He spent hundreds of thousands just for that one fish down there. He never done anything this crazy in his entire life. Jason Carter took a deep breath of the cold, salty air and felt a surge of heat in his heart. Whether he strike it rich or end up as a corpse at the bottom of the ocean, it all hinged on tomorrow. Chapter 70. A high-stakes gamble at sea. Target: the phantom glassfish. Jason Carter's face was expressionless, but his eyes shone brightly as he pushed the throttle lever all the way to the floor. Vroom! The fishing boat roared to life, its stern churning up white foam as it shot out of the harbor and plunged into the darkness. This modified small fishing boat was incredibly fast. The biting sea breeze, laden with moisture, lashed against his face. The familiar coastal fishing grounds rapidly receded behind him. An hour later, the electronic compass in the cockpit began spinning erratically, the GPS signal cut out, and the screen was filled with static. Jason Carter had entered that area of magnetic anomaly, a zone even fishery patrol boats dared not approach lightly. If it weren't for the System-S navigation, he'd be completely lost right now, doomed to circle aimlessly on the open sea until the fuel ran out. Another half-hour passed, and a thick fog suddenly rolled in over the ocean. The dense fog engulfed them, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. He couldn't see a thing around him, only the sound of the boat cutting through the water filled the air, a silence so profound it was unnerving. This godforsaken place was truly eerie. Jason Carter didn't care, though he trusted only the golden course displayed on the system screen. Warning: a massive vortex, approximately 30 meters in diameter, has been detected to the right front. Please take evasive action to the left immediately. A red light flashed in his mind. Jason Carter's pupils contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the steering wheel hard to the left. The boat traced an arc, narrowly missing the chaotic stretch of water. He could feel the hull tilt slightly as it was pulled by a powerful suction force. If he'd been 3 seconds too late, this little boat would likely have been reduced to a pile of scrap. Warning: a massive biological signal has been detected in the waters below, over 30 meters in length and surfacing. Recommend immediately shutting down the engine and maintaining silence. Jason Carter felt a chill run down his spine. A creature over 30 meters long? How could such a monster be in these waters? Without hesitation, Jason Carter shut down the engine. The entire boat instantly lost power and drifted silently on the sea, shrouded in thick fog. A few minutes later, a massive black shadow broke the surface less than 100 meters to his left. Its surface was covered in rock like carapace, and the moment it surfaced, Jason Carter caught a whiff of a nauseating, fishy stench. The shadow merely passed by, but the waves it churned up caused his small boat to lurch violently. Jason Carter held his breath and remained motionless until the massive black shadow submerged once more, vanishing into the depths of the thick fog. Threat neutralized. Proceed as normal. Only when the System-S alert sounded did he exhale a long breath. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Damn, those 2,000 points were well spent. This place is pure hell. He restarted the engine and continued racing toward the end of the route. After another hour of sailing, the golden route on the system screen finally reached its end. Arrived at target location, Volcanic Hot Springs Canyon, Jason Carter shut off the engine and looked around. The water beneath the ship was deep blue, and steam was rising from the surface. The air carried a strong smell of sulfur. He opened the system and switched to the real-time underwater view. Beneath the ship lay a bottomless underwater canyon. The rock walls on both sides of the canyon were covered with erupting hydrothermal vents, and scalding seawater mixed with black minerals was churning upward. At the bottom of the canyon, a multicolored light indicating the target was flickering quietly. This was the spot. Without further hesitation, Jason Carter walked into the cabin and began donning the $320,000 diving gear. He put on a specialized dry suit, secured a full-face diving mask, checked the military-grade dive computer on his wrist, and strapped the high-powered underwater propulsion unit to his waist. Everything was ready. Standing at the ship's rail, he took a deep breath, clutched a specially designed fishing net, leaned back, and plunged headfirst into the steaming seawater. Splash! The moment he hit the water, a searing heat penetrated his diving suit. The temperature reading on his dive computer instantly shot up to 60 degrees. Any ordinary diver would have been boiled alive by now. Jason Carter turned on his headlamp and thrusters and dove straight toward the bottom of the canyon. The deeper he went, the higher the water pressure and temperature became. With more and more hot spring vents appearing around him, black eruptions blocked his view, so he could only proceed by following the navigation arrows projected onto his mask by the system. After descending nearly 100 meters, he finally reached the bottom of the canyon. There was no sand or gravel here. The ground was covered with a layer of glowing, colorful crystals. On the surrounding rock walls, large patches of blue, glowing underwater fungi grew. Countless tiny creatures, glowing like fireflies, drifted in the water. At the center of these points of light, a fish hovered. The fish was only the size of a palm and completely transparent. It had no internal organs or bones, only a shimmering, iridescent halo of shifting colors flowed slowly within its body. Every time it flicked its tail fin, it left a trail of colorful light in the water. Illusory light glassfish. Jason Carter's heart was pounding. He raised his fishing net and approached cautiously. Just as he was 5 meters away from his target, the fish seemed to sense something, and the light within its body flared brightly. Whoosh! It turned into a rainbow-colored flash of light and vanished in an instant. What incredible speed! Jason Carter reacted instantly, firing up his thrusters to give chase. A man and a fish began a high-speed chase through the glowing undersea canyon. The phantom-light glassfish was unbelievably fast, always managing to dodge his net at the last moment and using the complex terrain to circle around him. Is this thing some kind of supernatural creature? Jason Carter gritted his teeth and pushed his thrusters to maximum power. At the same time, Jason Carter quickly analyzed the fish's escape route and noticed it always darted through the areas with the densest colonies of bioluminescent bacteria. A plan formed in Jason Carter's mind. He made a sharp turn, circled around to the back of the largest bioluminescent colony, turned off his headlamp and thrusters, and lay in wait, motionless. Sure enough, a few minutes later, that streak of iridescent light swam toward him. Now was the moment. Jason Carter surged upward suddenly, and the landing net in his hand snapped down in an instant. The moment the phantom glassfish was ensnared, it erupted with a blinding glow and thrashed frantically inside the net. Jason Carter clamped down on the opening of the net with all his might. The immense force sent a numbing shock through his arms. He dared not hesitate. He immediately tightened the net, fired up his thrusters, and raced toward the surface at full speed. The return journey was just as dangerous, but Jason Carter had no time to worry about that. Splash! Breaking through the surface, Jason Carter rolled onto the deck, gasping for breath. He had no time to rest. He immediately placed the net into the prepared temperature-controlled container, which was filled with ice and purified water. Inside the box, the phantom glassfish settled down, its iridescent glow flowing gently and illuminating the entire container. Jason Carter looked at the fish in the box, and a smile finally spread across his face. He glanced at the time. Less than an hour remained before the slack tide ended. Without pausing, he started the engine and headed back at full speed in the direction he had come. The horizon was already turning pale. A new day was beginning, and that important private dinner was set for tonight. Chapter 71. Sir, this is no place for you. As night fell, Eastport City was ablaze with lights. Jason Carter drove his Longting Pioneer V7, merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Outside the window were flickering neon lights. Inside the car, there was only the steady hum of the engine, and the occasional faint whir of the custom-made temperature-controlled tank in the passenger seat. He'd just come out of a short-term rental room, taken a quick shower, and changed into a clean, casual outfit. The clothes weren't expensive, but at least they were presentable. As for the wetsuit and fishing gear he'd risked his life to bring back from the restricted zone, he'd long since tossed them into the corner of the trunk, where they now sat alongside the fire axe. After 2 days and 1 night, he'd returned from hell to the living world. Now, Jason Carter was on his way to the dinner that would determine his future. His phone's navigation app pointed to Guanlon Mountain Villa as his destination. Jason Carter had heard of this place, a private club closed to the public, perched halfway up a mountainside on the eastern outskirts of Eastport City. Rumor had it that members there had to be worth at least several billion to even qualify to apply. The SUV left the bustling city center behind and began climbing the mountain road. Streetlights grew scarce, and the surroundings grew increasingly quiet, replaced by mansions hidden deep within the woods. Even the air seemed to take on a precious quality. Finally, an ornately carved iron gate appeared at the end of the headlight's reach. Standing at the entrance were 2 rows of security guards in black suits, each standing ramrod straight with piercing gazes, just like secret agents in the movies. As soon as Jason Carter's Longting Pioneer V7 drew near, a security guard reached out to stop him. At the same time, a black Bentley was slowly pulling in beside him without even asking a question. The guard bowed at a 90-degree angle and let it pass. Next came a red Ferrari, which also passed without a hitch. When it was Jason Carter's turn, the treatment was completely different. A security guard who appeared to be the supervisor walked up to his car window, tapped on the glass, and offered a standard smile, though his eyes were filled with scrutiny and wariness. Jason Carter rolled down his window. "Good evening, sir. Guanlon Manor is hosting a private dinner tonight and is not open to the public." The security guard's tone was polite, but the message was clear. "This isn't a place for you. Turn around and leave immediately." Jason Carter grumbled inwardly at the snobbish, condescending attitude. Someone unfamiliar with the place might mistake it for the south heavenly gate of the Celestial Palace. Keeping a straight face, he pulled out his phone and opened the digital invitation Wyatt Coleman had sent him. A golden QR code glowed on the screen. The security guard froze for a moment upon seeing the invitation. He took the phone from Jason Carter and scanned it with his professional device. Beep! The device emitted a crisp confirmation sound. Guest: Mr. Jason Carter Inviter, Mr. Wyatt Coleman. The security guard's expression was a sight to behold, shifting from wariness to bewilderment, and finally settling on a look that was a mix of disdain and confusion. He handed the phone back to Jason Carter. Although he made a pleased gesture, he stood with his back perfectly straight, a stark contrast to the deep bow he'd given the Bentley owner just moments before. Mr. Jiang, please come in. The parking lot is on your left. Jason Carter stepped on the gas, and the Longting Pioneer V7 glided smoothly through the gate. In the rearview mirror, he could see the security guards pointing and whispering about his car, their faces clearly asking, "How on earth did this guy get in here?" He parked the car in the lot. As far as the eye could see, it was practically a luxury car show. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis. His domestically produced SUV stood out like a sore thumb among them, looking completely out of place. Guests began stepping out of their cars one after another, the men in sharp suits, the women decked out in jewels, every gesture exuding an air of sophistication. When they saw Jason Carter getting out of the SUV, along with the silver insulated cooler in his hand that looked like a takeout box, they all cast appraising and disdainful glances his way. A few flamboyantly dressed women even whispered their comments without any attempt to hide their disdain. "Who is that guy? Dressed so casually. And carrying a box, is he here to deliver something? I don't know. Maybe he is a new driver hired by some boss? Ms. Wilson's dinner party, how come just anyone can get in?" Jason Carter didn't bother to pay any attention to these stares and whispers. Carrying the suitcase, he remained calm, as if he were walking through his own backyard. He knew that today, in this place, the suitcase in his hand was his ticket in. Passing through the neatly manicured gardens, Jason Carter entered the main banquet hall. The hall was dimly lit, with thick carpets on the floor that made no sound at all underfoot. A faint scent of incense mingled with classical music in the air. Small groups of guests gathered in twos and threes, chatting in hushed tones. Each wore a polite smile, but their eyes betrayed a calculating gaze. This was Eastport City's elite circle. "Xiao Jiang, over here," Wyatt Coleman's anxious voice rang out. He hurried through the crowd, grabbed Jason Carter's arm, his face a mix of delight and reproach. "My God, you finally made it. I couldn't reach you by phone. I thought something had happened to you. I got held up on the way," Jason Carter said casually, patting the thermostatic case in his hand. "I brought the item." Wyatt Coleman's gaze was instantly drawn to the case, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He lowered his voice. "Is that the one?" Jason Carter nodded. Wyatt Coleman rubbed his hands together excitedly, the fat on his face quivering. He took a deep breath and pulled Jason Carter toward a small group of men standing nearby. Come on, Xiao Jiang. Let me introduce you to a few of my buddies." That small group consisted entirely of middle-aged men, each with a protruding belly and either a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantine on their wrists. They reeked of money. Old Jiang. This is Jason Carter, Master Xiao Jiang, the one I've told you about." Wyatt Coleman introduced him enthusiastically. "All the rare goods I have that no one else does, I owe it all to Master Xiao Jiang." He deliberately used the title Master to elevate Jason Carter's status. Unfortunately, the other party clearly didn't see it that way. A heavy-set man wearing gold-rimmed glasses known as President Lee eyed Jason Carter up and down, then extended his hand with a forced smile. "Oh? So this is the little online celebrity who goes beachcombing that President Zhou told me about. Pleased to meet you. You're a lucky young man." Another man, known as Mr. Zhang, fixed his gaze directly on the incubator in Jason Carter's hands and curled his lip in disdain. "Brother Zhou, that's not right of you. What kind of occasion is this? It's Ms. Wilson's private dinner. How could you let a delivery guy in here?" His voice wasn't loud, but the people nearby heard him and let out a wave of stifled laughter. Wyatt Coleman's face flushed instantly. "Brother Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a treasure little Zhang brought. It's meant as a gift for Ms. Wilson." "A treasure?" Mr. Zhang's tone grew even more mocking. "Stuffed in this crappy box? What is it? A wild yellow croaker just pulled from the sea this morning? Or an 8-head abalone? Ha ha ha, old Zhang, now you're going too far. What if he actually brought the legendary mermaid?" The wealthy men around them burst into laughter, looking at Jason Carter as if he were a country bumpkin who wandered into the wrong place. In their eyes, Jason Carter was just an internet celebrity who gained attention through luck completely different from people like them, who climbed the ladder through capital and connections. Wyatt Coleman was sweating profusely with anxiety and was about to speak up to explain, but Jason Carter gently pressed his hand down. Jason Carter remained calm from start to finish. He even gave a polite smile to those tycoons who had spoken mockingly. A bunch of self-important old hands, their smiles looked worse than tears. Jason Carter sneered inwardly. Fine, keep up the act. You'll have your moment to cry later. If I let you even catch a whiff of this catch today, I'll consider myself the loser. He sensed the high barriers to entry and the hierarchy of contempt in this circle. Here, if you have neither money nor influence, even if you're holding a mountain of gold, others will only see you as a minor. There was only one way to earn respect, to trample their pride underfoot with hard facts. Carrying the mocked takeout box, he ignored the wealthy crowd, walked over to an inconspicuous corner of the hall, sat down, and carefully placed the thermos box at his feet. He silently observed everything around him. He saw the restaurant tycoons all holding up their gifts. Some had brought a bottle of rare, million-dollar wine, while others held a box of matsutake mushrooms from the deep mountains. Each item was beautifully wrapped and looked incredibly valuable. As for him, he had nothing but a silver metal box. Jason Carter's face remained expressionless, though he almost felt like smiling, because he knew that the moment he took out what was inside his box, everyone else's treasures here would become worthless trash. All he had to do now was wait. Wait for the true host of this banquet to make his entrance. Chapter 72. A plate of steamed fish shocking the Michelin Guide? Jason Carter sat in a corner. Wyatt Coleman sat next to him, shifting restlessly in his seat. Xiao Jiang, are you really sure about this? He lowered his voice, sweat beading on his forehead again. The people here are all sharp. If the result isn't as spectacular as we hope, we'll be the laughingstock of the night. Brother Zhou, relax, Jason Carter said calmly. It's just a meal. Look how flustered this fat guy is. Someone who didn't know better might think his wife was about to give birth. But it's no wonder with a room full of sharp minds like this, the pressure is indeed intense. Just then, the murmurs and clinking of glasses in the hall fell silent, leaving an almost unnatural stillness. Everyone stopped talking, their eyes turning in unison toward the entrance to the main hall. Jason Carter followed the crowd's gaze. A woman was walking slowly toward them from the entrance. She wore a simple black long dress and had a tall, slender figure. Her skin was very fair, and her long hair fell casually down her back. Her features were delicate, but taken together, they exuded a cold, aloof aura, especially her eyes dark and vacant. It was as if nothing could pique her interest. She was Sophia Wilson, the head of the Wilson Group and Eastport City's infamous Ice Queen CEO. The wealthy guests, who had been chatting and laughing just moments ago, now composed themselves, stood up, and wore polite smiles. Ms. Wilson. Good evening, Ms. Wilson. Sophia Wilson showed little reaction to these greetings. She merely nodded slightly as she passed by, offering a perfunctory greeting. Her pace wasn't too fast, but with every step she took, the tension in the room grew a little more. Jason Carter leaned back in his chair, sizing up the woman. Wow, the main event has arrived. Her presence was even more commanding than that of a domineering female CEO in a TV drama. Those executives who usually strut around like big shots were as docile as elementary school kids in her presence. I just wonder if this anorexia is also a charade, just like in TV dramas. Sophia Wilson walked straight to the head table in the center of the hall and took her seat. Only once she was seated did the banquet officially begin. Waiters moved briskly through the room, serving the first course. Sous vide Australian Wagyu with Alba white truffle. A man wearing a tall chef's hat personally brought the main course to Sophia Wilson and introduced it in Mandarin with a French accent. Ms. Wilson, our head chef prepared this especially for you. The beef was slow cooked for 48 hours in water maintained at a constant temperature of 65 degrees to ensure its tender texture. It's paired with freshly shaved white truffles that were airlifted from Italy just today. The ingredients, presentation, and plating of this dish were all meticulously crafted. The guests in attendance let out murmurs of admiration. However, Sophia Wilson merely cast a faint glance at it, then picked up the silver knife and fork, cut off a piece smaller than the nail on her little finger, and placed it in her mouth. She chewed mechanically twice. Then she set down the knife and fork. Throughout the entire process, Her face remained expressionless, though her vacant eyes seemed to grow even duller. The chef's assistant who had proudly presented the dish saw his smile freeze instantly and retreated awkwardly. Mr. Lee and Mr. Zhang, seated next to Wyatt Coleman, also looked somewhat displeased. This dish was, after all, the opening course they had specially prepared for tonight in collaboration with several restaurants. In the end, it was a complete flop. Next came the second course, then the third, French blue lobster consommé jelly with sturgeon caviar. Millennium abalone slow braised in sake, served with deep-sea pearl clams. Hokkaido sea urchin pudding. Each dish was introduced either personally or by a representative sent by its sponsor, one of the dining tycoons present, whose remarks brimmed with confidence in their ingredients and a desire to curry favor with Sophia Wilson. But the result was the same without exception. At most, Sophia Wilson would make a symbolic gesture with her chopsticks, take a tiny bite, and then lose all interest. Her tasting motions were mechanical, devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew oppressively awkward. It felt less like a banquet and more like a situation that left everyone in the room on edge. Those present were all leading figures in Eastport City's culinary scene, and they had brought their very best dishes. Yet, in the face of Sophia Wilson, these delicacies from land and sea seemed to fail to spark even the slightest interest in her. Wyatt Coleman's face had turned from flushed to ashen. He shifted his portly body restlessly, cold sweat soaking the back of his shirt. He leaned close to Jason Carter's ear, his voice trembling. "Xiao Jiang, did you see that? A total wipeout. Not a single one stands a chance. If we don't make our move now, tonight will have been a complete waste." Jason Carter remained calm. He finished the last sip of juice in his glass, then stood up. He picked up the silver thermos sitting at his feet. This action immediately caught the attention of people at several nearby tables. "Hey, that guy is standing up. What is he up to? Carrying that crappy thermos, no way. Is he planning to present a dish too? Are you kidding me? A delivery guy wants to join the main table? Has Wyatt Coleman lost his mind?" Mr. Lee and Mr. Zhang shot him even more disdainful glances. Jason Carter ignored the gossip and stares, walking straight toward the kitchen at the back of the banquet hall. The kitchen at Guanlan Mountain Villa was exceptionally clean and tidy. The stainless steel utensils were polished to a shine. The chefs were each busy at their stations, and the air was filled with the aroma of butter and spices. A tall, blonde chef stood at the command station, loudly directing his staff in French. He was the executive chef of Guanlan Mountain Villa, the 3 Michelin-starred chef Antoine. As soon as Jason Carter appeared, he immediately caught the kitchen's attention. Antoine immediately noticed this uninvited guest, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a metal case, and furrowed his brow deeply. "The service entrance is in the back, sir," he said in stiff Mandarin, his tone clearly intended to shoo him away. Wyatt Coleman followed in, panting, and hurried forward to smooth things over. "Chef Antoine, it's a misunderstanding. This is my friend, Mr. Jiang. He has a very special ingredient and would like you to prepare it yourself." "A special ingredient?" Antoine cast a disdainful glance at the temperature-controlled box. "In this box." Jason Carter didn't bother with small talk. He simply set the box on the workbench and released the latch. There was a soft clunk. The lid swung open, and a wisp of icy white vapor billowed out. Antoine peered inside with disdain. Inside the box, floating in a mixture of ice and water, lay a strange fish no bigger than the palm of his hand, its body translucent, with a very unusual texture. "What is this?"
Antoine's Frauen deepened.
"Some kind of jellyfish? Or an underdeveloped stingray? Mr. Zhou, are you sure this is an ingredient? To me, it looks more like a specimen." Jason Carter closed the box, looked at him calmly, and stated his instructions. "Use pure distilled water, place it in the steamer, and steam it on high heat for 3 minutes. Antoine was taken aback. "And then, that's it," Jason Carter said. "What about seasoning? Salt, pepper, lemon juice, or just a drizzle of olive oil?" Antoine pressed, convinced the other man must have omitted a crucial step. "Don't add anything," Jason Carter repeated. "Just water and 3 minutes of steam." The atmosphere in the kitchen froze instantly. Antoine's face flushed crimson, his blue eyes brimming with rage. "Are you kidding me?" he practically shouted, his voice echoing throughout the kitchen. "You're insulting me. You're insulting fine cuisine. To treat it in such a primitive, crude way, that's a lack of respect for the ingredients. It's a crime. It's It's a desecration of the culinary arts. Dude, you're really overreacting. It's just steaming a fish. How did this escalate to a crime and blasphemy? If you yell a few more times, I'll think the Dune Society has set up shop right here. Jason Carter thought to himself, his expression remaining calm. He looked at Antoine and said, enunciating each word clearly, if anything goes wrong, I take full responsibility. If Ms. Wilson isn't satisfied with her meal, I'll take full responsibility for this dish. You'll take responsibility? Antoine laughed in exasperation. How exactly are you going to do that? Do you know who I am? Do you have any idea what tonight's banquet means to Ms. Wilson and to Guanlon Manor? You're just an amateur who doesn't even wear a suit. What gives you the right to boss me around here?
Antoine.
Wyatt Coleman could no longer stand by and watch. He took a sudden step forward, glaring at Antoine with a grim expression. This Mr. Jiang is Ms. Wilson's VIP guest tonight. His requests are Ms. Wilson's requests. What you need to do right now is shut up and follow Mr. Jiang's instructions to the letter. If you can't do that, I'll call your boss right now and have him come talk to you. Wyatt Coleman's words carried a lot of weight. The anger on Antoine's face froze instantly. He could choose to ignore Wyatt Coleman, but he couldn't afford to disregard his boss, and he certainly couldn't ignore the phrase, Ms. Wilson's request. His chest heaved violently as he glared at Jason Carter with a look that could kill. The standoff lasted a full half-minute. Fine. Antoine ground out the single word through clenched teeth. He snatched the incubator from Jason Carter's hands and spun around to roar at his assistant. Get a bottle of mineral water. Preheat the steamer to 120 degrees. I'll see just what tricks this hick can pull. Today, I'm going to watch with my own eyes as he becomes a laughingstock throughout Eastport City. Wyatt Coleman let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Jason Carter, acting as if nothing had happened, turned and walked out of the kitchen. As he stepped back into the banquet hall, he instinctively looked up toward the head table. Coincidentally, Sophia Wilson was looking in his direction as well. Their gazes met in the air for a split second. Jason Carter saw that in that woman's icy eyes, there was finally a faint, almost imperceptible flicker. Chapter 73. How did the promised joke turn into a legend? The atmosphere in the kitchen was oppressive. Antoine, the 3 Michelin-starred chef, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, staring intently at the professional steamer emitting plumes of white steam. The team of chefs behind him didn't dare breathe a word. A young apprentice whispered to the sous chef beside him, "Chef, does that Chinese guy really want it steamed for 3 minutes? Without adding anything?" The sous chef shook his head. "Shut up and do as you're told. Mr. Antoine is in a bad mood right now." Of course Antoine was in a bad mood. This was nothing short of a major stain on his career. Some hick who popped up out of nowhere was ordering him, in a primitive and ridiculous manner, to prepare an ingredient he never even seen before. Steam it for 3 minutes. Was this even cooking? It was a desecration of food. In Antoine's mind, he already envisioned the scene that was about to unfold. That plate of flavorless steamed fish would be served. Ms. Wilson would frown at the very first glance. The entire room would burst into laughter, and that Chinese kid along with Wyatt Coleman, who recommended him, would become the biggest laughingstock in Eastport City's high society. He could hardly wait to see that happen. Ding! The steamer's timer went off. 3 minutes were up. "Open it," Antoine said coldly. A chef carefully opened the steamer door, and a wave of hot steam washed over them. Everyone craned their necks, eager to see what had become of that strange fish. But the expected fishy smell never materialized. There was no smell at all in the air. Antoine frowned as he took the plate from the chef's hands. On the plate, the palm-sized fish lay motionless. Its originally translucent body had become even more transparent under the intense steam, almost invisible, leaving only a faint outline, like a piece of half-melted gelatin. Just as he expected. Is this what they call a treasure? Antoine couldn't even be bothered to use a serving plate. He simply waved to the waiter standing nearby. "Serve it on the plainest white plate and take it out. Let Mr. Jiang explain it to Ms. Wilson himself." The waiter dared not disobey. He fetched a plain white round plate, the kind commonly found in cafeterias, transferred the fish onto it, and covered it with a silver lid. The entire process was carried out half-heartedly. Wyatt Coleman stood anxiously by the kitchen door. When he saw the waiter emerge carrying that plain plate, his heart sank instantly. It's over. Completely over. With a presentation like this, never mind Ms. Wilson, even if it were served at a street food stall, customers would complain. Jason Carter had really blown it this time. Meanwhile, the guests in the banquet hall also noticed this final dish. When they saw the plain serving plate in the waiter's hands, everyone froze for a moment. Then a wave of hushed murmurs erupted. What's going on? Is this the grand finale? They're serving it on a plate like that? Did Guanlon Manor run out of tableware? Look at Wyatt Coleman's face, he's green with envy. I bet that country boy is the one behind this dish. CEOs Li and Zhang, who had previously been ignored by Jason Carter, now wore smug grins as they raised their glasses, waiting to see Wyatt Coleman make a fool of himself. Old Joe has really made a complete fool of himself this time, believing some internet celebrity. Ha ha ha. Just wait. If Ms. Wilson doesn't fly into a rage right here and now, that I'll be giving him the benefit of the doubt. Amid the varied stares from across the room, the waiter carried the dish over to Sophia Wilson. He didn't even dare to announce the name of the dish. He simply set the plate down and tried to slip away. Wait a minute. Jason Carter's calm voice rang out. He rose from his seat in the corner and, under the gaze of countless eyes, walked step by step toward the head table. His pace was slow but steady. Wyatt Coleman tried to stop Jason Carter, but found he didn't even have the strength to reach out. He could only watch helplessly as Jason walked toward Sophia Wilson. Jason Carter reached Sophia Wilson's table. He didn't look at anyone. His gaze rested calmly on the silver serving lid. Then he reached out and grasped the top of the lid. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Jason Carter lifted his wrist slightly, and the lid was lifted. The instant the lid was lifted, an indescribable aroma instantly swept through the entire banquet hall. The scent wasn't overpowering, yet it was remarkably penetrating. It didn't smell like grilled meat, seafood, or any other delicacy. The aroma was ethereal and pure, as if it could cleanse one's spirit. Everyone in the hall was struck by this wondrous fragrance. They felt their bodies relax. All their fatigue and irritation were swept away in that instant. What is that smell? Someone muttered, dazed. Oh my God, I feel like I'm floating. But this was only the beginning. The aroma was merely a prelude. The true shock came from the sight. When the lid was fully removed and the contents of the plate were exposed to the lights, a collective gasp echoed through the banquet hall. On the plate, the fish, which had been nearly transparent, was now glowing. Its entire body was crystalline, like a piece of crystal. And inside its body, a rainbow-colored halo was slowly flowing and shifting. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Each color was exquisitely soft, blending seamlessly with the others to form streams of light circulating within the fish's body. The glow was not glaring, yet it transformed the entire pure white plate into a work of glass art. This wasn't a fish at all. It was clearly something straight out of a myth. Every single guest in the room, without exception, was stunned. One by one, their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open, their expressions shifting from disdain and mockery to shock and bewilderment. Mr. Leah's wine glass clattered to the floor with a clang, spilling red wine everywhere. Yet he didn't even notice Amar. Zhang's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg, and the fat on his face trembled violently from the shock. Wyatt Coleman had been at rock bottom 1 second, and the next he was catapulted straight to the clouds. He clung desperately to the armrests of his chair, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He trembled with excitement, his eyes red-rimmed. Antoine, standing in the kitchen doorway, froze solid. He stared intently at the glowing dish, repeating a phrase over and over in French. Impossible, this can't be. My God, what on earth is this? The culinary philosophy he took such pride in was, at that moment, completely shattered. Yet, for Sophia Wilson, all this commotion and shock no longer mattered. The instant the aroma burst forth, her body, which had remained largely unresponsive, suddenly shuddered. When that glow caught her eye, her form, which had seemed like an empty shell that had lost all interest in the world, finally stirred. Her body lurched forward. Those eyes, which were always half closed and seemed indifferent to everything, suddenly snapped open. A light unlike any she had ever seen exploded deep within her pupils. It was the gaze of a beast that had gone hungry for a long time and had finally spotted its prey. It was the ultimate, unmasked desire. She stared intently at the plate of glowing fish, as if nothing else in the world existed. For the first time, her breathing became rapid. Amid the silence of the entire hall, a crisp, faint sound rang out abruptly. Clink! It was the sound of porcelain gently clinking against porcelain. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the source of the sound. They saw Sophia Wilson, the icy CEO who, from the start of the banquet until now, hadn't even bothered to touch her knife and fork, reaching out her hand. In an unprecedented move, she took the initiative to pick up the bone china chopsticks that had lain and used all evening. Her hand even trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Sophia Wilson raised her chopsticks and, slowly yet resolutely, reached for the dish radiating a rainbow-colored glow. Chapter 74. Did that one bite make her cry? The entire banquet hall at Guanlan Manor fell silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were fixed on Sophia Wilson at the head table. All they could see was Sophia Wilson using her slightly trembling hands to pick up a small piece of fish with an iridescent sheen from the plate. The piece of fish wasn't large, no bigger than a fingernail, and looked translucent, like jelly. Then, as the entire room held its breath, she slowly brought the piece of fish to her mouth. Jason Carter stood nearby, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Internal monologue. Let the feast begin. Come on, show me what you've got. 2,000 points, a near-death experience, all for this one bite. If it doesn't work, I'll eat this whole plate right here and now. The moment the fish touched her tongue, Sophia Wilson's body suddenly stiffened. A tingling sensation shot from the tip of her tongue throughout her entire body, leaving her frozen in place. Her eyes, which had just begun to glimmer with a faint light, first contracted sharply, then widened instantly. It was an expression that defied understanding. Her breath caught in her throat, her lips parted slightly, and her eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. The shock was so intense that she forgot to chew. The fish melted the moment it touched her tongue, transforming into an indescribable flavor that exploded in her mouth. This flavor didn't belong to any of the 5 basic tastes: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, or salty, yet with overwhelming force, it forcibly activated and restored her taste buds, which had lain dormant for 26 years. Bzzz. Sophia Wilson's mind went blank. Her body shook violently, and the hand holding the chopsticks clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. All the guests were stunned. What's wrong with her? Did something go wrong with the food? Her expression is terrifying. I told you that kid was unreliable. He's really screwed up now. If anything happens to Ms. Wilson, Wyatt Coleman is finished too. Expressions of anticipation returned to the faces of President Lee and President Zhang. They assumed this was a sign of food poisoning. Wyatt Coleman's heart leapt into his throat once again, and the color drained from his face in an instant. However, the very next second, what happened next left everyone staring in disbelief. A single tear welled up unexpectedly from beneath Sophia Wilson's long lashes, then trickled slowly and silently down her icy cheek. Immediately after, a second tear followed. Under the bright lights of the banquet hall, those 2 streams of clear tears were clearly visible to everyone. She is crying? Sophia Wilson is crying? The woman known in Eastport City's business circles as the Rational AI. The Ice Queen CEO who remained impassive even during negotiations for projects worth hundreds of billions. The woman who seemed devoid of emotion. Was she crying because she took a bite of fish? The room fell deathly silent. It was as if the very air had been sucked out of the room. Everyone's minds went blank. This was even more absurd than witnessing Godzilla dancing to square dance music on the Huangpu River. Wyatt Coleman was no longer just shocked, he was horrified. His mouth hung open, and he stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. The expressions on President Lee and President Zhang's faces froze completely, as if they'd seen a ghost. They'd even forgotten to puff on their cigars, letting the ash fall onto their expensive suits. Out of the corner of his eye, Jason Carter caught sight of the Michelin-starred chef in a tall hat standing by the kitchen door, leaning against the doorframe, his face ashen, as if he'd witnessed a miracle. Only Jason Carter remained calm. Internal monologue. Holy crap. She is crying? Is this for real? The system manual never mentioned this thing had a tear-inducing effect. Is she crying because it's so good? Or because it's so bad? Give me a straight answer, lady. With a reaction like that, should I ask you for money later or hand you a tissue? Just as everyone assumed Sophia Wilson was crying because she'd eaten something disgusting, her next move caught everyone off guard once again. She paid no attention to the tears streaming down her face. She moved. Her trembling chopsticks, once again, reached resolutely toward the plate. This time, the piece of fish she picked up was exactly twice as big as the one before. She practically couldn't wait. She shoved the piece of fish into her mouth with a certain urgency. Gone were the stiffness and trembling from before. In their place was an expression of pure enjoyment and rapture on her face. Her eyes slowly closed, teardrops still clinging to her long lashes. Yet the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly, beyond her control. This wasn't her usual polite smile, but a heartfelt, uncontrollable joy. The third pair of chopsticks. The fourth pair of chopsticks. The fifth pair of chopsticks. Her movements grew faster and faster, more and more urgent. Elegance, poise, the table manners of a high society lady at that moment. She cast them all aside. She was like someone who had gone hungry for a long time, finally discovering food, and was now using every ounce of her strength to drink from a life-saving spring. All the guests watched in astonishment as the fish, shimmering with iridescent hues, rapidly diminished before their very eyes under Sophia Wilson's lightning-fast chopsticks. They could even hear the faint sounds of her swallowing and her rapid breathing, caused by her overwhelming excitement. Was this really the same Sophia Wilson who found everything unappetizing? Was this really the Ice Queen, hailed as the most sought-after woman in Eastport City? This wasn't her usual self at all. Her persona had crumbled so completely that even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Wyatt Coleman's breath caught in his throat. Watching Sophia Wilson like that, he trembled with excitement. The rush of blood to his brain made him feel dizzy in waves. He knew he'd made the right bet. The best investment he'd ever made in his life was getting to know Jason Carter. CEO Lee and CEO Zhang were ashen-faced. They stared blankly at the plate that was growing emptier by the minute, feeling a searing pain in their cheeks, as if someone had slapped them back and forth dozens of times with a red-hot iron plate. They finally realized that the young delivery guy they'd just been mocking wasn't some internet celebrity who'd gotten lucky. What they'd been mocking was someone they couldn't afford to cross. And they felt utterly foolish. Finally, amid the absolute silence of the entire room, Sophia Wilson picked up the very last sliver of fish from the plate and carefully placed it in her mouth. She savored it slowly, until that final hint of flavor had completely faded from her mouth. She had eaten the entire white plate clean, leaving not a single drop of broth behind. She was finished. Sophia Wilson slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which had once been vacant, now shone with astonishing brilliance. It was as if two stars had reignited deep within her eyes. She exhaled a long breath. In that single breath, it seemed as though she had expelled all the gloom and weariness that had built up over the past 26 years. Then, she set down her chopsticks. The entire hall remained so quiet you could hear a heartbeat. Sophia Wilson did not look at any of the stunned guests. She slowly turned her head. Her gaze was complex, filled with trembling and longing, with curiosity and awe, and even a hint of pleading she herself hadn't noticed. She looked at the young man who had stood calmly to the side the entire time. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she was so overcome with emotion that she couldn't find her voice for a moment. She took a deep breath, struggling to calm her heart, which felt as though it were about to burst from her chest. Finally, in a voice that was noticeably trembling and hoarse, she asked the question that had been swirling in her mind. What is this? Chapter 75. One fish, 500 million. Sophia Wilson's hoarse voice reached everyone's ears. What is this? Everyone's gaze shifted from her tear-streaked face to Jason Carter. This young man, dressed casually and who had remained calm the entire time, became the center of attention. Jason Carter met Sophia Wilson's gaze, his face expressionless. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for everyone to hear distinctly. Phantom light glassfish. No one present had ever heard that name before. Jason Carter paused for a moment, then added, as if mentioning a trivial matter, a gift for Ms. Wilson. A gift. He actually intended to give this as a gift? What a grand gesture. The hall fell silent once more, but this time it lasted less than 3 seconds. The next moment, the scene descended into complete chaos. Mr. Jiang. A shrill voice rang out. It was Mr. Lee, the same man who had mocked Jason Carter earlier. Throwing decorum to the wind, he sprang from his seat, his portly frame trembling with excitement. Mr. Jiang, since Ms. Wilson has already enjoyed this gift, the remaining portion. No, I'm being presumptuous. I mean, someone of your stature, if you ever catch such a fine specimen again, you must consider us at Furuulu first. I'll pay 3 million. 3 million for the right of first refusal on your next catch. Mr. Lee's words ignited everyone's greed. Get lost, Fat Lee. 3 million. Are you trying to fob off a beggar? Mr. Zhang, who had also mocked Jason Carter earlier, was now red-faced and livid. Master Jiang, I'll offer 5 million. I'll pay 5 million just to have you set aside a single fish scale for me. No, even just letting me catch a whiff of it would be enough. God of the River Jiang, look at me. I'm from Tianhai Pavilion. I'll offer 8 million. 10 million. Mr. Jiang, on behalf of Imperial Kitchen, I'm offering 10 million. I just ask that you notify us first the next time you catch a fish. The entire banquet hall had gone wild. The culinary tycoons, who just moments ago had carried themselves with the air of bosses, were now waving their checkbooks and shouting out figures, each higher than the last. 3 million, 5 million, 10 million. They weren't buying fish, they were buying the very survival of their restaurants and their chance to establish themselves in this industry. Whoever secured Jason Carter's next ingredient would become the center of attention and skyrocket to the top of Eastport City's culinary scene. Wyatt Coleman stood there, watching this group of old friends, who had been mocking Jason Carter 1 second and now were groveling the next. He stood with his back straight, the fat on his face practically glowing. Look, everyone, look, this is my brother Wyatt Coleman. Jason Carter watched the scene unfold before him, showing no reaction. He thought to himself, just a moment ago they were all looking down on him, and now they're calling him Master Jiang and God Jiang? They sure changed their tune fast. They think 10 million will buy them priority? If you were to redeem this in the system, you wouldn't even know how many zeros would follow. He paid no heed to the bidding, his gaze fixed firmly on Sophia Wilson. As for Sophia Wilson, after her initial shock, her expression was rapidly returning to its usual cool detachment. Listening to the bids ringing in her ears and watching those people, a hint of chill flashed through her eyes, which had just regained their usual intensity. Quiet, Sophia Wilson spoke. Her voice wasn't loud, it was even a bit hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable air of authority. The entire noisy hall fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. All the wealthy bidders looked as if they'd been choked by the throat, the greed on their faces turned to fear. Sophia Wilson slowly rose from her seat of honor. She didn't even glance at the wealthy bidders, her gaze remained fixed on Jason Carter from start to finish. In a calm yet commanding tone, Sophia Wilson declared, enunciating each word clearly, "This fish is mine. From now on, fish like this can only ever be mine." This was the true helmswoman of the Wilson Group. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, and the others turned pale as cold sweat poured down their faces. They knew that their earlier outburst had thoroughly offended this true queen of Eastport City. After asserting her claim, Sophia Wilson's gaze softened slightly. Looking at Jason Carter, she asked in a conciliatory tone, "Name your price. You can have whatever you want." This question once again made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. They all wanted to know what astronomical sum this young man would demand. 10 million? 100 million? Given the Su family's wealth, they likely wouldn't bat an eye at any price. Jason Carter looked at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. He shook his head. The room erupted in an uproar. He actually turned her down? Did he dare refuse Sophia Wilson? Sophia Wilson's brows furrowed slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face. He didn't want money? Could it be that this was truly the only one of its kind? The thought that she might never be able to eat it again sent a wave of panic coursing through her heart. Just as everyone thought Jason Carter was about to refuse the deal, he spoke up. "Ms. Wilson, the fish is a gift for you, it's free. But if you'd like to invest in me, I do have an idea." Invest? Sophia Wilson was stunned. Everyone in the room was stunned. Why did this young man's way of thinking differ so much from that of a normal person? Was he actually turning the tables and seeking an investment from Sophia Wilson? Sophia Wilson's mind worked quickly. She immediately understood what Jason Carter meant. He wasn't selling the fish. What he was selling was himself, the person capable of catching this kind of fish. He was using this fish to present his own resume. Once she grasped this, the admiration in Sophia Wilson's eyes nearly overflowed. Interesting. Sophia Wilson smiled. It was the first time in years she had smiled from the bottom of her heart. "Tell me more about your idea." Jason Carter met her gaze and calmly delivered the words he had long prepared. "I want to establish a biotechnology company dedicated to exploring high-end marine resources and integrating the entire upstream and downstream industrial chain." As soon as he said this, Wyatt Coleman's eyes lit up. He knew that Jason Carter was about to carry out the plan he had previously discussed with him. Sophia Wilson listened quietly to the end, And without the slightest hesitation, she responded immediately. Her voice regained the decisiveness befitting a CEO, and through the microphone, it echoed throughout the entire banquet hall. Agreed. On behalf of the Wilson Group, I will personally invest. She held up 5 fingers. 500 million. To establish this new company, with you, Mr. Jason Carter, serving as its founding CEO. I have only one request. She looked deeply into Jason Carter's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. For ingredients of this caliber, the Su family holds the exclusive global supply rights. 500 million. That figure left everyone present stunned, their minds going blank. 500 million. Just for exclusive supply rights? This wasn't an investment, it was a straight-up gift. It was propelling a young man straight to the very top of Eastport City. CEO Li and CEO Zhang's legs gave way, and they slumped back into their chairs, their faces ashen. They finally realized that what they had missed wasn't just a single fish, it was an entire era. Wyatt Coleman's breath caught in his throat, he felt the blood in his veins burning. A surge of ecstasy rushing to his head, making him so elated he could barely stand. A meteoric rise. This was a true meteoric rise. Amid the deathly silence that filled the room, Jason Carter looked at Sophia Wilson standing before him and finally broke into a satisfied smile. He knew that from this moment on, the doors to Eastport City's elite circles had swung wide open for him. Chapter 76. Turning down 500 million for just one village? It was quiet in the private reception room on the top floor of Guanlon Mansion. Unlike the bustling banquet hall downstairs, the only sound here was the faint crackle of agarwood burning in the aromatherapy diffuser. Wyatt Coleman sat on an expensive, handcrafted Italian sofa, his portly frame shifting restlessly with excitement. He held a cup of Dahong Pao tea, his hands shaking so violently that he spilled more than half of it. Mr. Jiang. He was so excited that his tone changed, the fat on his face squishing together. Hurry up and agree. Ms. Wilson has already spoken up. 500 million. My God, this money is like manna from heaven. Wyatt Coleman was already rambling. The largest single investment he'd ever seen in his life had been no more than a few hundred million. 500 million in cash just for a priority supply, right? That was outrageous. He felt that Jason Carter must have struck gold. Sophia Wilson sat in the head seat, elegantly holding her teacup. The rosy glow on her cheeks from the meal hadn't faded yet, but her gaze had regained the composure of a CEO. She quietly watched Jason Carter, offering no prompting, like a patient hunter waiting for her prey to walk into the trap on its own. Jason Carter paid no attention to Wyatt Coleman, who was practically giddy with excitement beside him. He calmly picked up his teacup and took a light sip. 500 million for the average person, that was indeed an astronomical sum. Jason Carter understood that Sophia Wilson had put up this money not just to pay for his treatment, but also as a test. If he accepted the money today, in her eyes, he would be nothing more than a high-end ingredient supplier worth 500 million, a disposable tool that could be replaced at any moment. Unfortunately, what Jason Carter disliked most was being someone else's tool. Under Wyatt Coleman's anxious gaze, Jason Carter set down his teacup. He looked at Sophia Wilson, a hint of regret on his face, and shook his head gently. But I can't just accept this 500 million. Wyatt Coleman's head buzzed, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Can't accept it? Are you crazy? That's 500 million, not 500 yuan. Sophia Wilson's gaze also hardened slightly. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes, which had just regained their sparkle, followed by a look of scrutiny. She suspected Jason Carter might be trying to drive a hard bargain. She remained impassive, but her tone grew a touch colder. Oh? So what does Mr. Jiang have in mind? Wyatt Coleman was sweating profusely with anxiety, frantically signaling to Jason Carter with his eyes, his lips silently mouthing, "Say yes, just say yes." Jason Carter acted as if he hadn't noticed. Meeting Sophia Wilson's scrutinizing gaze, he said calmly, "I'm open to the partnership, but I have one condition." "Go ahead," Sophia Wilson replied, her tone growing even briefer and tinged with a hint of displeasure. She didn't like haggling. Instead of stating his condition directly, Jason Carter asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Ms. Wilson, do you think something of the caliber of the Phantom Light Glassfish can be obtained purely by luck?" Sophia Wilson paused for a moment. "Of course not," she replied instinctively. "Exactly," Jason Carter nodded. It comes from a special stretch of ocean that requires specific conditions and precise timing, as well as expertise and techniques passed down through generations, to even have a chance of being caught. And my hometown, Seacliff Village, is the only gateway to that stretch of ocean. Jason Carter's tone was matter-of-fact, as if he were telling a story. It's home to Eastport City's bravest and most experienced fishermen, but they use old fishing boats from decades ago. It has unique marine resources, but the village is connected by a dilapidated pier that could collapse at any moment. The young people there, like me, have all moved to the big city, leaving only the elderly to tend to a fishing village in decline. Hearing this, Wyatt Coleman froze. It seemed he had realized something. The coldness and displeasure in Sophia Wilson's eyes were also gradually replaced by a deep sense of interest. She didn't interrupt, but gestured for Jason Carter to continue. Jason Carter's voice finally took on a note of conviction. Ms. Wilson, what you really want isn't a single fish, but a steady supply of top-quality ingredients. And what I want isn't a one-time payment of $500 million, but a healthy ecosystem capable of consistently producing high-quality products. So, my condition is... Jason Carter stood up, fixing Sophia Wilson with an intense gaze as he spoke clearly, enunciating every word. The new company's first project will be to invest in my hometown, Seacliff Village. We'll build a modern deep-water dock for the village capable of accommodating 100 metric ton fishing vessels. Then we'll establish a fisheries development fund to help all the village's fishermen upgrade their boats and equipment, and provide them with training in modern fishing techniques and safety. What we're going to build is a marine industry hub that integrates extreme fishing, deep-sea aquaculture, and biological research and development. This hub is the very foundation of our company's future growth. Money will eventually run out, but an industrial ecosystem of our own can bring us a never-ending stream of wealth. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Wyatt Coleman was completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank. He just stared blankly at Jason Carter, feeling as if he were meeting him for the first time. He had originally thought Jason Carter was making an outrageous demand, but to his surprise, Jason Carter hadn't even mentioned money. What he was talking about was industry and ecosystem and the future. What kind of vision was this? Wyatt Coleman felt that after half a lifetime in the business, compared to Jason Carter, he was nothing more than a street vendor haggling over a few cents at the market. Sophia Wilson also fell silent. She looked at Jason Carter, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She had thought she understood Jason Carter, a young man who was lucky and a bit clever. She'd assumed that with $500 million, she could turn him into her most useful tool. Now she realized just how wildly wrong she'd been. She'd set out to buy a hunter, but he was offering to build an entire hunting ground for her. The man standing before her, his ambition and vision far exceeded her wildest imagination. He wasn't a tool. He was a partner with whom she could work side by side. A true man of action. Silence hung in the air for a full half-minute. Sophia Wilson smiled. For the first time, she truly looked at Jason Carter as an equal, and then gave her answer. I accept your terms. Wyatt Coleman was so excited he almost jumped out of his seat. But Sophia Wilson's next words made his heart, which had just started beating again, stop once more. Increase the company's startup capital to $1 billion. Jason Carter was stunned as well. Sophia Wilson held up two fingers and calmly explained. The first $500 million will be invested entirely, according to your plan, into the infrastructure and ecosystem development of Seacliff Village. This is the company's foundation, and it must be solidly established. The second $500 million will fund the new company's operations, R&D, and global talent recruitment. Since this is a biotech company, it must have top-tier laboratories and outstanding talent. She looked at Jason Carter, a meaningful smile curving her lips. I have just one small additional condition. The new company will be named Chenxing. The Chun from your name, Jason Carter, and the Xing from stars and the vast sea. Chapter 77. The $1 billion that rocked the entire village. Chenxing. Jason Carter repeated it silently to himself. He watched the light return to Sophia Wilson's eyes and, for the first time, saw this female CEO in a different light. This woman either didn't do something at all, or she did it cleanly and decisively. She provided the money and resources, and in doing so had tied Jason Carter's name to her own future. Chenxing. A person's name, the starting point for a new company. That kind of scale and thoughtfulness, it wasn't simple. Jason Carter's lips curled into a smile. He thought to himself that it was a good name, much more tasteful than those called Bashien or Long Ao. 1 billion plus such a thoughtful company name. To refuse now would be sheer folly. All right. Jason Carter looked at Sophia Wilson and nodded earnestly. Let us call it Chenxing. He extended his hand. It's a pleasure to work with you, Ms. Wilson. Sophia Wilson stared at Jason Carter's outstretched hand for a moment, taken aback. Then, a faint smile appeared on her otherwise expressionless face, and she reached out to give Jason Carter a light handshake. Her hand was a bit cool, but soft. It's a pleasure to work with you, President Jiang. Standing nearby, Wyatt Coleman was completely dumbfounded. The only words left in his mind were 1 billion, and as he watched the scene unfold before him, a single thought crossed his mind. Just how big of a fish had he managed to land? Sophia Wilson made a single phone call, and in less than half an hour, the heads of her legal, investment, and engineering teams had all gathered in the conference room. Looking at this group of elites, the kind he'd only ever seen in business magazines, all dressed in suits and standing before Jason Carter as they listened to his Seacliff Village redevelopment plan, Wyatt Coleman felt as if he were dreaming. An hour later, a preliminary letter of intent had been drafted and printed, and both parties signed it on the spot. The legal team also immediately initiated the registration process for Chenxing Marine Biotechnology Company, Limited. Sophia Wilson was always decisive in her actions. Mr. Jiang, Sophia Wilson's chief secretary, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said politely to Jason Carter. As per Ms. Wilson's instructions, the engineering survey team has been assembled. 3 exploration vehicles and 15 engineers and geologists are ready to depart at any time. What do you think, should we go tomorrow or? Jason Carter glanced out the window at the pale dawn sky and replied decisively, No need to wait, let us go now. 6 o'clock in the morning. It was just beginning to get light, and morning mist still hung over Seacliff Village. On the dirt road at the village entrance, the roar of engines suddenly echoed. Several specialized exploration vehicles bearing Eastport City First Construction Engineering license plates, with their hazard lights flashing, slowly drove into the village. Behind them followed 5 or 6 identical black Audi A8s. This spectacle left the early rising fishermen, who were preparing to head out to sea, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Whose relatives are these, with such a big entourage? Look at those license plates, they're all from the provincial capital. What are they doing in a backwater like this? When they saw Jason Carter step out of the lead Audi A8, everyone froze in place. Is that Achan? Holy crap! Achan's really made it. He's even driving a big Audi now. Ignoring the villagers' chatter, Jason Carter walked straight to the dilapidated 1-story building housing the village committee and knocked on the door of the old village chief's home. Village chief, wake up. We've got some huge news. Before long, the old village chief, his hair a mess, rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Seeing the commotion at the entrance, he gave a start and was instantly wide awake.
Achen?
What are you doing here? Did you rob a bank? It's way more exciting than robbing a bank. Jason Carter grinned widely and yanked the old village chief out of the house. Come on. Let us head to the broadcast station and wake up the whole village. 10 minutes later, the village's old loudspeaker, which had been in use for decades, first emitted a piercing static crackle, followed by Jason Carter's voice. Hey, men and women, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters of Seacliff Village. This is Jason Carter. Put down whatever you're doing and assemble at the village committee courtyard within 3 minutes. I'll say it again. 3 minutes, assemble at the village committee courtyard. Anyone who doesn't show up will regret it. Jason Carter's voice echoed through every corner of the village via the loudspeaker. The entire village of Seacliff instantly erupted into chaos. Countless villagers rushed out of their homes, chatting as they ran. What's that kid Achan up to? Judging by the way he sounds, it really must be something big. Come on, let us go check it out. We've got time to spare anyway. Before long, the modest courtyard of the village committee office was packed with a sea of people. David Carter was also drawn to the commotion. Pushing his way to the front of the crowd, he looked on with some concern at his grandson standing on the steps. He didn't know what his grandson was up to, but his intuition told him something major was about to happen today. Jason Carter looked out at the hundreds of pairs of curious and puzzled eyes below, took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Fellow villagers, I've called you all here today to announce several important matters. First, Jason Carter held up a finger. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried across the entire crowd. That dilapidated dock in our village, the one we've used for decades, is going to be gone. Starting today. A murmur of discussion immediately swept through the crowd. What do you mean? We can't use the dock anymore. Then how are we supposed to go out to sea? Jason Carter looked out at the familiar faces and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. The murmurs gradually subsided. He smiled and said, enunciating each word clearly, because we're going to build a new one, a modern deep water pier capable of accommodating 100 metric ton vessels. The entire crowd fell silent at once. Everyone thought they must have heard wrong. Jason Carter saw the disbelief on every face below, as if they thought he were talking in his sleep. The old village chief's mouth dropped open, and he stammered, "Chun, you're not running a fever, are you? Build a new pier? How much would that cost? We couldn't raise that much even if we sold the entire village." "Don't worry about the money," Jason Carter said firmly, "because that's the second thing I want to tell you." He scanned the room. Starting today, a company called Chinching Technology will officially set up operations here in Seacliff Village. The company will establish a fisheries development fund. The first thing it will do is help every fishing household in the village upgrade their boats for free, replacing them with brand new, high-horsepower engines and equipping them with state-of-the-art satellite navigation and sonar fish finders. From now on, when you go out to sea, you won't have to rely on the whims of the weather, and you won't have to risk your lives anymore. Free upgrades for their fishing boats? It was like listening to a fairy tale. Even a windfall from the sky wouldn't be this outlandish. "Chan, have you been tricked? How could something this good be true?" An elderly woman asked in a trembling voice. "Yeah, this sounds so fake." Jason Carter smiled. He knew that without some concrete proof, these villagers who had lived simple, honest lives their whole lives wouldn't believe him. He looked toward the black Autos parked outside the crowd. The doors opened, and a group of people in suits stepped out. They clearly weren't ordinary folk. Leading the group was Sophia Wilson, chief secretary. Holding a document, she walked over to Jason Carter and, speaking through his microphone in standard Mandarin, announced, "Good afternoon, villagers. On behalf of the Wilson Group and the newly established Chinching Technology, I formally announce that the group will invest 1 billion yuan in the first phase to build a large-scale marine industry base centered on Seacliff Village. Operations will include extreme fishing, deep-sea aquaculture, and biological research and development. The first phase of the project involves constructing a brand new deep water pier for Seacliff Village and launching a fisheries modernization plan." 1 billion? Those few words made every villager's mind go blank with a sudden buzz. The entire village committee courtyard fell completely silent. One by one, the villagers stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, their facial expressions frozen in shock. In their entire lives, the largest sum of money they'd ever heard of was 10,000. The unit billion was something they'd only ever heard on TV. Now, someone was telling them they were going to spend 100 million on development projects in their poor village. This wasn't just outlandish, it was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But that wasn't all. Jason Carter's gaze fell on the elderly village chief, who was already in a daze, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Village chief, please give me the account number for the village committee's official account." "Huh? Oh." The elderly village chief instinctively recited a string of numbers. Jason Carter pulled out his phone, unlocked it in front of everyone, and opened the banking app. His movements were deliberate, yet they had every villager in the room on the edge of their seats. He entered the account number, then calmly typed a 5, followed by 6 zeros in the transfer amount field. He didn't tap confirm right away. Instead, he looked up, meeting the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, and gently pressed the button to confirm the transfer. All done. Almost the instant his words faded away. Ding! In the quiet courtyard, a text message notification sounded. The sound came from the old village chief's pocket, an old phone with a cracked screen. With trembling hands, the old village chief pulled out his phone. He saw the deposit notification sent by the bank. When he made out the long string of zeros in the text message, the old village chief's eyes rolled back, his body swayed, and he nearly lost his balance. "Donghai Rural Commercial Bank, dear customer, your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 5 million yuan at 6:18 on XX. Your current account balance is 5,001,247.50 yuan. 5 million. Not a single fanoff. Real money. The money's here," the old village chief cried out in a hoarse voice. The silence lasted less than a second. The next moment, the entire village committee courtyard erupted in chaos. Woohoo! We're rich! It's true! Our village is getting a new pier. Countless people cheered, some jumped up and down. Others hugged those beside them tightly, and many were so moved they shed tears. No one knew who started it, but immediately afterward, a deafening burst of firecrackers erupted. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, the whole village buzzed with the same festive energy as during the Lunar New Year. Countless villagers rushed up the steps, hoisted Jason Carter high into the air, and tossed him up and down. Jason the Divine! Jason the Divine! Our village's living Buddha! As Jason Carter soared up and down in the air, looking down at the flushed faces below, he thought to himself, this feels even better than making 100 million. At the edge of the crowd, Grandpa David Carter watched his grandson surrounded by the crowd, hot tears streaming down his cloudy, aged eyes. He wiped them again and again with his calloused hands, murmuring proudly to himself, "Good boy, my grandson. David Carter's grandson, you've really made something of yourself." Chapter 78. Paid in full. That essay slap in your face. It wasn't until daybreak that the revelry finally came to an end. The villagers drifted away, still buzzing with excitement. Anyone who spotted Jason Carter would shout, "Jason the Divine," from a distance, their eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Jason Carter finally managed to come down from being tossed into the air by the crowd. He brushed the firecracker debris off his clothes and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the smiles on the villagers' faces made him feel even better than if he'd earned 10 million. His grandfather, David Carter, shakily made his way over, tears welling in his old eyes. He grabbed Jason Carter's hand with surprising strength. His lips trembled as he struggled for a moment before finally managing to say, Good boy, you've brought honor to the Jiang family." "Grandpa, this is just the beginning," Jason Carter said with a smile as he steadied him. "The good times for us here in Seacliff Village are still ahead." Jason Carter supported his grandfather as he gazed toward the old pier in the distance, then glanced at his own modified second-hand fishing boat. The boat was fine for cruising in coastal waters, but it definitely wouldn't cut it on the open ocean. It was time to get a bigger boat. After reassuring his grandfather, Jason Carter found Wyatt Coleman, who was still standing nearby, grinning like an idiot. Right now, Fat Joe couldn't say anything other than 666. And the way he looked at Jason Carter was as if he were staring at the god of wealth. "Brother Joe, let us go," Jason Carter said, patting him on the shoulder. "Huh? Go? Boss Jiang. Where to?" Wyatt Coleman still hadn't recovered from the shock of hearing about the 10 million. "To the provincial capital to buy a boat." 2 hours later, Eastport City, Longjiang Shipyard. Rows of new ships were docked at the Longjiang Shipyard, each one bigger than the last, presenting a truly imposing sight. Jason Carter's Longting Pioneer V7 stood out somewhat among the sea of Mercedes-Benz's and BMWs. The car pulled right up to the entrance of the VIP reception center. Sales representative Zhang Qing came out to greet him immediately. She recognized Jason Carter at a glance. The name Jason the Divine had been on everyone's lips in their sales department lately. "Mr. Jiang, why did you come in person?" Zhang Qing wore a standard smile on her face, but inwardly she was puzzled. She didn't believe Jason Carter had come to buy a boat. That Explorer immortal cost nearly 10 million yuan for the hull alone, that no matter how popular an internet celebrity might be, there was no way he could just whip out that kind of money on a whim. He was most likely here today to discuss a live streaming partnership or simply to shoot a video. Jason Carter paid no mind to her polite small talk and asked directly, "Miss Zhang, is that Longjiang Explorer we discussed on the phone still available?" "Yes, of course it is." Zhang Qing nodded eagerly, leading Jason Carter toward the dock. "The boat is right over there, it just finished its final testing." "Mr. Jiang, to be honest, this boat is in high demand. We're in talks with several clients. Look at Victor Hall over there, he flew in on a private jet today, ready to put down a deposit." She pointed to a spot not far away. Standing next to a large white vessel were several men in suits. The leader was a young man in his 20s, dressed in trendy brands and wearing sunglasses, who was speaking to a shipyard executive with his chin held high. Jason Carter's gaze was instantly drawn to the vessel. It was 30 meters long, 7 meters wide, and had sleek lines. It had a towering wheelhouse, a spacious aft deck, and a folding crane capable of hoisting a small submersible. This vessel perfectly met all his requirements. "Mr. Jiang, Would you like me to give you a tour of the interior first? Zhang Qing suggested politely, hoping to buy some time. Jason Carter shook his head. No, thank you. He looked at the vessel and said calmly, This is the one. I'll take it. His voice wasn't too loud, but Wyatt Coleman and Zhang Qing, standing nearby, heard him perfectly clear. The smile on Zhang Qing's face froze for a moment. Take it. The way he said it sounded as casual as buying a head of cabbage at the market. Just as she was about to remind him of the bonus price and the purchasing process, Victor Hall, who had been standing a short distance away, seemed to notice them and walked over with a few people. Hey, I sent that the internet celebrity Jason the Divine? Victor Hall took off his sunglasses and eyed Jason Carter up and down with a sidelong glance. What, not live streaming from your little piece of junk boat anymore? Came here to ride the hype. Jason Carter didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Victor Hall, please don't get the wrong idea. Mr. Jiang is just here for a tour. Zhang Qing hurried to smooth things over. Take a look around? Ha! Do you really think this boat is something he's even worthy of seeing? Victor Hall sneered, pointing at the boat and boasting. See that? The Explorer top of the line. I've set my sights on it, I'm putting down a deposit today. You're just a streamer, have you ever seen this much money in your whole life? Wyatt Coleman's expression immediately darkened just as he was about to snap back. Jason Carter held him back. Jason Carter finally glanced at Victor Hall, then turned to Zhang Qing, whose smile was already starting to falter. Jason Carter asked, The full price is 9.8 million, right? Zhang Qing instinctively nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Credit card or bank transfer? Jason Carter asked again. Zhang Qing was completely stunned. Victor Hall was also taken aback, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. You're going to pay by credit card? Do you even know how many zeros there are in 9.8 million? You wouldn't even be worth that much if you sold yourself. Stop acting all high and mighty. Jason Carter ignored his mockery, simply looking at Zhang Qing and repeating himself. A bank transfer is more convenient. Give me your company's business account number. Zhang Qing looked into Jason Carter's calm eyes, and for some reason, actually took a business card printed with the company's account information out of her briefcase and handed it over. Kid, if you can come up with $1 million today, I'll call you Dad right here and now. Victor Hall was still shouting. Jason Carter took the business card, pulled out his phone, and opened the banking app right in front of everyone. He entered the account number. He entered the amount. 9,800,000.00. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, he tapped the button to confirm the transfer. There. Check it. He said it casually. The room fell deathly silent. Victor Hall's laughter stopped, and his expression froze completely. Zhang Qing's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Trembling, she pulled out her work phone and opened the financial management app. The next second, ding, a notification sound rang out, and everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Zhang Qing stared intently at the payment notification that popped up on the screen, her whole body going rigid. Her lips trembled. It's been received. 9,800,000, not a single fan off, it's been received. Victor Hall's face went pale in an instant. He staggered slightly and nearly lost his balance. He stared at Jason Carter, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. The shipyard executive was the quickest to react, immediately jogging over with a beaming smile. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. Oh my, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Please, come in, come in. He shoved aside Zhang Qing, who was still in a daze, and personally handed Jason Carter a cigarette. President Jiang, you're truly a man of your word. This Explorer is yours as of now. I'll immediately assign the shipyard's best team of engineers to handle the handover and training for you. Watching this complete about-face and attitude, Wyatt Coleman, standing nearby, felt a surge of satisfaction. Jason Carter waved away the offered cigarette, his gaze falling on the deathly pale Victor Hall, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Now it's your turn. Half an hour later, Jason Carter stood on the spacious deck of the Longjiang Explorer which was now entirely his own. He did nothing but take out his phone and start a live stream. Jason the Divine is live. Come check it out. It took just 1 minute for the live stream's viewership to break the 1 million mark. On the screen was a cockpit fans had never seen before, filled with screens and buttons, with the dock and the ocean stretching out behind Jason Carter. The chat instantly flooded the screen. Holy shit! Jason the Divine, Where are you? ISNT this the Explorer I from Longjiang Shipyard. I've seen the ads, it's freaking expensive. Jason the Divine, you aren't. Jason Carter smiled as he watched the flood of comments. He faced the camera, straightened his back, and announced loudly, "Guys, welcome aboard my new ship. Starting today, this is the ship we'll set sail on together. I've given it a name." He paused, then spoke clearly, enunciating each word. "Its name is the Haiyan." The live stream was instantly flooded with comments and virtual gifs. The Haiyan, named after your hometown. Jason the Divine, you're the man. Screaming.
I am crying. I am crying.
Jason the Divine is a real man. He hasn't forgotten his roots despite his wealth. He just goes out and buys a ship worth tens of millions, and even names it after his hometown. What a grand vision. I'm a fan. For life. The visual effects from rocket and carnival gifts filled the entire screen. Jason Carter ended the live stream and stood alone at the bow, breathing in the sea breeze. Money, fame, friends, and now he even had a ship. Everything was ready. Jason Carter took a deep breath. It was time to upgrade the system as well. Chapter 79. The map S unlocked? This is a god's eye view. Night had fallen, and the sea breeze carried a hint of chill. The docks at Longjiang Shipyard were brightly lit but had fallen silent. Jason Carter stood alone on the deck of the brand new Sea Rock, having neither returned to the five-star hotel arranged by the shipyard nor heeded Wyatt Coleman's offer to throw him a victory banquet. Jason Carter simply stood there quietly, feeling the solid weight of this massive vessel beneath his feet. From a returning office drone deep in debt and dumped by his girlfriend, to now with tens of millions in savings, the owner of a company, and this 10 million valued ship beneath his feet. All of this happened in less than 2 months. Jason Carter took a deep breath. The slightly salty air flooded his lungs, invigorating him, and the sensation of the ship's hull beneath his feet felt incredibly real. He knew that his success today was entirely due to that secret in his mind. The $1 billion investment, Sophia Wilson's newfound respect, and the support of 1 million followers were all just consequences. After working so hard for so long, attending banquets and securing investments, he'd almost forgotten the main task at hand. Jason Carter thought to himself, it was time to take stock of what he'd gained from this experience. He turned and walked into the futuristic cockpit of the Sea Rock. This space was completely cut off from the outside world, so quiet that the only sound was the faint hum of the instrument's electrical current. Jason Carter sank comfortably into the captain's chair, closed his eyes and thought. System, open the panel. Swish, a pale blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Immediately afterward, a series of notification sounds that had been building up for a long time popped up one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic tier achievement, Melting the Iceberg. Achievement description. Using divine tier ingredients, you successfully allowed a diner whose sense of taste had been numb for 26 years to experience flavor once again, bringing them to tears. Achievement reward, plus 3,000 system points. Jason Carter's heart skipped a beat. 3,000 points. Just one fish had earned him a reward of 3,000 points. That was more than the total of all the tasks he'd worked himself to the bone to complete before. But that wasn't all. A second notification appeared immediately afterward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic tier achievement, Overwhelming Vision. Achievement description. Faced with $1 billion investment, you proposed an industrial blueprint rooted in your hometown. Your vision not only impressed your partners, but also allowed you to transform from an employee into a decision maker. Achievement reward, plus 5,000 system points. 5,000 points. Jason Carter's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He watched the number in the top right corner of his status dashboard jump rapidly upward. System points, 305, 3,305, 8,305, 8,305 points. This was a number he'd never even dared to imagine before. With these points, he could buy anything he wanted on the treasure exchange. He could even exchange them for gear that would drastically enhance his diving abilities. Holy crap! I've hit the jackpot. This time I've really hit the jackpot. So having a bigger vision means the system's rewards are this massive. If he'd known this would happen, he should have invested more back then and expanded his vision even further, like turning Chinching Technology into a Fortune 500 company or something. Just as Jason Carter was mentally calculating how to spend these points, a final, crucial system notification framed in gold slowly appeared in the center of the screen. Ding! The hostess social influence has reached a new milestone founded, Chenxing technology, influenced Eastport City's financial circles. Personal assets have surpassed 10 million, and reputation has hit a new high both online and in the real world. Comprehensive evaluation complete. System upgrade conditions have been met. Current system level LV. 4. Points required for upgrade. 5,000. Do you wish to upgrade to LV 5 immediately? Here it comes. This is the main event. Jason Carter's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Upgrading from LV 3 to LV 4 had unlocked deep scan, allowing him to appraise antiques and opening up a new avenue for making money. What changes would upgrading from LV.4 to LV.5 bring? Although 5,000 points was a steep price, it was entirely manageable compared to the over 8,000 points he just acquired. Without a moment's hesitation. Upgrade! Jason Carter shouted those two words in his mind. Points deducted. System upgrade procedure initiated. Upgrading. Please wait. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Ding. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. The divine beachcombing treasure system has been upgraded to LV 5. The moment the message appeared, Jason Carter felt a wave of coolness wash over his mind, and the entire world seemed much clearer to him. The status dashboard before him had also changed. The originally pale blue border had turned a deeper platinum gold, and the interface information appeared much smoother. System level, LV. 5 requirements for next level? System energy, 2040 maximum increased after upgrade. System points, 3305. But the key change appeared in the feature list. Beneath the familiar icons for deep scan, danger alert, and treasure exchange, a new icon glowing with golden light had appeared. Ding! A new feature for system LV 5 has been unlocked, offshore radar. Offshore radar? Jason Carter's mind raced as he tapped to open the description of the new feature. Feature name, offshore radar. Feature level, strategic. Description. The host may designate any circular sea area centered on themselves with a radius not exceeding 100 nautical miles and consume system energy to perform a wide-range strategic scan. Upon completion of the scan, a complete 3D heat map of the sea area will be generated in the host's mind, marking the following. 1. Distribution points of high-value marine biological resources. Resource map 2. Detailed seabed topography, including trenches, reefs, shipwrecks, etc. Topographic map 3. Unknown or anomalous energy reaction points. Energy map. Energy consumption. Each activation consumes a base of 10 system energy points. For every additional 10 nautical miles of scan range, 1 extra energy point is consumed. Jason Carter read the instructions word for word, then froze in place. His mind went blank for a moment, overwhelmed by this incredibly powerful new feature. Half a minute later, Jason Carter suddenly gasped, and a fiery gleam slowly ignited in his eyes. Is this radar? Jason Carter was dumbfounded. This is practically a god's eye view. The previous deep scan could only probe a small area around him. It was far too inefficient. But this deep-sea radar, it was like having the entire map of the unknown waters laid out right before him. From now on, he could study the map, freely plan his route, and take the initiative like a naval strategist. This was the true beginning of conquering the ocean. Jason Carter's heart began to race. He immediately wanted to test the power of this new feature. System. Activate. Offshore radar immediately. Please set the scan center and radius. Host. Center on the sea rock's current position. Scan radius. Set to maximum. 100 nautical miles. Jason Carter gritted his teeth and selected the highest setting. Scan range 100 nautical miles. Energy consumption 10 base points plus 10 additional points, for a total of 20 points. Confirm activation. Confirm. Offshore radar activated. Data stream generating. Buzz. A massive stream of information instantly flooded his mind. The coastline of Eastport City, crisscrossing islands, busy shipping lanes, and deep ocean trenches. A detailed 3D map of the deep sea was rapidly unfolding in his mind. Countless points of light lit up on the map, representing schools of fish and resources of varying value. Mist Island, which he had visited before, also appeared at the edge of the map. In that fog-shrouded area, the signals on the map appeared chaotic, filled with intense energy interference. However, amidst this chaotic signal clutter, a massive red anomaly firmly captured his full attention. It lay quietly hidden beneath a bottomless trench on the eastern side of Mist Island. The signal indicated that it was neither a living organism nor a mineral deposit, but rather the outline of a massive man-made metal structure, exuding an ancient aura. Ding! Ultra-high-intensity energy reaction detected. Focusing radar signal. Analyzing target. Chapter 80. Deep Sea Ace. Is the target the Ming fleet? Several lines of Golden System notifications appeared before Jason Carter's eyes. High-value historical relic discovered. A cluster of sunken Ming Dynasty Fuchuan ships. Relic scale large. Core area integrity. 65%. Warning. An unknown high-intensity energy source has been detected inside the relic, classified as dangerous, with incalculable value. Mission recommendation. Immediately organize a team to explore and excavate this relic. The cockpit was silent. Jason Carter froze in his captain's chair, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ming Dynasty Fuchuan ships and an entire cluster of wrecks at that. He expected to find something valuable after the system upgrade. He even guessed he might stumble upon a small shipwreck. But he never imagined that the first use of the deep-sea radar would yield such a massive discovery. Those were Ming Dynasty Fuchuan ships. These vessels formed the backbone of Zhang He's maritime expeditions and represented the pinnacle of ancient navigation technology. Now, the system was telling him that deep beneath the waters off Mist Island, where even modern technology couldn't penetrate, lay a cluster of sunken Fuchuan ships. This suggested that an entire fleet had likely sunk here all at once. Jason Carter's heart was pounding. This was a massive discovery. He thought the system was just a navigation tool, but he never expected it to be this powerful. Compared to this discovery, his previous fishing and treasure hunting adventures were nothing more than child's play. If he managed to salvage these ships, history books around the world would have to be rewritten. He suddenly recalled the legend of Mist Island. His grandfather had told him the Eye of Guishu, ancient treasure ships that set sail never to return. It turned out it was all true. He always used his grandfather's ancestral manual as an excuse, but he never imagined his ancestors actually knew what they were talking about. And then there was that high-intensity energy source classified as dangerous by the system, with a value that was impossible to estimate. What on earth was it? Jason Carter's heart raced faster and faster, a wave of heat surging from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He had to go. Jason Carter took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began weighing the pros and cons of this mission. It would be extremely difficult. The shipwreck lay in a deep-sea trench near Mist Island, where underwater conditions were complex, riddled with undercurrents and unknown magnetic interference. His current vessel, the Sea Rock, was decent for a civilian exploration ship, but in that environment it was little more than an oversized toy. The depth of the trench also exceeded the safety limits of his diving gear. Forcing his way in would be suicide. Most crucially, there were the issues of legality and confidentiality. An ancient shipwreck of this scale was part of the nation's cultural heritage. Salvaging it without authorization was illegal. If caught, he faced prison time. But reporting it to the government meant dealing with overly cumbersome official procedures. Just the exploration and approval processes alone would take years by then. Forget about the mysterious energy source. He wouldn't even get a drop of the spoils. Moreover, if word got out, treasure hunting companies from all over the world would flock to the area, not to mention mercenaries and foreign powers. By then, the waters around Mist Island would never know peace again. Going it alone was a death sentence, but reporting it to the government was tantamount to giving up. A name popped into Jason Carter's mind: Sophia Wilson, and their newly established Chinching technology, with a registered capital of $1 billion. He needed a capable partner, someone with connections, access to resources, and the ability to handle legal matters. Sophia Wilson and the Wilson Group behind her were currently the best options. This operation would be Chinching Technology's first major breakthrough. If successful, the company would skyrocket to fame and become known worldwide. Before proceeding, some preparations were necessary. Jason Carter refocused his attention on the system. System. Open the store. Now that the system had reached level 5, the store page had been updated and featured a new tab: Blueprints. Blueprints tab description. The host may purchase conceptual blueprints for technologies beyond the current era here and manufacture them in the real world using the host's industrial capabilities. Jason Carter's heart leapt again, and he hurriedly clicked on it. Siren-class deep-sea exploration submersible single-seat blueprint. Features a bionic design, equipped with a supercavitation propulsion system and a high-strength shape memory alloy hull. with a maximum diving depth of 3,000 meters. Price: 1,500 points. Kaching Drone Swarm Combat Platform Blueprint. Includes 1 mother drone and 12 subsidiary drones, capable of high-precision topographic mapping, underwater sampling, and coordinated operations. Price: 1,200 credits. Title Type 1, Portable Energy Shield Generator Blueprint. Creates a thin film energy shield with a 1.5-meter radius around the user, providing protection against high pressure, impact, and extreme cold. Price: 2,000 points. Jason Carter's eyes lit up. The Sea Demon Submersible and the Tidal Energy Shield were practically tailor-made for this shipwreck expedition. Piloting the Sea Demon, while shielded by the Tidal Energy Shield, freely exploring the ocean trenches thousands of meters deep, just the thought of it was thrilling. However, the price brought him back down to earth. He currently had only 3,305 credits, just a little short of enough to buy both. System: redeem the blueprints for the Siren-class deep-sea exploration submersible and the Tidal Type 1 portable energy shield generator. Ding! Redeemed. Total cost: 3,500 credits. Insufficient credits. Jason Carter froze for a moment before realizing he didn't have enough points. He was 195 points short. He looked at the 3D map generated by the offshore radar, his gaze sweeping over the dense cluster of resource markers. Soon he found a solution. On the map, not far from his current location, a patch of ocean shimmered with dazzling golden light. The system had marked it as a high-value school of bluefin tuna. Given the Sea Rock's range and speed, a round trip would allow him to return just before dawn. By then, not only would he have enough points, but he'd also be able to present Sophia Wilson with an appetizer she couldn't refuse. Jason Carter hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath and dialed Sophia Wilson's private number. The phone rang 3 times before she picked up. Mr. Jiang. Sophia Wilson's voice came through the receiver, somewhat cool, yet tinged with puzzlement. Ms. Wilson, I'm truly sorry to disturb you so late. I have an urgent proposal regarding Chenxing technology that I need to discuss with you immediately. An urgent proposal? Sophia Wilson's tone grew more serious. Go ahead. I suggest that the company's first project be an archaeological deep-sea exploration mission. There was silence on the other end of the line. After more than 10 seconds, Sophia Wilson finally spoke slowly, her tone hesitant. Mr. Jiang, you must know that marine archaeology requires massive investment, takes a long time, and offers uncertain returns. Such projects are typically led by the government. They aren't the first choice for a newly established commercial company. I understand, said Jason Carter. But what if our target is an ancient treasure ship from the era of Zhang He's voyages to the west? Sophia Wilson's breath caught suddenly. Do you have proof? Her voice rose sharply. I don't have 100% proof, Jason Carter admitted. But my family's heirloom nautical chart marks the Eye of Guishu near Mist Island, a place said to be the final resting place of ancient fleets. My grandfather told me that only under specific seasonal conditions and tidal patterns is it possible to glimpse the secrets within. Nautical chart? Sophia Wilson repeated the words, seemingly trying to quickly assess the information's veracity. Ms. Wilson, I understand your concerns. That's why, before the project officially begins, I'll conduct a small-scale exploration first, Jason Carter continued. By noon tomorrow at the latest, I'll bring you back a sample one that will help you make up your mind. Also, to apologize for calling you so late at night, and as an appetizer to mark the imminent launch of Chenxing technology, I've just caught a batch of top-quality bluefin tuna. I'll have someone deliver it to your home shortly. On the other end of the line, Sophia Wilson remained silent for a long time. She finally spoke. All right, I'll wait for your sample. After hanging up, Jason Carter let out a long sigh. He gazed out the cockpit window at the pitch-black sea, his eyes shining with a new intensity. The engines roared as the Sea Rock charged into the night, heading full speed toward the golden stretch of water locked onto by the radar. Chapter 81. This ship is mine. Dawn was breaking, and the sea was turning white. The Sea Rock's engines roared steadily as the ship sliced through the water, moving with remarkable smoothness. In the wheelhouse, Jason Carter downed the last sip of his ice-cold Coke. Refreshing. After working all night, he finally managed to catch that school of bluefin tuna. The ship's cold storage was packed with over 1,000 top-grade bluefin tuna. Each one was massive, kept fresh at a temperature of -60 degrees. If converted to cash, that would be another huge sum. More importantly, there were the numbers on the status dashboard. System points, 3,500. Just right, not a single point more, not a single point less. Those two blueprints, desperately needed for deep-sea exploration, were ready to be redeemed at any moment. At least he hadn't blown his cover in front of Sophia Wilson. Jason Carter stretched, his joints cracking loudly. He set the autopilot, heading straight for home Seacliff Village. It was time to go back. With the billion-dollar investment secured, the village's renovation plan was ready to officially kick off. Most importantly, it was time for the villagers to see this massive ship for themselves. 8 a.m., Seacliff Village. At the old pier, the villagers had already begun their busy day. Some were mending fishing nets, others were organizing their gear. They gathered in small groups, smoking cigarettes and chatting. The center of every conversation was always the name that had brought such tremendous change to the village, Jason Carter. What do you guys think? What kind of treasure will Jason the Divine bring back this time? What's there to say? I heard yesterday that Jason the Divine brought $1 billion investment back to the village. And he even donated $5 million to the village committee. Good heavens! $5 million. I've never seen that much money in my whole life. He's really made something of himself. Chinsey has truly made something of himself. David Carter sat on the edge of the pier, puffing away on his pipe. As he listened to the villagers' chatter, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and he couldn't stop grinning. Seeing his grandson succeed brought him even more joy than getting rich himself. Just then, a sharp-eyed young villager suddenly pointed toward the distant horizon and shouted, "Look! What's that?" Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he was pointing. There, at the distant junction of sea and sky, a massive white silhouette was slowly approaching. It was so huge it hardly looked like a ship. As it drew nearer, the outline became increasingly clear. The hull had sleek lines and was pure white. All over the tall bridge was packed with all kinds of radar and antennas. It looked incredibly impressive, completely out of place in this small fishing village. The hubbub at the pier gradually faded away. One by one, the villagers stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the colossal vessel. Is that a warship?" someone asked uncertainly. "It doesn't look like one, more like one of those luxury cruise ships you see on TV." "Bullshit. No cruise ship looks like that. Is this some foreign research vessel that's wandered over here?" David Carter also stood up, squinting his old eyes as he strained to see into the distance. That he'd been a fisherman his whole life and had seen more ships than most people had eaten salt, but he'd never even dreamed of a vessel like the one before him. Was this thing even a ship? He'd believe it if someone told him it was the Dragon King's palace at sea. The massive white ship didn't slow down, heading straight for the old pier with an overwhelming sense of presence. Compared to it, the small fishing boats moored at the pier looked like toys. Finally, the ship came to a halt a few hundred meters from the pier. Its massive shadow engulfed the entire pier, and everyone instinctively held their breath. Amid the silence, a faint crackling sound of static filled the air. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice, broadcast through the ship's loudspeaker, rang out clearly across the entire pier and throughout Seacliff Village. "Hey, everyone! I'm back!" With a roar, the entire pier instantly erupted into chaos. "It's Jason the Divine! I heard Jason the Divine's voice! Oh my God! That ship belongs to Jason the Divine! Am I dreaming? Pinch me!" David Carter's body jolted, and the pipe in his hand clattered to the ground. He stared intently at the bow of the massive ship, watching the familiar figure waving at him, and tears welled up in his eyes. The next second, no one knew who lit the first string of firecrackers hanging from the pier's wooden posts. The crackling explosions shot skyward. Immediately after came the second string, then the third. Countless strings of firecrackers were lit, and the deafening roar and billowing smoke transformed the entire pier into a sea of revelry. Cheers, screams, and shouts of "Jason the Divine is awesome!" nearly shook the heavens. Jason Carter stood at the bow, watching the scene, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He jumped off the boat and was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. "Jason the Divine! This boat of yours is absolutely awesome! Jason the Divine! I'm sticking with you from now on!" The villagers expressed their excitement in the most direct way possible. They surrounded Jason Carter, their eyes filled with admiration. Jason Carter finally managed to push his way through the crowd and made his way to his grandfather. "Grandpa! Ah!" David Carter was so overcome with emotion that he could barely speak. He grabbed Jason Carter's arm, looked him up and down, then turned to gaze at the massive ship which looked like a fortress on the sea, his lips trembling. "You're quite the lad. Good boy." Jason Carter smiled, steadied his grandfather, then turned to face all the villagers and raised his hand in a gesture to quiet the crowd. The bustling pier fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to speak. "Fellow villagers," Jason Carter's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, clear and powerful. "I know you all have many questions. Let me tell you right now, I just bought this ship." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. "From now on, it will be the flagship of our Seacliff village. I've named it the Sea Rock." "Hooray!" someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. "Its roots are right here in Seacliff Village. It's not just my ship, it belongs to all of us here in Seacliff Village." Jason Carter continued, "I promised before that I'd help everyone live a better life. The Sea Rock is the first step we're taking. Starting today, it will lead us to conquer the deeper, wider seas. Next, Chinching Technology's first project will be to rebuild the village pier. I'm going to build the best and sturdiest pier in all of Eastport City. Once the new pier is finished, I'll also invest my own money to help all the villagers who are willing to work with me upgrade their fishing boats for free and install new equipment." Every word Jason Carter spoke made the villagers' hearts race. Free fishing boat upgrades, building a new pier, leading them to conquer the ocean. The villagers' eyes welled up with tears, and one by one, they were overcome with excitement. Long live Jason the Divine! Long live Seacliff Village! Cheers erupted once more this time. Everyone's hearts were united as one, filled with hope for the future. At that moment, Jason Carter became the pillar of strength for everyone in Seacliff Village. He had firmly established himself on the land that had nurtured him. Standing at the bow of the boat, Jason Carter gazed at the flushed, excited faces before him with a determined look in his eyes. What he wanted was more than just personal success. Lifting this land and its people out of poverty, that was what he truly wanted to achieve. And now it had all just begun. Chapter 82. The goal, 3,500 meters. The cheers above Seacliff Village continued for a long time before gradually dying down. The villagers left the pier, looking back every few steps, their eyes fixed on the Sea Rock as if it were their own precious treasure. It took Jason Carter quite some effort to extricate himself from the enthusiastic villagers. He stood at the bow, watching his grandfather, David Carter, who was surrounded by the crowd, a broad smile lighting up the old man's face. It wasn't until the village chief arrived and persuaded everyone to leave, saying they needed to let Jason the Divine get down to business, that the pier finally quieted down. Jason Carter exhaled deeply, turned around, and walked into the Sea Rock's cabin. The interior of the cabin was a world apart from the fishing village outside. The corridors were smooth and even, the lights were bright, and the air carried the scent of new metal and electronic equipment. He made his way to the conference room located in the ship's midsection. The conference room wasn't large, but it was well appointed. In the center stood a circular conference table with ergonomic chairs, and directly in front was an entire wall of ultra-high-definition displays. Jason Carter had barely sat down when Wyatt Coleman, drenched in sweat, led a group of people into the room. At the head of the group was none other than Sophia Wilson. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual black suit. Instead, she'd changed into a well-fitted off-white casual outfit, which made her seem less cold and gave her a more scholarly air. The eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses were still cold, but when she looked at Jason Carter, they clearly held a hint of curiosity. Behind her were 3 men and 1 woman, all carrying identical silver medal cases. Their eyes were sharp, and they looked thoroughly professional. "Mr. Jiang, I hope I'm not interrupting your reunion with the villagers," Sophia Wilson asked politely, though her tone carried an air of authority that brooked no argument. "Ms. Wilson, you're too kind. It's my honor that you've come in person," Jason Carter said as he stood up and gestured toward the seats. "Please have a seat." Wyatt Coleman, sensing the situation, wisely refrained from taking a seat. He gave Jason Carter a wink, then quietly slipped out of the conference room, closing the door behind him. Only Jason Carter and Sophia Wilson's team remained in the conference room. "Let me introduce you," Sophia Wilson said in a calm tone. "This is Lincoln Frost, the group's chief technical advisor, specializing in ocean physics and deep-sea exploration." She pointed to a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, thick glasses, and a meticulous demeanor. Lincoln Frost nodded at Jason Carter, his gaze appraising. "This is Trevor Cole, our head of legal affairs, who specializes in international maritime law and corporate mergers and acquisitions. This is Simon Keller from the marketing department, responsible for project evaluation and commercialization. This is Liam Hayes, my executive assistant. Jason Carter smiled and nodded to each of them in turn. He knew this was Sophia Wilson's team evaluating him. Everyone is here, so let us get started, Sophia Wilson said, cutting straight to the point. Chengxing Technology's accounts and paperwork have all been finalized. Today marks the company's first official strategy meeting. Mr. Jiang, as the company's CEO, what are your thoughts on our first project? All eyes instantly turned to Jason Carter. Jason Carter calmly met everyone's gaze and spoke directly. I've already shared my thoughts with Ms. Wilson over the phone. He paused for a moment before stating clearly, I suggest that the company's first objective be to organize a deep-sea exploration mission for archaeological purposes. The target is the cluster of Ming Dynasty Fuchuan shipwrecks located near Mist Island. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Simon Keller from the marketing department was the first to furrow his brow. He pushed up his glasses and said, CEO Jiang, with all due respect, marine archaeology projects require significant investment, have long timelines, and carry high risks. They're typically led by national-level research institutions and require years of exploration and approval processes. For a newly established commercial company like ours to rush into this field, I'm afraid. Trevor Cole from the legal department added, Yes, President Jiang. According to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the legal procedures involved in salvaging ancient shipwrecks are extremely complex. If handled improperly, not only will we fail to turn a profit, but we may also face enormous legal risks and international disputes. Sophia Wilson remained silent, simply gazing quietly at Jason Carter. She wanted to see how he would convince his professional team. Jason Carter smiled. I fully understand your concerns. What if we could be 100% certain of the shipwreck's location, or even know in advance what's inside? Lincoln Frost adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening. Mr. Jiang, are you suggesting you have concrete evidence? The word evidence is too strong. Jason Carter leaned back in his chair, folding his hands on the table. I only have a map. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and summoned the three-dimensional map generated by the offshore radar from his memory. The next second, buzz. The screen at the front of the conference room lit up on its own, without any input. As the screen illuminated, it displayed a deep, mysterious blue. Immediately afterward, points of light and lines emerged, rapidly forming a detailed, three-dimensional underwater world. Trench, mountain ranges, intertwining ocean currents, dense swarms of fish, appearing as points of light. A complete 3D thermal map of the ocean area, spanning a radius of 100 nautical miles, appeared before everyone. Simon Keller's mouth dropped open, and the pen in his hand fell to the floor. Trevor Cole, standing beside him, also stared wide-eyed, completely losing his usual elite demeanor. Assistant Liam Hayes instinctively stood up, his face a picture of disbelief. This is. Lincoln Frost abruptly pushed his chair back and rushed to the screen. Staring at the image, he trembled with excitement, reaching out to touch it but hesitating. A real-time, three-dimensional thermal map. It even marks the energy reactions from undersea volcanic hot springs. How is this possible? Not even the world's most advanced detection technology can achieve this. His voice was trembling. It was nothing short of a miracle. Only Sophia Wilson, though equally shocked inside, remained outwardly composed. She had seen the even more wondrous phantom glassfish and was mentally prepared for Jason Carter's mysteries. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Jason Carter focused his mind. The image on the screen rapidly zoomed in, focusing on the bottomless trench on the eastern side of Mist Island. The image pierced through the thick layers of seawater and rock. The outline of a massive cluster of shipwrecks comprising more than a dozen ancient wooden vessels appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. At the center of the cluster, a huge red dot was flickering, emitting a dangerous energy fluctuation. Target: Ming Dynasty Fujian Ship Cluster. Warning: unknown ultra-high-intensity energy source detected. 2 lines of golden text appeared on the screen. Lincoln Frost stared intently at the screen, his breath catching in his throat. Fuchuan, they really are Fuchuan. That keel structure, they must be from the Ming Dynasty. He muttered to himself, his eyes shining. Now, Does anyone still think this is a high-risk, low-return project? Jason Carter's calm voice broke the silence in the conference room. No one answered. It took a long time for Lincoln Frost to snap out of it. He took a deep breath and pointed at a piece of data on the screen with a trembling finger. Wait a minute, this depth. He whipped his head around to look at Jason Carter, his expression turning grave. President Jiang, the map shows that the trench where this shipwreck lies has an average depth of over 3,000 meters. The deepest point reaches 3,500 meters. As soon as he raised this issue, the atmosphere, which had just begun to buzz with excitement, instantly turned cold. 3,500 meters. Even the world's most advanced commercial manned submersibles, such as the sister model of the Jiaolong, have a maximum safe depth of only around 2,000 meters. Lincoln Frost's tone was bitter. At depths exceeding 3,000 meters, the water pressure is enough to instantly crush a main battle tank. We simply don't have any equipment capable of sending people down to that depth to work. We can see it, but we can't get there. That's the most critical problem. Everyone's gaze turned once again to Jason Carter. This time, their eyes were filled with pleading and anticipation. They wanted to know how this young man intended to tackle this seemingly impossible mission. Jason Carter's expression remained calm. He looked at the group and spoke slowly. Who says we don't have one? He met Lincoln Frost's gaze. What if I could provide the technical blueprints for a one-person submersible capable of navigating freely at a depth of 3,000 meters, along with a matching personal energy shield? What? Lincoln Frost was completely taken aback. He could understand a submersible, but a personal energy shield? Isn't that's something you only see in science fiction movies? Mr. Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Simon Keller couldn't help but ask. I never joke. Jason Carter stood up, walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed out at the tranquil harbor. My family's ancestral manual not only records the locations of various oceanic treasures, but also contains blueprints for some truly incredible artifacts. I always thought they were just the fantasies of our ancestors, but now it seems that might not be the case. Of course, turning those blueprints from fantasy into reality will require a little seed money. Jason Carter turned around, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I need to set sail once more to retrieve something. Sophia Wilson looked deeply into his eyes, a sparkle in her own. She knew this man was about to work another miracle. All right. Sophia Wilson stood up, putting the matter to rest. I approve of your plan. If you need any support from the group, just ask. She walked up to Jason Carter. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here in Seacliff Village, waiting for you to return. I want to witness Chinching Technology's first miracle with my own eyes. Chapter 83. The Sea Goddess Maiden Voyage Target. Black Gold. Night once again fell over Seacliff Village. Unlike the usual tranquility, every household in the village was brightly lit tonight. Excited chatter could be heard through the walls, and the air was filled with hope. In the conference room aboard the Sea Rock, Sophia Wilson and her team had departed. As each of them left, their expressions were complex, filled with astonishment, fervor, and awe. Jason Carter saw them off and returned to the empty bridge. He leaned back in the captain's chair and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Sophia Wilson's team was highly professional, which was precisely why they understood so well what that 3D nautical chart and the technology Jason Carter had promised truly meant. It was technology capable of revolutionizing the entire field of marine technology. But he didn't have time to dwell on their astonishment right now. Jason Carter exchanged a quick greeting with his grandfather, who was helping watch over the boat at the dock, and simply said he was heading out to nearby waters to test the new vessel's night navigation capabilities. David Carter didn't question him, he just reminded his grandson to stay safe and come back early. The roar of the engines resounded once more, deeper and more powerful than during the day. The massive Sea Rock glided silently out of the harbor and plunged into the inky Black Sea. As the ship sailed out into the open sea, far from the coastline, not a single light could be seen around them, only the starry sky overhead and endless darkness. Jason Carter took a deep breath and turned on his live streaming equipment. This would be the Sea Rock's first official live stream. He set the stream's title to something simple: Sea Rock's Maiden Voyage. Target: the black gold of the ocean. The moment the stream went live, fans who had set up notifications flooded in. In just 10 seconds, the number of viewers surpassed 3 million. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Here it is. I've been waiting since this afternoon, it's finally live. Jason the Divine. Was that ship you were on earlier really yours? So cool. It's practically a floating fortress at sea. Jason the Divine, are you out fishing again? What are you planning to catch today to blow our minds? What's this black gold in the title? Oil? Is Jason the Divine heading to the Persian Gulf? Jason Carter smiled as he watched the scrolling comments. He turned the camera toward himself and cleared his throat. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Hyan's livestream. I'm sure you all saw what happened earlier today. That's right, this ship will be my mobile base from now on. Today, for the Sea Rock's maiden voyage, I'm planning to do something exciting. He paused for a moment, then said, enunciating each word clearly. Our target is bluefin tuna. The chat fell silent for a second. The next second, the comment stream exploded. Holy crap, bluefin tuna? Did I hear that right? Jason the Divine, are you crazy? Do you think you can just catch those things? A top grade one goes for tens or even hundreds of millions. It's more expensive than gold. Calm down, guy above. It's not about the price, it's that they're impossible to find. Bluefin tuna are the ocean's top predators. They swim at lightning speed and are as elusive as ghosts. Countless national-level deep-sea fishing fleets have come back empty-handed. Jason the Divine, I know you're awesome, but this claim is a bit of a stretch. Forget it. Forget it, not even a script could come up with something this outlandish. Voices of skepticism and disbelief immediately took the upper hand. That was the normal reaction. Searching for a school of bluefin tuna was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and a needle that could teleport at that. Jason Carter watched the live chat comments, the smile on his lips growing wider. That was exactly the reaction he was after. I know you don't believe me. Using conventional methods, it's indeed very difficult to track them. However, I've got a little bit of cutting-edge technology on this ship. As he spoke, Jason Carter switched the live stream feed, sharing a secondary screen in front of the bridge with the viewers. This is a quantum sonar detection system that one of my partners is secretly testing. Today, I'll give you all a sneak peek. As soon as he finished speaking, all the viewers saw a deep blue 3D ocean map instantly unfold on the secondary screen. The undulations of the seafloor, the paths of ocean currents, everything was crystal clear. But that wasn't all. With a slight thought, Jason Carter activated the energy scanning function of the offshore radar. Activate energy source tracking mode and filter for class of biological signals. Buzz. At the far edge of the 3D map, a cloud of signals formed by countless red dots suddenly lit up. The red cloud was moving at high speed, its trajectory erratic, radiating a powerful life force. Target locked. Large school of bluefin tuna. Distance 52 nautical miles. Estimated number 500 plus. Calculating movement trajectory in real time. In the live stream, over 7 million viewers fell collectively silent at that moment. The comment stream vanished. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the nebula-like cluster of red signals on the screen, their minds going blank. What on earth is that? A video game?
Asti filmovie?
Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, Jason Carter's calm voice rang out once more. I've found you. He yanked the control stick, and the Hyan's engines roared to life. The hull shook slightly, then shot out like an arrow at full speed toward the direction locked onto by the radar. Hold on tight, guys. A high-speed chase at sea, it starts now. Boom. Only then did the live stream audience snap out of their daze and erupt into a frenzy. What did I just see? Oh my god. Is that a real-time map of the fish school's location? Quantum sonar?
I am convinced.
I'm totally convinced. Damn it. This is definitely cutting-edge black technology. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Jason the Divine. From today on, you're my only faith. Gifts. Send gifts. I don't care if the server crashes. At Shark Platform headquarters, Lena Moore watched as the online viewer count instantly surged past 10 million and continued to skyrocket at a terrifying pace. Seeing the server alerts going off like crazy in the background, the coffee cup in her hand clattered to the floor with a clang. She trembled as she pulled out her phone and dialed the tech department. Reroute all server resources across the entire platform to Jason the Divine's live stream. All of them. If it crashes, I'll fire all of you along with me. Out on the open sea, the chase was in full swing. The Hyan was pushed to its absolute limits, its bow slicing through waves several meters high and leaving a long, white wake across the pitch-black ocean. The live stream feed was split into two sections. On the left was the calm, focused figure of Jason Carter at the helm. On the right was the 3D map. The blue dot representing the sea rock was chasing that massive red cloud at an astonishing speed. Every viewer's heart was in their throat. The school of fish is picking up speed. It looks like they've spotted us. We're done for their diving. How are we supposed to keep up at this depth? On the map, the red cloud's speed suddenly surged, and it swiftly changed course, plunging headlong into deeper waters. A conventional pursuit could already be declared a failure at this point. However, a cold smile curled at the corner of Jason Carter's mouth. Thanks to the system's precise predictions, every move the school of fish made appeared in his mind 3 seconds in advance. Think you can get away? Far from slowing down, Jason Carter instead yanked the wheel hard to the left. Amid the disbelieving stares of all the spectators, the massive sea rock executed a series of masterful tactical maneuvers while traveling at high speed. A perfect zigzag maneuver allowed it to avoid a patch of reefs. Immediately after, in a sideways drift rivaling that of a sports car, the hull skimmed the water's surface, tracing a massive arc and precisely cutting across the path where the school of fish was about to turn. In the live stream chat, viewers who prided themselves on being seasoned captains and veteran fishermen were all left speechless. Is this even boating? This is fucking like flying a fighter jet. Drifting at sea? I've never seen such a wild move in my life. He is not just chasing the fish, he is anticipating their every move. He is using a masterful strategy, step by step, to force the school exactly where he wants them to go. The truth was exactly as that viewer had said. Under Jason Carter's series of mind-boggling tactical maneuvers and route blockades, the red cloud of fish which had once roamed freely saw its space for movement constantly squeezed. Their course was forcibly redirected. Finally, in the darkest hour before dawn, the entire school of bluefin tuna driven by Jason Carter plunged headlong into the graveyard he had long since chosen. A massive U-shaped underwater canyon, surrounded on 3 sides by sheer cliffs. The only exit was firmly blocked by the sea rock. Haul in the net. Jason Carter leaned back in his chair and calmly uttered those 2 words. The massive encircling net, already in position, sank into the water from the stern of the sea rock, like a giant hand slowly sealing off the entrance to the canyon. Activate the underwater drone feed. The feed switched. The scene from the deep sea was clearly displayed before tens of millions of viewers online. Amid the deep blue waters, hundreds upon hundreds of massive bluefin tuna, resembling silver torpedoes, were crammed together, frantically ramming the giant net made of high-strength fiber. It was a seething ocean of wealth and life. The scene was so spectacular it took viewers' breath away. After 10 seconds of dead silence, the entire live stream chat was completely flooded with row upon row of comments. God, this is the true God of the sea. Chapter 84. A net worth a fortune, blueprint of the deep sea. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers stared intently at the screen, forgetting even to breathe. On screen, a dense swarm of silvery shadows filled the entire stretch of ocean, resembling a cauldron of boiling molten metal. In the cockpit, however, Jason Carter's expression remained calm. Looking at the school of fish completely trapped on the screen, he issued his command. Activate main winch number 1. Begin hauling in the net. Rumble. A muffled mechanical hum echoed from beneath the deck of the sea rock. Driven by the hydraulic system, a steel cable as thick as a thigh began to tighten slowly. The cable stretched taut, emitting a piercing screech of metal grinding against metal. In the footage transmitted by the underwater drone, the massive net which had been covering the entire entrance to the canyon was being dragged toward the surface bit by bit. Good heavens! The net's moving. It must be so heavy. I can feel the boat shaking. It's starting. It's coming. The entire audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. Splash. Accompanied by a massive splash, one corner of the giant net finally broke the surface. Immediately afterward, more of the net emerged, along with countless bluefin tuna thrashing and leaping frantically within it. In the darkness before dawn, the fish's bodies reflected a metallic sheen. With every leap of a fish, the viewers' hearts skipped a beat. As the winch continued to pull, the entire massive net was slowly hoisted out of the water. That wasn't just a fishing net. It was a giant sack brimming with silver riches. Hundreds upon hundreds of bluefin tuna were crammed together and thrashing about inside the net. The scene was utterly spectacular. When the massive net was fully hoisted and hung above the sea rock's spacious aft deck, A tsunami of comments erupted in the live stream chat. Holy crap! What am I seeing? It's a mountain of fish. A moving silver mountain. Is this even fishing? It's like they've hauled a bank vault right out of the ocean. I hereby declare that the 8th wonder of the world has been born right here in Jason the Divine's livestream. I'm calling my marine biology professor right now. He is completely speechless. Jason Carter stood up and walked out onto the deck. The sea breeze blew in, carrying the salty sweet scent of top-quality seafood. Facing the camera, he calmly gave his final command. Release. Boom! The bottom rope of the net was untied. In the next second, a silver waterfall cascaded down. Hundreds, even thousands, of bluefin tuna rained down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the Sea Rock's massive deck, large enough to land a helicopter. The entire ship lurched downward. In an instant, a mountain of fish nearly 2 meters high piled up on the deck. Every fish was still wriggling and leaping. The scene was chaotic yet filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jason Carter's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic tier fishing achievement. 100 tons in one net. Calculating this catch's rewards, a total of 1,627 high-value fish were caught, with a combined weight of approximately 121 metric tons. Overall assessment. This fishing operation has had a massive impact on your personal reputation, commercial value, and the field of ocean exploration. Mission rating, SSS+. Reward, plus 2,000 system points. Jason Carter's breath caught in his throat. He immediately opened the status dashboard. System points, 5,500. He did it. Not only did he have the 3,500 points needed to redeem those 2 blueprints, he had plenty to spare. Jason Carter suppressed his excitement and began crunching the numbers. 121 metric tons, that's 121,000 kilograms. Top-grade bluefin tuna fetch an average auction price of over 300 yuan per kilogram on the international market. And that's just the average. The kingfish, weighing over 300 kilograms, command prices several times higher. By a conservative estimate, the value of this single haul exceeds 36 million. Overnight, another 30+ million in pure profit. This wasn't just making money, it was practically printing money. Jason Carter took a deep breath to calm himself down. He smiled at the viewers in the livestream. Guys, that's it for today's livestream. Next, I'm going to process these little guys. But I want to be showing you that it's a trade secret. With that, without waiting for the viewers to react, he decisively ended the stream. The screen went black instantly. But the frenzy across the internet had only just begun. No, Jason the Divine. Let us see that mountain of fish one more time. Holy crap. Yes, signing off already? I haven't had enough yet. Jason the Divine is off to quietly make a fortune. Guys, tonight we're all witnesses to history. The sea god has gone offline, but his legacy lives on. Jason Carter paid no heed to the online storm. He immediately turned the ship around and ordered the automated processing system on the Haiyan to begin operations. One by one, bluefin tuna were precisely grasped by robotic arms, bled, gutted, and then sent into a cryogenic cold storage chamber set at -60 degrees Celsius. Once all this was done, he returned to the deserted bridge. He had enough points and the money was in place. Now it was time to claim the 2 keys that would unlock the treasures of the deep sea. System, open the store. The familiar store interface appeared. Jason Carter didn't hesitate. He immediately clicked on the Blueprints tab, which was glowing gold. Siren Class Deep Sea Exploration Submersible Single Seat Blueprint. Features a bionic design, equipped with a supercavitation propulsion system and a high-strength shape memory alloy hull, with a maximum diving depth of 3,000 meters. Price, 1,500 points. Title Type 1, Portable Energy Shield Generator Blueprint. Creates a thin film energy shield with a 1.5-meter radius around the user, providing protection against high pressure, impact, and extreme cold. Price, 2,000 points. Redeem. Jason Carter's resolve was unwavering. Ding. Confirm redemption of the Sea Siren Submersible Blueprint and the Title Type 1 Energy Shield Blueprint. A total of 3,500 system credits will be deducted. Confirm. Ding. Redemption successful. Credits have been deducted, 2,000 credits remaining. The blueprints have been delivered to your system backpack. Please check your inventory. As the system notification sounded, Jason Carter felt as if two massive streams of information had been crammed into his mind. One stream was the blueprint for the Sea Siren submersible. It wasn't a blueprint at all, it was more like a living database. Countless unfamiliar symbols and three-dimensional structural diagrams flashed frantically through his mind. Just looking at them was enough to make one dizzy. The other stream of information was even more outlandish. The blueprints for the Tidal Type 1 energy shield. Jason Carter couldn't make heads or tails of the theory behind it. It felt like something plucked straight out of a sci-fi movie. If the Siren was a creation 50 years ahead of its time, then this energy shield was at least 200 years ahead. With his current knowledge, he couldn't understand even 1/10,000th of its principles. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he now possessed them. Jason Carter snapped out of the shock of the information, a thin sheen of sweat already beading on his forehead. Without delay, he immediately extracted the two massive data packages from his system backpack. Then, using the military-grade secure satellite communication equipment aboard the Sea Rock, he sent out the two compressed files which had been re-encrypted by the system. There was only one recipient, Sophia Wilson. After finishing all this, Jason Carter leaned back in the captain's chair and let out a long breath. He looked out the window at the horizon, which was already tinged with the first light of dawn, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The body of the email he sent to Sophia Wilson contained just one sentence. "The seed funding is ready. Here are the blueprints. Now, I'll be waiting for your miracle." Meanwhile, in Seacliff Village, inside a two-story building that had been temporarily converted into a command center, Sophia Wilson was sitting at her computer, reviewing report after report on the geographical and hydrographic data of Seacliff Village. Her team members were working feverishly beside her. Although it was late at night, no one felt the slightest bit sleepy. Everyone was electrified by the massive plan Jason Carter had proposed. Just then, ding, a crisp email notification sounded.